In the presidential suite of Carey Hotel in City a woman dressed in light blue professional attire stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine and gazing at the night sky. Tomorrow morning, she will leave this city. She has already made her will, donating all her shares, movable and immovable property after her death. The funds are intended for the Uni Foundation to help impoverished students and people in poor regions with medical aid. She wonders how those who plotted and schemed will react when they realize they gained nothing from their efforts. She chooses to stay in her own hotel room instead of returning home because she doesn't want to see her so-called family members. She wants to spend her last days freely and comfortably. There's no one or anything at home that she cares about anymore. This morning, she already packed everything she needs to take with her into her space. Tomorrow, she plans to follow the route her parents once traveled, exploring the scenery and experiencing the local customs and traditions, her way of fulfilling a long-held dream. Xiao Yunyi's father's hometown is in the countryside. The family has 3 siblings, an older brother and a twin sister, born to the same mother. Later, her father got into university and moved from the countryside to the city. At university, he met her mother. Xiao Yunyi's mother is an only child, inheriting numerous family assets passed down from ancestors. Her grandfather also managed a large company, so Xiao Yunyi was loved and spoiled by many. Sadly, when Yunyi was 13, her grandfather passed away from illness. According to the inheritance division, she inherited 60% of the company's shares, which would become her personal property upon reaching adulthood. If she were to pass away prematurely before adulthood, her portion would be used as seed money to establish the Uni Assistance Foundation, helping impoverished families in need. The remaining 20% of shares belonged to her daughter, Yunyu. The company was managed by professional managers until Yunyi reached adulthood, after which she would take over, as she had been trained since childhood to be the successor of the Yun family. Since her grandfather's death, her mother took some time to rest and then decided that life is short and unpredictable. She wanted to travel with her father to experience the beautiful landscapes of the country. As a result, these irresponsible parents left Yunyi to live alone and carefree. Over time, her parents sent her local specialties from time to time, video called her every few days, and even made an electronic travel journal to record the local customs, daily life, and scenery of the places they visited. After celebrating her 15th birthday in Yunyi, she was suddenly informed that her parents had died in a car accident while on their way to Qinghai. Yunyi was still a child and had just begun to recover from the grief of losing her grandfather when she received the tragic news about her parents. She fainted immediately. When she woke up, she found herself at the funeral home, seeing her parents' bodies. At that moment, she seriously considered just joining them to avoid living alone. But she remembered her grandfather's last words and the love her parents and grandfather had shown her. She decided she must live on and take their place. After her parents' funeral, Yunyi began a quiet, sad life. She spoke only when necessary and focused on studying. Meanwhile, her father's relatives moved into her home, claiming they were there to take care of her. At first, she was cautious, but after about 6 months, they seemed to be enchanted by the luxurious city life. They refused to leave and stayed stubbornly, not knowing that both her grandfather and her parents had left a will. The will stated that if Yunyi died unexpectedly, all her assets would go into a special aid fund. Her relatives only knew that Yunyi would inherit a lot of wealth when she turned 18. They started dreaming about how they would live if they gained her inheritance. As Yunyi approached her 18th birthday, her relatives began secretly poisoning her. The poison wouldn't kill her immediately, but would cause her to feel increasingly tired and weak over time. Yunyi didn't disappoint her grandfather. Before she was 20, she finished all her studies and even exceeded expectations. She also learned various skills, enrolling in taekwondo, sanda, and even cooking classes to distract herself. At 21, she joined Yun Group and took over the company a year later. Within 5 years, the company's performance doubled. However, she soon noticed her health declining. One night, feeling unwell, she went downstairs for water and overheard her relatives talking about giving her slow-acting poison. They said the poison was starting to take effect, and that soon they would be able to take control of the company openly. Yunyu then hired a private detective to investigate her relatives. The evidence was clear. She also went abroad for a health check and confirmed she was heavily poisoned, with only about a year left to live. Knowing her limited time, Yunyu began preparing. She organized her assets, keeping her family's company intact and only leaving her current house and other real estate untouched. All the remaining money was spent in several installments, donated in the names of the Yun family, her late grandfather, and her parents to remote areas, nursing homes, and orphanages. In the study, when she opened the safe left by her grandfather and took out the treasured items he had given her, she remembered that her grandfather had jokingly said these were her dowry, prepared for his little Yun. She carefully touched these objects, tears pouring down her face. Why do the people who love me always leave? No matter how much I am left with, what is it worth? I miss you all so much. Just as Yunyu was overwhelmed with sadness, tears fell heavily onto a jade pendant beside her. The jade was very fine, with exquisite carvings. The design around the pendant looked like bamboo, with a strange animal head in the middle. The pendant seemed to have something flowing inside it. Suddenly, Yunyu disappeared on the spot. When she woke up and confirmed she was not dreaming, she saw that she was in a peaceful, beautiful place. The view was of vast fields, probably about 50 or 60 acres. In the distance, there were 2 mountains and a large waterfall in the middle. To her right was a 2-room brick and tile courtyard. The waterfall formed a river that flowed through the fields and disappeared into a bamboo forest behind the courtyard. Yunyu couldn't believe it. She pinched herself hard. It hurt, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. After exploring overnight, she learned that this was a space within a jade pendant. Its origin was unclear, only recorded in the memories of previous space owners. It was a storage space with a life source, but couldn't be upgraded. This space had a huge underground storage warehouse that could keep things fresh. The appearance of the space wouldn't change. Only the planting and layout could be freely adjusted. The courtyard was very beautiful. On the left was a osmanthus tree, with a white jade round table and stools underneath. On the table was a set of valuable white jade teapot and 6 cups. On the right, there were several grapevines of different varieties, with a delicate grape trellis and a table with a teapot in the middle. Behind the courtyard gate was a water well, with clear water. The main area of the courtyard was where the previous 2 owners lived, each with 2 rooms and a central hall. One room was a bedroom, and the other was a study filled with books. In the backyard of the second courtyard, on the left side is the kitchen and storage room, and on the right is the bathing area. The main house has 5 rooms arranged the same way as the front yard, but these 5 rooms are filled with a large collection of gold, silver, jade, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, fabrics, silk, embroidery, high-quality clothing, shoes, and socks for both men and women, from childhood to old age. There are also various seeds and many other objects that Yunyu doesn't recognize, probably collected by the previous 2 owners. Inside the warehouse in the second courtyard, there is an entrance to an underground storage. Yunyu went down to check and found it was very large, filled with many items. Besides some gold, silver, jade, antiques, the most stored items are grains, medicinal herbs, fruits, various processed meats, eggs, and many cooked foods. This might be the storage of food produced in the space, kept fresh here. Yunyu was amazed by the space. Could it be the end of the world? Otherwise, why would a space appear? Since having the space, she has been drinking water from the space as well. Although her body is still not fully recovered, she feels much better than before. While handling matters after her departure, she secretly bought a complete mobile villa, fully equipped with high-quality appliances, furniture, and daily necessities. She purchased a diesel generator, a wind turbine, and even water power equipment after seeing the space's waterfall. She bought several sets of everything, including gasoline, diesel, and a large stock of engine oil to ensure the villa runs smoothly for 100 years. The villa was placed on a patch of grass on the right side of the space's yard, designed to fit that specific area. To save space, Yunyu intentionally added extra floors. Originally, she planned for 2 floors, but since other parts of the space were already planned for planting and building, she customized a 5-story villa instead. After setting it up, she also bought many construction tools, carpentry tools, and carving tools. She did the plumbing and water supply work herself, making everything perfect. Under the pretense of helping a friend open a large supermarket, she ordered a large amount of goods, appliances, furniture, bedding, fabrics, tissues, sanitary products, various pots and pans, seasonings, ready-made men's, women's, and children's clothing, shoes, books on different industries, instructional videos, electronics, decorations, crafts, small ornaments, seeds, saplings, food, drinks, and alcohol. Basically, she bought everything a large supermarket would have directly from the producers in bulk, storing everything in designated warehouses. Over time, her collection grew significantly. After finishing my own affairs, I was notified that there was no need to go back. I chose a time to go and sorted everything into the underground storage. This underground warehouse is really a treasure. It is not only infinitely large and capable of keeping things fresh, but also automatically sorts items. It's a very thoughtful design. This morning, Yunyu moved all her grandfather's belongings and her own into the space villa. Today, she also sold this villa, and she agreed to move in 5 days later. As her father's daughter, she didn't want to get involved in the so-called family matters. They didn't belong here. But out of love for her father, she didn't completely cut ties. Since her grandparents are still alive, she set up a separate account for them at the foundation with 2 million yuan. This money wouldn't be given to them all at once, but would start taking effect the month after Yunyu leaves. On the first day of each month, 5,000 yuan will be transferred to their account as a pension from her father. If they need to be hospitalized for serious illnesses, 1/3 of the actual medical expenses will be reimbursed after paying the hospital bills. Yunyu clearly stated these arrangements in her will and also left a legally binding document at the foundation. The money is her own, but she wants the foundation to oversee the distribution according to her instructions. Early this morning, Yunyu went to the 4S shops and collected 6 remaining vehicles: a medium-sized truck, a small truck, a BMW X3, a Hummer H2, a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, and a Skoda. All were stored in the space, prepared for maintenance in advance. She carried a backpack and began her carefree journey across the country, exploring beautiful landscapes, collecting various species, local specialties, and snacks, and experiencing different regional customs and cultures. During this time, she also studied medicine with an old traditional Chinese doctor. With the support of the space, she learned quickly. The doctor even praised her medical talent. Excited, she bought many books on traditional and Western medicine to read. Once she finished traveling domestically, she started traveling abroad. She traveled around, except for the North and South Poles, almost everywhere else. In the Middle East, she bought large quantities of crude oil, arranged for local factories to refine and categorize it. She also bought several sets of simple winemaking tools, learning how to make both white wine and red wine. In short, she traveled freely, buying whatever she saw. The items stored in the space could last for generations, and she bought everything from wherever she found it, especially since the original places were much cheaper. Having completed the final journey, Yunyu decided to return to her country first. She wanted to find a beautiful place to settle down before making further plans. She also contacted her relatives back home by phone and learned that her father's family had already returned to their hometown. At first, she was reluctant to leave, even scolding Yunyu for being unfilial and lacking compassion. Later, when the police arrived, Yunyu's legal team presented evidence and videos of the poisoning, along with hospital diagnosis reports and a video Yunyu had recorded. Knowing the truth was exposed, Yunyu's family begged her for forgiveness, asking her to do so for the sake of their late father. Yunyu looked coldly at her family through the video and said, "We are all adults. If you make mistakes, you must face the consequences. Besides, you broke the law, and I can't help you." She had already done her best by saving enough money to support her parents in old age, which was her way of repaying her father's kindness. From now on, they would have no debts or contact. After organizing her belongings, Yunyu entered her space. The space was very different from when she first received it. She had divided the land into sections, planting various grains, vegetables, herbs, and flowers. On the mountain, she planned and cultivated rare and valuable trees in the distance, while closer to her home, she planted fruit trees. The space now included almost all kinds of plants from different parts of the world. Yunyu bought a small excavator in Shandong and dug 2 ponds at the foot of the mountain across the creek. One pond was fed with creek water to raise freshwater species, and the other was filled with seawater to raise marine life. She also raised many animals on the mountain, including chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, horses, cattle, sheep, wild boars, and deer, all edible animals. She set up several nets at the mountain's base to prevent animals from coming down and damaging the crops. The 2 ponds were also included in the mountain area, making it easier for ducks and geese to find food and preventing them from polluting the water in the waterfall and creek. Since her study was filled with medical books, Yunyu bought many tools and containers for traditional Chinese medicine, as well as Western medical equipment and machines. She stocked various injections and medicines. The flowers in her flower garden were not wasted. She purchased modern essential oil extraction tools and simple equipment. In addition, she bought many electric and manual grain threshers, flour mills, rice machines, and other processing machines. The fields were equipped with automatic sprinklers, and she stored many sets of them. Her space was now thriving and prosperous. On the plain, Yunyu was resting with her eyes closed, thinking about finding a nice small town to live in and enjoying a rural life in a few days. Suddenly, the plain shook violently, and then everything went black. When Yunyu woke up again, she didn't know what had happened. The room looked like it was from ancient times, decorated with old-fashioned furniture. Could she have been saved? But then she thought it was impossible. She was high in the sky. She felt thirsty and wanted to get up and find water, but she didn't recognize her hand. It wasn't her hand. When she lifted the blanket to check her body, she saw it wasn't her body either. The body looked to be about 10 or 11 years old, but she was 29, almost 30. She wondered what was going on. Could she have traveled to another world? That seemed impossible. She was stunned for a long time, unable to understand. Then she thought, if space could appear here, maybe she had traveled. But now, her body was so weak she couldn't even sit up, so she lay back down on the bed. Seeing no one around, she first confirmed that she was still in her space. Then she took a cup of well water from the space and drank it, feeling dizzy, and soon fell asleep. In her dreams, flashes of a young girl's growth appeared. The girl was also called Yunyu, but her surname was Jean Yunyu. This continent had 4 countries: Longting, Wanzhou, Dongjun, and Yunli. The girl was born in Longting as the legitimate daughter of the Huayang Marquis's second house. She was 13 years old, supposed to be lively and happy, but she had been ill for over 3 months. Her misfortune was clear. She was loved and cared for by her father and mother, and had grown up happily until she turned 10. But 3 years ago, her father took her younger brother, who was 3 years younger than Yunyu, out to handle some affairs. On the way back, they were ambushed and robbed. Her father tried to help, but the girl they rescued was entangled in trouble and lost her innocence. She demanded justice. When they finally sorted out what happened, they found that her 7-year-old legitimate brother was missing. They searched everywhere but couldn't find him. Her mother fainted upon hearing the news. The family launched a big search, but after 3 years, there was still no news. Since then, her father felt guilty for losing his wife's son and was afraid to face her. Her mother couldn't forgive her father for risking their son's safety to help others. Eventually, her father brought home a concubine after losing his son. The couple drifted apart, becoming strangers. Yunyu's mother was heartbroken over her son's loss and had been suffering for 3 years, her health declining day by day. Last summer, Yunyu's mother probably thought her days were numbered and feared she wouldn't survive much longer. She secretly had her close nurse sell all her dowry land and shops. With the 80,000 silver taels she received, Plus the income from her land and shops over the past few years and the silver she had saved for her wedding, she gathered a total of 15,000 taels. She secretly handed her daughter her dowry list and silver notes. She told her daughter to keep her dowry safe, to never tell anyone, and if asked, to say she didn't know. Then she cried happily with her daughter. In the following days, every day, little Yunyu would come to see her mother when she was awake. Her mother would teach her about managing the household, finances, how to use people, and how to judge character. She also arranged many lessons for Yunyu. She made sure Yunyu learned music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and even asked her nurse to find a good embroidery teacher in Beijing from her family to teach Yunyu, trying to prepare her for the future. After her mother passed away, Yunyu would surely suffer. But what could she do? Fortunately, 3 years ago, Yunyu had been engaged to Lu Qingbin, the second son of the main branch of the Jingning Marquis House. She believed that as long as nothing unexpected happened, life wouldn't be too hard. Time passed quickly. Over 4 months ago, her mother, Zhanlin, grew very weak and passed away. Before she died, she handed all her servant contracts to Yunyu, telling her to be careful and take care of herself. She asked Yunyu to send news to her maternal grandfather if anything happened. With thoughts of her son and daughter and feelings of hatred towards her husband, she left. After her mother's departure, Yunyu also fell ill. Although the Marquis house tried to save her, Xiao Yunyu, the modern girl from the 21st century, couldn't hold on and passed away. Yunyu was stunned by her sudden transmigration. After understanding what had happened, she woke up and calmed down. What could she do? Since she was here, she might as well accept it. She took a sip of water from the space as well and felt a bit better. It was just after nightfall. Not feeling sleepy, she looked around the room. The room was dim, lit only by a small lamp on the table in the middle, with a very short wick. The furnishings were quite luxurious, suggesting either the Marquis house was wealthy or her mother, Lin, loved her daughter dearly. She supported herself up, feeling something uncomfortable around her neck. She reached out and touched it, turning out to be a piece of jade very similar to her space's jade pendant. What was going on? Could it be because of this jade pendant? She examined it carefully, but found nothing unusual. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly took a needle from the sewing basket beside her bed. She closed her eyes and forcefully stabbed the blood onto the jade pendant. However, after a long time, there was no reaction. Could she have been mistaken? She thought about how she inexplicably arrived in this strange world. Suddenly, a wave of sadness brought tears to her eyes, which unintentionally dripped onto the jade pendant. In that instant, the pendant disappeared. Yunyu was startled and no longer cared about her sorrow. When Yunyu saw the space, she was a bit stunned. Isn't it said that this space cannot be upgraded? What is going on now? The space had grown significantly from its original size. Near the small creek in the courtyard, a beautiful 3-story old-fashioned small building appeared. Opposite the creek, where the mountain could be seen clearly below, everything was covered in white mist except for the 2 ponds Yunyu dug. Now, a grassland of about 30 acres had appeared. Haha, this is wonderful. At the end of the grassland, a tiny sea appeared. Between the grassland and the tiny sea, half was connected by a small mountain. On top of the mountain, there were 2 hot spring pools. It was incredible. Yunyu returned to the small courtyard and headed toward the newly appeared 3-story small building. She entered the first floor, where a portrait hung on the opposite wall. The person in the portrait looked very divine. Yunyu felt grateful for this chance she had gained. Looking at the futon on the ground ahead, she sincerely knelt down. Suddenly, a white light shone on her forehead. After she processed the information, she smiled. That white light was a gift from a higher immortal and mental cultivation technique. It was a deadly weapon in disguise. In this ancient world, women were often so tragic. This gave her an extra layer of protection in this unfamiliar ancient world, which made her feel much more at ease. She stood up and looked at the large table below the portrait. There was a letter addressed to a destined person, It turned out that this space was created by a higher immortal. Now, it looked like its original form. During the Magic War, the higher immortal, to leave a backup for her two daughters who had no cultivation talent, forcibly divided the space into two separate small spaces and placed a restriction. But for some reason, the two spaces ended up in different worlds. It seemed that fate had its own plans. Yunyu then knelt again before the portrait, thanking the higher immortal and the heavens for this opportunity. She would cherish it. Yunyu also knew that after restoring the complete space, the spiritual energy concentration would increase. The water in the courtyard's well would upgrade to a spiritual spring, and drinking from it would cleanse her meridians and marrow. The substance outside the space cannot be drunk directly. The body's meridians cannot handle it and would burst, leading to death. It's roughly 500 milliliters plus a drop of spiritual spring water, a small daily cup that can help a long-sick person gradually recover. Adding 5 drops of the same amount can save someone seriously injured, helping them recover. That's very powerful. Be careful your heart can't handle it. The second floor above is the study and bedroom, and the third floor is the alchemy room. There's a new small mountain with a white hot spring pool that beautifies and nourishes the skin, and a green one that removes fatigue and restores vitality. This is like a must-have in ancient life. Definitely a luxurious lifestyle. When returning to the first floor, I found a box under the 8 Immortals table. I didn't see it earlier, so I walked over and opened it. Inside was a small, bowl-like object, but thicker. It looked like a piece carved out of jade, concave in the middle but still part of a whole, very smooth. There was a base underneath and some characters on top that Yunyu didn't recognize. She casually placed it on the 8 Immortals table and pushed the box back underneath, planning to see what this object really was. Suddenly, Yunyu heard some movement outside. She was afraid the night watch maids had come to check, so she quickly pretended to be asleep inside the space. A young girl came in to help tuck Yunyu's blanket and sighed softly before leaving. It seemed there was something going on in this house that the original owner, Xiao Yunyu, didn't know about. Since it was still early, Yunyu returned to the space and poured a small bucket of spiritual spring water. The well wasn't big, and this bucket was specially made, about 500 milliliters. Worried about drinking it all and having a bad reaction, Yunyu only poured a small sip, took it to the hot spring pool across the small creek, undressed, and got into the green pool. Only then did she drink the spiritual spring water. She didn't dare drink too much, afraid her body wouldn't be able to handle it and she might die. Time passed slowly. Just when Yunyu thought nothing unusual would happen, her body suddenly started to hurt. It was a feeling worse than death. She could hear her bones creaking. Her consciousness began to slip away. Yunyu thought she must hold on, or she would lose this rare chance for nothing. With that thought, Yunyu bit her lips hard until she bled, trying to stay awake and endure. I haven't yet explored this ancient world of different times and spaces. About half an hour later, the pain in my body gradually disappeared. Yunyu saw many dark spots on the skin of the body that was now above the water surface. The skin submerged in water did not have these spots. There were also things floating in the water that hadn't been fully broken down yet, and some other unclear items. The hot spring can automatically break down and clean impurities, which is very surprising. After understanding all this, Yunyu looked at the impurities expelled from her body. A carp leapt into the water, sinking her body and hair below the surface. To fully clean and break down the impurities from her body, Yunyu, who is very particular about cleanliness in modern times, couldn't stand the sight of those black-gray things. After cleaning her body and hair thoroughly, her skin looked as smooth as ice and snow. She left the hot spring, hesitant to soak in the white pool again because she was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble with such a big change. She decided to first understand the situation in the residence before making plans. Yunyu also found that her strength had increased significantly, which was a happy surprise. After calming down from her excitement in the space, she tidied herself up, dressed properly, and left the space with hopes for her future. The next morning, when the maids came in to serve her, they noticed that Miss Yunyu looked much more energetic. They felt relieved and thankful that she had finally gotten through it. They had been worried she wouldn't hold on and might have followed the lady to the afterlife. Since receiving the inheritance in the space, Yunyu felt that not only could her mental strength sense 100 meters around her, but she could also tell whether the maids serving her were sincere or fake. This was truly a great benefit. At least in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about others scheming in front of her. She could distinguish good from evil at a glance. She wondered if her cultivation progress might develop into mind reading someday. She chuckled happily inside. After waking up, washing up, and tidying herself, she left Ling Shui, one of the most loyal maids who had grown up with the original owner. Besides the wet nurse, Ling Shui was one of the most faithful servants. The original owner's mother was truly a good mother. The 4 first-class maids around her could handle things independently, and the 4 second-class maids had grown up with her. These 4 second-class maids were orphans rescued by Madame Jean Lin and the original owner during outings, carefully trained to serve and accompany her daughter. Madame Jean Lin personally trained these 4 major maids, so although the other maids and servants in the yard might not all be loyal, these 8 definitely could be trusted. Ling Shui, tell me everything that has happened in the mansion these days in detail. Yunyu lazily leaned on a soft couch, holding a cup of tea, and said in a relaxed tone. Ling Shui felt that her young lady had changed somehow, but still recounted everything that had happened in the mansion recently. Overall, there were just a few things. First, the 3rd son of the Marquis's house, Zhang Qingfeng, finished his assignment outside and returned to the capital with his family to report. He was promoted to a 6th-rank official. Second, the eldest sister of the main branch was to get married in about half a year, as originally planned. Third, there was news from the main courtyard of the Marquis's house that Auntie Jiang from the 2nd branch and the eldest uncle's wife wanted Yunyu to rest at a quiet estate in Qingshuang Mountain. The reason was that the estate was peaceful, to prevent Yunyu from being overwhelmed by memories and to help her recover. The rest were just trivial matters. Haha, resting at the estate. Only fools would believe it's for her good. There must be some hidden reason behind it. It seems necessary to find out how deep the water in this mansion really is. I'm not like the original owner who is powerless. I must understand the situation clearly to handle it properly. Otherwise, given the current situation, her biological father neglects her, her mother has passed away, and her close younger brother is still missing, besides her grandmother, who might truly care. Everyone else probably only watches and laughs. She looked up at Ling Shui and said, "Don't tell anyone about my current condition. If anyone asks, just say I'm still the same. Go out now, I want to rest a bit longer. Nothing urgent, don't disturb me." After Ling Shui left, Yunyu sat alone for a while, lost in thought. She believed that there would always be a way forward. With her skills, she wasn't afraid of handling the mansion's intrigues. She released her spiritual energy to check outside. Nothing unusual. Then she laid down on the bed, entered her space, tidied up what needed to be stored or planted, and after finishing, sat in a pavilion by the hot spring to meditate and cultivate. When the time was almost up, she finished, washed up, and called Ling Shui to bring her food. After eating, she practiced calligraphy for a while and then took a few walks inside the house. She decided to send everyone to rest early. No need for night guards. She also instructed the maids to keep their information about the estate consistent, saying she had been sick and thanking everyone for their hard work. Once the maids left, Yunyu thought about the information she had gathered from them today, combined it with her limited memory of the original owner, and considered how she could survive in this unfamiliar Marquis's house in the future. Although I spent most of my time studying in the past, I did watch a few palace drama series. Thinking about the various schemes and traps in those shows, I feel a chilling sensation. But since I come from the 21st century and have some special abilities, as long as I don't do anything foolish, I have nothing to fear. After all, I haven't had an easy life, so I will make them pay double. With my modern high intelligence, I can't let my years of elite education go to waste. Thinking of this, I recall modern people and events. I have passed away like that, and I wonder if anyone will truly shed a tear for me. Probably not, since no one is left in my grandfather's family. As for my father's side, haha, they are probably just clapping and cheering now, feeling no satisfaction at all.
Oh, why do I keep thinking about them?
Knowing I can't go back, my mood suddenly drops. I have only let down my grandfather and parents' expectations. Grandpa and parents, I am sorry. Rest assured, I will live well in this strange, fictional world, carrying your hopes with me. I will live well, fulfilling your wishes, and see the beautiful scenery of this world. This life won't be wasted. Since heaven has given me a second chance at life and taken over the original body, I must face reality. I will fulfill my mother's last wish and work hard to live on for the original owner. But even a fool can see that since my mother passed away, my father has been drowning in drunken dreams, neglecting worldly affairs. Besides the things my mother left for me, only my grandmother occasionally sends people to check on me. Since I've decided to live well in this fictional world and explore its beauty, I need to understand the people and events in the household. Only then can I be confident in facing challenges. It seems I need to find out the current situation in the house myself, not just rely on the maid's reports. Only I can make others feel at ease. Looking at the time, it's almost the end of the hour of you, around 5 to 7 p.m. In ancient times, there was no nightlife, and people went to bed early. Yunyu stands up, pours herself a cup of tea, and drinks it. She relaxes her senses to look outside and finds no unusual activity. Then she enters her space to prepare. As night falls, Yunyu changes into a modern, tight-fitting workout outfit in black and goes out. She gives some sleeping medicine to the two maids on duty in the side room so they won't wake up and see her. First, she went to Aunt Zhang's place. Aunt Zhang was talking inside with her trusted nursemaid, Mrs. Ma. Yunyu quickly went onto the roof and lifted the tiles, clearly hearing their conversation, which was mostly about the courtyard matters. Just as Yunyu was about to leave, bored with the talk, she heard Aunt Zhang say, "Nursemaid, do you think the main courtyard will agree to let Miss Third go to the estate to rest?"
Probably yes.
The young master's wife said she would try to persuade the old lady. Just make sure to pack up and send her off when the time comes. But we need to find a way to make Miss Third hand over the key to Lady Second's storeroom. We can't let the young master's wife get it. Miss Seventh and Miss Eighth will be getting engaged in a few years, so we should prepare early. Anyway, Second Master is now quite distant from Miss Third. She's not a fierce person, but we need to find a way to move the maids from her courtyard, Mrs. Ma said. Aunt Zhang replied, "That's not easy. All those people are arranged by Lady Second. Without a good reason, we can't do anything. And if Second Master finds out we're plotting with the main house against Miss Third, we won't have a good outcome. Why not just talk directly to the young master's wife? They only want that marriage, and we shouldn't do anything that's not beneficial for us. We can simply say our condition is to take control of Lady Second's storeroom key." "Smart people will agree," Mrs. Ma suggested. After Mrs. Ma finished speaking, Aunt Zhang said, "You think Lady Great Madam only cares about that marriage? She's also worried that Second Master is overwhelmed and not interested in managing the household now. Miss Third is gentle, so she's not a troublemaker. And whether Miss Third can come back after being sent away is uncertain." Lady Second's dowry was quite generous compared to the young master's wife, and she secretly gave a lot of silver. "It's enough to tempt anyone." Mrs. Ma continued, "It's a pity that Lady Second's shops and farms were sold cheaply to support the third young master. I heard they bring in a lot of income each year. It's been 3 years. I wonder if the third young master can still reclaim them." Aunt Zhang said, "That's hard to say. The Duke of Wu's estate is still trying to recover them. Our second master is nearly going mad over it. But I heard the old lady's idea is that after the first anniversary of Lady Second's death, she will arrange another marriage for Second Master. We can't rely on the hope of recovering everything through the third young master, who might never be found." I thought for a moment and then said, "Actually, the second lady is quite a good mistress of the house. I don't know if another one would be easy to get along with or if she could accept us. After giving birth to Miss 8, I haven't been pregnant again. It would be so wonderful if I could have a son to rely on." She looked down with a sad expression and casually placed her hand on her belly. Hearing this, Yunyu still didn't understand. It was clear they saw her as a soft target they could easily manipulate. Truly, the most cunning women can be the most dangerous. No one in this household could be underestimated. After leaving Lady Zhang's place, Yunyu headed toward the residence of the heir's wife. On the way, she suddenly changed direction and went to Ronghue Hall, where the old marquis and old lady lived. She avoided the night watch and peeked through the tiles to see the main hall's lights still on. Carefully, she lifted the tiles to look inside. She listened to them talk about the events of the day and about the dowry of the eldest daughter's marriage. Finally, they mentioned the second household and their third grandson. The old couple looked sad, showing they still had feelings. It seemed the second household's only legitimate son was also someone they valued. They also discussed that after a year of mourning, they would arrange another marriage for the second son, as the second household couldn't be without a mistress forever. Yunyu didn't blame them. In ancient times, this was understandable. She also heard the old lady say, the old house wants Yunyu to rest at the Qingliang mountain estate. It's been 3 months, and she still hasn't recovered. We're worried she'll be homesick if she stays in the house. What does the Marquis think? The old house is right, but she doesn't need to go so far. Her health isn't good, and if anything happens on the way, how can Qingqing bear it? After a pause, she added, but it's good to give Qingqing some time. Right now, he really can't face it. That place is suitable for recuperation. You decide how to arrange it, but only after Yunyu's health improves. She softly said, maybe leaving the house is good for her too. It will also give Qingqing some space to breathe. Sigh, let's stop here. Yunyu left Ronghue Hall and didn't go directly to the main courtyard of the main house. Instead, she went to the garden's artificial lake and sat under a big tree. Thinking about what the old marquis and old lady said, she felt that since things were already like this, it was better to stay away from the scheming and be free. As for the marriage proposal, she needed to see if the second young master of the Jingning Marquis' estate, Lu Qingbin, was a good match and worth marrying. This person was unpredictable. Just as she was thinking about it, the saying speak of the devil came true. Not far from the fake mountain, on a small stone path, at least 2 people were walking. It was a bit dark, so I couldn't see who they were, but I could clearly hear their voices. Suddenly, a female voice said, "Second young master, I won't go over there. Miss is waiting for you in front of the fake mountain. I'm watching here. You should go now." Listening to this voice, I remembered hearing it before, but I couldn't recall who it was. Before I could think further, a male voice responded, "Yunyu, I'm coming." Hearing this, I thought this is going to be a big scene, and I couldn't help but find it amusing. I found a voice recorder in the space, quietly climbed down the tree, and circled around to the edge of the fake mountain. I turned on the recorder and placed it close enough to clearly hear what they were saying. Then I carefully climbed back up the tree to watch the scene unfold.
Yunyu, you right? I'm head.
"I missed you so much," said a voice I recognized but wasn't very familiar with. Why aren't you talking? Are you angry with me? I really haven't had time lately. Also, your family has been making a lot of noise recently, so I was afraid to come over. If someone finds out, both of us will be punished, and it could cause trouble for both families," the man said. From his words, it seemed he and Yunyu had a secret relationship. "Brother Ben, I'm not angry with you. I just can't feel happy right now. My mother has already told my grandmother to let third sister rest at the farm in Qingshuang Mountain. Once she feels better, she'll leave. But this isn't a good solution. Third sister will eventually return. What should we do?" Yunyu whispered, crying softly. "No need to go to the main house anymore. I now understand the situation. What a good plot and clever trick. In ancient times, everyone in the inner chambers could win an Oscar. Impressive." I listened as Lu Qingbin said, Don't worry. I'll find a way. The marriage was arranged by my mother. You know my heart belongs only to you. You both are the same age. There's still a long time before you come of age. I promise to find a way to cancel the engagement before then. I will marry you proudly. Rest assured, you are the true wife I will bring home. But before I cancel the engagement, you'll have to endure some hardship. What a scumbag. I thought he was special, but he's just trying to get rid of me. Just wait. I'm not someone who's easily fooled. I will surprise you all. Brother Ben, I'm not upset. As long as you care about me, I won't feel wronged. I just worry that Yunyu will find out. I'm afraid she won't forgive me. I am worried that Yunyu's personality might make her give up. What should I do, Brother Ben? I feel so upset, Yunyu said with tears in her voice. Yor is just kind. I know I'm sorry to Yunyu, but who made me like you? Who made us meet late? If it weren't for my mother sending me here to bring New Year gifts and I happened to meet you, I wouldn't have known how kind and gentle my Yor is. It makes me want to secretly meet you every night. My good Yor, let me hug you, Lu Qingbin's voice came with a teasing tone. I really can't listen to this anymore. I can't keep the recording pen. After thinking for a moment, I decided, since you love each other so much, a little sacrifice is okay.
Yunyu similet seyleye.
Quickly, I climbed down the tree and headed to Yunyu's private chamber. The door was slightly open, probably left by Yunyu herself for convenience. Inside Yunyu's room, I used my mental power to scan around. I first collected the silver notes and cash from the hidden compartment under the bed into my space, then took all the jewelry from the dressing table. None was left. The large furniture in the room remained untouched. I opened the door to what was probably gifts Yunyu received over the years. There were fabrics, ornaments, and some medicinal herbs. There were also many embroidered belly bands, each with a cloud-shaped badge embroidered on them. Haha, this is good. I took a few into my space. There didn't seem to be anything else of value. Before leaving, I also took 2 sets of Yunyu's clothes from the wardrobe. Feeling satisfied, I headed to the garden. When Yunyu arrived, she saw from afar 2 people saying a heartfelt goodbye. She released her spiritual sense and looked at the appearance of Lu Qingbin, the second son of the Jingning Marquis family. He looked decent, quite handsome. No wonder Yunyu was so enchanted that she even lost her reputation as a noble young lady.
Sigh.
Male beauty can be so misleading. After they left, Yunyu put away the recording pen and threw it back into her space, planning to go back and rest. The next day, Yunyu privately asked the wet nurse of the original owner about the family's private treasury, dowry items, and current accounts. She asked the maid to quickly organize these items. If they didn't have enough help, she could let the maids in her yard assist, but everything must be counted within 2 days. There was no need to hide anything from others. Isn't that all she wanted? I will definitely help you. Let you taste what it's like to fail when trying to steal something.
Disgusting.
If you don't have a good time, I'll be happy. She thought about how to do it perfectly, without fail. 2 days passed quickly. Mammy came over and brought the account book. Yunyu carefully looked through it. The original owner's family truly cared for her daughter. Judging from the records in the book, they used only the best things. This doesn't include the shops and farmland her mother had given away half a year ago. No wonder so many people are interested. Mammy said that back then it was a grand celebration with lots of guests, very lively. After reading the account book, Yunyu softly asked, Mammy, what about the shops and farmland? Where are the people who managed them? How did Mother arrange them? Miss, the people who used to work in the Duke Wu's estate, including the managers and their families, have all gone back there. The few families we helped after your marriage stayed. Originally, Miss wanted them to choose. Either go back to the Duke's estate with the managers or be free to find their own way. But they didn't want to leave. We trained some of these families so they could handle things on their own. When they saw they didn't want to leave, Miss asked if they wanted to follow you and serve you in the future. They all agreed. Mammy paused for a moment and continued. So, Miss asked me to secretly buy a large farm outside the capital using your name. Unfortunately, time was short. The good farms near the city are owned by big families, and no one was willing to sell. I could only choose a farm a bit farther from the city. It's quite large, but about 1/3 of it is forest and mountains. The scenery is nice, and it's a good place to escape the summer heat.
Miss told me to settle those families on the farm.
She also said I shouldn't mention this to anyone else, not even the Duke's estate. Looking at Mrs. expression and thinking about her poor situation, Yunyu felt sad. Miss was pampered and raised carefully since childhood, always protected by the old lady of the Duke Wu's estate. She had never experienced hardship. This was the last card Miss had left. The second young master might marry again in the future, and Miss was worried her life would become difficult. Soon, she might have no one to rely on. It's truly a mother's love that cares so deeply. Yunyu then asked, "Mammy, how many people are living on the farm now? Are they all from our family?" "There are 4 households living there now. The others are tenants from the original farm, living in nearby villages," Mammy replied. She then took out a small box and handed it to Yunyu. Yunyu took the box, opened it, and saw a letter, along with the land deed and the sale contracts for the 4 families. After looking, she realized that Zhuangzi was quite large. The Guangshan forest alone covered over 300 acres, making it a small hill. The land totaled 580 acres, mostly good farmland, with 500 acres leased out to others. The remaining 80 acres were farmed by the 4 families. All the lease agreements were inside. She hesitated before opening the letter. The letter mostly expressed her mother's reluctance and advice for her daughter. It repeatedly emphasized that if she couldn't handle something, she must return to the Duke of Wu's estate to report. It also mentioned that only her nanny knew about the affairs on Zhuangzi, and she should keep it to herself, so if anything happened, she would have a backup plan. In the end, her mother advised her to develop her abilities, but not forget to find her younger brother. If her brother ever returned, she should remember to offer a prayer and send her a message. After reading the letter, Yunyu's eyes reddened. When she took over the original owner's body, her mother had already passed away. She had inherited her memories, but hadn't experienced her feelings directly. So, her emotions were different. But seeing this letter, she felt a mixture of sadness and compassion. Perhaps the original owner's spirit hadn't completely faded, or maybe she was moved by a mother's love. Either way, her heart felt heavy, and she became quite sad. 15 minutes later, Yunyu composed herself and asked, "Nanny, how did mother arrange for you? Are you going back to the Duke's estate?" The young lady asked this old servant to take good care of you, to guard the dowry she left for you, and to look after you. This old servant also needs to wait for the young master to return, serve him, and watch over you at your wedding. I want to protect the only 2 bloodlines she left behind in this world, the nanny said sadly but firmly. "Nanny, I have something for you to do. Tomorrow, take Ling Xue, Ling Yu, Ling Shuang, and Ling Luo, the 4 of them, to the government office to cancel their servant status. I will have them pack their things and meet you at the city gate. Follow my instructions." Thinking for a moment, she added, "The 4 of them are not young anymore. When you go to Zhuangzi, see if any of the 4 families have suitable matches for them. If so, let them marry and settle down. It's better for them to stay in Zhuangzi and help with affairs." Yunyu suddenly smiled at the nanny's conflicted and complicated expression. She told the nanny everything she knew, including her own thoughts. Only then did the nanny relax her worries. But she then said, "Young lady, if we leave, what about your dowry? When you return, it might be all gone. If that happens, how can I explain to your spirit in the afterlife? Madam, tomorrow you will take the 4 of them to the estate. Once they are settled, you will return the day after. Before I leave, I will hand over the key to my mother's storeroom to the person who wants it. However, you need to come back and personally hand over and check everything with them. I will have them write a formal document. They probably won't think much of it, just assuming I am still a child, and whether I can return is uncertain. Don't worry, I won't make things easy for them. I will make sure they suffer some loss. If anyone at the mansion asks about Ling Xue and the others, just say they have reached the age to leave and that they previously asked my mother to arrange marriages for them. After 100 days, the lady will let them go. Tomorrow, it's best to change into plain clothes before leaving the city so no one notices. Also, madam, please draw me a map of the estate. I plan to visit tomorrow night to see the place and meet the people there. Since we are leaving Beijing in the next few days, and once everything is arranged, we might not return soon. It's better to be cautious and prepared for any surprises." After giving these instructions, the maid went out to handle her tasks. Yunyu then called the 4 women in and explained everything about the situation. Looking at them, she said, "This is to protect you. If you don't find the right person at the estate, it's okay.
Take your time.
If you have other thoughts, you can speak before lights out. As your master, I will support your choices." After that, she dismissed them. Once they left, Yunyu announced that she could sit up for a little while and that she would be able to get out of bed and move around in a few days. Yunyu had made up her mind. If she was going to leave, she wouldn't delay any longer. In the young master's Qingfeng courtyard, the young master's wife, Madame Feng, was sitting in the front hall, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea, thinking about the affairs of the mansion. Suddenly, she had an idea and beckoned a maid nearby. She said, "Go call the wet nurse." The young maid respectfully replied, "Yes, madam. I will go now," and quickly left the main hall. Soon, the wet nurse arrived with the young maid. She entered respectfully and said, "Greetings, young master's wife. You called me for something?"
She was quite old now.
She should have retired to her hometown to enjoy her later years, but since she had no close family, Madame Feng, remembering their long relationship, allowed her to stay in the Marquis's residence to serve the lady. Everything would be arranged for her in her later years. She no longer did much work, mostly just kept the lady company. After Mrs. Feng took a small sip of tea, she slowly said, "This morning, someone from the Bamboo Flute residence sent a message saying the 3rd young lady is doing well. The nursemaid suggested I visit her. What do you think?" After speaking, she smiled and looked at Nursemaid Zhang. Nursemaid Zhang respectfully replied, "All right, I will go now. I will also bring some of the lady's care and visit the 3rd young lady properly." She said this, but her eyes showed her true intentions. Mrs. Feng, the wife of the heir, said, "A few days ago the palace gave us some small gifts. Pick a few nice ones to take over, and also mention the matter of Qingliang Mountain. Don't let the other courtyards think we are bullying the 3rd young lady. Say, it's the old madam's idea." After speaking, her eyes showed scheming, and she waved her hand to dismiss Mrs. Feng. While Mrs. Feng was thinking about this, her young daughter Yunyu ran in crying. Before she reached close, she said, "Mother, you have to stand up for me." Tears were falling like they cost nothing. Mrs. Feng felt both pity and annoyance for her daughter. This young girl was spoiled and raised carefully since she was little. It truly fits the saying that daughters are made of water. Since she was young, when she got angry or upset, tears would come easily. She didn't know what had happened this time. Honestly, she was a bit annoyed that her daughter cried so easily, but what could she do? She gently touched her brow and said, "What happened? Why is Yue so upset? Come, tell mother." She pulled her daughter to sit on a nearby chair. Seeing her daughter crying without saying anything, she looked at Yunyu's maid and said, "You tell me, what happened to the 2nd young lady?" Her tone was sharp and serious. The maid quickly knelt down and nervously said, "Madam, yesterday morning, the young lady was invited to a flower viewing banquet hosted by Princess Zijing of the Grand Princess's residence. Many of her friends and classmates were there, and they played happily, forgetting the time. When she returned to the house, it was already late. She had been moving around a lot that day, so, after soaking her feet, she went to sleep. This morning, when she woke up and was getting ready, she found that her jewelry on the dressing table, except for the one she wore on her head yesterday, was all gone. She ordered someone to search the entire house, but nothing was found. Also, the savings and private silver she had saved over the months were missing, along with the gifts she received for her birthday and festivals over the years. "Please, madam, please help our 2nd young lady."
What?
"Who is so bold to steal inside the Marquis's residence. Wen Lan, take people to find the steward and have him investigate this matter thoroughly. I want to see who dares to steal in the Marquis's house." After saying this, she looked at her crying 2nd daughter with a sense of helplessness. Despite such a big incident, she couldn't scold her, so she patiently comforted her. "Don't worry, mother has already asked the steward to investigate. Believe me, we will get news soon. Mother will stand up for you. Stop crying now, or you'll look ugly." She gently patted her daughter's back. After all, she had carried her for 10 months, so how could she not feel love? In the heir's courtyard, the maid Wenlan received her orders and left. The heir's wife patiently comforted her younger daughter, but she was also quite uneasy inside. If what the maid from Silk Chamber Pavilion said was true, then who was so daring to do such a reckless thing? The Marquis's residence has always been heavily guarded. How did the troublemaker get in? Thinking that only some items were stolen this time, she wondered what would happen next. Seeing her young daughter crying so sadly, she couldn't help but feel scared. It seemed she needed to tell her husband about this. She also needed to discuss with her husband to add more guards at night for safety. This would make everyone feel a bit more at ease. The Marquis's backyard was full of women, and anyone causing trouble would inevitably involve her as the head lady of the household. It would also affect the reputation of the Marquis's house. She was worried and confused, unable to think clearly. Seeing her daughter still crying made her even more impatient. She called over Yunyu's maid and said, "Help the second young lady back to Silk Chamber Pavilion and tidy her up. Look at her, she's a mess. How can she look like a proper girl from a noble family?" Inside the bamboo flute residence, Yunyu lounged lazily, leaning on a soft couch. She held a cup of tea brewed with spiritual spring water, slowly sipping. She thought that the maid should have already completed the procedures to remove her status with Ling Shui and the others. She glanced around the room, realizing she probably wouldn't stay here much longer. At that moment, the maid Yuzhu hurried in and said, "Young lady, there was a big commotion at Silk Chamber Pavilion this morning. I checked and heard that overnight, the items in second young lady's room were completely stolen by troublemakers. It was when second young lady finished washing up and was about to put on makeup that she discovered the theft. She told the maids in her chamber to search the pavilion, but they found nothing. Second young lady and the steward of the courtyard became panicked. She ordered the guards and the steward's maid to be beaten, then ran to the lady of Qingfeng courtyard to complain and ask her to help. The young lady has already sent Wenlan to find the butler and investigate the matter. It is likely they will come to ask us soon. Miss, how do you think we should respond to this?" Yuni looked at the young maid and her mother, who had been rescued. She appeared calm and gentle. She seemed steady and capable, which was good. Seeing that her young lady remained silent, Yunyi continued, "Madam Lin and Sister Ling Shui left the mansion this morning. Could they suspect us? I'm worried that." Yuni thought she was quite careful and asked, "When did they leave the house?" Yu Zhu replied, "They left just before dawn. I saw them off at the south corner gate, which has been checked and recorded."
Yunyi similed lightly.
Everyone leaving the mansion is checked and registered at the gate, with records. It has nothing to do with us. Just watch quietly. Unless, well, that depends on whether they have that ability. In a little while, the butler would bring people over. Don't block them, just let them in. Say that I've been feeling a bit better these days and can get out of bed, so I need to rest well. Be honest about everything else. Keep an eye on the courtyard residents and don't let them interfere with the Silk Chamber. Make sure they behave. As for Sister Ling Shui and the others, Madam Lin already told you four yesterday. From now on, you four will take over caring for me as Sister Ling Shui and the others did. Just follow how they took care of you before. Watch the courtyard residents. That's all. I'm tired now, so you can go outside and keep watch." Yu Zhu responded, "Yes, Mississippi. I will take my leave." After leaving, she closed the door and relayed the Mrs. instructions to the other three at the entrance. Yulan stayed to guard the door, and the others went to do their tasks. Yu Zhu always felt that the young lady had changed. Although she had never served her closely, she had always been nearby. Now that she was better, she seemed more determined. She also felt that the young lady's aura had changed. Her eyes were sharp when she spoke just now. Sighing, Yu Zhu hoped that this time, the young lady would truly change and no longer be bullied by others in the courtyard. After the maid left, Yuni opened the map Madam Lin had left her and studied the route. Only then did she enter her space to continue practicing her mental strength techniques. To live a wonderful life in this world, she needed strong self-protection skills. Yun-yi remembered her grandfather's words, "In front of absolute strength, All schemes are nonsense. After cleansing her marrow, her body had already recovered. In her past life, she needed to practice her skills more and recover quickly to her strongest state. She also had to focus on training a mental strength technique to become powerful enough. Yunyu already knew how strong this technique was. When she reached the third level, she could make herself invisible within 100 meters, walk on walls, and move smoothly on the ground. Her speed was unmatched, and she could even use her mental power to decide others' lives without making a sound. She was just starting now, so she only used her mental power like a radar. Her training time was short, and her current consciousness could only monitor things within 100 meters. Anything farther was impossible. To stay safe in the future, Yunyu used every free moment to practice. By early noon, with the help of spiritual spring water and her talented body, she successfully broke through to the beginner level of her mental power. She officially entered the early stage of the first level of mental strength. Now she could check her surroundings within 100 meters anytime using her mental awareness and hear sounds clearly. She was definitely a useful tool for ancient palace battles. While soaking in a green hot spring pool, her body felt very comfortable, as if every pore was breathing. She felt extremely relaxed. After leaving the hot spring, she tidied herself up and discovered that she could now teleport instantly within her space, something she didn't know she could do after practicing her technique. It was a pleasant surprise, like getting a free gift. She squeezed fresh milk, boiled it, and took a sip. She was about to eat some fruit to get rid of the milk taste when she suddenly sensed a group of people coming from 100 meters away. She quickly finished the rest of her food, rinsed her mouth, and then left her space. She leaned back on a soft couch, picked up a nearby book, and waited for visitors. Soon, a group entered the courtyard of Zhu. Without waiting for Yulan and others to announce, they pushed past the guards and went straight into the main house. The leader was Li De, the steward of the Ho family. Along with him were Wenlan, the top maidservant of the young lady of Qingfeng Courtyard, and Zhang Shi, the nursemaid of the young lady. After they entered, Yulan, who was not stopped, knelt on the ground in front of Yunyu. She nervously said, "Miss, I am useless. I didn't have time to report." She couldn't finish her words. Yunyu's practice of mental power was really a good technique. It made her look pale easily, without much effort. She also pretended to be sickly, as if she was slightly ill but still needed rest. The people who entered all looked at Yunyu at the same time. The steward of the Ho mansion, Li De, thought to himself, "This second miss of the third branch is really lucky." Everyone said she wouldn't survive, but unexpectedly, someone who is unloved and uncared for has come back to life. She somehow recovered without explanation. Although she looks very sick now, she can at least get out of bed. In this ruthless home mansion, without her mother's care, who knows how far she can go? Luckily, her maternal family in Beijing still holds some influence. At least officially, the household dares not harm her. But secretly, who knows what they might do? I hope this eldest daughter of the second branch can stay positive and protect herself. While everyone was still stunned, Yunyu spoke. "I don't know what brings you all here. Since my mother passed away, I've been bedridden. Only recently have I managed to get out of bed. I didn't expect the rules in this mansion to be like this. I wonder if grandmother knows about this, or if she thinks that since the second branch has no mistress now and my father is not involved, I, as the only legitimate daughter, am no longer the lady of the house. Or perhaps it's the idea of the eldest aunt's son's wife. Since I lost my mother, I shouldn't be treated as the mistress here, left to be mistreated by the household. It's truly heartbreaking. I wonder if my maternal family knows how I am living in this mansion. Will they complain to the emperor to seek justice for me, the orphan girl who has lost her status?" Everyone was startled, and they quickly knelt down, saying, "Your servant, maid, old servant, greets Miss San." Yunyu didn't stop them but listened as the steward of the mansion said, "Please forgive us, Miss San, for our rudeness just now. We haven't seen Miss San for a long time. We were so focused on whether she was well that we forgot proper manners. We truly deserve to be punished." Others echoed, "Please forgive us, maid, old servant, for our lack of manners." Yunyu just wanted them to understand that although she is no mother and is not close to her father, she is still the mistress of this mansion. They should not look down on her or treat her lightly. She was not trying to make enemies with them. She only needed to be cautious of the master behind them. They were not worth her concern. Softly she said, "Everyone get up and answer." She then put down her book. She lifted her hand and picked up the teacup on the table, saying, "Tell me, why are you so rude today? You didn't even bother to let the maid come in and announce your arrival. Why did you rush in like this? Are you so anxious that you forget your manners and hierarchy?" A few people exchanged glances, all feeling that the third miss seemed different now. She was no longer as weak and easy to bully as before. Her speech was clear and logical, leaving no room for argument. Butler Lee stepped forward and said, "Miss San, here's what happened. Last night, the second Mrs. Courtyard was robbed. The madam of the young master asked the servants to investigate, so I came to find out the details." Yunyu said with a hint of displeasure, "Oh, so what does the butler want to know? Are you implying that our bamboo flute residence has the ability to steal from Second Sister's silk chamber? That's funny. My courtyard is separated from Second Sister's by a lake and 2 courtyards. There isn't even a man here. Do you think the guards and soldiers are just decorations? It looks like you've brought so many people today to search bamboo flute residence. Are you suspecting us of the theft? If you don't explain this clearly today, then this matter won't be over. Although I don't have a proper elder protecting me right now, my grandmother won't just watch me suffer without caring. The Duke Wu's household won't ignore this either. I am still the legitimate daughter of the second house of the Marquis' estate, not someone you can casually manipulate." Butler Lee knew that what Miss San said made sense, and that she was unlikely involved. Since she was now so difficult to deal with, it was better to step back. He said, "Miss San, you've misunderstood. I only came to ask about the situation, to see if any suspicious people appeared in the courtyard. I truly didn't mean to disturb your rest. I will take my people and leave now. Please forgive us." After speaking, he led the group of young servants away. The only ones left in the room were Zhang Mama, the nursemaid of the eldest lady, and Wenlan, the eldest lady's main maid. Yunyu said, "So, do you two have anything else to say? I'm a bit tired. Just say it quickly if there's something. You know my body can't take much." Zhang Mama stepped forward and replied, "Old servant is truly to blame. Since Miss San's health isn't fully recovered, I'll be brief. The eldest lady is worried about Miss San's health and sent me here to visit. A few days ago, the palace sent some small gifts. The eldest lady personally chose a few items and asked me to bring them for Miss San to play with, to help pass the time." She waved her hand, signaling the young maid outside to come in. Yunyu looked up and saw the young maid carrying a tray with 2 hair accessories. They looked delicate, and there was also a piece that resembled a crystal nearby. Curious, she reached out and picked it up to play with. This object looks like a diamond in hardness, but isn't as shiny, and it doesn't have the gentle luster of jade. It feels cold to the touch, but based on Yunyu's keen eyesight, it is definitely not an ordinary stone. Its material isn't clear. Madame Zhang explained, these items were specifically chosen by the young lady of the house for the third young lady. The hairpin and hair ornament were gifts from noble people in the palace. As for this piece, it's a good item. I heard it was a tribute from the Eastern June Kingdom. There are 6 in total. It's called Ice Crystal. Our family only received one, so it was given to the third young lady. Other young ladies in the house must be jealous. This shows that the young lady of the house truly cares about the third young lady. Thinking about the recent situation with the third young lady, well, it seems the family wants her to feel at ease and recover quickly, so her father and the old madam can rest assured. Yunyu clearly saw Madame Zhang's guilty expression. She suspected that this item might not be a good one. The other sisters didn't like it, so it was sent to her instead. Yunyu guessed right. Things given by the palace are first chosen by the old madam of the house, the young lady of the house, and the legitimate young masters and misses of each family branch. Only after they choose can the rest pick. But now, Since the second house has no matriarch, no one is there to stand up for the third young lady. Although the old madam still cares, she is getting old and exhausted, so she can't watch over everything all the time. A few days ago, the palace's gifts were already distributed. The legitimate young masters and misses of each family branch had already chosen. Even the favored concubines, sons, and daughters of the household had picked. Only the third young lady of the second house was left out. If the lady of Qingfeng Courtyard hadn't sent Madame Zhang to deliver the message, she probably wouldn't have received this item either. As for that piece of ice crystal whose material was unknown, if no one pointed out its special qualities, the young masters and misses used to seeing fine things wouldn't bother with it. Moreover, when the young master of the house first saw this item, he mentioned that it was only found in the eastern June kingdom. It is said to be nourished over 1,000 years in the snowy mountains of Betrayal. The item is good, but not something ordinary people can use. The envoys from the eastern June kingdom said that this item is in nature and not suitable to be worn as an accessory. Long-term contact could affect fertility. It is said that only those with special constitutions can handle it. Legend has it that besides those with special bodies, only people blessed with spiritual energy from the snowy mountains of Betrayal can harness this ice crystal. Ordinary people who wear it will stay warm in winter and cool in summer, and it can also nourish the body. It's a pity that Snow Spirit Mountain has only been around for over 100 years. No immortals infused with spiritual energy have come down the mountain since then. To date, fewer than 100 ice crystals have been formed using spiritual energy. It's clear that this item is truly valuable. The Eastern June Kingdom can only find a few ice crystals each year, but they cannot turn them into the rare spiritual crystals that people seek so desperately. Madame Zhang saw that the third miss was not moving and showed no extra expression on her face. She quickly said, "The Marquis and the old madam are also worried about the third miss's health. It's been almost 3 months now, and they're getting anxious. Yesterday, a maid from our courtyard went to Ronghui Hall to report that the third miss was improving and could get out of bed. The old madam was so happy she seemed like she was floating, and she ordered the second Mrs. wife to take good care of the third Mississippi. This morning, Jiang Auntie from the second house reported to the old madam during her morning greetings that the household was noisy and not good for the third Mrs. recovery. She suggested that the third Miss rest at Qingliang Mountain Villa, where the climate is suitable and she could also relax. The madam cares most about the third Miss among the young ladies." The second Mrs. wife considered the third Mrs. situation and agreed, but she also worried that the third Mrs. body might not handle the long journey if she recovered fully. She suggested that the third Miss rest a bit longer before traveling. The third Miss is truly lucky. Madam and the second Mrs. wife always think of her first. No other young lady in the household compares. Yunyu quietly watched Madame Zhang speak to herself. When she finished, Yunyu said, "Thank you for worrying about me, grandmother. Once I feel a bit stronger, I will go to pay my respects. Please also thank my great aunt for her kindness. I will remember her good deeds." She gestured for her maid to put away the things beside her. Madame Zhang saw that everything was settled and said, "Then, third Miss, you should rest well.
I will take my leave now."
She then left with her senior maid, Wenlan, and the others from Zhudiju. Once everyone had left, Yunyu ordered her maid to bring the meal. Soon Yu Mei and Yu Ju arranged the dishes and came to invite her to the front hall for lunch. Looking at the prepared dishes, Yunyu guessed that the household's main kitchen was probably trying to hide the food from others, fearing gossip. They didn't treat her harshly. Yunyu, recalling her memories of the original owner, knew that even when she was sick, her meals were never reduced in quantity or quality. It was a bit strange for Yunyu, new to this ancient world, to see such waste. Since she arrived, she had been asking someone to prepare a plate of her favorite dishes, letting the maids serve her first, and then eating after she finished. She told them to take the remaining food downstairs to share. Yunyu had seen these maids' meals once. They were arranged by rank, just enough to fill their stomachs. Eating well was impossible for them. After tidying up, Yunyu told them to leave. She needed to go out tonight for some errands and wanted to rest and gather her strength first. Lying in bed, she wondered if her body was still tired from practicing in the space earlier in the morning. Instead of feeling sleepy, she felt more energetic. She decided to get up, walk to the table, sit down, and have a cup of tea before going back into the space to continue her training. Her eyes casually glanced at the mysterious ice crystal on the dressing table. Yunyu walked over, picked it up, and played with it. She looked at it from all angles but couldn't see any pattern or design. Deciding to give up, she ordered the maid outside not to disturb her and closed the door. She lowered the bed curtain and took the stone into the space. As soon as she entered, she felt the space's air become restless. She clearly sensed the space was shaking and the fog around the edges of the space was thicker. The air seemed more humid than before. Yunyu didn't understand what was happening to the space. She initially wanted to leave and come back when it stabilized, but she found she couldn't leave now. The feeling of the ice crystal in her hand had also changed. Yunyu realized that the reason for the space's reaction was the ice crystal she was holding, which was made of some unknown material called ice crystal. She had planned to throw the ice crystal out, but when she looked down at her hand, she saw that the crystal had changed dramatically, brighter than a diamond. It was transparent like crystal, and the texture was no longer cold but smooth and warm, feeling like high-quality jade. It seemed to be slowly penetrating into her body. Yunyu was stunned. What was going on? She felt that after absorbing the energy, her body only felt comfortable, with no other strange sensations. She relaxed, and the space returned to calm. The space hadn't changed much, but the concentration of spiritual energy had increased significantly, making her feel more comfortable. She looked at the now crystal-clear ice crystal in her hand, and the penetrating feeling disappeared. Since she couldn't see through it, she decided not to worry about it. She went into the small building to put the item away. When she looked up, she saw the jade bowl she hadn't yet put away on the Eight Immortals table. Yunyu thought, since it's all unknown stuff anyway, I might as well put them together. Just as she was about to place the ice crystal into the jade bowl, the bowl suddenly shone with white light. The characters on the base lit up, and her mind appeared to see the words treasure appraisal. Instantly, she had information about the ice crystal. The snow spirit crystal, which takes 1,000 years to be nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, is a rare treasure in the world. It belongs to the yin element. Ordinary people who contact it for a long time can affect fertility. It must be blessed with spiritual energy to neutralize its icy properties and truly become a rare treasure that nurtures the body. Yunyu was delighted. Could I be a lucky fish? Ha! Now I realize that this unremarkable-looking object is called the treasure appraisal tool. As the name suggests, it is used to identify treasures. Interesting. I am a bit confused. What exactly is this place I have arrived in? What is the current situation? Where am I? No, I must go find a quiet place and clear my mind. Qingfeng Courtyard. Madame Feng, the wife of the heir, was reading a ledger inside when she heard the maid report, Madam, Miss Zhang has returned. Feng put down the ledger and softly said with a gentle smile, let her come in. Zhang Mama followed the maid inside, bowed to the lady sitting on the bed, and said, Madam, I have delivered the items to the bamboo flute residence, as you instructed. The person there is doing much better than before, but it's better to rest for a few more days to avoid gossip and criticism. People might say, we don't accept the second wife's daughter. Besides, her grandmother is from the Ho family and the Duke Wu's family is also involved. It's better for the lady to be cautious. Zhang Mama continued, Today I noticed that Miss San seems much sharper than before. Madam, you should think carefully. Everything should be done carefully. Feng listened to Zhang's words and said dismissively, sharp? Maybe. Since she's not my child and she nearly lost her life from that illness, she should improve a bit. But you're right. It's better to be cautious. Keep an eye on her. What does Miss San say about the Qingliang mountain matter? Zhang Mama replied, She doesn't show any particular thoughts. She seems quite calm. She asked me to thank you on her behalf and said she appreciates your concern. She will remember your kindness. Zhang Mama then recounted everything that happened today at the bamboo flute residence with Steward Li Da and what Miss San had said. The tall maid Wulon added any details that were missed. Feng narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Could it be that after falling seriously ill, she's suddenly become clever? No, I must be overthinking. A young girl in her teens wouldn't be able to hide her thoughts so well. A secluded courtyard in Qingliang Mountain late at night. In a small hidden courtyard, the main hall was still lit. A man in black knelt on the ground, waiting for the master upstairs to give orders. His face showed no emotion, but the sweat on his forehead revealed how nervous he was. The man sitting at the head of the table had a strong, determined face. He wore fine clothes. If you ignored his pale complexion and the fine sweat on his forehead, he seemed to be holding back something, unwilling to show it. This was the kind of face Yunyu liked in his previous life. After about half an incense stick's time, the man finally opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, "Today, this matter must be investigated clearly by Yunyu and the others. I want to see who dares to be so reckless and bold. Once the outside people have handled the situation, since your efforts failed, go back to Mingyan Pavilion and accept your punishment.
You may leave now."
The man in black sighed with relief. After leaving the room, he quickly stepped out. When he was 100 meters away, he took a deep breath. Luckily, the master was fine this time, and his own life was saved. Thinking about the punishment waiting for him in the pavilion, he was eager to get it over with. He hated those who caused trouble and came to find him today. If the master hadn't spoken, he would have made sure to investigate everything thoroughly. Anyone who dared to scheme against the master and hurt his people would face his wrath. The person in the room was none other than the famous Prince of Wisdom, Long Jingrui. Today was another full moon night, and he was born with a poison in his body. Every full moon night, his body experienced a terrible mix of ice and fire. His internal organs burned with heat, yet his bones felt icy cold, worse than death. But after each torment, he always survived. He had visited many famous doctors, but none could help. He could only rely on his deep internal skills to suppress the poison. Over the years, his condition had worsened. If not for his master passing down a secret method of their martial arts, he would have already died. His master once said that the worst thing for his illness was drinking alcohol before the full moon, as it would worsen the attack and prolong the suffering. Today, they had been careless. No one expected the alcohol to be hidden inside an unremarkable glutinous rice ball. If he hadn't been alert and noticed something was wrong after eating one, he would have been in trouble. The result was predictable. Over the past few months, he felt he was close to losing control of the poison. Each time, he managed to suppress it, but he didn't know how much longer he could hold on. Miraculously, after each episode, his skills seemed to improve. When the old head of the Medicine King Valley was alive, he once said that only the blood of the 1,000-year-old snow fox on Shueling Mountain in Dongjun country, combined with over 1,000 years of icy spiritual energy to form a spiritual crystal and soaked in blood for more than 6 hours, could cure the jade fire poison in his body. The person who made the poison had long since died, and only one antidote remained in the Medicine King Valley. However, during the chaos in the valley that year, a traitor appeared in the sect. The antidote was lost in the confusion and has not been found to this day. He had given up hope. Instead of wasting time searching for the missing antidote, he focused on practicing cultivation, hoping to suffer less during the full moon nights. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show a bitter smile. His mother had fallen ill several times because of this, refusing to face him. She spent her days fasting, praying, repairing bridges, and building roads, all in hopes of accumulating virtue and praying for his safety. This thought caused him pain. He had never seen his mother smile all these years. Every time they met, her face was full of worry. He felt he had let his son down. If only he had been more capable, his wise son wouldn't have suffered so much. Because of this, his mother's and father's relationship had become very cold. Even though the person who poisoned him had been executed, what was the use? It only caused pain to those who loved each other.
Sigh.
Long Jingrui was the youngest prince among the 4 countries on this continent. He was not born into the royal family's lineage, but earned his status through life-and-death battles and great achievements. He fought for his country from the age of 13, donning armor to battle enemies, and by 16, he held command over 200,000 soldiers. His military achievements were so impressive that at 18, the current emperor officially granted him the title of King Rui, built him a separate palace, and awarded him countless riches. The common people called him the War King, a title of love and respect from the people of Longting Kingdom. This continent has 4 major countries: Longting, Wanchao, Yunli, and Dongjun, along with over 10 smaller nations surrounding them. The populations and land areas of the 4 main countries are roughly similar. However, their economic strengths vary slightly. Longting and Wanchao have the advantage of larger territories. They have distinct seasons in the north and south, with prosperous agriculture and animal husbandry. Due to climate differences, they grow a variety of crops. Economic strength determines national power. A stronger country can invest more in its military and soldiers. With a solid foundation in agriculture and animal husbandry, the military strength is evident. Yunli Kingdom is located slightly south, with part of its territory being ocean. Although there are many fishing resources at sea, the climate is southern and hot, making storage difficult. Transportation to other places is nearly impossible, so they can only rely on the blessings of the weather and watch helplessly. The remaining land mainly grows rice. Despite abundant resources and 2 planting seasons each year, the land only covers 2/3 of the country's area, but must feed as many people as other countries. Coastal residents often make dried fish to exchange for more grain inland, helping them live better. Therefore, Yunli Kingdom's overall strength is slightly weaker than Longting Kingdom and Wanchao Kingdom. Finally, let's talk about Dongjun Kingdom. This country is actually the largest in land area among the 4 major countries on this continent. However, nearly 1/3 of its territory is covered by ice and snow for most of the year. It's similar to the Northeast, where more than 6 months each year are winter. The Bailing Snow Mountain is always covered in snow and is famous across the continent. Although the snow never melts there, the snow lotus flowers on the mountain are rare and valuable, and many precious medicinal herbs can only be found on Snow Spirit Mountain. Many people come from afar seeking wealth or health, constantly searching for ice crystals and snow lotus flowers on Snow Spirit Mountain. The mountain is always busy with visitors. Unlike Yunli Kingdom, most of Dongjuan's land is in the north, mainly growing wheat and corn. However, some areas near Snow Spirit Mountain have a climate suitable for planting rice once a year, thanks to summer rains and long sunshine hours. A few years ago, due to natural disasters, Dongjuan's harvest was poor. They then thought of taking land and grain from neighboring Longting Kingdom. Small conflicts continued, escalating into a major war 3 years ago. In that war, King Rui led the army and suffered repeated defeats, eventually retreating 300 miles from the border. Dongjun had to send envoys to negotiate peace. Since Dongjun was the one at war, the peace terms included ceding 2 cities to Longting and paying tribute every 3 years. Usually, only smaller vassal states of great powers pay tribute to their overlords. However, as the victorious country, Longting Kingdom was very angry. Recently, border civilians have suffered from the war, with many families destroyed. To maintain national pride, stabilize the court, and calm the people, they insisted on strict conditions for peace, including Dongjuan's tribute of ice crystals. Long Jingrui was awarded the title of King Rui after a great military achievement in a war. Because he was young, noble, and had many military accomplishments, he likely captivated many noble young women. 2 months ago, Long Jingrui noticed that his body was increasingly unable to suppress the poison of jade fire. He requested leave and secretly left the capital with his attendants to rest at a retreat on Qingliang Mountain. The retreat was built 2 years ago and had never been inhabited by an owner, so only a steward and a few servants remained there. The large estate had about 20 staff members. Before Long Jingrui arrived, messengers from the Jade Face Envoy came to prepare everything. It was known that only the current emperor, the Prince Qing, and his wife knew about King Rui's request to rest at the retreat. It was not difficult to find out who was responsible. The jade fire poison in Long Jingrui's body was not a secret in the royal and noble circles. Everyone knew that when the prince's legitimate son, Long Jingrui, was born, he was born with the poison. This poison has no cure to this day and can only be suppressed with strong internal power. Although Long Jingrui is now 21, he has no official wife or concubines. Many people admired Long Jingrui, and it was no exaggeration to say he was the dream lover of many young ladies in the capital. His military achievements and good looks made many noble daughters drool. The Prince Qing's estate wanted to take care of him, but dared not. The prince felt guilty for past mistakes and believed he owed his legitimate son, so he always prioritized Long Jingrui's wishes. Long Jingrui has been independent since he was young, and after the age of 7, he seemed to handle his own affairs without much interference. So, when he said he was not ready to marry, the Prince Qing simply accepted it. However, before his 18th birthday each year, the topic would come up again. People worried that this only legitimate son, with his jade fire poison and hardened personality from years of war, might remain lonely for life. Long Jingrui's mother, the princess consort, only had him as her son. She had been careless in her youth, allowing her concubines to gain influence, which she regretted deeply. She hated her concubines from the bottom of her heart. She believed that her son said he was not in a hurry and that he had no better way to suppress the jade fire poison. She also had not met anyone she liked. So, the princess consort let go of the matter, hoping her son would find someone he liked. She wished for a peaceful life with her son and daughter-in-law, and she would feel fulfilled. At this moment, after receiving the order, the members of the Ming Yen Pavilion rushed quickly toward their assigned targets to ensure they completed the messenger's task on time and as instructed. After issuing the command, the jade-faced messenger glanced in a certain direction of the courtyard, let out a deep sigh, gathered his energy, and flew away to return to Ming Yen Pavilion to accept punishment. In his mind, he was hoping the pavilion master would recover soon. Yes, the pavilion master of Ming Yen Pavilion is known as Ming Yen in the martial world, but he also has another identity. He is Long Jingrui, the legitimate son of King Qing, the younger brother of the current emperor. His status is noble, but only the 4 messengers of Ming Yen Pavilion know that he is the famous Ming Yen. Most people in the martial world have only heard of Ming Yen as a name, but do not know who Ming Yen really is. Those who have fought him know that he lives up to his name. Deep internal strength, excellent martial skills, and when he strikes, it's like a hellish demon. There are rumors among the common people that the pavilion master of Ming Yen Pavilion is handsome, charismatic, elegant, and a refined gentleman. However, no one has actually seen the real person. They only know that Ming Yen Pavilion does not accept immoral or unjust missions. If the mission details are inconsistent with the information provided, Ming Yen Pavilion will make sure you suffer more than death. Therefore, in the minds of the common people, Ming Yen Pavilion is seen as a symbol of justice. But martial artists all know that once Ming Yen Pavilion makes a move, it almost always succeeds. There are no failures unless the person who assigned the task provided false information and wanted to die. At this moment, Long Jingrui was sitting in a room meditating, trying to suppress his internal energy. His body was still uncontrollably trembling, enduring this torment for at least 3 more hours. Each time was worse than the last, making him feel like he was in. This time, because of a glutinous rice ball soaked in wine, he would suffer at least an hour longer than usual. His face was pale and frightening, his skin cold and translucent. Veins bulged all over his body, looking like vines crawling over a tree trunk. His body alternated between hot and cold, without sweat, but with visible mist forming in the air. This scene was truly terrifying. Since he was 7 years old, every full moon night, he faced everything alone, enduring, healing, repeating endlessly. He didn't know where the end was. If it weren't for his mother and master, he wouldn't even know what he was holding on for. At Huayong Marquis residence, it was late at night. Yunyu looked at the time and decided it was about time. She told Yu Zhu and the others to go rest. The maids, hearing her words, packed up and returned to their rooms. They had already gotten used to not staying awake at night for their miss. Yunyu thought about what had happened today. It seemed tonight wouldn't go as planned to visit the village. As they were about to leave, she decided it was better to be cautious. In the evening, Moon Bamboo reported that the mansion had recently hired many new guards, and the steward increased patrols in both number and frequency. Because of the theft at the Silk Chamber Pavilion, the steward searched all day but found no clues, as if the incident had vanished into thin air. This news made the young master, who had just returned home, very angry. The noble mansion was supposed to be secure, yet someone had sneaked in unnoticed and even moved everything from the Silk Chamber Pavilion. These were minor issues compared to the bigger problem. If this got out, the entire Marquis of Huayang's house would become a joke in the capital. The women in the backyard would not know how to behave, and they might not be able to attend banquets in the future. So, the steward ordered the servants to keep the matter quiet. Since no useful clues were found, the young master was puzzled. Could they have offended someone? The study's lamp was still burning late into the night. Meanwhile, Madame Feng, the young master's wife at Qingfeng Courtyard, was also in a difficult situation. There were no clues about the theft, but Zheng's maidservants found out that the second miss had met someone secretly late at night. Her close maid even tried to cover it up. Someone from outside had entered the mansion to meet her privately. This was extremely bold. Although the second miss had previously asked her to try to handle the matter discreetly, no one expected her to do something so scandalous. If the Marquis or the young master found out, it would be disastrous. Zhang was called in, and after a few whispered words, she left to carry out the orders. The next morning, Yunyu received news that the theft at the Silk Chamber Pavilion was connected to the maidservant close to the second Mississippi. It was a conspiracy involving outsiders, and the culprit had already been executed. Yunyu only smiled coldly upon hearing this. It seemed that Madame Feng was truly ruthless. Perhaps they had discovered the second Mrs. secret meeting with Lu Qingbin last night. One life had been sacrificed to cover their tracks. Yunyu had guessed Madame Feng's plan correctly. When she learned about the second Mrs. reckless behavior, she knew that to protect the Marquis, the old lady, and the young master, and to preserve the second Mrs. reputation, the maidservant had to be punished. This way, they could prevent the theft at the Silk Chamber Pavilion from becoming public knowledge. Otherwise, with so many people in the mansion, the secret might leak out someday, and the consequences would be hard to imagine. In the Silk Chamber Pavilion, Zhang Yunyu had been sitting for half an hour. She was shocked that her mother had found out about her and Lu Qingbin. Last night, her mother had quietly arranged for her close maidservant to be dealt with. This morning, I went to pay my respects. My mother scolded me and punished me for 3 days, forbidding me from leaving the Silk Chamber. I had to stay in the courtyard, reflect on my mistakes, and copy scriptures to pray for blessings for my ancestors. Zhang Yunyu knows that her mother is doing this to help her, but she feels so unlucky. Not only did she lose all her belongings, but she also has no way to defend herself or complain. She can't even go to her grandmother to vent. It's all so coincidental that everything happened at once, and even her personal maid got involved. It's truly frustrating. Luckily, her mother promised to help her find a way to resolve everything. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sneer. My dear third sister, without your mother's protection, I wonder how you'll compare to me. Only I, Zhang Yunyu, can marry into the Marquis Jingning's family. Since childhood, she and Zhang Yunyu grew up together. Although her second aunt doesn't control everything, she has a generous dowry, and her maternal family, the Duke of Wu's household, is quite capable. The second aunt and her husband have a good relationship. Zhang Yunyu was spoiled and raised with great care. Although they are the same age, Yunyu often overshadowed her. Now that the second aunt is gone and her second uncle spends his days drunken and dreaming, he's too busy trying to find his legitimate son to pay attention to Yunyu. Everything Yunyu has will be mine. Just wait and see. I will make you see me marry into the Marquis Jingning's family in glory. Around noon, Madame Lin probably returned to the estate. Without resting, she hurried straight to Judy's residence. Last night, she had arranged to meet the young lady at the village, but she waited and didn't see her. This morning, she didn't rush back, but followed the instructions her young lady had given her, making some arrangements. Only then did she prepare to return. After entering the estate, she didn't even have time to drink water before coming to see the young lady. Yunyu saw Madame Lin come in, with a bit of sweat on her face, and knew she had come straight here. She quickly poured her a cup of tea and said, "Madame Lin is back. Please have a cup of tea before we talk." Madame Lin saw that the young lady's expression was natural and thought nothing serious had happened, so she relaxed. She reported everything that happened at the village to Yunyu, and also told her about Ling Xue and the others. No one wanted to leave. They all agreed to follow the young lady's arrangements. Yunyu was somewhat satisfied with Madame Lin's work. She also told her about what happened in the estate yesterday. She said it would probably be just a few days before they set out, so Madame Lin should prepare early with Yunyu and the others and make plans in advance. Madame Lin received her orders and left. Yun leaned on the soft couch, thinking about things. She guessed that the lady of the main house's son's wife was eager to send her away, probably waiting impatiently. So, she decided to take the initiative and see them off herself. While she was thinking, Yunyu came in to report Miss Aunt Jiang from Juyuan and Miss 7 and Miss 8 are here. They said they came to see if you were feeling better. Yun smiled, thinking, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." She said, "Let them in. I've been missing my sisters." Soon, Yunyu brought Aunt Jiang and the two young ladies into the room. Yun looked up at them. The young woman leading the group wore a purple embroidered scholar's robe, lightly made up, with a 7-treasure elegant hairpin on her head. This was her father's concubine, Jiang, who was scheming to get her mother's dowry. Behind her were two girls, probably her younger sisters. One wore a light blue pomegranate skirt, and the other a simple white pleated skirt, both looking fresh and clean. After greeting, Yun asked the maid to serve tea. She then said, "Why are Aunt and my sisters here today? Please sit down and talk." They found seats. Jiang replied, "A few days ago, Yun Man was unwell and didn't come to visit you. Please don't mind Miss 3. When she got better, she insisted on coming to see you. She brought Miss 7 and Miss 8 to see if you are feeling better. You look much better today. Are you still unwell anywhere?" Yun took a sip of tea and slowly said, "I'm much better now, thank you, Aunt. I appreciate your concern." Inside, she thought how troublesome these ancient people were, always talking and delaying things. Aunt Jiang's eyes flickered as she said, "That's what should be. No need to say more, so we don't upset Miss 3 again." She then rambled on about many things. The two sisters only greeted and bowed when they arrived, saying nothing else, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Then Aunt Jiang said, "The Marquis and the old madam care about Miss 3. Knowing you have heavy thoughts, they want to change your environment. After discussing with the son's wife, they plan to send Miss 3 to the Qingliang mountain villa to rest. They say the climate there is nice. You can go relax and get some fresh air. What do you think, Miss 3? Yunyu lowered her head for a moment before raising her face to look at Aunt Jiang with a light smile and said, "I have listened to my grandfather and grandmother's arrangements." To Aunt Jiang, this was a forced smile. Without the second lady making decisions, she was left to be easily manipulated and controlled. After hearing Yunyu's words, Aunt Jiang finally relaxed half of her worries, fearing that the girl might cause trouble and refuse to leave. Actually, she didn't want to oppose Yunyu either, since when the second lady was around, she had been quite kind to her. Now, they were all just trying to get by under the young master's wife, also planning for their two daughters. It was an unavoidable situation. She hoped that the third young lady wouldn't blame her in the future. The next morning, Yunyu went to Ronghui Hall to pay respects to her grandmother at the usual time. After the maid reported, she led the third young lady into the main hall. When Yunyu entered, the aunt from the fourth house had already gathered with the children and daughters of the family. Yunyu greeted everyone politely, then sat down to wait for the old lady to come out. Soon, others from the different households arrived one after another. Yun-yi also saw the members of the Jean family from her original memories. She greeted them one by one, and they all showed warmth and concern towards her, appearing quite friendly on the surface. When the old lady came out and saw Yun-yi, she immediately fussed over her, asking about her health and well-being. Yun-yi could sense her genuine care, which made her feel a bit more at ease. At least, in this large, noble household, there was still someone who truly cared for her. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Yuni knew the main topic was about to be discussed. Sure enough, when the young master's wife saw that the old lady and Yun-yi had almost finished talking, she said, "Yun-yi, your grandparents are very fond of you. We had discussed and decided to arrange for you to rest at the Qingliang Mountain Villa. I think your health has improved enough. When do you think you can set out?" The old lady didn't expect Mrs. Feng to bring up this matter today. No matter what, Yunyi's health was just recovering, and setting out now might worsen her condition. She was somewhat displeased with Mrs. Feng for this. Yun-yi listened to this, glanced at the people from the main house, then looked back at the old lady. Seeing her somewhat displeased expression, Yuni felt a bit relieved. At least someone was thinking of her. Since she no longer wanted to stay here, there was no point in arguing. She simply said, "Whatever the grandmother and aunt arrange is fine." Immediately, the main hall fell silent, each person lost in their own thoughts. The old lady saw that Yun-yi from the second house had agreed, so she didn't say anything more. After all, she still needed to give Mrs. Feng some face, as she was the housekeeper managing the household affairs. The members of the main household felt excited inside, but they tried not to show it to avoid trouble, especially the eldest daughter, Zhang Yunhui. Her mother had mentioned before that second aunt's dowry was all top-quality items. Over the years, the gifts sent from the Duke of Wu's estate during festivals were all rare treasures. In half a year, she would be getting married, and the dowry for the legitimate and illegitimate daughters was already set. What remained were the private dowry from her parents and additional ornaments from close relatives. Her mother's family had fallen on hard times, so her mother's dowry was modest and proper. Her mother once said that if second aunt's private treasury could be taken out, her dowry could be much richer. Thinking of this, her gaze toward the third sister changed, now filled with disdain. The third and fourth households only heard about this today. They looked over, quickly trying to understand what was happening. Why was the main household doing this? Everyone knew the main household wouldn't act without a good reason. Although the third household had just returned to the capital, they were clever. They saw the eldest daughter's wife from the main household smiling happily, while the third young lady looked downcast, seeming to understand something. As for the fourth household, they knew the main household's purpose, but had no say in the estate. It wasn't their concern. Even if it involved the second household's belongings, they wouldn't get a share. Yuni glanced around at everyone present, taking it all in. She sneered inwardly. It seemed that in this ancient noble family, genuine feelings were rare. Only the grandmother might have some sincerity, but probably only when it didn't threaten the Marquis's estate or her own interests. Yuni's mind was set. She had only one wish, to find her biological younger brother. She hoped the child was still alive and that she could find him. This had always been her obsession. Silently, she thought to herself, "Zhang Yuni, don't worry. From now on, Xiao Yuni, will take over your life, except for the so-called father you never met. Rest assured, I will do my best to fulfill your wish, find your real younger brother, and treat him well. As for the Zhang family, I'm sorry, but I can't prioritize them. I just want to live as I wish." The eldest daughter's wife, Mrs. Feng, smiled and said, "Then we'll set out in 3 days.
What do you think, Yun-yi?"
It will give the people in Judy's courtyard some time to prepare, and you can rest a few more days. Everything depends on your health. The old lady cares about you the most. We can't let your grandmother worry about you anymore. What do you think?" Yun-yi inwardly sneered. She was truly impatient. Isn't it said that women in the ancient inner court are masters of schemes and tricks? Is this what being a master looks like? Yun-yi almost laughed at her own thoughts, realizing she had drifted too far. Yun-yi said, "All right, I will follow Auntie's words. I will have the maid start tidying up when I return later." After speaking, she turned to look at the old lady of the Marquis's residence, sitting at the head. Her eyes showed deep reluctance as she continued, "But this way, I can't always stay by Grandma's side day and night. Grandma, I will miss you and hope you and Grandpa stay happy and safe every day. I will often write scriptures for you and pray for your health. Once I recover, I will come back to serve you and repay your love." As a modern person, she was just acting out a scene. Mrs. Fong didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She felt happy inside, but kept a calm face. Then she made a bold decision and said, "Yun-yi, your father isn't at the house either. It's been over a month since he left, and he didn't say when he would return. Since you leave now, the second branch has no proper head. When will your father come back? There's no certainty. The house always needs someone to watch over it. Who do you think is suitable?" When she said this, the old lady at the head looked very displeased. She didn't expect Mrs. Fong to be so scheming, but she knew a bit about the house's situation. Besides the private estates of each branch, the house's official assets are limited. In recent years, there haven't been new shops or farmland and no particularly outstanding children. The Huayong Marquis family has been declining for generations. The Marquis generation has 3 sons and 9 daughters in total, including the main line. Now, at the heirs level, there are 4 sons and 12 daughters. The grandchildren have slightly improved, with 5 sons and 10 daughters in total. The old lady sighed deeply in her heart. This is how it is. Chengqing will eventually need to remarry and take a new wife. When she gets older, she will try to protect Yun-yi as much as possible. She looked at Yun-yi with some guilt. Even if she was unhappy, she didn't speak against Mrs. Feng's actions. She thought that later she would have to talk to her alone, to give her a stern warning, and she would also consider Yun-yi and the second branch's heir, who hasn't been found yet. The third and fourth rooms listened to this and felt uncomfortable. The main house was really calculating. Looking at the old lady's expression, it was clear she had silently approved. When looking at Yun-yi, there was a hint of pity in her heart. But she thought it wasn't really up to their 2 lesser houses to manage this matter. They couldn't control it anyway, so they wouldn't speak out or cause trouble for themselves. She sighed inwardly, feeling truly sorry that she no longer had her mother to protect her. Her gaze toward the main house changed. It was obvious they were openly taking over. They had lost their mother, and now even their father was gone. They weren't afraid that the second master would find out and blame the main house. Besides, Yun-yi had the support of the Duke of Wu's family behind her, so the main house might not be able to do whatever they wanted. She decided to watch and see how things would unfold, feeling a bit better inside.
Yunyu understood her thoughts perfectly.
She didn't give her any face and said, "There's no need for you to worry about this, Auntie." After leaving the old lady's Ronghui Hall, Yun-yi slowly walked back through the garden. It was late summer now, and the scenery in the garden was quite beautiful. People in ancient times really knew how to enjoy life. The noble estate was built with pavilions, towers, and traditional-style structures. Small bridges over flowing streams, winding paths leading to quiet spots, lush trees, and colorful flowers everywhere. As she passed the garden pavilion and the artificial mountain, she suddenly heard crying. Curious, Yun-yi signaled to her maid Yuzhu to stay silent and quietly moved toward the sound. In front of her, a girl with her head lowered was crying. Yun-yi didn't recognize her. Yuzhu said she was a new maid in the house, probably helping in the flower and herb room.
Yun-yi slowly approached.
The crying girl looked up and saw a pair of embroidered shoes in front of her. She was so frightened, she raised her tear-streaked face. Seeing that Yun-yi was a stranger, she realized she had only been in the house for a little over a month. Her family's mother was sick, and they had no money for treatment. She had sold herself to enter the house. Now she had just received news that her money had been taken by her grandmother to pay off her uncle's gambling debts. Her mother was no longer getting medicine, and she had no idea what to do. She couldn't help at all, so she hid here, crying her heart out. She was so scared she quickly knelt down and stammered, "Miss, I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to disturb you. Please forgive me." She kept kneeling and kowtowing on the ground. Yunyu looked around and saw a viewing stone a few steps ahead. She slowly walked over and sat down. Then she said, "Get up and answer me. Tell me who you are and why you're crying here." Next to Yunyu, Yuzhu said, "Don't be afraid. This is the daughter of the second household in our family. According to her rank, you can call her third Mississippi. Our young lady is usually kind to the servants. Don't be scared. If you have anything to say, tell it to our young lady." The young maid, Vanilla, tremblingly responded, "My name is Xiang Chao. I was bought into the house about a month ago. Now I work in the flower and grass room." She looked up at Yunyu, who showed no impatience. She continued, "My mother is seriously ill, but our family has no money left. To pay for her treatment, I sold myself to serve in the Marquis's house. But this morning, I received a letter from my brother. Grandmother took the money to pay off my uncle's gambling debts, ignoring my mother's illness. The doctor said my mother's condition is urgent, but I can't do anything now." She started crying sadly. Yunyu listened and felt deeply moved. This was the first time she truly understood what life was like for the lower class in this ancient society, so hard and lacking basic rights. She knew she couldn't change these circumstances, so she sighed inwardly and spoke softly. "What did the doctor say? How much silver does your mother need to get better?" Xiang Chao looked at Yunyu with disbelief, her face a bit blank. Yunyu signaled to Zhu, who then took out a small bag of money from her sleeve and handed a silver ingot to Xiang Chao. Xiang Chao was so frightened she almost threw the silver away, trembling as she said, "Get this. This can't be right. I can't take the young lady's silver." Yunyu smiled and stood up, softly saying, "There's nothing wrong with it. Life isn't easy. I see your filial piety, so this is just a small help. Take it quickly and use it to treat your mother." Xiang Chao was still stunned, but Yunyu had already stood up and headed toward Zhu's residence. Behind her, Xiang Chao, realizing what to do, knelt down and kept kowtowing, saying, "Thank you, third Mississippi. Thank you, third Mississippi. I will remember your kindness." Yunyu took a few steps and then turned back, saying, "Be careful this time. Don't let your grandmother take the money again. If needed, just buy medicine and bring it back." After that, she quickly walked away. Returning to Bamboo Flute residence, she called for Grandma Lin and 4 maids. These trusted people listened carefully as she explained what happened today at Ronghui Hall. She asked them to hurry and pack to avoid mistakes in the rush. She then privately told Grandma Lin, "First, count and prepare my mother's belongings that are not listed in the dowry list. Then, go to Duke Wu's residence to inform them about our departure to Qingliang Mountain Villa in 3 days. Explain to my maternal grandparents that this is also my decision. Staying at the villa will be more comfortable than remaining in the Marquis's house. It's a good chance to relax. We can discuss other matters once I arrive. Also, make sure they send someone over tomorrow. Tell them everything that happened at grandmother's house, word for word. Reassure them not to worry. I won't let myself suffer losses." Grandma Lin obeyed and left. Yunyu sat leisurely on the bed, drinking tea, waiting for people to come. After the 4 personal maids received the young lady's orders and left, they hurried to organize and check everything. They had already packed most things yesterday, but they were careful to avoid missing anything, each busy with their tasks. Meanwhile, Grandma Lin carefully completed the young lady's instructions, then left the Marquis's residence through the side gate to report to Duke Wu's grandmother. More than half an hour later, Grandma Lin met the old lady of Duke Wu's residence. She recounted everything Yunyu had told her, then added what she knew herself. Hearing this, Duke Wu's grandmother's eyes filled with tears. She never imagined that the Huayang Marquis family would refuse a legitimate daughter who lost her mother and even try to seize the belongings left for her daughter's granddaughter. She was shameless enough to say such things, which truly opened her eyes. Her face showed no shame. She thought of her own suffering daughter and her long-lost grandson, and she burst into tears again. After calming herself, she said, "My poor granddaughter has been forced into such a state. She's so young and has suffered so much." It seems Zhang Qingqing is no longer alive, seeing his own flesh and blood being bullied like this. I was blind back then to marry Jiaqing to him. Not only did she not find happiness, but she also lost her life early. Now my daughter and I are separated by life and death. And little Yunpeng still has no news. Can't even the only one left in front of us, Yunyi, be protected? Do the Huayang Marquis family want to cut ties with us, the Duke Wu family? I will go ask them what they are thinking. If they try to bully my Yunyi, they will see whether our Duke Wu family agrees. Her eyes were full of worry, and a fierce look flashed across her face. Madame Lin quickly said, "Old madam, please don't be upset. Mrs. said that this is her own decision. She feels she will be more comfortable leaving the Marquis' residence. She won't let herself suffer any loss. Please, let the old madam support Mrs. Choice. Since Miss recovered from her illness, I feel she has changed a lot. She is very determined. Since she has agreed, she won't change her mind. The young master left a month ago to find the young sir and hasn't returned yet. Miss insists that tomorrow someone from the estate must go there. Earlier, Miss said she would hand over her private treasury before leaving, but she wants them to sign a written agreement. The old madam, Miss, is now quite strategic, so let's follow her wishes. Maybe she's right, leaving temporarily might be better. Since Miss left, she has fallen ill. It's been over 3 months, and she only just survived. Although she hasn't been as confused and distracted as before these days, I think a change of environment might help her more. Now, without Mrs. Protection, even with the support of our Duke of Wu's family, we can't always watch over her. Mrs. idea is to leave the residence first. As for what happens next, we can discuss it later. Old madam, rest assured, I will do my best to take good care of Miss, so she can rest peacefully in heaven. Having said this, Madame Lin also comforted the old madam of the Duke of Wu's family. She arranged everything Miss instructed, and then took her leave from the Duke's residence. Yunyi was also waiting for the person she expected. She sneered inwardly at how impatient they were. The visitor was Wenqin, the personal maid of the eldest son's wife. After entering and bowing, she softly said, "Miss San, the young lady's wife asked me to come and ask when would be a good time to meet and discuss the affairs of the estate." After feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head and waited. Yunyi finished her tea and then said, "Let's meet after the morning greetings tomorrow. It's already late today. Moon Bamboo and the others are packing, and they can't spare the time. Is that okay?" Having received confirmation, Wenqin was satisfied and politely took her leave to report back to Qingfeng Courtyard. The next morning, Yunyi woke up early, as usual. She tidied herself up and took her maid, Yu Zhu and Yulan, to the Ronghui Hall to pay respects to her grandmother. She wanted to show her sincere filial piety before leaving. The morning light slowly opened the curtain, revealing a colorful and splendid morning. A fresh breeze blew through, and dewdrops, clear and shiny, slid down the leaves, jumping happily. The lush green grass awoke gently under the soft morning sunlight. Under the rain and dew, everything looks greener. Fish swim freely in the lake, and the willow trees reflect beautifully in the water. Cloud E walks slowly into this lovely scene. When she enters Ronghui Hall, she notices everyone arrived early today. The old lady hasn't come out yet. Everyone sits in their places, waiting to pay their respects when she appears. Cloud E greets the elders and sisters from each household one by one, then sits at her place and picks up the teacup brought by her maid. She sips slowly while observing the expressions of the people around her with her spiritual awareness. It's really a display of many different human emotions. Cloud E watches everyone's behavior carefully. The first household's members seem anxious, wishing time would pass faster. They try to stay calm, but their nervous movements reveal their true feelings. The third and fourth households look conflicted, with eyes showing some sympathy for Cloud E, along with disdain, envy, and jealousy towards the first household. They wish they could join in but feel powerless. Thinking of this, Cloud E feels a bit sad for them. Suddenly, she can't hold back a laugh and lets out a soft chuckle. Luckily, everyone is too distracted to notice. She quickly raises her teacup to hide her amusement. When everyone finally waits for the old lady to come out, it's already early morning. The close maid explains, last night, the old lady slept a bit later than usual because she's worried about the third young lady's upcoming journey. Hearing this, Cloud E thinks to herself, don't think she's unaware of everything. Probably, the old lady was upset with the eldest household son's wife yesterday. Now she's speaking so kindly. Those who don't know might think the grandmother cares deeply for her. The eldest sister, Yunyu, looks at Cloud E sweetly and says, third sister, you see, grandmother cares for you the most. She's even told us other sisters to envy her. She's worried about you and hasn't slept well. Come over quickly and say some kind words to grandmother. Give her some reassurance. It's good for her to feel at ease. If something happens to her, what would we do? She looks at the grandmother sitting at the head of the table with a somewhat flattering expression. Cloud E walks over calmly, takes the old lady's hand, and subtly checks her pulse. There's no serious problem. She just didn't rest well and has some liver heat. Then she says softly, grandmother, my eldest sister says you haven't rested well because of me. How can I be at ease knowing that? Maybe I should stay here to rest quietly, taking care of grandfather and grandmother. That would be good too. This way, Grandma won't have to worry about my affairs anymore. If Grandma truly worries about me and gets upset, what will Yunyi do? Father doesn't know where he is now, and Yunyi can only rely on Grandpa and Grandma. Are you trying to make Yunyi so sad she can't take it? She spoke with tears in her eyes, lowering her head in grievance. Yunyu, aren't you capable? You're scaring everyone. She secretly laughed inside. When she said this, everyone present was stunned. The young lady of the household quickly responded, don't listen to your older sister's nonsense.
Grandma is fine.
She really doesn't want to part with you, but it's better for your health to rest in a different place. Qingliang Mountain has a nice climate and hot springs you can enjoy often. Now that your mother is gone and your father is often away, we have to worry more. The old lady feels the same. Just go peacefully and start your journey. Yunyi was just teasing them and decided to stop when she saw they were satisfied. Let them dare to take advantage and then act innocent. After paying respects, Yunyi returned to Judy residence. Not long after breakfast, the women from the third and fourth households came together, saying they brought some farewell gifts to Yunyi to show their goodwill. Everyone knew the real reason for their visit. Yunyi was happy to see this. It was good. Things were made clear in front of so many witnesses. It would surely make your wishes come true. How happy you are now, you'll be just as troubled later. This is my way of handling things. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I will retaliate. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad intentions and schemes. In no time, the lady of the main household, the young lady of the household, arrived at Judy residence, surrounded by everyone. She was accompanied not only by the capable helper Zhang Mama and 4 close maids, but also by the 2 legitimate daughters of the main household. Isn't it said that Yunyu was confined for 3 days? Yet she came out just the 2nd day. That's truly tempting money and power. Was it really necessary to mobilize so many people? In ancient times, such trouble was common. As soon as they met, they had to pay respects. Yunyi found it a bit annoying, but still went along. After paying respects, the 3rd and 4th household ladies pretended to leave, saying they wanted to bid farewell. Yunyi found it amusing but had to cooperate and said, since Auntie San and Auntie C are here, don't rush to leave. It's a good chance to help Annie and Yunyi act as mediators. This way, if there's a problem later, it won't be hard to explain, and it won't tarnish Auntie's reputation. If Auntie San and Auntie C can help, wouldn't that be good for everyone? Now, the main focus is on the 3rd and 4th rooms. They know they have no share, but it's still good to see what's happening. After this, the main house will think twice before bothering the other 2 rooms again. When this was said, the main house was unhappy. They didn't want the 3rd and 4th rooms to know how much private wealth the 2nd room's Lin family actually had. Since Yunyi had already spoken out, there was no good reason to chase her away, so they had to accept it. Everyone went to the second room's main courtyard, Ijin Garden. This was the courtyard where the original lady of the house had lived. Yunyu asked Granny Lin to open the original lady's private storeroom. Inside, there were not only her dowry but also many gifts sent from the Duke of Wu's estate over the years. Some of the items were gifts from the palace, given annually to the noble ladies and then distributed to the second room. All the items were of the best quality, dazzling everyone present and making their hearts race. Seeing all this was one thing, but actually witnessing it was another. It made everyone gasp involuntarily, fearing that even the combined dowries and private wealth of the other rooms might not match that of the second room. While everyone looked on with envy, jealousy, greed, or excitement, a maid reported that the second and third wives of the Duke of Wu's estate had arrived to visit Miss San. This made everyone's thoughts different. The third and fourth rooms looked on with curiosity, but the wife of the main house's heir felt deep resentment toward these women. It was one thing that the Duke's estate had come to join the fun, but she couldn't help feeling annoyed. However, they couldn't show their feelings. Before they could think of a plan, the two wives had already entered Ijin Garden. Seeing everyone's expressions, the old lady had already instructed them not to act on their own and to follow Yunyu's lead. The two wives from the Duke of Wu's estate looked down on this situation but still said politely, "Yunyu, today is so lively here. What are you doing? We just happened to come and join the fun." They truly dared to think and even covet what wasn't theirs. What do they think of the Duke of Wu's estate? The younger sister-in-law is no longer here, but there are still people who care for Yunyu. They would have to see if the Duke's estate agrees. They won't succeed easily. Yunyu smiled affectionately and stepped forward to greet them, saying, "Aunties, I have seen you. Why are you here today? Do you miss Yunyu?" In the original memories, the aunts from the Duke of Wu's estate were kind to Yunyu. Since Yunyu began cultivating her mental strength, she has become especially sensitive and can now clearly feel the sincerity of these two aunts. The second lady smiled and said, "You little monkey, this time you really scared your grandparents. When they heard you were feeling better, they hurried to come see you. Originally, your eldest aunt was also coming, but something urgent came up at the house. The third aunt also said, 'Everything is fine now. Your grandmother brought us some good medicinal herbs, saying you should rest and nourish your body carefully so you won't leave any lingering illness that could cause trouble later.'" Yunyu listened and felt that their words were sincere. She was genuinely touched. Her eyes reddened, and she said, "I'm already better. I'm sorry to have worried your grandparents and made you all concerned. It's my fault. From now on, I will take good care of myself, avoid falling ill again, and fulfill my mother's last wish. Please rest assured." She finished with a smile, tears welling up in her eyes. The two ladies from Duke Wu's household felt heartbroken and said together, "Good, good, as long as you take care of yourself, we will be at ease." The second lady, who was straightforward and honest, said seriously to Yunyu, "You are such a good girl. It breaks my heart to see you suffer. Remember, you are not alone. Standing behind you is the entire Duke Wu's household." The third lady knew they had come with a purpose today, so she said, "Enough of these sad talks. Tell us, what are you doing in your courtyard? It's so lively." The crown prince's wife was anxious inside. She wondered why, of all days, the two ladies from Duke Wu's household came to see this girl. She was thinking about how to smooth things over. Lao Mammy, who was nearby, spoke up, "The Marquis and the old madam are worried about our young miss. They're afraid she might be homesick and it wouldn't be good for her recovery." So, after discussing with the crown prince's wife, they decided to send the young miss to the Qingliang mountain villa to rest. It's just to let her get some fresh air. Right now, our second branch's husband is out searching for the young master because Miss Chi-Chi just turned 1. After the young miss departs soon, there won't be a proper lady in charge here, and it's not safe without someone to look after her. The crown prince's wife is kind-hearted and has taken on this responsibility. We are also preparing to hand over the private treasury of the young lady to her. The young miss has already asked the third and fourth ladies of the Marquis's household to act as intermediaries, just in case any issues arise later and it affects the reputation of the crown prince's wife. It's a good arrangement. The two ladies from Duke Wu's household exchanged glances. The second lady said, "Oh, Er is going to Qingliang Mountain Villa to rest. She's leaving so soon. Why is it so sudden? Our Duke's mansion is completely unaware of this. Can't the Grand Marquis's estate rest for a while? Why must they go so far away? It's inconvenient for us to visit even once or twice." Madame Sen quickly said, "All right, Yunyu is the beloved granddaughter of the Marquis and the old lady. Since the Marquis's estate has made arrangements, it must be for Yunyu's good. Moving to a different place to relax is also fine. Since we've encountered this situation, let's act as mediators. That way, if there are any misunderstandings in the future, we can also help the young lady of the family explain." "What do you think, young lady?" The young lady of the family is now furious, but she must still appear graceful. She smiles and says, "Madame San is right. This is for the best. Now we can all rest assured. It's all for Yunyu's sake." In her mind, she plans to take control first and deal with future matters later. Once it's in her hands, she wants to fully reclaim it, if she can even do that. She thinks even a passing bird should have some of its feathers plucked. Humph. Everything proceeds smoothly and in order. The detailed list is prepared in triplicate. One copy for the Huayang Marquis' estate, one for the Wu Kingdom Duke's estate, and one for Yunyu. The recipient is the young lady of the family, Fenging. The mediators are Madame Sanjiang Xiushu and Madame Zhejiang Rian from the Marquis' estate, along with the second and third madams of the Wu Kingdom Duke's estate. The list details the names, styles, and origins of all items. Below, in small script, it states that all items are verified authentic. Seeing this written document in black and white, Yunyu smiles inwardly. After everything was settled, the entire Yijing courtyard was handed over to the young lady of the family. Yunyu thanked the young lady and the two madams from the third and fourth households. After whispering a few words with her maid Yuzhu, she left with the two aunts from the Wu Kingdom Duke's estate for her bamboo flute residence. Jiang Auntie from Juyuan didn't expect the young lady of the family to bypass her and directly get approval from the old lady to take over Yunyu's belongings left by the second madam. She was so angry she smashed several cups, feeling her efforts were all in vain. She also didn't expect the third young lady to be so obedient and to hand over her belongings without any persuasion. No wonder the young lady of the family bypassed her. Is it because the third young lady is too weak, or is there some hidden reason she doesn't know? Her mind is in chaos. When Yunyu and the others entered Bamboo Flute residence and the maid served tea, Yunyu ordered everyone to go about their own business. There was no need to stay and serve. Inside, only the two madams from the Wu Kingdom Duke's estate and Yunyu remained. The second lady spoke first, saying, "Yunyu, you are so trusting to hand your mother's belongings over to Mrs. Feng. You know how things are, and honestly, we are confused about your decision." At this point, the third lady did not speak, but only listened to Yunyu's response. Yunyu replied, "Two aunts, I understand your worries about me. Right now, I have the support of our Duke of Wu's family, but I am still part of the Marquis' household. I can't always rely on the Duke's family to speak for me. If I do that, what will happen to my reputation and our family's honor? I know you care about me, and I am grateful. I have faced life and death situations. Without my mother's protection, and with my father unable to help, I must become stronger myself. Living in the Marquis' household isn't too difficult now, but life isn't easy either. Most of the time, it's about saving face and maintaining appearances. When I heard rumors that I should go to the Qingliang mountain retreat to rest, I thought carefully. Instead of fighting and scheming every day in this household, I would rather leave. I know this choice makes it hard for you and might upset my grandparents, but I ask both of you to go back and persuade them. As for the belongings handed over to the main household, it depends on whether she has the ability and luck to use them. I am not planning to stay away forever. Today, this situation shows that they underestimated me. Besides, Don't you think that leaving those things with the eldest son's wife now is safer than keeping them with me? When I return one day, I will still have you all behind me." Yunyu finished with a smile. The two ladies of the Duke of Wu's household looked at Yunyu with tears in their eyes. This child has truly grown up after experiencing life and death, and she now considers their feelings. Her sister's spirit must be at peace now. After lunch at the Bamboo Flute residence, Yunyu accompanied her two aunts to bid farewell at the old lady of the Marquis's house in Ronghue Hall. Today's matter not only made the eldest son's wife angry, but also surprised the old lady herself. But now that things had come to this, they could only exchange polite words with a smile. The two ladies from the Duke of Wu's household came not for any other reason but to inform the old lady that Yunyu was going to rest at the Qingliang mountain retreat. They only found out today when they came to visit Yunyu that no one from the Marquis's household had informed the Duke of Wu's family in advance, which made them a little upset. They also encountered the kind-hearted eldest son's wife of the household, who cared deeply for Yunyu. The Duke of Wu's family was very grateful and would not let outsiders laugh at them. It was obvious they were pretending not to understand and hiding threats inside. It's no wonder that people in ancient times didn't live very long. Even a simple sentence can be misunderstood, as words often have multiple meanings, which leaves Yunyu quite puzzled. Everyone is so clever. Taking advantage of the crowd, Yunyu said, "Grandmother, I will leave for Qingshui Mountain the day after tomorrow. I don't know when I will return to the capital, so I plan to visit Duke Wu's residence tomorrow to say goodbye to my maternal grandparents. Do you think that's okay?" The old lady couldn't say anything against this reasonable plan. Moreover, today Duke Wu's household was already upset because Yunyu didn't notify them in advance about her trip to Qingshui Mountain. So she kindly agreed. She said, that's right. It's proper to go and say farewell. It shows your family cares for you." Yunyu is becoming more sensible now. After Yunyu saw off her two aunts from Duke Wu's household, the day's affairs finally settled. Tomorrow, she will visit Duke Wu's residence again, and then she can freely explore the sky and the sea. Back at Judy residence, Yuzhu had already bought the items as the young lady instructed earlier. After completing the transaction in the morning, Yunyu whispered to Yuzhu to go to the market and see if she could buy honey. If she found some, she should buy more. Yuzhu truly did not disappoint. She returned with several jars of honey, which she managed to buy only after traveling quite far. They were said to be collected from deep in the mountains by hunters. Yunyu was very pleased with the honey Yuzhu brought back. She told them to hurry and pack up. Tomorrow, they would go to bid farewell at Duke Wu's residence, and they would leave at the hour of Qin the day after tomorrow. Everything needed for the journey should be prepared, as they wouldn't be back for a while. She then told everyone not to disturb her if there was nothing urgent, as she was tired and needed rest. After everyone left the room and she confirmed everything was safe, Yunyu closed the doors and windows, lowered the bed curtain, and entered her space. The reason she asked Yuzhu to go buy honey was because Yunyu couldn't currently use her space to send gifts, and she didn't know when she would return. She wanted to send honey to her grandparents in the Marquis household and her maternal grandparents at Duke Wu's residence to help them recover. Sending honey was the best way, as it wouldn't be obvious she was doing something secret, and they would accept it easily. Yunyu combined several jars of honey, roughly weighing about 4 jin, around 2 kilograms. She added 4 drops of spiritual spring water, stirred well, and divided the mixture into 4 porcelain jars, sealing them tightly. She planned to give these to Marquis and the old lady during morning greetings, as a way to show her sincerity and gratitude. After all, besides her biological father, whom she had never met, there was no one else in this household she truly cared for. Only the Marquis and the old lady still hold genuine kindness toward her. Letting them strengthen their bodies is beneficial for Yunyu and also helps her plant good karma for her future return. When they are healthy, they can protect her more in the future. Although she doesn't need their protection with her strength, it would be better if she could eliminate enemies without her own direct involvement. After doing these things, Yunyu sat by the hot spring to practice. Since arriving in this world, and after the space merged, This has become her daily routine. She must make herself stronger. As someone with a modern soul living in ancient times, she knows relying on others is not as good as relying on herself. Moreover, her current situation in the mansion makes it clear that she has no trustworthy allies. Time passes second by second. Yunyu is surrounded by faint white mist. She feels a surge of energy gathering in her mind, causing her head to feel swollen and boiling. She dares not be careless. She endures the discomfort and begins compressing the energy. She slowly absorbs, condenses, compresses, and reabsorbs it repeatedly. After about 6 cycles, Yunyu hears a loud bang in her head, and her whole body feels refreshed. She knows she has advanced to the next level. She lets this energy flow through her meridians for 2 large circuits, then stabilizes and stops. She notices gray, sticky impurities seeping out of her body, making her feel unwell. She quickly undresses and steps into the green hot spring to wash and repair her body. When Yunyu comes out of the spring, changes into fresh clothes, and looks completely renewed. After these days of adjusting with spiritual spring water and practicing mental strength, her physique and temperament have undergone a complete transformation. Since it's still early and she doesn't want to rest so soon, she thinks about how, since the space merged, she hasn't properly explored her space. She remembers that tomorrow she will go to the Duke of Wu's mansion to say goodbye. From the original owner's memories, she knows that the entire Duke of Wu's mansion treats her like a treasure. The reason is simple. Among the younger generation in the Duke's family, Yunyu is the only girl. The Duke of Wu has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Only Yunyu's mother is the legitimate daughter, cherished deeply. Her 3 older brothers are all older than her mother by at least 7 years, and they spoil her like a precious gem. Now, in Yunyu's generation, the Duke's mansion has 9 sons and no daughters, not even from concubines. Recently, it's said that the 3rd uncle's concubine is pregnant, and everyone in the mansion hopes she will give birth to a daughter. Yunyu leisurely walked through the space, thinking about her 2 maternal grandparents at the Guogong mansion. Their love for the original owner was genuine and heartfelt. Since her mother passed away, their love for her daughter was now transferred to this granddaughter. If the original owner's illness had not been taken seriously by the Duke of Wu's household, and if they hadn't constantly sent high-quality medicinal ingredients to Ju, along with the careful care from Lin Mama and others left by her mother, she might have already passed away. She wouldn't have been able to wait for her to arrive. As for the other branches of the Marquis's residence, they were just going through the motions. Everyone except the Marquis and the old madam was watching the joke, probably hoping she wouldn't recover. Yunyu understood this clearly. Thinking about how to repay kindness, she decided to give something in return. What should she give? She looked at the distant trees on the mountain and suddenly teleported over, also testing her cultivation results. Focusing her mind, she transformed her energy into a sword. With a flick of her hand, she cut off a roughly half-foot thick piece of Wangwali wood. Yunyu was quite satisfied. She moved the wood to the small courtyard of her villa, where her original workbench was. She removed the excess branches and leaves, divided the wood into several sections according to her plan, and sent the pieces to dry. Why choose Wangwali wood? Because her mother's dowry included these woods. Otherwise, how could a young lady explain the origin of such items? Yunyu then retrieved her woodworking and carving tools from her space. She had done similar work in her past life, so she was very familiar with it. First, she peeled the dried wood, then cut it into the desired thickness and length. With electric tools, the process was much faster. She made 8 sets of small items, popular for foot massage in modern times. They looked like abacuses, but the beads were arranged horizontally, not vertically like on an abacus. The beads were carved into gear shapes and polished smooth with a grinder. After completing the first one, Yunyu tried it herself, very comfortable. Seeing her own handiwork filled her with excitement. She then made 4 more, including a tickling stick and on the other side a small hammer that could serve 2 purposes. Once finished, Yunyu was finally satisfied. She tidied up her space, locked the door, and went to bed to rest. The next morning, Yun-yi took 2 jars of honey and 2 sets of her finished small items to Ronghue Hall, where the old madam lived. When she arrived, the old madam had just come out. Yun-yi arrived not too late today. In the hall, besides Yun-yi, there are also the lady of the 4th house and 3 children from the 4th house, who arrived earlier. Yun-yi stepped forward to bow and said, "Grandmother, your granddaughter sends her greetings. I hope grandmother is well." Madame Zheng, who was supporting the old lady, helped her sit comfortably. The old lady said, "Get up quickly. You seem in good spirits today. It looks like your health has improved quite a bit." Yun-yi responded, "Grandmother, I will set out tomorrow for Qingshuang Mountain. I don't know when I will return. Before I leave, I made some small gifts by hand as a token of my filial piety. Please don't mind." After speaking, she signaled to Yu Zhu behind her to bring the items forward. Madame Zheng took the basket from the maid Yu Zhu and placed it in front of the old lady. Yun-yi stepped closer, helped take out the items, and asked a nearby young maid to bring a set of bowls and spoons. The people from the 4th house saw the porcelain jar Yun-yi took out and looked at it with disdain. Yun-yi stood beside the old lady, naturally noticing the expressions of the people from the 4th house. She found it amusing. Just then, the young maid also brought over bowls and spoons. Yun-yi opened the jar, scooped 2 small spoonfuls, and mixed them with warm water. She handed the mixture to the old lady and said, "Grandmother, try this. This honey is different from ordinary honey. It has added several precious medicinal herbs that are good for your health and also help with beauty. You can give it a try. I have 5 jars. I tried one myself." Grandfather and grandmother each received a jar. The remaining 2 jars I will take to the Duke Wu's residence today to give to my maternal grandfather and grandmother. It's also a way for me as a granddaughter to show my filial piety. Since I've been sick these days, I know you've all been tired. The Duke Wu's residence has sent many good medicines to Zhu Diju. Since I received such good things, I should also show my filial piety. What do you think, grandmother? The old lady was holding the honey water Yun-yi handed her. She didn't really think much of it at first, but when she heard it contained medicinal herbs and had beauty benefits, she decided to try a spoonful. As soon as she tasted it, her eyes lit up. It wasn't as sweet and greasy as ordinary honey, but had a fresh aroma. After tasting it, she felt a clear-headedness. Moreover, after drinking it, she felt a warm sensation spreading inside her body. Soon, her whole body, especially her joints, felt warm and very comfortable. She looked up at Yun-yi with more affection in her eyes. As Yun-yi said, it was indeed a good thing, rare and valuable. She finished the remaining honey water in her small bowl. I took the handkerchief from Granny Zheng to wipe my mouth, then smiled and said to Yun-yi, "You are thoughtful. After receiving these nice things, you still worry about your grandfather and grandmother. It shows I didn't spoil you in vain. But taking good care of yourself is the best way to show your filial piety to them. Today, you should go to the Duke Wu's residence as expected. You haven't let them worry much these days. After greeting them, go early and return early." Seeing the old lady speak like this, Yun-yi replied, "Yes, grandmother." Then she took out 2 small health items she made herself and handed them over. She smiled and said, "Grandmother, these are little gadgets I made myself. After you wash up tonight, you can put one of these under your feet to help with movement. It can relax tired feet, as there are many meridians in the feet. Regular use is good for your health. And this one, you can hold and scratch yourself when itchy. No need to ask others for help. The other end can be used as a massage hammer. Just for fun, but I've tried it and it's quite useful. I prepared 2 sets. Keep one for yourself, and the other, along with a jar of health honey, I will send to grandfather later. Let him try it too. If it works well, it will be a sign of my filial piety. Isn't that good?" The old lady was even happier now. At her age, she no longer needed to compete for anything. What she valued most was her health. Yun-yi's gifts truly touched her heart. She smiled and said, "Let Luer take this first to your grandfather's study in the front yard. Let him know that you, my girl, haven't wasted your love. You still care about your grandfather. Let him enjoy the blessings of his granddaughter." She chuckled happily. Just then, the people from the main house and the third house came in one after another. Hearing the grandmother's cheerful laughter, the eldest son's wife spoke up. What has made mother so happy? Come, tell us so we can share in the joy. After everyone entered and bowed, they said, daughter-in-law, granddaughter, grandson, greets mother, grandmother. Hope mother, grandmother, is well. The old lady was indeed very happy today. She hurriedly said, everyone get up. It's Yunyu who prepared these gifts for me and your father. Luer is just about to send them now. She waved her hand to signal Luer to bring the gifts, then said, if you want to see, look at this one in my hand. That one is for your father in the study in the front yard. Everyone tried to please the old lady, joining in and showing various little ideas. When they saw the items, they all thought they were good, mainly because of the decent materials used. Nothing special. Especially the two legitimate daughters of the main household, who looked at the items with disdain. I don't know what others were thinking, but they all hid their feelings well. The illegitimate daughter of the main household, Zhang Yunjing, glanced at her older sister. Perhaps to flatter her mother and sister, she said to Yunyi, third sister, you made these yourself. Since you made them for our grandparents, it probably isn't very hard. Why not make a few more sets to give to my mother and the aunts? Uncle Wu has plenty of good wood, and making more sets could also help you practice. Yunyi sneered inwardly, thinking she was trying to flatter her own mother and also wanted her to do the work. She wanted to see if she would agree. She smiled and said, yes, fourth sister, you are very filial. You've managed to put our grandparents and the aunts on equal footing, which is not easy. You're right, making these isn't hard at all. The important thing is the care and thought behind it. Tomorrow, I will leave for Qingshuang Mountain. Today, I need to go to my maternal family, the Wu Guogong residence, to say goodbye. I really don't have time to show my filial piety to the aunts and uncles. But fourth sister, you are so clever, I'm sure you can do it easily. Why don't I give you this opportunity to show your filial piety? The aunts and the two married sisters have often shown you love. Fourth sister, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Yuni looked at Zhang Yunjing with a half-smile, watching her change expression. Hearing Yunyi's words, Zhang Yunjing's face darkened. Even the three daughters-in-law sitting at the bottom of the main lady's seat looked upset. Right now, the third and fourth households didn't want to be equal to the old lady. Zhang Yunjing was just looking for trouble, causing her own problems and dragging them into it. The eldest household's wife, the heir's wife, also felt unhappy. She thought Yunjing had no ability and was just causing trouble. Her gaze at Zhang Yunjing was sharp. Seeing this, Zhang Yunjing's face turned pale, realizing she had upset her legitimate mother. But when she saw that her mother and sister didn't step in to defend her, she looked at Yun-yi with shame and anger, her expression sharp. Third sister, what are you talking about? If you don't want to do it, just say so. Why make up all these excuses? Yun-yi listened and then smiled, saying, is someone just making excuses? Everyone here knows better. No one is as foolish as you, speaking without thinking. If someone like you went out, wouldn't it just embarrass our whole family? At this moment, the lady of the eldest son also had to speak, saying, Yunjing, be quiet. It's not your turn to talk here.
Step back.
Think about it. Doing this not only takes time, but also effort. It won't be done easily in a short while. She then turned to Yun-yi and said, Yun-yi, don't listen to your younger sister's nonsense. She's just a child and speaks without thinking. Yun-yi smiled and replied, no, auntie. Fourth sister isn't wrong. Actually, this isn't hard to do. I really don't have much time. I hope Annie and the two aunts won't mind. I remember fourth sister is only a month younger than me. Since she was little, she's been very smart. I'm sure she can learn this easily. She's always been the most filial to you, our main mother. I believe she will try her best to learn this simple task quickly and make something herself to give to Auntie and the two aunts, showing her respect and love. Isn't that right, fourth sister? Yun-yi smiled as she looked at Zhang Yunjing. Are you just trying to cause trouble? Using me as a scapegoat? Think you can just walk away after causing a fuss?
Dream on.
Even if you don't succeed, I'll make sure you're so angry you'll be sick. Zhang Yunjing had no choice but to smile and say, yes, I will study hard and try to make those little things like third sister. I want to give them to mother and the two aunts to help them relax. After speaking, she sat back in her place. In her heart, she was already furious, almost boiling with rage. She remembered Yunyu's grudge and vowed to make her pay back twice as much someday. Yun-yi didn't bother to look at her ugly face. Whatever she wanted to do, she could try. As long as she dared, Yun-yi wouldn't be afraid to fight back. Mrs. Zhang, the wife of the third house, smiled and said, then I'll be looking forward to fourth Mrs. Gift. I really like those two little things. This is perfect. Mrs. Jiang, the wife of the fourth house, also said, thank you, fourth Mississippi. I'll be waiting for good news. Sitting opposite them, Zhang Yunjing clenched her nails so tightly she felt pain, but she still smiled and replied, all right, I'll learn quickly and make them soon to send over. Yun-yi had finished her show and needed to go back to pack her things before leaving for the Wuguogong estate. She stood up, said farewell to her grandmother and everyone present, then left Ronghue Hall and headed to her bamboo flute residence. The sun is partially covered by thin clouds, shyly revealing half of its face and emitting a faint, dazzling white light. A beautiful day begins. Yun-yi finished her viewing and realized she needed to return home to pack before heading to the Duke Wu's residence. She stood up to bid farewell to her grandmother and everyone present, then left Ronghue Hall and went to her bamboo flute room. After breakfast in her room, she instructed her maids, Yulan and Yuju, to stay in the yard. She took Yuju, Yumei, and Grandma Lin to the main gate of the Huayang Marquis' residence. The carriage was already waiting there. It would take about 2 incense sticks worth of time, roughly half an hour in modern terms, to reach the Marquis' house. As they traveled, Yuni looked through the carriage curtain at the busy street scene. The street was lined with shops and vendors calling out loudly, creating a lively atmosphere. After passing through the bustling market, it would take less than 15 minutes to arrive at the Duke Wu's residence. Knowing Yun-yi was coming today, the servants had been waiting at the street corner early. When the carriage of the Marquis' residence entered the street, a young servant ran ahead to report. As Yun-yi's carriage stopped at the gate of the Duke Wu's residence, a group of men and women came out from inside. Leading the group was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Duke's family, Yun-yi's aunt-in-law, known as the Lady of the House. Behind her were the second and third ladies, along with Yun-yi's cousins and younger relatives. Yun-yi stepped out of the carriage and saw the scene, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She hurried forward to bow and greet, saying, Yun-yi greets my aunts and cousins. The lady of the house, standing at the front, reached out to help Yun-yi up and said warmly, "Ir has arrived. That's good. Your maternal grandparents have been waiting for you since early morning. They already told the servants to wait at the gate. Come, let me take you to the backyard so your grandmother can see you properly. If it weren't for her poor health, she would have come to see you at the Marquis' house long ago." The group then moved together toward the backyard. When they arrived at Chilon Courtyard, where the old lady of the Duke's family lived, she was already waiting impatiently. She was about to send someone to inquire inside the second gate when they heard footsteps in the yard. From the main hall, the maidservant cheerfully called out, "She's here. She's here, old lady. The young lady has arrived." Yun-yi was surrounded by everyone as she entered the main hall. She saw that seated at the head was the old lady of the Duke's residence, Lin Xiao, her maternal grandmother. She looked at Yun-yi with excitement and happiness. Stretching out her hand toward Yun-yi's direction, she said, "Ir, my dear Ir, come over here and let Grandma have a good look at you. It's been my Ir. Fortunately, you've lost some weight, but your spirit is still good. It's a relief that your two aunts haven't come back to deceive me." She finished speaking with tears in her eyes. Yuni knew that her grandmother was thinking of the original owner's mother. She didn't know how to comfort the elderly woman, so she simply reached out and hugged her. Gently patting her grandmother's back, she said, "Grandma, I know you're sad, but you need to let go. I believe Mother wouldn't want to see you like this, always upset and neglecting your health. Besides, do you no longer want to care for me? We both want to live well which is what Mother would want to see. Do you want her to worry about us from heaven? Maybe everything is just fate. I will grow up well, fulfill Mother's last wishes, and let her rest in peace. Please, Grandma, take care of yourself and Grandpa and think more about Uncle, Aunt, and the cousins. We will keep Mother in our hearts forever and let our loved ones at home feel at ease. Would that be okay, Grandma? Hearing Yunyu's words, the old lady could no longer hold back and burst into tears. The three ladies standing nearby also had tears in their eyes, and even the young men standing below felt a deep sadness. Perhaps the old lady was exhausted from crying or moved by Yunyu's words. After a while, she calmed down and said, "My ear is right. It's all part of her fate. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? I was too stubborn. This time, your aunts and uncles have also been affected. Everyone in the family has been cautious, afraid of upsetting me again. I was just too muddle-headed. Let's leave it at that. Ear is right. We should keep it in our hearts and focus on those who are still alive." After greeting, the cousins and brothers returned to the front yard, leaving the women to talk in the back hall. Yunyu shared her current situation and mentioned that resting at the Qingliang mountain villa was the best choice for now. As for the future, she would probably return eventually. At least she could enjoy a few carefree years. Since everything was settled, they also discussed how Yunyu should be raised in the future. Currently, Yunyu was in the Duke's mansion, where the eldest son's wife was in charge. She certainly wouldn't genuinely care for Yunyu. The former eldest son's wife had always felt that Yunyu's mother, in terms of background and other aspects, overshadowed her, which she secretly resented. Now, there will be no need to arrange proper governesses for Yunyu. These matters will be handled by the Wu Guogong mansion. After a few people discussed, it was already lunchtime. A group of women in the backyard moved to the side hall, chatted, and laughed while having lunch. Afterward, they returned to the main hall for tea. Yunyu then took out the prepared items. Yunyu personally made a small bowl of honey water for the old madam to drink. After drinking it, the old madam felt very comfortable, her mind clearer than before, and her body no longer felt tired. She also felt warm inside. Yunyu said, "Grandmother, you can only drink this once a day. Drinking more won't help your body absorb it and would be a waste. Once you finish this jar of honey, your health should improve quite a bit. When I find better quality honey in the future, I will bring some for you. You must take good care of yourself. Only then will I have someone to rely on. Is that okay?" The old madam was very happy and smiled, saying, "Yes, yes, my ear has grown up and become sensible. It's a pity your mother didn't have this luck. Never mind. Grandmother will live a few more years to see you married and having children. When I pass away after 100 years, I can proudly tell her that I took good care of you." Then Yunyu took out 2 health-preserving items she made herself and handed them out to everyone. The 3 aunts felt very comforted and thought their daughter was very thoughtful. They chatted for a while, agreeing that once Yunyu settled in Qingliang Mountain, the Wu Guogong mansion would send over the governess and a few teachers skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Seeing that it was getting late, Yunyu bid farewell to her grandmother and 3 aunts, then went to the front yard to say goodbye to her grandfather, 3 uncles, and several cousins and younger relatives. Before leaving, she handed over the gifts for her grandfather and personally made a bowl of tea for him to drink. Only after he finished did she feel reassured. She reminded him to remember to drink a bowl every day for his health. Watching her granddaughter and daughter, who looked equally beautiful, the Duke's father's eyes welled up with tears. He lowered his head to hide his emotions and said, "Good, good, good. Grandfather has taken note. I will follow Ear's instructions." He struggled to hold back his feelings before finally calming down. Seeing Yunyu about to leave, the old Duke said, "Ear, no matter where you are, remember that the Wu Guogong mansion is your support. Your cousins and younger relatives are also your support. Do you understand?" Yunyu nodded firmly and said, "Grandfather, I remember. I will take good care of myself. Grandfather, you must also stay healthy, so you can be my support." Ear bid farewell. As she spoke, she turned and knelt down. When Yunyu stood up and turned around, Tears were streaming down her face. She remembered her grandfather from her previous life, who also said similar words. Yunyu quickly left the Duke Wu's residence. Standing outside the gate, she silently said, "Grandpa, great-grandpa, Yunyu will take good care of herself. I will live well in this world for her." The gate of Duke Wu's residence closed as Yunyu boarded the carriage to Ho Ye's mansion. This was the agreement she made with her family before leaving. She didn't want them to see her off or feel the sadness of parting. She believed she would return someday. Early the next morning, Zhu Diju, Bamboo Flute residence, was busy with preparations, counting, packing, and loading the carriage in an orderly manner. After breakfast, Yuni stood at the gate of the courtyard, taking one last look at the small house where she had temporarily stayed. Accompanied by Grandma Lin and Yu Zhu, she went to Ronghui Hall in the main courtyard to say farewell to her grandmother. When she arrived, several family members were already waiting, each with different expressions and thoughts. Yuni entered the main hall, knelt before her grandmother sitting at the head, and paid her respects, saying, "Grandmother, your unworthy granddaughter Yuni, am here to bid farewell.
Please take care.
When I return someday, I will come often to be with you." Her grandmother, sitting at the head, felt a bit sad herself and said, "Yun-yi, get up quickly. Take good care of yourself. The area around Xingliang Mountain is good for rest and recovery. Grandmother hopes you will be well."
Go now.
Yun-yi also exchanged farewells with the members of the Zhan family present before turning to leave the main hall and head to the front yard. After reporting, she entered the Marquis's study. Seeing her biological grandfather, Zhan Hongzhong, sitting at the carved ebony desk, Yuni knelt and paid her respects, saying, "Grandfather, I am about to leave for Qingliang Mountain. I come to bid farewell. Please take care." Zhan Hongzhong, sitting behind the desk, looked at his only legitimate granddaughter and said, "Stand up and speak." He then looked at her, now a tall and graceful young woman, and asked, "Yun-yi, have you ever hated your father or grandfather?" Yun-yi was surprised by the question. After a moment of thought, she replied no. She was not the original owner and had no attachment to anyone or the family. She only wanted to live freely in this strange world. The reason she had been so proper these days was because she was occupying the original owner's body and knew she would leave soon. She didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. As for those who have wronged her, she is always someone who eats everything but never suffers losses. Trying to scheme against her is just a foolish dream. Zhan Hongzhong didn't expect Yuni to answer so straightforwardly. He thought perhaps she was afraid to speak her true feelings, so he didn't press further. He simply looked at Yun-yi and said, "Maybe leaving is better for you. Your grandfather hopes you grow up happily. Once your father has overcome this obstacle and understood things himself, he will send someone to bring you back. Is that okay? Your father doesn't dislike you. He just doesn't know how to face you. Yun-yi, you must understand. Go now, take good care of yourself." Yun-yi set off with Madame Lin for maids and a group of soldiers sent by the Marquis's residence to protect them. They knew it would normally take about 7 days to reach their destination. Yun-yi didn't want to stay in the Marquis's house anymore, but she felt sorry for the original owner. It was said to be for her own good, to let her rest and recover, but in reality, it was more like exile. The original owner had a strong external family backing, which prevented others from bullying her. If she had a weaker family, she would have been bullied to death. Yun-yi had already learned from Madame Lin that their group would pass by the small village left behind by her mother. She had already instructed Madame Lin to send a message in advance, and they planned to stop there for lunch. After the carriage left the city, Yun-yi prepared to use her mental power to organize her space. She hadn't done much else lately. Her time was mostly spent practicing to improve her self-defense. She hadn't yet properly examined the small building in her space's alchemy room. Since she couldn't cultivate during this time, she wanted to look closely at the small building after the space merged to see if there were any new discoveries. She heard Madame Lin softly say, "Young miss, it's the young master and the others. They came to see you off. They came to see you off." Her voice choked with emotion as she repeated this. Yes, The four maids were still young and perhaps couldn't understand deeper things. Only Madame Lin knew the young Mrs. situation. Seeing others care about her, how could she not feel touched? The convoy stopped, and outside, they heard the voice of her eldest cousin, Lin Zixuan, saying, your cousins are here to see you off. Take good care of yourself. We are waiting for you at the Duke Wu's residence, hoping you return soon and celebrate your homecoming. Yun-yi didn't get out of the carriage. She spoke through the curtain to her cousins outside, saying, Yun-yi thanks all of you for coming to see her off. Tell my grandparents and uncle and aunt that Yun-yi will take good care of herself. All the brothers should go back early and help take care of her. Yun-yi is very grateful. The convoy set out again, and by noon, they reached the small village. Grandma Lin told the guard's leader, let's rest here at this small village, have some food, and take a short break before continuing. After entering the village, Yun-yi was arranged to stay in the main courtyard inside the inner yard, while a team of guards was assigned outside. The food in the inner yard was already prepared, and the outside food was freshly made. After lunch, Yun-yi met with the people who had stayed behind from the former owner's family. She checked again that everyone was willing to stay and work for her, then made new arrangements. In her Space's alchemy room, Yun-yi took out a bottle of loyalty pills and said, since you all decided to stay, I won't treat you badly. But I am not a kind person, and anyone who dares to betray me will not have a good ending. This is loyalty pill. Eat it, and as long as you don't have any bad thoughts, you'll feel its benefits in time. But if you do have bad thoughts, I'm sorry to say, you will suffer a very painful death. Seeing their expressions, Yun-yi added, I don't force anyone. Here's a second chance. If you want to leave, you can go now. If you want to stay, then eat the loyalty pill. First, the four maids, Ling Shui, led the way and ate the pill without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly in their mouths. Then, the four family's members followed, also without hesitation. Yun-yi kept a piece of a craft item from her past life as a token of trust. It was made of acrylic and engraved with the character Ling, which was unique and impossible to counterfeit. But she also had a large box in her space, which she decided to keep as her personal communication token in the future. Thinking of this made her feel quite happy. She silently thought, I've come to this world. Are you ready? After the outside guards finished lunch and rested briefly, the convoy set out again. No one noticed anything unusual. That night, the group stayed in Yunzhou County, about 80 miles from the capital. After washing up at night, Yun-yi told Grandma Lin and the maids to rest as well. There was no need to keep watch. It was still early, and after confirming everything was safe, Yun-yi entered her space. She prepared some itching powder, sedatives, and softening powder just in case. After releasing her spiritual awareness outside the space, Yun-yi saw that in the front yard, except for the two guards on night duty, everyone else had already fallen asleep. Yun-yi went out again, gave a small amount of sleeping potion to a few maids and Lin Mama, then returned to her room, locked the door, and opened the window to climb out. Once Yun-yi left the city and reached the main road heading to the capital, she expanded her spiritual awareness to check her surroundings for safety. After confirming it was safe, she released a black electric scooter from the future, not a car, because the target was too large. Cars make noise from their engines, which could be risky if discovered. This electric scooter, with a top speed of 60 kilometers per hour, was fast, safe, and not eye-catching. It was like a perfect tool for ancient-style robberies, stealing from the rich and helping the righteous.
Haha.
While watching the road, Yun-yi kept her spiritual awareness alert to the surroundings. Even if the road was rough, she reached the city gate in about an hour. She found a corner of the city wall, took out a climbing rope with a launcher from her space, quickly climbed over the wall with external help, retracted the rope, entered the city, and then hurried back to Marquis Huayang's residence. She was familiar with the route and returned smoothly to Yijing Court. After ensuring safety, she avoided the patrols of the guards and entered the courtyard. When she reached the storage room, she saw that the lock had been changed. Yun-yi chuckled to herself. Using her universal lockpicker, she opened the lock and cleaned out the items inside the box and on the shelves. After finishing, she looked around and saw that everything seemed to be there, but only when she got close did she realize they were all empty.
Yunyu simirket mishiye hosli.
However, after scanning everything, she noticed that a few boxes stored on a high stool next to the shelves were missing. Yunyu thought she should check the list later to see what was missing, so she didn't bother further. She just wondered what expression Lady Foam, the young master's wife, would have upon seeing this result. She also thought that after coming back, she should leave some souvenirs at least. She wanted to make them busy. Recently, she had been too preoccupied to care about the original lady's mother's belongings at Yijing Court. First, she went to elder sister Zhang Yunhui's Yao Guang Pavilion. She used some sleeping potion and quickly found her private silver stash. She didn't touch anything else, just wanted to see her get angry. Then she moved to Qingfeng Court. To Yunyu's surprise, even at this late hour, the lights were still on. In ancient times, people usually went to bed early, and it was already late at night. Curious, Yunyu climbed onto the roof, lifted the tiles, and listened carefully. She overheard Feng's conversation with someone. Our master asked me to pass on a message. This matter is considered done if you handle it. She promised to fulfill your benefits, so you should remember that. In the future, when we meet again, we will be strangers. Remember this well, or don't say I didn't warn you. After saying this, the person left the room and went outside the courtyard. Yunyu could tell that this person was skilled in martial arts, so she didn't follow. It didn't concern her anyway. This Mrs. Feng didn't seem to be an ordinary person either. She could be connected with such a skilled individual. I wonder what kind of wicked deeds she has done. After Mrs. Feng turned off the lights and went to sleep, Yunyu also didn't bother to wait for her to fall asleep. She quietly slipped out, using a sleeping potion to avoid detection. In just half an incense stick of time, Yunyu gathered quite a lot and stopped. It seems that over the years, she has been secretly taking a lot of money. Like with Zhang Yunhui, she only took valuable items like gold and silver notes from hidden compartments. There was quite a lot, more than 600 taels of silver, and the silver notes added up to over 80,000 taels, plus 2,000 taels in gold notes. Yunyu looked over the notes and saw that most of them weren't large sums, probably savings from daily deductions. She didn't hesitate and collected everything. She also sprinkled some powder on Mrs. Feng's bed to keep her calm for the next half-month in the mansion. Yunyu carefully stored her belongings and left Marquis Huiyang's residence. Without delay, she hurried back to Yunzhou County, which was 80 miles away. When she arrived at her room, she took a hot spring bath in her space, then sat to meditate and practice before sleeping inside the space. 5 days passed in this way, with stops and starts. The journey was supposed to take 7 days, but she had only traveled halfway. Along the way, Yunyu liked to stop at scenic spots whenever she found beautiful views. Sometimes, when she was in good spirits, she would dismiss her guards and take a video of the natural scenery herself using her space equipment. She felt quite happy during the journey. In the capital city, the palace of the King of Purity, a woman in her 30s sat at the top. She looked at the dark guard kneeling below and listened as he reported, "Mistress, the people left the city 5 days ago. Today, we received a message saying they are now in Yancheng, about 300 miles from the capital." The woman replied, "Follow the plan and do it cleanly." After speaking, the dark guard disappeared. Half a day later, the woman sitting in front of a carved copper mirror looked at her beautiful yet elegant reflection and muttered, "Why did you look down on me back then? If we had been together, we might have had children by now. What I can't get, I won't let you all be happy. So, come and join me in the Azura." Suddenly, her gaze turned to the dark night outside the window. She muttered, "If one day you find out that I did all this, will you blame me?" Ha 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 ha. Her crazy laughter was frightening, but tears shimmered in her eyes. That day, Yunyu and her group had just left Yen City. They had traveled about 20 miles. The leader had just reported that there was a town about 10 miles ahead where they could rest at noon. As they passed through a dense forest, 6 masked men in black appeared ahead. The team immediately stopped. The leader quickly said, "Fair, protect Miss Third. Everyone else, follow me." Soon, a fight broke out. The four maids and Granny Lin, who were with Yunyu, were terrified. They protected Yunyu in the middle of the carriage, trembling all over. Yunyu watched with interest, thinking to herself, why would black-clad men block the road? She checked her memory. She hadn't offended anyone recently. The only people who might have a reason to target her were from the main household, but even then, they wouldn't resort to murder, right? Who could it be? Why go to such lengths to deal with a young girl? Could someone have hired killers by mistake? No, that didn't make sense either. Yunyu was puzzled. While Yunyu was lost in her thoughts, the battle ahead had become intense. She finally understood that, among the soldiers, only Faye, the leader, and Faizan were skilled fighters. The others were just ordinary guards from a noble household. Seeing that they couldn't hold their ground against the black-clad men, Yunyu told Faye and Fair, who were on horseback, you two, go help. They hesitated for a moment. Yunyu saw they weren't moving, so she said, haven't you seen they're already losing? If you don't go now, they might be defeated soon. Do you want to watch them die? Finally, Faye and Fair charged forward and fought the black-clad men. After a fierce struggle, both sides were injured. But since the 6 enemies were all experts, the guards from the noble household were clearly losing. Inside the carriage, the people were terrified. Granny Lin said, what should we do? Miss, I'll protect you. Let's get out of here and find a safe place to hide. Even if I risk my life, miss, you must stay safe. At this critical moment, Yunyu took out several toothpicks from her space. She dipped them in sleeping powder and threw them out. She was worried about harming her own people because she hadn't fought in real combat before, so she didn't apply poison to the powder. Soon, the 6 black-clad men suddenly collapsed to the ground. The guards, who were anxiously watching, were stunned. Yunyu ordered the team leader to search their bodies to see if they found anything and to understand who these men in black really were and why they attacked her in broad daylight on the road. After searching for a while, they found only a token and nothing valuable. However, these men were quite skilled. Though not masters of martial arts, they were definitely more than ordinary fighters. They also found many silver notes on these men. Yunyu generously told the team leader to share the money, with the soldiers escorting her. She then took out some medicine from the carriage to treat their injuries. She stared at the men in black, thinking about what to do with them, whether to kill them or keep them. Yunyu used her mental power to search the memory of the man with the token, but she found nothing of real value. These men followed orders. Yunyu and the team leader decided to tie them up and hide them at a concealed spot by the roadside. Then, they continued their journey. Yunyu trusted her space's healing effects completely. No matter how skilled these men were, they would be unconscious for at least 2 hours. If she returned and they were still there, she might have to brainwash them or even turn the tables on them. After tending to the soldiers' injuries, they continued their journey. It was about 2 hours later when they arrived at a town and found a restaurant that offered food, rest, and washing up. Because of the incident on the road, the maid and Lin Mama were frightened. Yunyu booked 5 rooms. After everyone ate, they rested for an hour before setting out again. After eating and washing up briefly, Yunyu told everyone to go rest. They agreed to continue their journey in an hour. She closed the door and then repeated her old trick. She slipped out through the window. This time, in broad daylight, Yunyu didn't use her space's carriage. Instead, she changed into men's clothes at the town entrance, rented a carriage, and headed back. When she was close to her destination, she paid for the ride and asked the carriage to wait for her. When Yunyu reached the spot where she had left the people, she saw that they were still lying there. After today's events, Yunyu believed it was no coincidence. This also gave her an idea to build her own power. On this unfamiliar continent, no matter how strong she was still alone and vulnerable. There would always be things she couldn't manage. If she had her own force, many problems would be easier to solve. Having made her decision, Yunyu sped up her efforts. She also searched the memories of the remaining 5 people. She found nothing unusual and checked their bodies, but there were no signs of control or manipulation. Yunyu quickly erased the memories of these 6 people, fed one person a loyalty pill, and added some sleeping powder to each of the others. She then stored them in her space, placed a restriction on it, and threw them into the courtyard of the second-in-command. Afterward, she returned to the inn, took a bath in her space, and tidied up. When it was time to leave, everyone set out again. They traveled for 3 more days. On the 9th day, they reached Qingliang Mountain. Yunyu told the leader that there was no need to rush, as they wouldn't reach the other courtyard today anyway. It was better for everyone to relax a bit. That evening, the group stopped in Lingyan City, about 10 miles from the other courtyard. They agreed to rest there the next morning before heading to the other courtyard. They planned to explore the city and buy some supplies first. The next morning, after breakfast, Yunyu took Yuzhu, Yulan, Fei Yi, and Fei Air shopping, while the others stayed behind. Yunyu was in a very good mood. It was her first time exploring an ancient marketplace. The group strolled slowly along the busy street. On both sides, there were tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, workshops, and snack stalls. In the open spaces along the street, small vendors pushed carts or carried shoulder poles. The street stretched east and west, all the way to the quieter suburbs outside the city. The street was lively and bustling, with people carrying loads, driving carts, and stopping at street stalls to buy things. Yunyu wandered freely through the lively street, feeling light and happy. Bright sunlight shone on the ancient-style buildings, with their overhanging eaves and high banners fluttering in the wind. Carriages and horses clattered by, and crowds of pedestrians moved ceaselessly. Smiles of contentment and peace appeared on everyone's faces, telling Yunyu that she was not dreaming but truly in this ancient, fictional dynasty on a strange continent. She could never go back. Looking at this unfamiliar world, she silently told herself that she had no one to rely on at this moment. Everything depended on herself. Well, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. She decided to enjoy her life peacefully and happily. Yunyu was slightly particular about cleanliness, so she used only fine things. Besides buying some rare items, she also purchased many high-quality bedding. When everyone was ready to leave again, it was almost the end of the noon period. The original 3 carriages had become 4. However, only about 10 miles remained, and they would definitely reach the other courtyard before the end of the midday. When they reached the city gate, the convoy stopped because the road ahead was blocked by a crowd. After asking the guards, they learned that nearby, a merchant was selling people, and many villagers had gathered to watch the spectacle. They couldn't pass through because this was the only road leading to the Qingliang mountain retreat. The group had to wait, along with many other carriages and horses already stuck there. Yunyu sat inside the carriage feeling bored. Curious, she got out to see what was happening. With some effort, she squeezed forward with the help of the guards and stood slightly to the side. She saw a clearing where people, dressed in torn clothes, were kneeling, standing, or lying down. She asked a nearby person and learned that these were former servants from wealthy families. Their masters had committed crimes, and they had been sold again. Yunyu felt a bit sorry for them, but she knew this was the harsh reality. She glanced over the crowd and noticed some individuals who looked more proud and aloof than the others. Despite their haughty expressions, their bodies were badly beaten and in terrible condition, with some parts already rotting. It was hard to look at. Yunyu was distressed and then caught sight of a pair of deep, melancholic eyes. The look in those eyes showed hardship and resolve, making Yunyu think this person was not ordinary. This person had a story, and judging by their expression, they shouldn't have fallen so low. But things had turned out this way, and Yunyu couldn't help but want to help. She called over someone from the merchant group and asked about the prices of these individuals. When she inquired about the prices, the merchant's assistant, eager to please, smiled so broadly that his teeth showed. A woman or maid cost 5 taels, men or young boys cost 8 taels. If buying multiple, there was a discount. The assistant pointed to some badly beaten people lying on the ground and said with a grimace, "Those over there are 3 taels each, no returns." Yunyu looked at the people on the ground. The merchant's assistant, experienced in this trade, thought that the people there looked wealthy or noble. He tried to flatter her, saying, "Young lady, you should choose from here. The others over there are unruly. They've been beaten so badly, who knows if they'll survive. It would be a shame to waste your money on them." In the small courtyard of Zhuangzi, because few masters or owners came there, only 4 people remained, a family of 4, husband, wife, and their 2 children. The man was originally a manager at a grain and oil shop in Lingyan City, Huayang Marquis Estate. His wife was a cook, and their children were still young, living with them in the shop. Since the shop was far away and the owners visited only once every few years, the business was not doing well. Eventually, the shop was damaged by water, and they sold it. The original manager's family was allowed to stay in the courtyard to guard it. Over the years, they only came back in autumn with the owner of Qingliang Mountain Villa to deliver account books and income reports, mainly to report and receive rewards in the capital. Yunyu thought it was best to use her trusted people. Who knew that after so many years, the family had become so untrustworthy? Now that she had encountered the Yahang, pawnshop, people, she wouldn't need to make another trip. She decided to select a few suitable people and also rescue a few impressive-looking individuals. Perhaps it was fate to meet them. Since cultivating her mental strength, Yunyu's instincts had always been accurate. Madame Lin selected a cook, a woman skilled with needlework, and 2 maids to sweep and tidy. Yunyu chose 2 capable bodyguards and a coachman. They also included the 4 badly beaten people lying on the ground. In total, there were 10 individuals. Yunyu paid silver for their contracts of service, and the pawnshop people arranged for a carriage to carry those unable to stand. She also asked onlookers to clear the way. Only then did they set off toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, Yunyu gave Yu Zhu 100 taels of silver, instructing Fei Yi and 2 ordinary guards to follow and buy some ready-made clothes, cotton fabrics, needles, bedding, and other supplies for the newcomers to settle in. When they arrived at the estate, the owner received a letter. Seeing the group, he was surprised, clearly unprepared. Yunyu sneered inwardly. The young master's wife was truly two-faced, saying everything was arranged perfectly to keep Yunyu at ease and to rest peacefully here. But the owner clearly had no trust. The courtyard was probably unprepared too. Luckily, Yunyu had watched many ancient dramas in modern times, so she had some experience. She had made preparations in Lingyan City, otherwise, she might have suffered tonight. The estate owner read the letter brought by the leader from the old Marquis family, understanding that the young lady of the estate was unwell and needed to rest here. He quickly ordered people to prepare meals and personally brought her to the courtyard. When they walked a few more minutes and reached the guest courtyard, the gate was tightly closed. Yunyu saw that it was a 3-section courtyard, quite large, but she didn't know what it looked like inside. The owner of the estate hurried to knock on the door. After a long while, a woman yawned and opened it, saying, "Knocking, knocking, knocking to death. Who disturbed my peaceful sleep? You almost broke my door." At first, Yunyu was stunned when the door opened, but when she saw the owner standing in front, she reacted and said, "Master Hai, what is going on?
Who are these people?
How did they get here?" The person called Master Hai also looked helpless and said, "This is from the Zhang family. She is the legitimate daughter of our second household, ranked 3rd in the Marquis of Huayang's household. From now on, just call her 3rd Mississippi 3rd Miss isn't feeling well. She was ill recently. The Marquis and the old madam care for her very much, and since the climate on Qingshuang Mountain is good, they sent someone to bring her here to rest." Seeing the Zhang family still standing there in a daze, he added, "Stop spacing out, Zhang family. Let 3rd Miss go inside first. She's traveled for several days. I've already asked Xie Yunyang to prepare food. You should quickly tidy up 3rd Miss's place. Once the food is ready, I'll have someone bring it over. That way, she can rest sooner." The woman called Zhang's wife, who was the manager responsible for caring for the courtyard, quickly moved aside to let people in. But when Yunyu entered the courtyard, she frowned. The place was very messy, as if it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Everything was in chaos. Yunyu immediately signaled to Grandma Lin, who called the team leader and Fei Er to go into the courtyard. It was shocking. When they saw the scene, they felt embarrassed to report back. The three-section courtyard, where the Zhang family lived, was in the front part near the main gate. It was probably built for convenience. The houses were similar, but the courtyard was already so cluttered it was hard to move around. The back two sections hadn't been cleaned for years, covered in dirt and mess. After Grandma Lin and her team reported back, Yunyu told the estate owner to go see for himself before coming back with a report. Someone had brought a chair for Yunyu. Near the gate, there was a osmanthus tree, so Yunyu decided to sit down first. When Master Hai returned to see Yunyu again, his face looked as red as a cooked shrimp. Yunyu didn't speak. She just looked at them calmly. This made Master Hai and Madame Zhang, standing at the front, feel a bit awkward. They didn't understand what the third young lady of the house meant, but now talking was useless. The task wasn't done well, and they were caught red-handed. After a long while, Yunyu finally spoke after drinking the tea brought by Yulan. She asked, "Where are the others in the courtyard? What do you usually do? Tell me." Yunyu was a little angry now. She didn't expect that in the absence of elders, the monkeys would try to take charge. If you're going to act bossy, at least be a little more diligent. This is also your place to stay every day. Madame Zhang, trembling, replied, "My husband took the two children to the town today. There is a market." As soon as she finished speaking, a boy's voice came in, saying, Mom, we're back. We sold a lot today."
The main gate was in a small alley.
Some of Yunyu's people were in the yard, and others were in the alley. Yunyu sat under a tree at the gate. Madame Zhang and Master Hai, who were standing, could be seen from the outside. When they approached and saw the scene, they were surprised. Master Hai quickly said, "Zhangzi, Yongzi, Lanner, come over and meet the third young lady of the house." Madame Zhang was nervous now. She knew the situation in the yard better than anyone. She hurriedly led her children over and knelt down, saying, "Your servant greets the third young lady. I didn't expect you to come, and we weren't prepared. I truly deserve to be punished." Yunyu slowly said, "You deserve to be punished. I didn't expect that over the years, you would take the money from the Marquis estate and still neglect the yard. This is outrageous. I've learned a lot today. It's impressive how you can be so obedient and sneaky as a servant." Yunyu didn't want to look at them anymore. She glanced at Grandma Lin beside her. Grandma Lin understood and said, "Master Hai, let's go back to your courtyard first. We'll come after dinner." Grandma Lin then told the kneeling Zongzi, "Give yourselves an hour to tidy up the entire yard. If not, don't blame me for being harsh." Yunyu gave a few instructions to Yulan, then followed Grandma Lin onto the carriage. Yulan told everyone to go to the estate first for a meal, then instructed Master Hai, after eating, have someone boil water for them to wash. She pointed to the people on the carriage behind. A group of people returned to the courtyard on the estate. Master Hai quickly called out, "Lady Shuyun, is the meal ready yet?" Lady Shuyun, Mrs., hurried out, still wiping her hands on her apron. She smiled and said, almost. "I called Zhaoxi's family and Aunt Luo to help. We'll be eating soon." Master Hai looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Why has the master returned again? Is no one in the side courtyard? I saw Zhang's wife earlier this morning." After sighing, Master Hai said, "First, clean up Xiuying's room so the third miss can rest there. Over in the side courtyard, Zhang and his wife are tidying up." His words made things awkward. Xiuyun, upon hearing this, seemed to understand what was happening. Usually, Zhang's family didn't like to tidy the yard, and their daughter was also lazy and unmotivated. Before, Xiuyun thought since they were all from the same household and had worked together for years, they might give her some advice. But after several times, they not only ignored her but also complained about her meddling. She decided not to say anything more. She never expected that this time, the host's family would catch them red-handed. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted harm is unforgivable. No wonder it's her own fault. She could only accept her bad luck. Soon, the food was served. It tasted okay. After eating, Yunyu told Yu Mei and Yu Ju to change the bedding. She wanted to rest for a while and asked Fei Yi and Fei Er to supervise the others in the side yard to clean up the yard. She also instructed Grandma Lin to tell Master Hai to call the doctor to examine the injured people brought back. Let them treat their wounds first. After everyone ate, they should wash up and tidy themselves in the state. Everything would wait until she rested. Once Yunyi confirmed everything was safe and locked the door, she entered her space. She first went to the third floor of the small building's alchemy room. She hadn't looked closely at the items in the alchemy room during her last visit. That day, she only took a quick look and saw many prepared powders and pills. Now, she mainly wanted to see if she could find medicine to treat the severely injured patients she brought back from Lingyan City. She had already used her mental power to check. Those people had their martial arts skills disabled and their tendons and bones were broken. Ordinary doctors couldn't treat them, only help with external wounds. But this time she was shocked. The alchemy room was simply incredible, almost heaven-defying. No wonder the entire third floor only had this one alchemy room. She had only glanced quickly that day, but now she realized what it meant to be unaware of a treasure mountain. The entire alchemy room is divided into 3 parts. In the middle is the place for refining medicines, with various pharmaceutical tools neatly arranged. There is also a pill furnace in the center. On the left side is the storage room for herbs, similar to modern herbal cabinets, with more than 10 cabinets, each about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. Each cabinet has 60 small drawers labeled with the name, use, and precautions of the herbs. What surprised Yunyi most was that these storage cabinets were not ordinary. They had unlimited space inside. The herbs stored inside were astonishingly abundant, and the last 3 rows held various seeds of medicinal plants. Yunyi suddenly felt like, who am I? Where am I? This is luck, amazing luck. Yunyi almost felt dizzy and lost. She closed her eyes and comforted herself for a long time before calming down. If she could transmigrate here, then nothing was impossible. The room on the right contained neatly arranged powders and pills, all placed on dragon bone racks. The innermost shelf was filled with various medical texts and case records. The medical texts recorded different prescriptions, formulas, and notes on how to make them. The case records documented many symptoms, medical histories, and the effects of treatments. Yunyi looked around and saw at least hundreds of different finished medicinal creams, powders, and pills. From her notes, she knew that this entire building was created by a powerful expert, with protective barriers that kept the stored items from spoiling over time. She took a deep breath, telling herself to stay calm. After a while, she found a medicine called muscle and bone rebuilding ointment in the medication list on the desk. She opened it and saw the ointment was green, with a faint medicinal aroma. It was definitely not ordinary. The medical text detailed how to make it, and the herb room was well stocked. Yunyi thought that once she settled down, she would try to make some herself. For those few people, this was only the first step. After rebuilding their tendons and veins, they would need to take washing the marrow pill and qi reversal pill, enduring both physical and mental hardships to qualify for practicing internal skills again. Once she found a solution, Yunyi relaxed. She teleported into the green hot spring pool, took off her clothes, and continued reading an unfinished medical book she had with her. She roughly looked around. The room with the most books was filled with medical texts. Not only was there a large collection of medical books in the small building, but also in the second courtyard, where 2 study rooms held many more. The previous loyalty pill was found in the second courtyard. Yunyi thought that while practicing cultivation, she also needed to strengthen her medical skills. Later, she would find a proper source to openly use them. Thinking about the 6 people abandoned in the second courtyard, Yunyi knew that the most important thing now was to improve her strength and train some trusted helpers, then plan carefully. When Yunyi appeared again before everyone, it was early Shen hour. After hearing Lady Lin's report that the Zhao family in the side courtyard had roughly tidied up and that the people she brought back had finished washing and packing, she ordered Yulan and Yuju to take the people bought from Lingyan City and carefully clean the place again, both inside and out. She also had Lady Lin find a clay jar in advance. She took out 2 bottles of modern 84 disinfectant from her space, poured them into the jar, and handed it to Yulan to dilute with water for cleaning, then wipe again. The remaining disinfectant was to be sprinkled around the yard. She also instructed Lord Hai to find a new place for the Zhao family in the side courtyard, and to have them move out their personal belongings. From now on, they would work with Lord Hai. They were servants of the Marquis of Huayang, and although Yunyi didn't like them, she didn't want to interfere. As long as they didn't disturb her during her stay, it was fine. She also ordered Lord Hai to send someone with Yu Mei and Fei Yi to town to buy kitchen utensils, seasonings, and items for the servants. Thanks to everyone's efforts, everything was finally arranged by the end of the hour of Yu. Yun-yi officially moved into the side courtyard at the beginning of the hour of Su. Just after settling in, she heard noise outside the yard. Without thinking, she knew who was causing trouble. Yun-yi initially thought that, although they were servants of the Marquis' estate, it had nothing to do with her directly. She considered letting it go and not bothering with them, just avoiding their presence in the future. But she didn't expect their family to be so reckless, thinking she was easy to bully because she was young. Lady Lin wanted to go out and help the young lady deal with it, but Yun-yi, feeling bored, stood up and went to the front yard. The third courtyard was quite large. Entering through the main gate, there was the front yard. Besides the gatehouse, there were 3 rooms on each side, built for the guards. The front yard was spacious and perfect for morning exercises. After passing through the flower corridor in the front yard, there is a main courtyard divided into 2 sections. The larger one is for entertaining guests, with a main hall, a study, a restroom, and a tea room. The smaller courtyard is specifically prepared for temporary male guests. Beyond the second gate are the second and third courtyards, separated by small gardens, each with several smaller courtyards inside. Yun-yi, accompanied by Grandma Lin and Yu Zhu, arrived at the front yard and saw that not only the Zhang family but also the Haizhuang family were there. Many spectators gathered at the gate to watch the scene. When Yun-yi arrived, the servants brought back from Lingyan City automatically gathered around her, afraid someone might harm her. Grandma Lin looked at this and nodded with satisfaction. As Yun-yi stood still, she heard the Zhang family say, "Miss San, you can't just turn us away. The master of the house ordered us to guard this side yard, and we can't be dismissed just because you arrived." Yun-yi looked at them coldly and asked softly, "Is Fei here?" Fei, standing by the wall of the courtyard, responded, "Yes, I am here." Yun-yi didn't blink and said coldly, "Slap him 10 times." Fei received the order and struck left and right. Before the Zhang family could react, their faces were swollen from the blows. After finishing, Fei retreated to the wall. At this moment, the servants brought chairs and tables for Yun-yi to sit and ask questions. Grandma Lin was furious at the Zhang family. The young lady had been exhausted from traveling recently, and today the messy scene in the side yard made her feel sick. She had never seen such laziness before. The young lady was already kind enough, yet they dared to cause trouble. Yun-yi picked up her teacup, elegantly took a sip, and looked at the Zhang family standing in front of her. She said, "Tell me, how is it that I came here and didn't give your family a way out?" Her voice carried a chilling coldness that everyone could hear. The Zhang family was momentarily speechless. The young girl behind Zhang suddenly stepped forward and said, "Our family is living well here. Why did you come and stop us from staying? And now you want us to listen to Haizhuang's orders and follow him. Isn't that forcing us to have no way out? What are you pretending for? Who would think a proper young lady would come to live in this side yard? You must have done something wrong to be driven here." Without waiting for Yun-yi to give an order, Mo beside her gave Yu Zhu a look. Yu Zhu then went over to the young girl and slapped her directly, saying, "You don't even know your duties as a servant. Our young lady is not someone you can insult with your low status." Yun-yi didn't stop her, so Yu Zhu kept hitting until the girl's mouth was bleeding. Zhang Zi saw that this third young lady was not someone to be messed with and became frightened. She hurriedly knelt down and begged, "Third young lady, it's my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed your peace. Please forgive me. Considering we've served in this courtyard for many years and have worked hard, please show mercy." Yun-yi was amused and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Tell me, What hard work have you done all these years? How have you dutifully taken care of the manor? Zhang Zi blushed with shame and couldn't speak. Yunyu then coldly said, "Everyone saw what happened in the yard today. Do you think you've earned the trust of the estate? What is your family's duty here? Do you now understand? Just collecting the monthly silver from the estate doesn't mean you can neglect the care of this courtyard. I didn't want to treat your family badly. Seeing how you've behaved, it's clear you're not qualified for a servant. You're too lazy. Even if this is your own home, you should keep it tidy. But you've let it become so messy that there's not even a place to step. I've already been merciful by not punishing you. But now you're causing trouble. Why haven't anyone disciplined you all these years? It seems you've become bold enough to think of yourself as the master, even ignoring me, the proper lady of the estate." Zhang Zi's family was stunned. They had thought that since it was just a young girl making a fuss, they could save face and maybe even get to stay here again. But they didn't expect her to be so formidable. Yuni thought to herself that she would be living here for a while. Since these people came to provoke her, she couldn't show mercy. Establishing her authority now was a good idea. Otherwise, all kinds of stray dogs and cats might come to cause trouble, which would be very annoying. Yunyu continued, "When I first arrived, I thought maybe you've been neglecting your duties because there's been no supervision from the estate. Perhaps you've forgotten your responsibilities and become lax. So, I wanted to give you a chance to correct yourselves. From now on, you will follow Lord Haizhuang's orders and do as you're told. I don't want to make things worse, but it seems not everyone understands respect. I won't trouble you, but if you're uncomfortable, what am I supposed to do?" He picked up the teacup, took a few sips, and then asked, "Your family has been collecting monthly silver, but hasn't done your duties well. Do you admit this or not?" At this moment, the Zhang family realized that Miss San was serious. They trembled and replied, "It's our fault.
We didn't do our job well.
Please forgive us, Miss San." Yunyu looked down at her teacup without raising her head and coldly said, "I just want you to answer yes or no." The Zhang family had no choice. Today, many people saw what happened. Besides, everyone in the estate knows that the Zhang family is lazy and doesn't like tidying up. They couldn't deny it. They could only honestly reply, "Yes, we admit it. Please forgive us, Miss San. We will do better in the future." Yuni nodded and said, "Good. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be properly managed. Since you admit your mistake, follow the rules. 3 strikes for the men, 20 for the women. Lord Haizhuang, you handle the punishment. No leniency, or everyone will be responsible." Lord Haizhuang was momentarily stunned, but then regained his composure. It seemed the Zhang family had come to threaten them, offering themselves up to show strength. Well, they brought this on themselves and no one to blame. Soon, in front of the crowd outside the yard watching, Lord Haizhuang began to administer the punishment with a stick. He showed no mercy. Honestly, he was tired of this lazy family. At first, he and his wife tried to advise them, but they didn't listen and even complained about being meddlesome. Later, they stopped bothering. Although they were servants in the estate, they each had their own tasks. Apart from reporting to the estate at the end of autumn each year, they had little interaction. Soon, they heard begging and shouting outside the yard. Yuni showed no fear, calmly sipping her tea, which made everyone present more afraid of this resting Miss San. After finishing her tea, they were pulled back to the front yard. Zhang's wife and her children were crying with tears and snot all over their faces. Only Zhang was still brave, but also grimaced in pain. It seemed they had been living too comfortably and didn't expect Miss San to act so boldly, hitting first and asking questions later. The family was full of regret, especially that mother and daughter pair, who are usually very lazy. They only work hard to enjoy good food and nice clothes, but they have no other strengths. Now, their daughter is already 15, and no one has come to propose marriage. Yuni saw this scene and felt disgusted. She didn't want to stay with them any longer. She put down her teacup and said, "You are neglecting your duties and not thinking about how to serve the master well. Instead, you're causing trouble in this side courtyard. I was going to ignore you, but now you come to make trouble. It's all your own fault. You can't blame others. I will give you two choices. Don't say I didn't show kindness. First, as I said before, while I am resting here in this side courtyard, your family must follow the orders of the High Manor owner and do your work. As for what happens after I leave, the estate will give instructions, and I won't interfere much. But during my stay, I don't want to see you appear in front of me again. The second choice is that tomorrow, your family packs up and follows the leader back to the Huayang Marquis estate in the capital. You will be handed over to my grandfather, which is also a way of showing your gratitude. I will ask the leader to report everything they see to my grandfather. You keep saying you are the estate's masters and should take care of the side courtyard, so let the estate handle your matters. This made Zhangzi's family turn pale with fear. They thought to themselves that they must not return to the estate tomorrow. If the estate found out what they had been doing in the side courtyard, their good days would be over. They were so scared that they begged for mercy, saying, "Please, Miss San, have mercy. We know we were wrong. From now on, we will follow Master Hai and do our work. It was our own fault. We promise to serve Master Hai well and never bother Miss San again. Please, Miss San, forgive us and give us a chance to turn over a new leaf." Outside the courtyard, there were noisy discussions among the onlookers. Some said they deserved it, that they had enjoyed too many good days and brought it on themselves. Others said this was retribution.
No one spoke up for them.
It seemed that Zhangzi's family was also disliked on the estate and was not popular at all. Yunyu stood up and looked at the nearby High Manor owner. She said, "High Manor owner, from now on, this family is in your hands. We don't keep idle people here, and the Marquis' estate is not a charity. All right, everyone disperse." She glanced contemptuously at the Zhang family still kneeling on the ground. Yunyu stood up, about to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She turned around and said to Lord Haizhuang, "Starting tomorrow, please send the produce from Zhuangzi here every day, choosing the freshest. As for the quantity, let Grandma Lin inform you." She then looked at the team leader and guards still standing in the yard. Yunyu signaled to Grandma Lin, who stepped forward and handed the team leader a small gift bag. She said, "Thank you for your hard work these days. This is a little token from our family for Miss Xiao, to buy everyone some wine." Yunyu also addressed the team leader and guards, saying, "Yunyu thanks you all. When you leave tomorrow, please prepare some food from Zhuangzi for the road. I wish you a safe journey." She then told the team leader, "Tell your grandfather that I am well here and ask him to rest assured. Please take care of yourself, grandfather." The team leader only nodded in response and said nothing. Their task was simply to safely the third young lady to the Qingliang mountain villa. Once they arrived, the mission was considered complete. They were to return to the capital tomorrow to report. However, they owed Miss Xiao a favor. If it weren't for her helping on the road, they might not have escaped unscathed that day. He was a rough man and not good at expressing himself. Quietly, he remembered this matter and thought that if one day Miss Xiao needed help, he would repay this favor. Yunyu returned to her main residence in the second courtyard. Since there was still some time, she asked Grandma Lin to bring all the servants bought from Lingyan City to the front hall. Apart from the 4 severely injured people who were arranged in the east wing of the front yard, the other 6 had arrived. Yunyu didn't say much. She had chosen them based on her needs when she bought them. In the kitchen, a woman named Zheng was in charge. The seamstress was named Yi. There were 2 young maids, named Qianyu and Xiaoqiu. The guards were named Qin Hu and Zhang Yuan. Yunyu didn't change their names. She only asked about their backgrounds. They had all worked in large households before, but for various reasons, they had been sold. She had checked their spirits and found no issues. After listening to their introductions, Yunyu said, "I don't care where you used to work or what you did. But now that you are here working for me, I have no other demands, just be loyal. Do your jobs well. If you do something wrong in the future, don't blame me for being harsh." The 6 people standing here have already seen how powerful Miss is today. Now that they have finally settled down, they cherish this opportunity. They said one after another, "We dare not. We will be loyal to Miss and do our best at our tasks." Yunyu understood that their words were sincere. Her voice softened as she said, "Don't worry. As long as you are loyal and do your work well, I won't mistreat you. Just treat this place like your home. This made not only the 6 newcomers feel touched, but also Lin Mama and the 4 maids. No mistress had ever spoken to them like this before. They silently vowed to trust Miss completely. The 6 were then taken downstairs by Yunyu to settle in. 2 guards were assigned to stay in the west wing of the front yard, where they could stay at the gatehouse during normal times. The other 4 were arranged to live in a small, empty courtyard in the second section, each in their own room. They were very happy with this arrangement. Lin Mama and the 4 maids stayed in a courtyard next to Yunyu's main house. Yunyu liked quietness and didn't need anyone to watch over her at night, so she arranged for them to live nearby. This way, they could easily serve her during the day and call for help if needed at night. This was how they finally settled into the quiet mountain retreat. When night fell and the courtyard was quiet, Yunyu released her spiritual awareness to check that everyone was asleep. Then she went to the east wing of the front yard. She gently pushed open the door and entered. She heard a cold voice say, "Who?" Yunyu was slightly surprised but didn't mind. She thought this person is quite alert. She didn't stop her steps and continued into the room, stopping at the bed. Looking at the person in front of her, she didn't speak. Instead, she used her mental power to thoroughly check his body, confirming that he was the same as she had previously discovered. As soon as she withdrew her spiritual awareness, she heard the cold voice again, asking why. Yunyu thought of her past life. In her moment of despair, she probably also hoped someone could save her. Unfortunately, she took a deep breath and said, "There's no reason. I just think you shouldn't stay there. You don't belong there. So, don't worry about what's happening. I've already checked on all of you. I have a way to help you get better. Do you want to try?" As soon as Yunyu finished speaking, she clearly sensed a change in the man's breath. His eyes brightened for a moment, but then quickly dimmed again. Yunyu knew what he was thinking. Given their current situation and her understanding of this era, even a divine healer might not be able to fully restore them. They were lucky to have met her. Yunyu deliberately spoke again. "Anyway, you're already like this. Even if I can't cure you, at most, you'll stay as you are now. Why are you worried? What if I can make you better?" The man replied coldly, "I don't know your intentions, but making us recover is almost impossible unless a miracle happens. So, no matter what your purpose is, I advise you not to waste your effort." Yunyu looked at the cold man before her. He was probably not very old. After being cleaned up, his handsome face now carried a fierce aura. If an ordinary person stood here, they might not be able to handle such a strong mental pressure. He seemed to have experienced some great grievance to become so cold and indifferent. If he managed to stand up again someday, he would definitely be a proud and commanding leader. Yunyu couldn't help but feel a bit hopeful. She no longer beat around the bush and said seriously, "I never make promises about things I can't do. Meeting you is fate. Helping you was just a simple act. You don't need to think I have any ulterior motives. You also said that bringing you back from this state is almost impossible. So why should I bother? I just think you and that group of people are different and shouldn't waste away in such a place. If you think I have other intentions, that's fine. Just wait until you stand up again and do something for me." After Yunyu finished speaking, the man on the other side looked conflicted and somewhat suspicious. But soon he understood. What was he now? His deep hatred hadn't been avenged, and even death was a luxury. He had thought he would live like this, carrying unavenged revenge and deep regret, barely surviving. But this young girl gave him hope, even if he knew it was slim. She was right. What was there to fear about his current state? Trying wouldn't hurt. At worst, he would stay as he was now. Having made up his mind, the man lifted his cold, icy face and said, "All right, I am willing to try. But I have a small request. I hope the young lady can agree." Yunyu asked, "Tell me." The man said, "If I am lucky enough to be cured by the young lady, I cannot follow her until I have avenged my great enemy." Yunyu smiled and replied, "All right." She could somewhat guess their situation. Honestly, Yunyu helped them not because she had any personal motives, but out of a natural sense of compassion. Perhaps it was also because she had experienced despair herself that she felt a kind of resonance. That night, Yunyu began treating the four of them. First, she evenly applied a muscle and bone reforming ointment to them, then wrapped them with prepared cloth strips. She explained that the treatment would require several sessions. First, the affected area needed to slowly absorb the ointment, then the muscles and tendons would regain vitality. Acupuncture would be used to prevent tissue degeneration and adhesion. Once the condition improved, surgery would be performed to reconnect everything, followed by restoring their internal energy. After they returned to normal, they could consider repairing the internal power that had been damaged. These were future steps, so they should calmly accept this treatment process. She also mentioned that starting the next day, they would need to take medicinal soups. Yunyu planned to add spiritual spring water into the herbs to help their recovery speed up, giving a good reason for the treatment. After finishing her preparations, it was already early night. Yunyu returned to her courtyard to ensure safety, then entered her space. After completing her daily cultivation and washing up, she finally rested. The next morning, Yunyu woke up to news from Granny Lin. Master Hai had personally delivered fruits, vegetables, and grains. Everything had been recorded according to Yunyu's instructions, and the transfer was signed and sealed by the responsible person. Yunyu nodded to show she understood. After breakfast, she called Yu Zhu to ask about the guards. She learned that the guard team had already left early, and the master of the manor had followed Yunyu's orders. They had prepared plenty of dried food and some dried meat, secretly told by Master Hai that the third young lady had asked for this, to make their journey less difficult. The team silently remembered this kindness. The leader told Master Hai, "Thank you. We'll take our leave," then whipped his horse and rode away. Yunyu looked toward the sky over the capital, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. It was almost time. The guard team would return in about half a month. The effect of the itching powder medicine would last about that long. Her dear aunt from the Huayang Marquis house would probably come out to see people soon. It was also time to go to Yijing Pavilion to plan how to deal with the original lady's dowry.
Hee.
She was really looking forward to it, though she couldn't see it herself. Still, imagining the third young lady's furious face was quite satisfying. Surely, others in the mansion wouldn't have a good time either. Aunt Jiang, I want to see how you plan to stay out of trouble. Are you really going to conspire with the main house against the original mistress and her mother over the dowry for the 7th and 8th sisters? It must be frustrating to build hopes only to have them dashed. There are better things waiting for you. I believe the suspicious and calculating young lady of the main house will be upset when she loses so many things. I look forward to your exciting performance. For now, I'll collect some interest for the original mistress. If you all are having a hard time, I'll feel at ease and be happy. I've put the matter aside for now. Yunyu is thinking about the few people in the space. If they aren't released soon, they might starve. I need to find a reason to go out and think carefully about what to do next. Yunyu spent the whole morning wandering around the village, supposedly to get familiar with the environment, but actually to find a good place. She plans to release those people tonight, train them well, and then arrange for them to do work quickly. After this walk, she has a basic understanding of the village and Xingliang Mountains area. She wonders if she should thank the young lady of the main house for giving her such a good place. The climate in Longting country is distinct between north and south. The capital is in the north, and Yunyu is now in Xingliang Mountain, which belongs to Lingyan City's territory. It is slightly south but not truly in the south. The weather here is pleasant, named after the hot springs underground in Xingliang Mountain. Many noble families and wealthy people from the capital have built villas and farms here. It's a good place to relax, stay for a while, or for elders, women, and those needing health recovery to rest. However, due to its location, there isn't much arable land, as the back is the continuous Xingliang mountain range, and it borders Yunli Kingdom. So, it hasn't developed much. But Yunyu was quite satisfied after seeing the terrain. While staying at the Marquis's residence, she had read many books about the geography, history, and laws of this era. Throughout her journey, she's been planning her future in her mind. Originally, she had no grand ambitions, just wanted to live freely. but seeing what she has encountered and experienced has made her reconsider her life. Although she has some silver left by the original mistress and some gained from the main house, it's still far from enough to live a carefree life. Moreover, she needs to fulfill the wishes of the original mistress and her mother to find her biological brother. All these things require money, and she doesn't believe the people in the space are there just by chance. So, the main task is to build my own strength to be prepared for any situation. I also need to prevent problems before they happen. To have enough money to do what I want, I must create my own business empire. This requires having my own team to protect me. In this tough world, I could die at any moment. Once I understand this clearly, my mind becomes sharper. Next, I will slowly and carefully carry out my plans. But first, I must make myself stronger. After understanding these things, I finished lunch and told my maid to go out. I said I needed to rest and not be disturbed. After making sure everything was safe, I locked the doors and entered my space. Since my space merged with another, I feel the spiritual energy inside it becoming stronger each time I come in. I can't quite explain why, but I just feel very comfortable. I teleported to the hillside and picked some of my favorite fruits. Then I returned to the pavilion by the hot spring on the mountain. I haven't had enough vitamins lately, so I ate half of the fruits from my small basket. Then I sat on my training mat and started my practice. I don't know if it was because I finally understood my future path outside, or because the spiritual energy in my space was so rich lately. During my training, I unexpectedly advanced in my cultivation.
I was very happy about this.
I calmed my mind, continued absorbing the spiritual energy, and used the opportunity of my upgrade to repair and expand my meridians, which will help me improve faster in the future. Once my mental strength was steady, the spiritual energy stopped flowing in, and my meridians were fully repaired and filled. I stopped practicing. I then focused on stabilizing my cultivation. At this moment, I realized I had gained a new skill in my mental power. Before, I could only use my mental power to sense within 100 meters, seeing and hearing what I wanted to know, and also inspecting the inside of people's bodies, like X-ray vision. This is how I noticed the injuries of those people in Lingyan City without drawing attention and saved them, influenced by my past education and thoughts. Now, after my upgrade, I can use my mental power to instantly move objects within 100 meters by wrapping them, and I can also use my mental power to make myself invisible for healing. This feels like divine help. I was planning to use some muscle and bone rebuilding ointment on those people, and then do surgery to sew up their broken meridians. But now, with more practice, I can do it all myself once my mental power stabilizes. Cloud E really wanted to laugh out loud, thinking she was truly lucky. Whatever she wished for came true. Because of this, the recovery of those few people's bodies would be much easier and sooner than expected.
It was just a matter of time.
She got up, took off her clothes, and prepared to enter the hot spring. As she approached the green hot spring, she was about to step in when she casually glanced to the side and saw the white hot spring. Previously, to avoid attracting the attention of the household, she only used the green hot spring to relax and restore her vitality. Now that she was out of the house, she wasn't worried anymore. She turned toward the white beauty and skin rejuvenation hot spring. Even if she returned home later and things changed a lot, it would still be understandable. They say women change a lot after 18. What a perfect reason.
Haha.
After soaking in the beauty and skin rejuvenation spring, her skin felt like it had received a deep spa treatment. Her skin became several shades whiter, smoother, softer, and more elastic. She looked beautiful and happy. She tidied herself up and, feeling good, instantly teleported to the small building in front of her. Originally, Yunyu wanted to go to the third floor for a more detailed exploration for any new discoveries. But as soon as she looked to the side, she saw the previously stored snow spirit crystal on the first floor 8 Immortals table. Thinking that since this crystal was good for the body and could nourish her with long-term wear, she was inspired by the large piece of snow spirit crystal in front of her. Why not make a personal accessory with it? Feeling motivated, Yunyu took the crystal and returned to her villa. There, she had her own carving and cutting tools from her previous life. She first cut a suitable piece from the snow spirit crystal to make a pendant-sized raw material. She polished it to the right size and carved her favorite bamboo pattern on it. After finishing, she liked it more and more. She used a tiny electric drill to make a hole. She found a brown braided cord in the villa, tied it to the pendant, and wore it around her neck. Looking in the mirror, she was very satisfied. She admired herself for a while and then declared it perfect. It was about time. She checked the time and saw it was late in the late-shan hour. She opened the door latch and heard the voice of her maid Yunyu outside, asking, "Miss, are you awake? Do you need anything?"
Yunyu replied, "Come in."
Yunyu entered, holding a pot of hot tea. She replaced the teapot on the table with a new one and handed it to Yume behind her, softly saying, "Miss, you've been traveling these days and must be tired. You've slept quite a bit this afternoon." Just as she handed over the teapot, Yume, who had come in to speak, said, "I was about to wake you up myself if you hadn't woken. I was worried you'd sleep too long and have trouble sleeping tonight. Lady Lin cares about you. It seems that Miss has not rested well these past few days. She was seriously ill but has just started to feel better. Still, she has been traveling for a long time, so it's okay for her to rest more. Madam Lin even personally cooked chicken soup in the kitchen for Mississippi. It should be ready now. I just asked Edu to inform Madam Lin, so Miss can have a bowl to nourish herself soon." Soon, Madam Lin and Yulan brought a tray over. Smiling, she said to Yunyi, "It looks like Miss has rested well today. Your face looks much better now. You even seem fairer than before." Her casual words made Yunyi realize that Madam Lin truly cared about the original owner. She could see the changes at a glance. Yunyi couldn't help but feel grateful. Luckily, Madam Lin wasn't serving the original owner before. She had been with the lady's mother. It was only after Yunyi arrived that Madam Lin came to follow her. Otherwise, her cover might have been blown. The four maids who used to serve closely weren't originally her personal maids either. They were freed from servitude to help rescue Ling Shui and her friends. If they had still been with the original owner, the truth would have been discovered sooner or later. Fortunately, everything turned out well. The four new maids she recently promoted had never served her closely, so she didn't need to hide anything in her daily life. This was perfect. Yunyi took a small bowl of chicken soup from Madam Lin. The surface had been skimmed of excess oil, and a rich, fragrant aroma wafted up, making her very hungry. She held the delicate blue and white porcelain bowl. The chicken soup, golden in color with shiny oil beads, looked like a small pearl. She took a sip, and an indescribable fragrant taste filled her mouth, lingering for a long time. After swallowing, the flavor was deep and lasting, with a faint herbal scent of ginseng and astragalus blending with the unique taste of chicken. Natural ingredients truly taste better. Color, aroma, flavor, and appearance all harmonized perfectly. The taste was rich, fresh, and sweet. Madam Lin didn't let Yunyi drink too much. After 2 small bowls, she was told to stop. Dinner would be ready soon, and she didn't want to delay the main meal. After drinking the chicken soup, Yunyi got up and went for a walk in the small garden outside the second entrance to stretch and relax. Suddenly, Yume said behind her, "Miss, do you know? The Zhang family caused quite a scandal today. Master Haizhuang arranged for them to help harvest autumn vegetables, but that family has never done farm work in all these years. At first, they refused to work and kept refusing. Later, Lord Ha said that if they didn't do it, he would report it to the young lady. There was no choice but for the family of 4 to go help in the fields. They originally thought they would just go through the motions, but Lord Ha directly assigned the land to the workers. The family was stunned and even tried to insist that the tenants on the estate help out. Over the years, their family had often used the noble family's name to bully the tenants. Usually, the tenants dared not speak out. Now, they were eager to see their family embarrassed, so no one wanted to help. Lord Ha said that if they couldn't finish, they couldn't leave work early. The young lady hadn't seen how miserable the family looked today, especially the 2 women, who cried several times in the fields. Humph, coming to trouble the young lady again. They are exhausting her. If they speak disrespectfully again, they will forget their status over time. They truly deserve it. Yunyu just smiled when she heard this. She had foreseen such a situation. They thought that after talking a lot, everything would be fine. When they chose, they knew it wouldn't be easy either way. They are not too foolish. At least they chose to stay and work on the estate. It's just a bit tiring, and they might be mocked for a while. But if they chose to follow the guards back to the capital, that would be truly reckless. From what happened at the other courtyard that day, the team leader didn't need to say much. Just report everything truthfully, and she knew her grandfather would sell her family immediately. Oh, they don't know how lucky they are. No wonder others say you don't appreciate your blessings until they're gone. Yunyu just smiled at this. She had expected such a situation. They thought that after talking endlessly, everything would be fine. When they chose, she knew it wouldn't be easy either way. They're not too stupid. They chose to stay and work on the estate, just a little tired. The worst is being mocked for a while. But if they had gone back to the capital with the guards, that would be truly reckless. From what happened at the other courtyard that day, the team leader didn't need to say much. Just report everything honestly, and her grandfather would likely sell her family immediately. Oh, they don't realize how fortunate they are. No wonder people say you don't know what you have until it's gone. After dinner, Yunyu read a book in her room for a while. Then she told everyone to rest. She entered her space, practiced for a while, and after stabilizing her cultivation, she left the space. She used her spiritual sense to check that everyone in the second courtyard had gone to rest. Only then did she sneak out of the courtyard and quickly arrive at the east wing of the front yard. The four of them were assigned to a suite in the east wing, with 2 people inside and 2 outside. Yunyu entered silently, quickly cleaned the wound, and evenly applied the muscle repair ointment, then bandaged it. After changing the ointment for all 4, she was about to pack her things. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind her. Lu Qinbin. Yunyu's lips curled slightly as she replied, understood. Then she heard someone on the bed beside her say, "My name is Lu Chuan. Thank you, young lady, for treating us. We are grateful and don't know how to thank you enough." Next, 2 more people inside also said, "Jing Xi and Jing Yan, thank you, young lady." Yunyu carefully stored the items and said, "You must drink the medicinal soup on time every day. I added a special secret medicine that can repair and nourish your damaged meridians and help you recover faster. Over time, it can also stimulate your body's potential and benefit your future practice of internal skills. Rest well now." Before leaving the side room in the east wing of the courtyard, Yunyu quickly exited through the side door of the estate and headed toward the place she had inspected earlier in the morning. Upon arrival, she prepared some food and placed it nearby. Then she threw the 6 men in black out and stood aside, waiting for them to wake up. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 6 regained consciousness, each looking confused. Once they recovered and saw who was standing in front of them, they inexplicably knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, master." Yunyu said, "Get up and answer me." The 6 stood up. Suddenly, one of them's stomach growled loudly, followed by more stomach noises. The 6 men felt a bit embarrassed. Yunyu didn't find it funny. After several days without eating, it was normal to be hungry. She then took the prepared food nearby and said, "Eat something first. Fill your stomach before we talk." The 6 men, indeed hungry, didn't care about their image and started eating eagerly. After finishing everything Yunyu had prepared, they stood up and said, "Please, mistress, give your orders." Yunyu's memory wasn't completely erased of these men. She wasn't heartless. She just altered their memories slightly and, with the help of the loyalty pill, they became completely loyal to her. She asked, "Do you have any other requests?" All 6 knelt again. The leader said, "We have no families left, but we will follow your commands, mistress." Yunyu only kept them because, after soul-searching, she knew these men were suitable to build her forces. They were perfect for her purposes. She then said, "Since you agree to stay and serve me as your master, you must follow my rules from now on. If you disobey, don't blame me for being ruthless. But rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will not let you down." The 6 replied in unison, "Yes, we will follow the mistress's lead." She took out some silver notes she had prepared earlier and instructed them first. Find a hidden place to buy a large estate, preferably with a big area of mountains and forests. It doesn't matter if it's very big, as it will be your future base. Next, he wanted the dentist to buy a few women to bring back to the village, to cook, sew, clean, and take care of daily life for these people. Finally, he asked them to find some suitable orphans near Lingyan City and bring them back. They must do this voluntarily, without force. After completing the task, they can come back to see her. Watching them walk away, Yunyu took a deep breath. She finally took her first step toward a carefree life. Time passed quickly. After a few days of treatment, Lu Chenbin and the others had their first success. Next, they needed to use mental power to reconnect the broken tendons after surgery and then do the reattachment. To be safe, Yunyu decided to repair their tendons during the daytime. Seeing hope made the four of them very excited. Could this be a turning point? At the same time, news came that the village had been bought. It was about 30 miles from the Qingliang Mountain Marquis estate. They also selected 3 capable, honest women from the dentist shop to send to the village. At night, Yunyu, led by a person in black, arrived at the village 30 miles away from the parting estate. She took a quick look around and thought the place was good. The village had about 300 acres of good farmland, a 50-acre fish pond, and another 50 acres of hillside. The part she liked most was a forest covering over 600 acres.
Perfect.
Yunyu named the village Carefree Village. She chose this name because she wanted a carefree life in this lifetime, and also because her surname in her previous life was Xiao, so it's a play on words. The 6 of them also adopted new code names, Xiao 1 to Xiao 6. She instructed them that their main task for now was to find orphans near Lingyan City who wanted to join them, regardless of gender. After these busy days, Yunyu finally had a clear plan and was in a good mood. Things were on track. At the Ho Mansion in Huayang City, Lord Zhang Hongzong was handling official business in his study when he heard a report from outside. "My lord, the team escorting Miss San back from Qingliang Mountain has returned with their report." Inside, someone replied, "Oh, let him come in." The leader entered, bowed, and said, "Greetings, my lord. I have safely escorted Miss San to the Qingliang Mountain estate and am here to report back." The lord asked, "Was everything okay on the way? Did Yunyu have any discomfort?" "She just recovered from a serious illness and set out on the journey." "That's quite impressive of her." The leader responded, "My lord, Miss San is fine. She asked me to tell you to take care of yourself." Old Lord Ho felt some guilt in his heart, thinking he had let down his granddaughter. However, since it was a matter in the inner chambers, he couldn't interfere much. Besides, leaving might not be a bad thing for her. With this thought, he felt somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, at the Qingfeng courtyard of the Huayang Marquis' residence, Zhang Mamo hurried in with a shaky step, her face pale and trembling as she said, "Madam, something terrible has happened." The lady of the house, sitting on the bed with a teacup, looked annoyed and said, "What's the matter? Why are you so panicked? This isn't proper." Zhang Mamo stammered, "Madam, something happened at Yijing courtyard. I was supposed to go with the young lady to choose her dowry, but all the items are gone." She then knelt down. The lady of the house, in disbelief, asked, "What did you say? Say that again." Her hand holding the teacup trembled, and the maid nearby quickly took the cup and placed it on the table. Feeling nervous and weak, the lady got up and asked, "Mamo, say it again. What exactly happened?" Zhang Mamo looked pale and trembling as she said, "All the things at Yijing courtyard are gone. Nothing's left. What should we do now? How could this happen? It's impossible. We sent people there specifically." "Come, let's go and see for ourselves," said Madame Foam, the lady of the house, now truly panicked. If everything was really gone, how could they explain it to the family? As she walked, the lady of the house kept thinking. She had wanted to take some of the items for herself, but she hadn't expected everything to be taken. If it's all gone now, how can she explain it? Her mind was racing, analyzing everyone involved in this matter. The Marquis' house was now on high alert, so nothing could be taken out. The only possibility was that someone inside the house did it. The items were probably still inside. Thinking this, she felt a little reassured. Supported by her maid, she hurriedly made her way to Yijing courtyard. When they arrived, they saw Zhang Yunhui standing there with a pale face, looking in disbelief, probably still stunned. Seeing her mother coming, she didn't bother to maintain her ladylike manners and hurried over, saying, "Mother, it's unbelievable. How could it just disappear like that?" Madame Feng, the lady of the house, ignored the others nearby and quickly pushed through the crowd to go inside. What she saw was similar to the scene from the day before. Nothing much had changed. As she moved further in, she saw the shelves were completely empty. Then she frantically opened the box in front of her, which was empty. Completely empty. She felt her blood rush to her head and suddenly fainted. This caused a lot of panic among the servants who followed her. Madame Zhang remained relatively calm and ordered someone to close the main gate of Yijing Garden, help the lady of the air to a nearby room, and perform calming techniques like pressing on her pulse and acupressure. After some time, they managed to wake the lady of the air. Madame Zhang quickly handed her a cup of hot tea and said, "Madam, please don't panic. Think about how to handle this situation now." Everyone else also calmed down, realizing this was a serious matter and that they needed a good plan. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a family issue, it could affect the entire Marquis of Huayang's estate. The lady of the air, Mrs. Feng, also regained her composure and asked, "Madame Zhang, after the handover, did anyone else come into this courtyard?" Madame Zhang replied, "Madam, only the third young lady came that afternoon, and you and the eldest miss visited then. No one else has come since. The key has always been in your hands, and you personally handed it to the eldest miss this morning." Mrs. Feng murmured after hearing this, "Since we took over, our people have been guarding this place and we've even increased patrols. No outsider could have entered. Since the last incident at Silk Chamber Pavilion, we've strengthened security and patrols. How could this happen? Who wants to harm me?" Her mind quickly reviewed everyone in the estate, but she couldn't find a lead. Even if someone had a motive, they wouldn't have the strength to evade patrols and secret guards and carry out such an act. This was beyond ordinary people. The room fell into silence. Mrs. Feng was very distressed, truly unsure of what to do. Should she tell the estate or keep it secret? If she told, the truth would come out, and soon everyone in the capital would know she lost the estate's private treasury. How could she face others afterward? Who would believe her? She worried that someone might connect this to Yunyu resting at the other residence and say something damaging, harming the reputation of the Marquis' family. But if she kept it secret, what then? She was truly caught in a dilemma. If the Duke of Wu's estate found out, it could cause a huge scandal. It would be a thankless effort and might even backfire on her. She felt dizzy and overwhelmed, with no clear thoughts. She deeply regretted her choices. The usually sharp and clever Lady Feng, wife of the air, was now completely flustered. Her heart pounded with fear, and her mind was in chaos. This was no small matter. Losing the private belongings of the second household was probably more than all the other households combined. She couldn't believe that one person could handle such a big task alone. Could she have been set up? But who in this mansion could secretly carry out such a large scheme without anyone noticing? If she reported this to Lord Ho today, could she truly bear the consequences? The Duke of Wu's mansion wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. She was sure of that. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. After a while, she thought, if she didn't report this, she had no good reason to search the mansion openly. But delaying might cause her to miss the best chance to find the items. What should she do then? At that moment, Mammy Zhang spoke up, saying, "Madam, don't think too much about other things now. I believe we should quickly inform Lord Ho, the heir, and the old madam. This is a serious matter. If we don't report it immediately, and it gets out later, we won't have any excuse. Plus, it can't be kept secret forever. Even if we hide it now, eventually the truth will come out. When the third young lady returns, she will want her things back. What then? We won't be able to replace those items. It's better to report everything quickly to Lord Ho, the heir, and the old madam. Yes, we might be responsible, but it's better than living in constant fear. Besides, it can't be hidden forever. Why not just do it, madam? Lady Feng thought to herself that this was the only way now. It was better than risking more trouble. The most important thing was that she had been ill for over half a month and didn't even know when those items had gone missing. It would be a joke if people found out she had schemed for so long, only to have her new possessions stolen before she even got a chance to enjoy them. That would make her look bad. Coincidentally, she had been sick during this time, and she didn't know how many rumors would spread if the truth came out. It was really a case of losing the chicken to get the eggs, so frustrating. Once she understood this, she stopped worrying and decided to wait here. She called Wenlan, who was nearby, to quickly report everything to Lord Ho, the heir, and the old madam. Meanwhile, she asked Mammy Zhang to start investigating the mansion's entry and exit records from the past half-month, hoping to find some useful clues through a thorough check. This matter doesn't seem simple at all. Is it aimed at myself or at the Marquis's residence? So many things have mysteriously disappeared, which makes people think a lot. In less than an incense stick's time, everyone in the Marquis's house knew that the third miss had handed over the items to the Crown Prince's wife. It turns out that the private treasury and dowry left by the second madam are also missing. People are secretly discussing this everywhere. The household is now anxious. When Lord Marquis, the Crown Prince, and the old madam received the news, they all rushed over. After understanding the situation, they were all a bit shocked. This is not a small matter. So many things vanished without anyone noticing. How is that possible? Could it be that the guards and secret guards in the house are all dead? Recently, the house added more secret guards and increased patrols at night. How could such a thing happen? But after checking and investigating, no useful clues were found. The main masters of the Marquis's house all looked worried, and each room had its own concerns. Jiang Auntie from the second house, Zhu Yuan, reacted most strongly. She sat alone at her tea table, lost in thought, not even noticing the tea spilling from her hand. She felt anxious and confused. She was thinking about the Crown Prince's wife from the first house. Was today's incident real, or just a setup? If it was real, how could it happen? Would she suspect herself and think it involved her? After all, they had cooperated before. Although the Crown Prince's wife later spared her, she still felt guilty. But if it was fake, who would have staged it? Who would be the one to take the blame? She wondered how she could have been so reckless back then, getting involved with the Crown Prince's wife and ending up with nothing. Now, this has alarmed Lord Marquis, the Crown Prince, and the old madam. Whether true or false, they wouldn't let it go easily. If they investigated and found she was involved, what could she do? Meanwhile, the lady of the third house, Mrs. Zhang, was talking with her maid about today's incident. The third lady said, "Maid, what do you think about this? Is it really true, or is the first house setting up a trap? If it's a trap, the Crown Prince's wife is too bold. But if it's true, it's just too coincidental. She just took over, and then everything disappeared. Who would believe that?" That day, we saw for ourselves how many items were in the storeroom and how precious they were. Most of them were top quality, rare treasures, so tempting. She spoke while playing with her teacup, lost in thought. The lady nearby replied, "Madam, I think this matter can't be fake. We don't know if the main house has moved some things, but they definitely wouldn't dare to set a trap to deceive Lord Ho and the old madam." The third lady was about to drink her tea, but suddenly burst out laughing. She said, "Oh, anyway, we just watched the show. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. It won't affect us. In the end, the main house won't come out well." Mrs. Jiang from the fourth household was also talking to her husband. She asked, "Husband, what do you think about this today?" While speaking, she poured tea for fourth Lord John Chengyue. Fourth Lord John took a sip of his tea and said, "It's hard to say. I don't think it's fake. You should stay out of it. We just need to take care of our own affairs." Mrs. Jiang replied, "Hearing you say that, it sounds like I have the right to interfere. We're just chatting in our own house. This matter is really strange. A few days ago, the heir's wife was sick and couldn't see anyone for half a month. Now that she's better, there's news about items missing from Yijing court. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? Jean looked at his wife, who seemed thoughtful, and then said, "If this matter involves our family, you must not spread any rumors."
We can't get involved.
Mrs. Jiang pouted and said, "I know. I just want to get involved, but I don't have the ability." In the back courtyard of Ronghui Hall, the lord and the old madam looked unhappy. This matter was causing trouble. How could they explain it to the Duke of Wu's mansion? It couldn't just be dismissed with a sentence. Yunyu would definitely come back. They couldn't tell her that her things were lost. How could they open their mouths? It was obvious that the Ho family was scheming against a young girl without a mother. Moreover, the Ho family couldn't just let this go. They had to find out who was so bold to sneak around so freely, as if they were uninvited guests, right under the noses of so many guards and protectors. This was unacceptable. Qingfeng courtyard. The heir stood by the window with a cold face, his expression grim. The heir's wife wasn't much better. No matter what, this matter was definitely related to the main house, and it was no small issue. The heir was truly furious. First, there had been a series of thefts in the mansion, all involving their family, which made him lose face as the future head of the Ho mansion. This time, the number of lost items, their value, and the wide range of people involved are more than they can handle. Thinking about this, their faces looked even worse. Then they saw Madame Feng, sitting there in a bright pink dress with a joyful cloud pattern, also looking unhappy. She is truly a person who often fails at doing things but causes trouble. She sighed deeply and calmed her emotions before saying, "You should rest now. Li De has already brought people to search the house. Surely, some clues will be left behind. You don't need to worry too much. In the future, you should think carefully before acting. Never do such harmful things again. Losing face is small, but this time the matter is too big. If we can't find those items, we will have to spend everything we have to make up for it. The more such things happen, the more you need to be clear about your actions. Otherwise, how can we gain respect in the house? How will the other brothers and younger ones see us?"
Time passed second by second.
Li De and his guards only searched Madame Lin, the second lady of the house, in her room. They found 5 pieces of her dowry from years ago, but no other clues. When the house learned about this, they were even more upset. If they couldn't find anything, it would be fine. But they found 5 pieces of dowry belonging to the eldest daughter, Madame Zhang Yunhui. This made people imagine many things. The heir of the main house, who heard the news, looked very angry. What is going on? Words can't explain it. Why did they have to move her dowry? Those items are recorded in the list. People are so embarrassed they want to hide somewhere. This is truly shameful. The house suddenly became chaotic again, with all kinds of guesses starting anew. In the Yaoguang Pavilion courtyard, servants knelt all over the ground. The eldest lady, Zhang Yunhui, was angry, throwing everything she could find onto the floor. The room was a mess. She didn't expect that the things she and her mother brought back from Yijing Garden, which were hidden carefully, would be searched and found. She was careless. Who knew such a thing would happen today? If this news gets out, how will she face the noble ladies and her close friends in the future? How will she survive in the noble circles of the capital? In just over 5 months, she will get married. How will she behave in her new family? How will she have face? The person she was supposed to marry was not the eldest son. Even though he was the legitimate heir, he was not the future head of the household. I originally thought that as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's residence, as long as my dowry was generous enough, I could walk freely in the Ministry of Officials' household after marriage. But now, my reputation is ruined. I don't know what to do next. After venting my anger, I sank to the ground, looking pale. The beautiful red peach blossom dress I was wearing is now stained and torn in several places, with tea stains from my outburst. I didn't notice the damage when I was angry. My hair is messy, and tears shimmer in my beautiful eyes. I never imagined such things could happen. This morning, everything was fine. I was happily taking the keys to the Yijing courtyard from my mother. We agreed I could go back to choose some items to add to my makeup, but suddenly, everything turned into this mess. Now, I am seen as a thief stealing from the second house, and the main house is also being targeted with blame. The wet nurse behind her felt sad seeing her like this. She had always been proud and radiant, never experienced such treatment. This item was originally taken openly and honestly. Why is it now considered theft? But now, there's no way to explain it clearly. As a small servant, she didn't know how to comfort her lady to make her feel better. At this moment, in the study of the front yard of the Marquis's residence, young Master Zhang Qingye was kneeling in front of the Marquis's desk, enduring the anger of Marquis Zhang Hongzhong sitting at the top. He couldn't defend himself. Everything pointed to their main house. The household was now in chaos. Since the younger sister-in-law passed away and the legitimate younger brother went out to find his son, ignoring his niece's fragile health, he left the capital. Under the pretense of caring for the second house's niece, they seized her mother's inheritance. Now, they are accusing her of theft, but in reality, the main house has transferred the items. The Marquis summoned steward Li Da and ordered the household servants to remain silent. No one was allowed to spread rumors outside. Anyone who did would be killed on the spot. The household members would be held responsible collectively. Looking at his legitimate son kneeling before him, the Marquis sighed. A wife should be chosen wisely. If it weren't for the marriage arrangement made by the elders when his son was young, and if he hadn't wanted to avoid gossip, his eldest son wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He knew that the main house's wife had some small schemes, but those were just petty disputes among women in the inner courtyard for power and favor. Now, such a serious matter had occurred. Not only did they need to give the outside world an explanation for the second son, but they also needed to prevent future brotherly conflicts. You need to give an explanation to each household in the mansion, or else the elders won't be convinced in the future. Also, you must explain to your granddaughter in Qingliang Mountain and the Duke Wu's residence. Although the mansion has issued a silence order, the truth cannot be hidden forever. Looking at his eldest son still kneeling, he said, "Get up first. We need to think carefully about this matter, as everything is connected. We must consider how to handle it properly." Half an hour later, the two left the Marquis of Huayang's residence, one after the other. They had already discussed the situation repeatedly in the study. This matter must be resolved quickly, and the heir's wife must take full responsibility. No matter how things develop, they must show a positive attitude of responsibility. Otherwise, after the best time passes, there will be endless problems. After burning a stick of incense, they arrived at the old Duke Wu's study and explained the whole story, including the causes and consequences. They also assured that the Marquis of Huayang would take full responsibility. No one expected such an incident to happen. They promised that the Marquis's mansion would give justice to the second household and Yunyu, and that the heir and his wife would compensate Yunyu with the money based on the detailed transfer list from the original agreement. The main reason for this visit was to apologize to Duke Wu's residents and to express their stance. They hoped Duke Wu's family could forgive them. Currently, the second household has no one in the mansion and has become a victim. If this matter spreads, at least Duke Wu's mansion will not be involved, which is enough. Until the late afternoon, the heir and the Marquis returned to the mansion with a grim face, walking heavily back to Qingfeng Courtyard. In Qingfeng Courtyard, the heir's wife sat by a lotus-shaped tea table near the window. She was wearing a soft blue, dark floral embroidered satin dress. Her hair was styled in a cloud-like bun, decorated with a jade hairpin with lotus flowers. She wore pearl-white phoenix-patterned earrings. However, her face looked pale and her eyes were red, clearly suffering from emotional and mental distress. If Yunyu were here, she would definitely sneer and say, "Who are you pretending for? It looks like you've suffered a great injustice, but it's your own fault. I'd be happy to see you suffer." Lost in thought, the heir's wife heard a servant outside speaking. She looked out the window and heard a young maid say, "Young master, good luck." Just as she was about to stand up and go out to greet him, the heir, Zhang Qingye, entered quickly with a furious face and a pale complexion. The servants in the house dared not make a sound and all knelt down, saying, "Greetings, young master." Nothing was said by Jean Qingye. He waved his hand to let the servants leave the room, then sat at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a few deep breaths with his eyes closed. Once he calmed his mind, he slowly spoke. "Since the matter has come out, our main family must give an explanation. This afternoon, my father and I went to the Duke Wu's residence to apologize and promise to give the second branch and the Duke Wu's family a proper account. The details of the compensation will be calculated into silver and given to Yunyu. The exact amount will be arranged by the Duke Wu's household, who will send it over. When the time comes, someone will deliver it to you. Be mentally prepared." Hearing this, Madame Foam, the wife of the heir, was struck like lightning. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted, only managing to hold onto the table. Her face was as pale as death. This was truly shooting herself in the foot, but that wasn't the worst part. The main issue was that their main family could not possibly cover this gap. It was almost impossible. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something but couldn't. The problem originated from her, and now saying anything was pointless. She hated the person who had come up with this idea back then. But now, hating anyone was useless. According to the heir, if the compensation for Yunyu was calculated into silver, their main family would go bankrupt trying to pay it off. What could they do? Jean Qingye seemed to notice his wife Feng's thoughts and said, "Father and the Duke Wu's household have already agreed. The two families will first estimate a rough amount of silver. If there are no objections after discussion, we will follow the agreed amount. Then, a part will be paid first, and the rest will be paid gradually each year. Yunyu will be able to pay it back before she gets married. Just prepare yourself." 2 days later, the Duke Wu's household sent over the detailed calculation and the total silver amount. When Lord Ho received and opened the documents, he was mentally prepared, but after seeing the details and the final total, he still let out a breath to calm himself. Just then, the heir came over on urgent business. Lord Ho handed him the documents. After reading them, the heir was so angry he almost spat blood. His fists clenched so tightly that the veins popped out. But since it was caused by his own family members, he had to endure it and see it through. Someone delivered the bill to the heir's wife. When she received it, she nearly fainted from anger. She couldn't hold herself up and collapsed. The total calculation was 56,822 taels of silver. The next day, all the families were notified to gather at the old lady's Ronghui Hall for an announcement. Once everyone was present, the servants and miscellaneous people were asked to leave. The Marquis put down his teacup and said, "Everyone knows about the matter at Yijing Court. I will keep it brief. Since this was lost by the main household, they must take responsibility. Because the second household is in a special situation now, a few days ago, I and the heir went to apologize at the Wu Guogong's residence. We also discussed with Wu Guogong's family and agreed to compensate Yunyu with money based on the value of the lost items. Yesterday, Wu Guogong's family sent over the details and the total amount calculated, which is 568,200 taels. They also sent a message that, since the heir's wife meant well, they decided to forgive the remaining 8,200 taels. This means the main household now has to pay 568,200 taels to Yunyu. Let's first gather 160,000 taels, and the rest will be paid back at 80,000 taels each year until Yunyu gets married. Do you, Chengyi and Mrs. Feng, have any objections?" The couple looked at each other. Although they both looked unhappy, after digesting this overnight, they had accepted it. They answered in unison, no. Once these words were spoken, the heir knew that this matter was settled and could not be changed. The main household's family looked unhappy. Eldest son Zhang Yunchong spent his days studying with his teacher in the front yard and didn't know what had happened. Now he looked awkward. Miss Zhang Yunhui was more anxious than anyone. She was to be married in 5 months. It was bad enough that her reputation at the estate was poor, but now no one outside could know. The officials' residents wouldn't dare to come and withdraw the marriage, but increasing the dowry was impossible. The heir's wife, Mrs. Feng, clenched her fists tightly inside her sleeve, nails almost digging into her palm. Her veins bulged, she trembled slightly, and her face was pale, but she tried to stay calm and maintain her dignity. The other two households people showed no expression and sat humbly at the lower end. Mrs. Feng knew that they were probably mocking and looking down on the main household. She was right. The third household's wife, who was lowering her head, was thinking, thinking you're better than everyone else, but you're not lucky enough. Now, after scheming and plotting, you've fallen into your own trap. Serves you right. So much silver, thinking you can pay Yunyu before she gets married. The main household will have to tighten their belts and save money in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. I'll make sure they look so proud every day. The fourth madam is just the same. A few years ago, the entire family of the third house lived with Lord John while he was in office, so they didn't suffer much bullying. However, their family has always lived in the estate. Over the years, the main household hasn't openly deducted from them, but they haven't been generous either. Whenever there's a big or small matter, they have to go to Qingfeng Courtyard first to report. The young master's wife is happy and agrees, but if she's in a bad mood, she might scold them harshly. Now, the fourth madam feels very happy. Even though she still has to be controlled by Madame Feng in the future, she can enjoy watching the main household's jokes now. When there's something good, they only think about monopolizing it. Now, she has lost her husband and her position, and she's become a joke in the estate. It's quite satisfying. Since marrying into the Marquis's house, she's never felt so happy. The Marquis and the old madam sit at the top, watching everything. They sigh inwardly. Once you do something, you have to bear the consequences.
Sigh.
Learn a lesson. If Yunyu were here, she would definitely say this is the sadness of a noble household. It seems prosperous, but inside, everyone has their own plans and manages their affairs separately. Yunyu, having lived two lives, sees it clearly. Power and wealth can easily tempt people, and she understands that. Qingfeng Courtyard. The heirs of the main household return to Qingfeng Courtyard. All the servants instinctively avoid them, leaving only the couple of the main family and a few children. Actually, only the eldest son of the main household, Zhang Yunchang, is unaware of what's happening. Even the young master knows a little about his wife's thoughts, but he doesn't stop her. In fact, he agrees with her. He didn't expect things to develop like this. They not only have to pay a large compensation but also damage the reputation of the main household. Lord John is disappointed in them because of this. Even the other brothers in the family look at them differently now. What can they say? They personally went to the Duke Wu's mansion to apologize and promise to take full responsibility. But it's like eating bitter yellow lanterns, they have no way to speak clearly. It was really their wife's idea first. They have also tacitly accepted this. It's even more ridiculous that the Marquis's house was turned upside down. Besides 5 exquisite ornaments found in their eldest daughter's room, no other clues were found. The items were lost in Madam's hands. If even one item couldn't be found, it would be understandable. But 5 were found in the eldest daughter's room. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible to explain. Seeing the confused eldest son, the 2 unwilling daughters, and the pale-faced lady, I couldn't say much. Should I let them continue to do embarrassing things? I spoke in a strict, cold voice. Things are already like this, and there's no way to change it. Lady, you should quickly gather the 13,000 taels and send them to the Duke of Wu's residence. Also, you all need to control yourselves in the future and avoid doing anything shameful again, or don't blame me for being harsh. After speaking, I strode out of Qingfeng Courtyard. Qingliang Mountain Villa. When Yunyu received the news, it had been more than 10 days. After reading the letter from the Duke of Wu's residence, she burst into loud laughter, thinking this was just the beginning. She would collect some interest first. Just wait and see. If you provoke me, you won't have an easy time. She guessed correctly. When the compensation price was announced, the eldest son's wife must have been heartbroken. That's exactly what she wanted, to make them hurt. She wasn't the original owner and wouldn't let them control her freely. She didn't want to stay in the house and be restricted. You think I can be sent away just because you say so? It's just a trick. But now, she's living quite well, thanks to their help. She put down her letter and started writing back to the Duke of Wu's residence, telling her maternal grandparents that she was doing well and that she knew what was happening there. She thanked them for caring about her. She also wrote, "No one wants such things to happen, but since they did, they should follow the arrangements discussed by the two houses." Yunyu entrusted everything to the Duke of Wu's residence to handle. She also mentioned that her eldest aunt's family didn't mean for this to happen, and she wouldn't blame them. However, the 5 items in Sister Zhang Yunhui's possession, which her mother left her, must be taken back. Later, she wrote a letter to Marquis Huayang, addressed to Marquis Zhang Hongzhang. She said she recently received a letter from the Duke of Wu's residence and learned about the theft in the capital's Marquis of Huayang's house. She would follow the elders' arrangements. She agreed with the compensation the Duke of Wu's residence decided to give.
No one wanted such a thing to happen.
She asked him to tell the eldest family not to blame themselves. She wouldn't blame her uncle and aunt. Everyone makes mistakes. Finally, she told them to take care of themselves. She was doing well here and asked them to rest assured. During this time, Yunyu was living very comfortably. Every day, she either practiced her skills, treated a few people, or wandered around Qingliang Mountain behind the house. She had basically explored the terrain of the nearby area. Xiao Yi and the others are truly capable. In just over 10 days, they have brought back about 60 orphans who willingly joined them from different places. Each of them is talented in martial arts. Yunyu had previously seen them and thought they were good. They had good character and skills. However, they were all thin and weak from hunger. Yunyu instructed that all the produce from the farm be stored safely, and they should find a dry, secure place on the farm to build a large warehouse. She also asked Xiao Yi and the others to look for nearby land to buy, preferably close by. Besides paying taxes to the court, they should store the rest of the harvest for their own use over time. She also told them to find 2 literate people from the pawn shop to teach the children on the farm. Later, they should look for people who might not be very talented in martial arts but have other skills, such as quick thinking, good speaking, or craftsmanship. It's not urgent. They can bring back anyone willing to join, regardless of age or gender. One important rule for choosing people is that their character must be good. This is a basic requirement. Meanwhile, they each have their own tasks, which is to increase their own fighting skills. Yunyu thought that her work at Xiaoyao village was mostly done for now. Her priority was to improve the martial arts of a few people so they could lead others later. First, she planned to help them strengthen their muscles and expand their meridians. She had already selected some martial arts manuals in her space and promised to come at night to protect them. Besides Xiao Yi and the others, no one had seen Yunyu's true face. She always wore a mask when she came, a playful half-face mask she found in her space. There were many similar masks there. After giving instructions, she headed to the side yard. Walking alone back to the side yard, Yunyu rarely let her maids follow her since she had Xiaorao village. She always found various reasons to send them away and slipped out through the side door. Today, since it was still early, she wasn't in a hurry to go back. She enjoyed the scenery along the way. She didn't take the main road but walked on a small mountain trail. The path was rough, but the scenery was beautiful. Along the way, she saw streams in the mountains, flowing gently through the rocks and grass, hidden among the forests and mountain streams. Since it was autumn, most of the trees on the mountain had golden leaves shining brightly. As the autumn wind swept through, the yellow leaves began to fall to the ground, creating a spectacular scene. Yunyu was among the falling leaves, dressed in a beautiful blue-green silk dress with gold butterfly patterns, playing happily. She forgot to check her surroundings with her spiritual awareness, standing alone and laughing softly as she caught the falling leaves in the wind. Her clear, sweet laughter and delicate, fair face made Long Jingrui, who was resting in a tree nearby, look over. The girl under the tree was lost in her own joyful world. Her skin was smooth and bright like warm jade, her small cherry-red lips naturally rosy, and her charming face glowed. A few strands of hair gently brushed her face in the breeze, adding to her alluring charm. Her lively eyes sparkled with intelligence, her waist was slender, and she was stunningly flawless, almost like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. After playing enough, she reluctantly turned to leave. Long Jingrui watched her walk far away, out of sight, before finally withdrawing his gaze. No one noticed the faint smile at the corner of his handsome face as he thought to himself that she was quite a playful girl. Why was she alone here? Didn't she know there might be dangers in the mountains? He wondered why she had no sense of safety. He smiled to himself, not knowing that they would soon meet again. Yunyu had fun and then quickened her pace, weaving through the forest. By the time she reached the side courtyard, it was almost noon. The 4 people in the front yard had already started to get up from the ground, and soon they would be able to refine their bodies again. She could have let them recover faster, but after some thought, she decided not to make it too shocking. In fact, the 4 of them were already very excited. When she entered the front yard, she saw the 4 sweating and practicing. Yunyu checked on them again, telling them not to push too hard, or they might hurt themselves again. She insisted they follow her schedule carefully. They shouldn't overdo it, as that would hinder their recovery. After some time, once they were fine and their physical strength had returned, she would help them refine their bodies. When successful, they would have a chance to restart their internal cultivation and improve their martial skills even further. This made the 4 very happy and excited, filled with confidence and motivation. They couldn't wait to keep training without stopping. Yunyu can understand. Setting aside deep hatred, I ask, which man doesn't dream of being a martial arts overlord? After lunch, Yunyu entered her space to practice. A few days ago, she found 2 secret manuals inside her space. One was a light skill called Carefree and Untraceable, and the other was a martial arts secret called Jade Flute Spreading Across the Sky. She chose these 2 because of their names that caught her eye, and because her weapons are silver needles and a jade flute, which are both light and convenient. Because her body has undergone special training, making her different from ordinary people, and because she previously practiced mental power techniques, her progress in cultivation is very fast. She is now at the 3rd level of Carefree and Untraceable and the 4th level of Jade Flute Spreading Across the Sky. Life is now comfortable. Besides guiding the healing of a few people in the front yard, she only goes to the village when there are things to do. Most of her time is spent practicing. Yunyu firmly believes that relying on herself is better than relying on others. As winter approaches, the servants and Aunt Yi in the side courtyard have been busy making winter clothes. Yunyu isn't short of clothes. When she was in Huayong Prefecture, the estate had a sewing room that sent clothes quarterly. Recently, she has grown taller, and her old clothes are a bit short. Lin Mama and 4 maids have been busy adjusting her clothes these days. She originally brought a lot of fabric when she arrived. Lin Mama suggested making a few more winter outfits, but Yunyu only asked for 1 new dress, saying she is still growing and the new clothes will soon be too short. Most of her old clothes, besides those made regularly by the estate, were privately made during Lin's time in the second house. Both the craftsmanship and fabric were very exquisite. Since there was extra fabric when they made them, she can still wear them. She feels good since coming to Qingliang Mountain, and because of her cultivation, she has grown taller than girls her age. Recently, in Yunyu's courtyard, only 1 maid stays outside to wait. The servants are used to Yunyu's rules. They won't enter without permission, which makes things easier for her. She entered her space and went straight to the pavilion by the hot spring to continue her practice. Later, she needs to go to the village again, so her time is tight. She didn't delay with other matters. In the side courtyard across from Yunyu's place, Long Jingrui, dressed in armor, returned from outside. Recently, he has been going deep into the mountains to practice more. Even so, the jade fire poison on his body is barely suppressed. The Medicine King Valley sent people over, but there was no good solution. The prescriptions they provided mostly aimed to suppress the problem. This made Long Jingrui feel constantly irritable, on the verge of losing his temper at any moment. He became even more cold and distant, showing a fierce indifference to others. His subordinates dared not make a sound around him. They were anxious and helpless, almost as close to losing their temper as he was. In the inner chamber, he changed out of his battle clothes and soaked in a specially prepared hot spring pool. He closed his eyes and let his mind relax, trying to rest. For some reason, the playful image of the young girl he met on the back mountain appeared in his mind. Her cheerful laughter and the delicate, beautiful girl with fair skin and a light, graceful aura kept lingering. After a stick of incense, he opened his eyes and chuckled at himself. Could it be that he was missing a woman? That he was thinking of that young girl? He got out of the hot spring, changed into clean clothes prepared by a servant, and then, with a cold, handsome face, entered his study to deal with the various messages received today. Seeing the collected and sent messages from recent days, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They thought they could succeed just because they removed him?
Dream on.
Since they were so eager and reaching out so far, he wouldn't let them relax in the capital. He had to give them some rewards and let them feel his respect. Now, it was probably no secret that he had left the capital. Those people must be getting impatient. Tonight was the full moon again, and it seemed it would be another bloody night. Thinking of the poison of jade fire on his body, he laughed mockingly. He called his secret guards to send out a letter via pigeon, then left his study. He ordered his servants to prepare food so he could eat well before facing them. He was determined to see how capable they were of challenging him. Yunyu finished his training for the day. Today, he was just consolidating his previous cultivation. Since he had important matters to attend to tonight, he didn't continue practicing. Instead, he soaked in the space's hot spring, eating fresh fruit. Life was truly better than that of gods. Thinking about what Xiao Yi and the others told him today, he realized there were nearly 70 people on the farm now. It was quite exhausting. Yunyu had initially planned to train people first, and then develop some industries after the new year and spring. But Xiao Yi and the others said the children were still too young to practice martial arts or study all day long. Yunyu was thinking about what activities would suit children aged 6 to 12. They are still too young, so she realized she needs to develop some people like Xiao Yi who can help with tasks. For now, these 60 children are not useful. But what can these people do? Yunyu ate some fruit while tapping her head, trying to think. After a long while, she couldn't come up with an idea, so she left the hot spring and decided to think more carefully later. Standing in the pavilion by the hot spring, she looked at the pasture below the mountain and the farmland across the river. It was full of life. Suddenly, she had an idea and excitedly hit her forehead. Yes. Why didn't she think of this before? Although the climate here is comfortable, in winter it's not as cold as the north. But by the end of October, only some hardy green vegetables can be grown. Moreover, Qingliang Mountain is not truly in the south. It's at the intersection of north and south. Yunyu had asked before, and the land here is only suitable for one crop per season. Growing 2 crops should be fine with this climate. She decided to plan this for the evening. She also wanted to reserve 50 acres of land for vegetables. Yunyu thought about trying to grow greenhouse vegetables first, just a trial. Since she currently has enough money, if it succeeds, her estate can become fully self-sufficient financially. Plus, the older children could help with farming, making the children feel more at ease.
Perfect.
After tidying up, Yunyu left her space and walked out of her room. She saw Yuzhu sitting on the corridor nearby, sewing clothes. Hearing the noise, she quickly put down her work and hurried over. She asked, "Miss, is there anything you need?" Yunyu replied, "Nothing urgent." "Where is Grandma Lin?" Yuzhu answered, "Miss, Grandma Lin just went to the estate to talk to Lord Hai." Thinking of something, she added, "Grandma Lin also prepared a nourishing tonic for you in the small kitchen. I'll bring it over." Yunyu was a bit hungry, so she said, "All right, go ahead. I'm a little hungry too." Soon, Yuzhu brought a small bowl of bird's nest. It's a good product, known to nourish and beautify women, but honestly, Yunyu found it a bit unappetizing. She had never liked this in modern times. To put it simply, it's like eating the saliva of little swallows. Fortunately, it was only a small bowl, otherwise, she couldn't have finished it. Yushu looked at her lady with a funny expression, as if she was about to eat poison, and she wanted to laugh. Every time Grandma Lin made her eat bird's nest, her lady always looked like this. She quickly swallowed her food, and if the ladies from the capital saw her, they would laugh at her lack of manners. She wiped her mouth, waved her hand, and told Yushu to stay by herself. She wanted to go to the front yard to see the few people who were eager to do rehabilitation all day. When she reached outside the second gate, she heard Lin Mama's voice. She said, "You should go back. Our young lady can't handle this. You better go home and talk to your family. Maybe they can think of other ways." Yunyu didn't go further. She stood under the osmanthus tree outside the second gate and released her spiritual awareness to look. She saw a girl in a red patched dress standing at the front gate of the yard. The girl stopped Lin Mama from leaving and said, "Mama, please be kind. Just do a good deed and help my sister. Can you tell your young lady about this?" Lin Mama was starting to get impatient. She said, "Miss, I can't help you with this. There are many villages near this place. If everyone comes to us for help, can we handle it? We hope you won't make things difficult for us. Go back and talk to your family." No parent truly ignores their child's safety. After saying that, Lin Mama tried to walk away. But the girl saw that Lin Mama had no intention of helping and tried to rush into the yard. Unfortunately, she was stopped by guards Zhang Yuan and Qin Hu. The girl was clever. Seeing she couldn't get in, she jumped and shouted, Third Miss Zhang, help. Please come out and see me. We're in urgent need." Yunyu stood outside the second gate, waiting for Lin Mama. She wondered what was going on, why this girl was making such a fuss. It wasn't that Yunyu didn't want to help. Like Lin Mama said earlier, if she helped with everything easily, the nearby villages would come to her every time there was a problem. Could she handle that? She needed to find out more first. But Yunyu didn't like this girl very much. She was talking, but her eyes were wandering everywhere, which showed she wasn't trustworthy. She seemed to be scheming. Soon, Lin Mama came over. Seeing Yunyu standing under the osmanthus tree outside the second gate, she hurried forward and asked, "Miss, why are you standing here? Did you hear what that girl just said?" Yunyu simply smiled and followed Grandma Lin back, not wanting to go further into the front yard. Grandma Lin knew her young lady's personality. She had already overheard gossip from the women in the village earlier, so she began to explain. It turned out that the young lady's younger uncle lost money gambling. In the afternoon, the creditor came to collect. After some persuasion, they agreed to give a 2-day extension to raise the money. However, her grandparents didn't want to pay, so they thought of having their granddaughter pay the debt. Usually, if someone had to pay a debt, it wouldn't be the girl outside. Her uncle had 2 daughters, but they were still young. So, her grandparents wanted their second daughter-in-law's younger sister to pay. That girl was usually invisible at home, and now she was crying over the problem. The girl outside was tired of the poverty at home. Grandma Lin said, "I don't know what she's thinking, rushing over to see you. She hopes you can help her." She hinted that she wants to sell herself to work as a maid in our yard to pay her uncle's debt. She's also saying she's cutting ties with her family and hopes to follow the young lady to the capital someday. She seems very determined and says she wants to help her sister. Yunyu listened and smiled faintly, saying, "That girl's eyes aren't quite right. She's too lively. The person I need must be someone without worries. With such complicated family members, there are too many troubles. Grandma, go check on her again later. If she hasn't left, send someone to call her family to take her back. We really can't set this precedent, or we'll be troubled all the time." Grandma Lin nodded and followed the young lady to the second courtyard. She thought no one would stay long. She probably just stubbornly refused to leave. But by dinner time, Zhang Yuan came to report that the girl hadn't left. She had even knelt outside the main gate earlier, which made Yunyu uncomfortable.
Who was she?
Yunyu hated such manipulative behavior the most. She then ordered, "Zhang Yuan, do you know which village she's from? Go and invite the village's elder to come here." Zhang Yuan received the order and quickly left through the back door. The girl's village was called Guixiong Village, named after the many osmanthus trees there. In late summer and early autumn, the whole village was filled with the sweet scent of osmanthus flowers. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the village head of Guixiong village arrived with 3 villagers. On the way, Zhang Yuan had already explained everything to the village head, making him and the other 3 villagers feel a bit awkward. When they reached the gate of the other courtyard, they saw Zhang Liang's second daughter kneeling outside. Many people from the village were gathered around, pointing and whispering. It was truly embarrassing. The village head of Guixiong village was also surnamed Zhang. Considering that he and the girl kneeling outside the gate were not yet 5 generations apart, he was a distant relative. At this moment, he hurried over to the gate. He said to Zhang why are you kneeling outside someone else's courtyard? Get up quickly. You're embarrassing yourself. Seeing the village head and the villagers arrive, Zhang realized she should call him third grandpa in the village. She was a little scared at first, but then she thought about her future. Whether she could wear fine clothes and jewelry depended on today. She really didn't want to stay in her poor, struggling family anymore. Although she was better off than her sisters, her younger uncle was spoiled by her grandmother. She worried that one day it might be her turn. She needed to find a way out before then. She had heard that a young lady from Beijing was staying in the other courtyard to recover from illness. Everyone in the village was talking about it. They said the maids in the courtyard were very free and easygoing. The young lady had a good temper and didn't interfere much, so life there was very comfortable. They also said the food was excellent, and there were new clothes every season. If she could stay there, she wouldn't have to go hungry or be cold anymore. When the young lady returned to Beijing, maybe she could go with her. In Beijing, the young master of a wealthy family often had many concubines. If she could catch his eye, she might become a concubine or similar, and then she would be almost like a mistress. While Zhang was lost in this beautiful dream, she didn't hear what the village head was saying. She was imagining her future becoming reality. The village head saw her strange expression and raised his voice. Get up and come back to the village with me. Don't embarrass the village any longer. Hearing this shout, Zhang seemed to wake from her dream. She looked at the village head and the 3 villagers and said, "Third grandpa, you've heard about our family situation today, right? My younger uncle lost money gambling again. Today, the debt collectors came to the door. I tried to negotiate and was given a 2-day extension, but my grandmother said there isn't enough money at home and plans to have her granddaughter pay off the debt. My younger uncle's 2 cousins are still very young and can't pay such a large amount. My grandmother plans to have San, he from my second uncle's family, pay it instead. San, he and I grew up together, and I can't think of a better way to save her. There are many mansions around our village, but most are guarded by guards, so I dare not go there. I heard that a young lady lives in one of these mansions. I just want to try my luck and hope that Miss San from the Zhang family can help me." The village chief listened to Zhang He and felt a bit troubled. She was telling the truth, but every family has its own problems. Although he is the village head, there are some things he really can't control. Suddenly, they heard a voice from inside the house. "Oh, it sounds like the girl is quite confident, thinking I will easily help her. You are clever, girl." Everyone outside looked toward the door and saw a young lady come out. She was dressed in an elegant, white silk dress with cloud patterns, wearing a white veil and a hat. Her face was not visible, but she looked charming standing at the door. Zhang he knew this must be the young lady from the mansion, the one people talked about. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly said, "My name is Zhang He. I respectfully ask Miss San from the Zhang family to help my cousin. I would be very grateful." Yunyu listened and smiled. Then she looked at the village chief and said, "Zhang village chief, your village girls really like to be forceful. Kneeling here without saying a word. Are you trying to pressure us? If not, then stop pretending to be grateful. It seems your village is full of people who use weakness to force others, even more cunning than women in grand mansions." Impressive. Hearing this, the village chief and the villagers looked upset, their faces turning sour. Their gazes at Zhang he became sharp. The crowd watching nearby also discussed. After hearing the story, some said, "I think this girl is clever." kneeling at the door and pretending to be helpless. If no one helps her, they say she's heartless. She's not a good person. But if someone helps her, she can live well in that mansion. She's always winning, pretending to help her cousin and family. Others said this girl is good. She's willing to do so much for her family and cousin. She seems like a kind girl. Cloudy spoke, Miss, you should get up and reply. Zhang said, Third Miss Zhang, just because we are women, please help us. Cloud chuckled softly and said, There are so many women in this world. If I helped everyone just because we are women, that would be too much. You're kneeling here. What result do you want?
Tell me.
Zhang also blushed a little. She knew that doing this could hurt her reputation, but now she cared more about her own interests and wouldn't get up unless she was told to. She said, I just hope Miss Zhang can help us. Cloud asked with a half-smile, How do you want me to help? Zhang said, I know the maids in your courtyard all need to sign contracts to serve. I am willing to sell myself as a maid to you. My younger uncle owes 5 taels of silver in gambling debts. If you help us pay off the debt, that would be enough. You really are bold to think that, Cloud said with a faint smile. What if I refuse? Cloud looked at Zhang kneeling on the ground, amused and slightly mockingly. Zhang didn't expect Miss Zhang to act so unexpectedly. She felt a bit panicked and said, How can you refuse? It's just a simple favor. Cloud laughed loudly and said, Everyone listen up. This girl says I can't refuse? It's just a simple favor. There are quite a few estates and courtyards around here, so why come to me? You just see that I am a young woman with a shy face and easy to bully. Kneeling here and pressuring me, I have to consider public opinion and make concessions, agreeing to your request. But you've come to the wrong person. I don't care about what others think. On the contrary, I find your way of doing things very annoying. You think you're clever, ignoring others' reputation just to achieve your own goals.
I've seen many people like you.
I wouldn't want someone like you around me. Think of other ways, try other courtyards. Maybe your method works elsewhere. Realizing her plan was exposed, Zhang felt ashamed and angry. She shouted, Even if I have some small tricks, so what? You grew up in the wealthy capital, used to luxury. Can you imagine how hard life is for us folks from the countryside? It's just a simple favor to help, but why are you being so unreasonable? You are human, so aren't we? Do you think I want to sell myself to be a servant? I also want to save my cousin and make my life easier. What did I do wrong? My cousin is so pitiful. Why can you wealthy people just watch and do nothing? Yunyu looked at the girl in front of her. In a later time, her words might seem half true and half fake, but this isn't a fair world. Where does she get the confidence to bargain with her or challenge her? Honestly, this girl has some tricks, but unfortunately, she's using them in the wrong place. Yunyu doesn't fall for this, so she softly said, Miss, there are many unfair things in this world. Today, you came here making a fuss and shouting at me. I won't argue with you about that, but I also won't accept your attitude. You act as if you're very selfless. Since you're here to save your second uncle's daughter, I'll help you with that. Go back and tell your family that tomorrow morning someone will come to pick up your cousin. Prepare her contract of sale. Actually, Zhang Yuan had already shared the news he heard on the way with Yunyi. Zhang cousin in Guisheng village has a good reputation. She's a hard-working girl, good at chores and needlework. She's only 12 years old. Yunyi thought she might need to train more people in the future, so since she met her, she decided to take her in. Helping her would be a good deed, a way to do good and accumulate virtue. Zhang didn't expect it to turn out like this. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked, Why not me? Yunyi smiled softly and said, Because I don't want someone with too much scheming around me, understand? Seeing the changing expressions on the girl's face, she felt she was being too mean, so she decided not to tease her anymore. Then she said to the person across from her, Please, Li Zheng and the 3 of you, make this trip. The person is from Guisheng village. Please ensure her safe return. Thank you. After that, Yunyi nodded slightly, turned around, and walked into the courtyard. On her way, she stopped by the east wing of the front yard, checked on the rehabilitation progress of a few people, gave some instructions, and then returned to the second courtyard. The four of them admired the third miss of the Marquis's estate deeply. They had little hope before, knowing well that even a divine doctor from Medicine King Valley couldn't restore her. But now they could stand and walk a few steps with the help of a frame, a wooden four-legged seat with a seat to prevent falling. Although the girl had told them not to do too much rehab each day. Now, there is finally hope. Even if the rehabilitation is tiring, they will persist because they haven't yet avenged their deep hatred. Everyone agreed that after recovering their health, besides revenge, they would follow the young lady to do things. Back in their courtyard, Yunyu poured a pot of hot tea and then stepped aside. Yunyu practiced calligraphy for a while, then sat on the bed reading medical books. This period has been very beneficial. At night, Yunyu dismissed everyone in the house, planning to rest first and wait until others in the other courtyard had gone to bed before leaving. After locking the door, she entered the space, set an alarm, and directly rested in the villa inside the space. At Xiaoyao village, the 6 people finished their arrangements and were busy organizing accounts while waiting for their master's arrival. The master had promised to give them a surprise tonight. When the time came, Yunyu left the space, changed her clothes, and climbed over the wall. By the time she reached the village, it was almost the end of the hour, and no one was outside anymore. Yunyu gathered everyone in a remote courtyard of the village, asked them to find seats in the main hall, and distributed the prepared spiritual spring liquid to each of them. She hadn't told them beforehand what the effects would be, only that they must hold on and not faint, or everything would be for nothing. Without hesitation, everyone drank from the bamboo tubes and began to meditate, waiting. After 15 minutes, they started experiencing the necessary process of cleansing the marrow. The big men were quite brave. Although they sweated profusely from the pain and their faces contorted, they clenched their teeth and endured. After half an hour, the pain gradually eased, and their bodies felt as if a gentle, warm energy was moving inside them. This energy circulated through every muscle and vein, making their bodies feel incredibly comfortable. Finally, they calmed down and gathered at the Dantian Energy Center. Once everyone was awake again, they looked at each other. Then suddenly, all ran out. Yunyu couldn't help but laugh loudly in the yard. The few who ran out secretly blamed their master for not warning them about this. No wonder the master ran away early. Such a terrible smell on them was enough to make people want to stay far away. It was truly an extraordinary stench. When they had cleaned up and returned, they felt as light as a swallow. Their internal strength had improved to varying degrees, and everyone was extremely excited. Yunyu placed several selected martial arts secret manuals on the table, allowing them to choose freely. Everyone was very happy inside. If it weren't so late at night, they might have shouted loudly to express their feelings. After calming down, everyone knelt together and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. From now on, we will do our best to serve you." Yunyu said, "Everyone get up. Since you've chosen your martial arts, focus on practicing when you have time. I'm waiting for your skills to improve so I can train the children. Whether they can help me succeed depends on you. Don't let me down, or you won't like the consequences." They all replied, "Rest assured, Master. We will not fail you." Yunyu said, "Good. Remember what you promised today." After they stood up and packed their things, Yunyu added, "Tomorrow you will split into groups. One group will go to find wheat seeds, and another will look for oil paper, specifically the kind used for making umbrellas. Go directly to the oil paper workshop. Visit several shops to see how much they can produce and whether they can make it thinner but still durable. The remaining people will gather skilled builders and help prepare stones on the mountain, preferably square-shaped stones. Payment will be settled based on town rates, paid daily. Do you understand?" Shirao and the others didn't fully understand what their master was planning, but they all stood up at the same time, bowing with their hands together, and replied, "Yes." Yunyu wanted this kind of obedient response. She didn't need to ask too many questions, just to have them complete their tasks unconditionally. Such subordinates are the most loyal. However, since they were doing the work, Yunyu wouldn't treat them as outsiders. Of course, She would also let them know what these materials would be used for. Yunyu said, Qingliang Mountain isn't exactly in the south, but the climate is nice. Most of the land here was used to grow one crop of grain before. I've observed the climate and soil, and think we can try planting a winter crop this year. Whether it will succeed is uncertain, but I want to give it a try. So, on the farm, 300 acres of good land will be used for this experiment. Originally, 200 acres of this land were leased out to others. You need to explain this to the tenants. This winter wheat will be an experimental crop, but they will need to take care of it. Think of it as a short-term job for them. We will notify them in advance when their work is needed, and they will be paid according to town wages. However, we must do as Zhuangzi requested. Otherwise, don't blame me for reclaiming the leased land, because we don't know if the experiment will succeed. So, this year, they won't share the risk with us. If the experiment is successful, starting next year, we won't manage the leased land anymore. Let them farm it themselves, and we will only collect the rent for 2 seasons. This way, they can live more comfortably. As for the 100 acres of land left by Zhuangzi, 50 acres will be used for growing greenhouse vegetables, and the other 50 acres will be planted with winter wheat, just like the tenant families. Do you understand? Xiao Yi said, Master, we understand. This year, the land is being used as experimental fields. Whether it succeeds or not is still unknown. If it succeeds, next year, the tenants can harvest more grain. If it doesn't succeed, they won't lose anything. As long as there's work in the fields, we will pay them according to the local wages. Is that correct? Yun Isin smiled with relief and said, Yes, that's correct. So, you need to explain clearly to the tenants, they have no risk at all. This winter, as long as Zhuangzi calls them to work, they will earn wages. If there is a harvest next spring, I will only charge 1 season's rent.
But the cost of seeds must be paid to me.
If it doesn't succeed, they don't have to pay for the seeds. They won't lose anything. Then Xiao Yi asked, Master, what are greenhouse vegetables? Yunyi continued, Qingliang Mountain is located at the junction of the north and south. It's not as cold as the north, but it's not as humid as the south. Plus, with Qingliang Mountain blocking cold air, the cold air can't reach us. Also, there are hot springs underground. Actually, with some modifications and proper use of the local climate and surface temperature, we can grow fresh vegetables in winter. I want to try this. Didn't you recently worry about the livelihood on the Zhuangzi? Right now, we don't have suitable people, and it's not the time to start other businesses.
We have to take it step by step.
The children on the Zhuangzi are still young and can't do heavy work. I'm not a great saint, but I definitely can't do things that harm their health. She paused and looked at the expressions of the people in front of her. After a moment, she added, I think you should go to the livestock market again and pick out a few plowing oxen. That way, the heavy work on the Zhuangzi can be done by the oxen, and the children can do some manageable tasks. If the winter grain experiment succeeds, the 2 harvests on the farm will be enough for you to support yourselves. Even though the children are still young now, it will take a few years for them to be able to work properly, but that's not a problem. After all, you have enough food and drink. As long as you manage your time well, they can have time to study, practice martial arts, and also take care of the fields. They won't feel bored or uninterested. Whether you divide them by age or gender, just make sure they balance work and rest. Focus on helping them learn solid skills. The opportunity is there. Whether they want to stand out depends on themselves. Tell them there will be quarterly assessments and they will be ranked as A, B, C, or D. Their material benefits will vary according to their rank. Later, you should create a set of rules. Do you have any questions? The group exchanged glances and replied together, No. We understand everything. Rest assured, young master. Yunyi looked at them to confirm they understood, then said, Good. Tomorrow, pair up and start working. But first, make sure the farm is well organized so that the training of these people isn't delayed. Next spring, I will personally check the results and assign them into groups. They are still young, so don't be too harsh on their diet. Though they are not exactly family, since we live together, they are like fate-bound companions. I hope you all take good care of them. Hearing the young master's words, the men, usually rough and straightforward, couldn't help but feel touched inside. The young master was ensuring their stable life, even using precious resources on them. He helped them improve their skills, gave them martial arts secret manuals, and now cares so much for the children. They silently remembered this kindness in their hearts and vowed to serve the young master wholeheartedly in the future. Yunyu finished what needed to be done and what needed to be explained. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and, after some thought, spoke. If you happen to meet suitable women or girls with honest backgrounds while outside, and they are kind-hearted but struggling to survive, you can bring them back. However, they must sign a contract to sell themselves here. Also, if you have time in the next few days, visit the pawn shop and find a few good embroidery women to bring back. Let the girls on the farm who like sewing learn from them, just in case. The group responded together, "Yes, young master." For Yunyu, a modern person, she doesn't think people are all bad, but she also doesn't want to waste time proving it. The contract is just a way to keep people in line. As long as they don't do anything to betray her, she won't mistreat them. Yunyu isn't interested in changing ideas of status. She just wants to be free and easygoing. She then takes out a few silver notes from her and hands them to Xiao Yi, saying, "Take these silver notes first. Recently, we've needed money for various things. Later, you can find a moneylender at the pawn shop to keep track of the accounts. That way, you won't have to worry too much. Just make sure everything adds up correctly, and you can focus on other matters." After giving instructions, Yunyu leaves the village and heads toward the side courtyard. She doesn't take the official road this time. Her carefree and untraceable movement has now reached the 3rd level. 30 miles at her normal speed would take about half an hour to return. Looking at the sky, it's almost midnight. Yunyu gathers her energy and instantly disappears from her original spot. She enjoys this feeling of freedom, standing high and unrestrained. Using light skills, she flies along the way. Near the side courtyard, Yunyu hears sounds of fighting. Curious, she stops on top of a tall tree to watch the fight in the forest ahead. It's a battle of experts. She doesn't want to cause trouble, so she takes a breath and eats a silent breath pill, then puts on her mask.
Yunyu geldi.
She's already prepared. If she senses something wrong, she will immediately retreat into her space. The fight is intense. The fighters are so fierce that they have already killed many. At first, there were nearly 100 people fighting. Now, only about a dozen remain in the forest, and the fighting is farther and farther away, the sounds gradually fading. Yunyu has seen enough. She originally planned to leave now, but just as she's about to go, she notices something familiar falling from a black-clad person's body nearby. She releases her spiritual sense to look closer. The remaining fighters are still fighting, but they are retreating. Yunyu walks over and picks up the object. It's a token. She looks at it carefully for a long time but finds nothing unusual. Still, she feels like she's seen it before. She doesn't bother with the details now. She casually puts it away. She then examines the clothing of these people. Uniforms all the same. Who are these people? Why are they out here in the mountains late at night? Suddenly, she remembers the last time she encountered a robbery on the way to Qingshui Mountain, during the soul-searching with Xiao Yi and others. Their memories had such clothes and tokens appearing before. Yunyu doesn't have time to think more now. She needs to go back and analyze carefully later. Her spiritual sense indicates that the surroundings are currently safe. I quickly searched through these people's belongings. Anything they had, I first put into my space. I wanted to see if I could find more clues about where those items came from. Maybe I could figure out who was behind the last incident. Yunyu finished collecting the items and prepared to leave. She didn't want anyone to realize she had seen everything. Knowing too much could be dangerous, and she didn't want to cause trouble for herself. However, after walking a bit further, she noticed that the 10 or so people who had been fighting earlier were all dead. It seemed they had all fought to the end. She hurriedly left. When she was close to the side courtyard, she accidentally tripped over something and almost fell. She looked down and saw a person covered in blood. She steadied herself and bravely approached to check if the person was still alive. He was breathing. Yunyu hesitated again. Should she help or not? This person looked like the one who had been surrounded and beaten. Helping him could cause big trouble. What a headache. But as a modern person, she couldn't just ignore a living life. What should she do? While she was thinking about whether to help or not, she heard the person on the ground groan softly. Yunyu couldn't just walk away. She decided to treat his wounds and find a safe place to leave him. That would be the right thing to do. She released her spiritual awareness and saw a natural cliff nearby with a small cave on top. Yunyu quickly put the person into her space and flew toward the cliff. When she arrived, she released him. Luckily, today was the full moon, so she could see his injuries clearly without a light. She used water from her space to clean his wounds. She almost couldn't bear to look at the injuries, many cuts and even some bones showing. Fortunately, none of the wounds had hit his tendons. He was very lucky. After cleaning the wounds, she applied hemostatic ointment and bandaged him. Yunyu didn't want to cause trouble later, so she didn't use her space as bandages or gauze. Instead, she tore a piece of white cotton cloth from her space and used it as a bandage. Once everything was done, there was almost nothing left of her clothes. She poured clean creek water to wash his face. Surprisingly, he had a handsome face, not the delicate, scholarly type, but one with strong features and a heroic look. Such a face would definitely be a top celebrity in modern times. After tidying up, Yunyu checked the time. In just 15 minutes, it would be midnight. She thought about how the place where those dozen or so people had fallen was almost at the border of the Marquis estate, which made her feel annoyed. She took a deep breath and flew in that direction. When she arrived, she saw the scattered bodies of those people. Yunyu searched them one more time, then stored them in her space. She returned to the battlefield from earlier and threw everything out. Next, she mixed a drop of spiritual spring water into the creek water inside her space and sprayed it all over the area. She continued spraying until she reached the place where the fight had just happened, and her water supply was finished. Where the mist touched, the plants quickly regained their vitality. Yunyu thought that if someone came to check early tomorrow morning, they wouldn't notice the signs of the fight from last night. This might keep that person safe. After thinking this through, Yunyu suddenly smiled. What did it have to do with her? She had only acted because the place was too close to her estate and she didn't want trouble. Yes, she just didn't want anyone to come to the Marquis of Huayang's estate looking for trouble, so she wouldn't cause herself any problems. Having done all this, Yunyu felt relieved. She headed back to the cliff to see how the person was doing. That person was badly injured and was most likely to get a fever. She didn't want to waste effort saving someone who might end up sick again. When she landed on the cliff, she saw that the person seemed to be experiencing something. His face twisted in pain. The wounds she had just treated had reopened from all his struggling. Yunyu was a little angry. She went over to scold him, but just as she reached him, he seemed to sense her presence. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you? Step back." Hearing this, Yunyu also got angry. Her tone was unfriendly as she replied, "Who am I? I just saved you and carefully treated your wounds. What are you crazy for? Look at you. Everything's torn open again. Are you trying to die? You're wasting my time and medicine. Come here, so I can treat you again." It's infuriating. Her tone was sharp and full of frustration. When she heard the voice from the other side, it sounded familiar, but now wasn't the time to think about that. She was already struggling with the poison of the jade fire on her body, feeling like she was worse than dead. She snapped, "If you don't want to die, then get lost." Yunyu was amused by his attitude. This person really didn't know what was good for him. She thought to herself that she really shouldn't do good deeds anymore. This was a clear example. She was being betrayed. But she could understand. He hadn't asked her to save him. All right, I was being overly sentimental myself. I shrugged, ready to leave. But just as I turned around, I heard something strange behind me. When I looked back, I was shocked. She was bleeding heavily. In this situation, you wonder how she can leave. I sighed impatiently and turned back. When I got closer, I asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Before I finished speaking, I was pulled into someone's arms, which startled Yunyu. She reached out to push the person away, but he held her tightly and refused to let go. I wondered what was happening. Just moments ago, he was cold and dismissive, telling her to go away. Now he was holding her tightly. At this moment, Long Jingrui looked much better than before. He no longer seemed so distressed. Instead, he looked very comfortable and even enjoyed himself. I didn't understand why. Just now, when this girl approached him, a strange feeling of comfort washed over him. He didn't know why or where the impulse came from, but her presence made him feel good and want to get closer. As expected, the moment he held her in his arms, her unique aura made him feel much better. The poison fire in his body also seemed to slowly ease. No matter how Yunyu tried to push him away, he held on tightly. Yunyu heard the man's hoarse voice say, "Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment. It'll be over soon." She realized he wasn't pretending and didn't know what he was feeling, so she stopped struggling. They remained like that for about half an hour. Long Jingrui gradually recovered, but still didn't let go of Yunyu. He held her tightly, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. Yunyu's legs had gone numb. She could clearly see he was fine now, so she said, "You're okay now. You can let me go, right? I really don't understand what's wrong with you." Seeing he didn't respond, she pushed him again. Long Jingrui couldn't hold her anymore. He felt a bit guilty for being so abrupt earlier, but he didn't show it. Yunyu wanted to stand up, but after half an hour in that position, her legs were numb. Before she could get up, she fell back down. Out of instinct, she reached out with her hands to find support. Unfortunately, she ended up grabbing Long Jingrui's neck and accidentally kissed his lips. Their eyes met in surprise. Yunyu was startled and immediately tried to pull away. This person, no matter how clever you usually are or how skilled at this moment, your panic makes you look very clumsy. Your intelligence now probably seems negative. Before she could react, she supported herself with her hands on Long Jingrui's shoulders and tried to turn around. But her legs were numb and weak, making it impossible to move or help herself. So, she ended up sitting directly in Long Jingrui's arms. She felt even more embarrassed and awkward, wishing she could disappear. Yunyu was so humiliated she felt like she wanted to die. Long Jingrui also snapped out of his shock and looked at the embarrassed girl in his arms. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Quietly, he held her tighter. He whispered into Yunyu's ear, "You threw yourself into my arms, so don't blame me." After saying that, he chuckled softly. His voice was no longer hoarse but deep, smooth, and a little charming. Yunyu shivered and thought, this stubborn man, taking advantage, but pretending to be innocent. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have looked so foolish. She was so angry, she wanted to elbow the person behind her. Maybe Long Jingrui didn't expect her to succeed, and she managed to get her way. But when she elbowed him, he coughed up blood again. The blood was dark, and he spat it out to the side of Yunyu and the others. Yunyu was shocked. She turned around and knelt in front of him, asking, "Are you okay? Why are you coughing up blood again?" She quickly checked his pulse and said after a moment, "You're poisoned, and it's from your own body." She sighed and added, "It seems the doctor who's been treating you is very capable. He's kept you alive this long." Long Jingrui's eyes grew deeper. He looked at the young girl in front of him and wondered how she could accurately diagnose his illness just by checking his pulse. His expression turned serious, and he asked coldly, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Yunyu was furious. She almost shouted, "Are you paranoid or what? I was trying to save you and you think I did it wrong? You're crazy." Long Jingrui didn't expect her to be so fiery. She had just asked her question and she exploded, calling him crazy. He said coldly, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Yunyu didn't care about his attitude. She replied, "I don't care who you are. Even ordinary people know that saving someone's life is more important than anything. In my opinion, you're worse than them. Not only do you not respect others, but you also want to slander me." This truly opened my eyes. It shows that good people sometimes cannot be trusted, and I shouldn't have saved you. Finally, Yunyu glanced at the handsome man and said, "The force of that elbow just now made the long-held poison in your lungs come out, which is a good thing. At least you'll feel better for a while. Meeting someone is fate, and saving you is my choice. You don't need to take it to heart. That elbow was our mutual understanding. From now on, we go our separate ways, and there's no future meeting." After speaking, she turned and flew away. "You are the most annoying person I've ever met, and paranoia is a sickness that needs treatment," Yuni said, and her figure disappeared into the night. Behind her, Long Jingrui suddenly felt his breath catch. That voice belonged to the charming girl dancing in the wind in the forest earlier. They are the same person, and inexplicably, he felt a sudden panic. Did he offend her? Now she wants to cut ties with him. She even said there would be no future meetings. For the first time in his 21 years, he felt like scratching his head in frustration. He also realized he might really have paranoia, just as the girl said, because he always gets nervous at the slightest sign of trouble. He couldn't blame himself entirely. Living in such an environment, he had to stay alert all the time, or he would have died many times over. Thinking about the girl saying she saved him earlier, he looked at his wounds, which were being treated. Although blood was still flowing, it was clear that someone had carefully tended to them. Usually cold and distant, Prince Rui now felt a deep regret. Yunyu returned to her private residence and entered her room at around midnight. After confirming her safety, she entered her space, soaked herself in a green bath, and sank completely into the water. Today had really made her furious. She had never seen such a shameless person. Not just ungrateful, but they should at least show some respect. And then they asked if she knew who he was? What a sickness. Who he is has nothing to do with her, but thinking about his identity, he probably wasn't an ordinary person. The fabric of his clothes was not something common people could afford, which indicated he had a special background. She hoped they wouldn't meet again. Even if they did, she would pretend not to know him. With his suspicious nature, she couldn't stand it. No matter how handsome he was, it was a waste of a good face. Unknowingly, the man she was cursing was also talking about her. Long Jingrui was lying on a low couch, with a doctor attending to his wound that had reopened. Long Jingrui saw the bandages on the ground, which looked like they had been torn from clothing. He felt a bit ashamed, realizing he had been somewhat unfair to the young girl today. In that wild mountain area, she probably tore her own shirt to bandage his wound. She even said some harsh words, so no wonder she got upset. Now, thinking back, her attitude seems quite adorable. Adorable? Why am I thinking that? That stubborn girl left after saying "see you never again" and claimed her paranoia was a disease that needed treatment. I've never heard of such a condition. For some reason, he asked the doctor treating his wound, Dr. Huang, "Have you ever heard of a disease called paranoia?" Dr. Huang, focused on treating Lord Rui's wound, paused his movements when he heard the question and thought for a moment before replying, "Your Highness, I have never heard of such a disease."
Who is affected by it?
A flicker of discomfort crossed Long Jingrui's face. He quickly said, "It's nothing. I just heard about it somewhere," and asked out of curiosity. He hurriedly picked up a teacup from the small table beside him and took a sip to hide his embarrassment. Inside, he cursed Yunyu, the stubborn girl. He had told her there was no such illness. It was embarrassing to have his ignorance exposed in front of Dr. Huang. Luckily, the servants in the room were focused on his wound and didn't notice his discomfort. He glanced around, relieved that no one saw his strange expression, and let out a breath. But he also thought about how he had offended that girl today. He wondered if she had cooled down yet. He couldn't blame himself entirely at that moment. He didn't even know she had saved him. He was awakened by pain, aware that it was midnight and that the poison was acting up. He was just trying to suppress the jade fire toxin in his body. When he sensed someone approaching, he thought it was the person who had been chasing him earlier. At a critical moment, he thought, "No way I can be calm now." If he had been able to sit still and suppress the jade fire toxin, he might have been able to act. He might have lost her forever otherwise. But thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. He was also grateful. If he hadn't been free at that moment, the situation could have been irreversible. When he woke up, he hadn't noticed that his wounds had already been treated.
Sigh.
He wondered if they would meet again so he could explain himself. She was worried that he might think she was someone who doesn't repay kindness. She guessed that the young girl was probably scolding him angrily right now. Thinking of her cute expression, she couldn't help but smile. Hee. This scared everyone in the house. Was the master overwhelmed by the recent threats? Long Jingrui noticed everyone in the room looking at him like he was a monster. He cleared his throat and said, "It's getting late. Everyone, please leave. We can discuss anything tomorrow. Eni, take your people to the back mountain to clean up the scene. Everyone go now." Everyone replied in unison, yes. They all left the room. But after leaving, they exchanged strange glances. They felt that the master was acting strangely today. Usually calm and cold, today he even showed a smile. They didn't know what was happening. They looked at each other, confused, then hurriedly ran to Dr. Huang's courtyard like they were crazy. The master always finished his tasks today, so why was this happening now? Could it be that his fire poison was worsening, even changing his temper? That was terrifying. Outside was quiet, and inside Long Jingrui relaxed. He played with a blue and white porcelain teacup, thinking about tonight's events. He knew there would be an assassination attempt, but he didn't expect it to be so big. They sent nearly 200 people. It seemed they underestimated their strength. It looked like all the wealth accumulated over the years had been spent on this. Otherwise, how could they send so many people on a full moon night? The last lesson was too small. Being kind to enemies is cruel to oneself. They saw him as a thorn in their side, trying to remove him.
So, what was he worried about?
He didn't believe his father didn't know about this. But he chose to stay silent. Maybe he saw how he was losing control over himself these years and wanted to use his brothers to discipline him. His father loved him and hated him at the same time. Years ago, because of a pregnancy toxin, an investigation found that the ant in the courtyard was responsible. They were going to execute her, but she found out she was pregnant. For the sake of the prince's future, his father begged repeatedly, and his mother chose to compromise. But she also lost hope in her husband and focused entirely on caring for her son. She watched as her legitimate heir suffered monthly poison attacks. I increasingly feel sorry for my wife. I spend my days drinking to forget my worries, missing the best time to repair our relationship. As a result, the two of us, who once loved each other, have gradually become polite strangers. I know my father loves me. As the only legitimate son of the prince's residence, this is clear. But my father is also easily influenced. Whenever someone stirs trouble in front of him, he tends to act confused. Over time, the bond between father and son has weakened. Later, I achieved many military successes and gained the emperor's favor, earning a royal title and military power. However, my father, influenced by scheming people, started to dislike me. Sometimes I want to laugh. In this situation, the happiest person should be the emperor, right? But those foolish people still think they're very clever. I guess the more they fight among themselves, the more the emperor will be pleased. I used to hold back because I had to consider others, but not anymore. They struck first, so I won't hold back now. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I close my eyes, breathe deeply, and try to calm myself. Thinking about that fool still meddling with the second prince, and now more than half the people involved are the second prince's followers, a charming smile appears on Long Jingrui's face. Those who know him well can tell he's angry. Someone is about to suffer. Better pray for luck. It's getting late, so I put down my teacup and lie down in bed to rest. Under the night, the girl's figure appears again in my mind. Her playful way of scolding me seems so charming. Suddenly, I remember her lively dance among the fallen leaves during the day, her bright laughter still echoing in my ears. I also unexpectedly recall that sudden, unplanned kiss. I gently place my hand on my lips and smile quietly. Suddenly, I feel my heart beating faster, my face flushing, and a strange feeling of restlessness. It seems something has changed. When did I become so easily affected by others' emotions? In the same courtyard where Long Jingrui's personal doctor lives, the place is now crowded. Dr. Huang, who is organizing herbs, looks at the visitors with a helpless expression. This group of people, whenever something happens to the master, becomes overly cautious. But today's situation is truly unusual. Usually, the master's full moon night would be more difficult than usual. I didn't expect that after experiencing a chase in the early hours, I could still return during the ugly hour. Although I was injured, it's clear that someone treated my wounds professionally. Usually on full moon nights, I feel weak after a poisoning attack and need to soak in medicinal baths to recover. But this time, I returned without soaking in any medicine bath. Despite having several external injuries, I feel quite alert. Most surprisingly, I don't feel weak after the poisoning attack, which is strange. I suspect the reason is that I don't want to talk about it. Plus, my behavior after returning today feels odd. Maybe I had some kind of lucky encounter, but that's a good thing. At least it means I suffer less. Everyone is watching me closely. I feel curious too, but I don't understand what I encountered or who I met. I can only wait until morning when I rest to explain everything. I tell everyone, watching me won't help. You'll have to ask me yourself tomorrow after I wake up. I can only say that it's a miracle I came back so energetic today. Tomorrow, I'll tell you what happened. Maybe I'll find a way to lessen the effects of the poisoning so I won't suffer so much in the future. Overall, it's a good thing. Don't worry, it's late now.
Go rest.
We'll talk more tomorrow. Now that I've calmed down, I feel a bit confused. Even though I was poisoned today, I should have been close to losing control of the poison, especially since I was poisoned last month. Usually full moon nights are tougher, but this month has been much better. The time was shorter, and it wasn't as painful as before. Most importantly, I didn't feel completely weak and didn't need to soak in medicine to recover. What's going on? Suddenly, I had a bright idea. Could it be related to that young girl? That seems impossible. But how do I explain tonight's events? I remembered that when the girl approached me, I felt a calming, pleasant aura. That's why I pulled her closer. It's hard to believe, but after thinking about it repeatedly, I realized that might be the case. Tomorrow I should talk to Dr. Huang and see what's really happening. Haha, maybe that young girl is my destined benefactor. With that thought, I relaxed and went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Yunyu woke up, tidied herself up, finished breakfast, and then ordered someone to go to Guixiang village to pick up a person. She also instructed that the girl should follow Aunt Yi from the sewing room in the future. Then, she took elder sister Lin, Yuzhu, and Yumei, and asked Zhang Yuan to drive the carriage to Lingyan City. This was a sudden decision by Yunyi. Since she had just settled down, she hadn't yet explored Lingyan City. The weather was about to turn cooler, and Yunyi had been craving hot pot flavors these days. The space had many special pots for hot pot, including electric and charcoal ones. But they were hard to carry around. Today, she was free, so she decided to take a walk with them. They also planned to buy some necessary supplies. The courtyard was not far from Lingyan City, only about 10 miles away. It would take less than half an hour by carriage. Yun-yi mainly wanted to find a blacksmith shop to make some tools. She was worried that relying only on drawings wouldn't be enough. After what happened last night, she had more thoughts in her mind. She thought that the modern items she brought over didn't have a good reason to be used openly. To be safe, it was better to find a place to make a simple set of surgical tools. She wasn't sure if this era had the special materials needed. The tools couldn't be made of iron because it would rust and cause infections. The tools had to be very precise, so she needed to find a reliable blacksmith shop. It would be best if they had steel, but she didn't know if that material was available now. So she decided to go and check personally. While in the city, she also wanted to look around and see if there were any good business opportunities. Lingyan City was as lively as before. The market stalls on both sides were already filled with vendors from nearby villages who had come early. The shops were crowded with customers. When Yun-yi and her group entered the city, they asked around. After wandering through many alleys, they finally found a blacksmith shop located in a quiet, somewhat rundown alley. Inside, a big bearded man was working shirtless, sweating profusely as he hammered at the forge. When Yunyu and her group entered, the man didn't turn around. He simply said, "Feel free to choose whatever you need. I have a full range of items here." Yunyu looked around and thought that although the blacksmith shop looked humble, the craftsmanship was quite good. After the work was finished, the bearded blacksmith took off the cloth towel draped over his shoulders, wiped the sweat from his face, and approached them. He asked honored guests, "Is there anything you like? I have a complete selection here. Do you see something you want?" Yunyu spoke up, "Master, I want to ask if you can make these items." He handed over the drawing and waited for a response. The blacksmith took the drawing and looked at it for a while, then said, "I haven't made these before, but there shouldn't be any problem." After a short pause, he added, "However, these are quite detailed, so it might take more time, and the price could be a bit higher. You all can decide." He looked up at the group in front of him, waiting for their answer. Yunyu said, "That's not a problem. I also want to ask if you have any special materials here, materials that won't rust after making the items." Of course, price is not an issue. The big bearded blacksmith looked at the young girl and thought for a moment before saying, "Yes, I do have some. But let me be clear, these materials are much more expensive than ordinary pig iron, cast iron, or refined iron, and the cost is not just a little higher." Yunyu saw that the blacksmith was serious and smiled slightly, asking, "Can I see the materials? I want to know what these ridiculously expensive, precious materials are in your words." The big bearded blacksmith replied, "Of course.
Just a moment."
He then turned and went back inside. In a short while, he came out holding a dark piece of material and placed it in front of Yunyu and the others. Yunyu took a look and her eyes widened instantly. Hiding her excitement, she looked at the big bearded blacksmith and asked, "Where did you get this? Do you have more? Enough for the tools I want to make?" The blacksmith's face remained calm as he said, "There's still a large piece inside. That's enough to make the items on your drawing. I got this material by chance. A noble from Beijing came here before and left some items with me. They brought their own materials, and these two pieces are what was left over. I don't really know what kind of material this is, but the items made from it are harder than those made from ordinary refined iron. The most important thing is they won't rust at all, and they have better tensile strength so they can be made thinner and lighter. I think if you add these materials to your items, not only will they meet your needs, but the results might be even better. However, this material is quite rare, and I've only seen it this once. It was left over after the noble's last order. He couldn't take it with him at the time, but he was pleased with my work and rewarded me. Usually, no one needs such materials, so I've kept it in a corner of the inner courtyard. If you want it, I won't ask for much, just 3 times the price of refined iron." Yunyu thought that this item, not only in ancient times but even in modern days, is rarely encountered or understood by ordinary people. She had the chance to see and learn about it only after visiting a private outdoor goods shop with a friend. Today, people call this item meteor iron, a rare material from outer space, often called sky iron. She was surprised to find it here. Her good luck. Yunyu calmed her excitement and softly said, "Let's go with the price you mentioned, Master. Please tell me how much silver I need and how long it will take to make it." The bearded blacksmith silently calculated in his mind. After a while, he looked up and said, a little embarrassed, "Miss, you want quite a few of these items, and since this material is expensive, it will cost about 170 taels of silver." Yunyu thought it was worth it, but she didn't show it. Instead, she quietly considered whether she had forgotten any tools that weren't included in the drawings. She didn't want to miss anything before leaving the shop. The blacksmith saw that she might think the price was high. His expression became a little unnatural, as he didn't want it to seem so expensive. But he had his reasons. First, this item was truly valuable and hard to buy even if one had money. Second, his younger brother had been weak since childhood, and they had been relying on medicine to keep him alive. However, misfortune struck again. His father had fallen and broken his leg while gathering firewood on the mountain 2 days ago. They urgently needed money for treatment. Over the past few days, they borrowed everywhere they could, but still couldn't gather enough. Now this girl needed the same materials to make her items. Without hesitation, he took them out. Usually, he wouldn't be so quick to part with such materials, but his family really needed the money now, and he had no choice. Yuni thought that she had everything else she needed. If she had enough materials, she just needed one more tray. She then said, "All right, I'll follow your price. Can you help me make one more tray?" She picked up a piece of iron on the ground and sketched a simple flat-bottomed, four-sided tray with slightly raised edges. The blacksmith looked at it and said, "No problem, but that will cost extra." Yuni nodded and asked, "Of course. Please calculate how much more I need to pay and see if you can finish it quickly." The blacksmith was silent for a moment before replying, "Miss, if you add 22 silver taels, the total will be 192 taels. Does that work for you?" Yunyi said, "That's fine, but I will add 10 taels of silver. Please turn all the remaining materials into needles." She then drew various sizes of needles on the ground. With this, the two materials would be fully used up. Yuni paid a deposit and agreed with the blacksmith to pick up the goods later. She told Yuzhu to keep the receipt and prepared to leave the blacksmith shop. Suddenly, she remembered another purpose for today. She slapped her forehead, realizing she had almost forgotten about the hot pot dinner she was planning. She smiled and said, "Master, I also want to make a pot. Do you have any copper? I want to make a copper pot." Yun-yi was worried she couldn't explain clearly, so she asked Yuzhu to find paper and pen from the carriage and then drew a design. She drew a double-sided pot, similar to a yin-yang style, and handed it to the blacksmith, saying, "Master, please look at this."
Can you make it?
The blacksmith looked at the drawing and nodded happily. Today, he had met a big customer. All the orders were high quality, and the craftsmanship fee was much higher than usual. This problem was temporarily solved. At least, they now had the money to pay for her father's medical bills. After Yun-yi paid 5 taels of silver as a deposit for the copper hot pot, the group left the blacksmith shop and headed to the marketplace. Winter was approaching soon. There were fewer stalls selling fresh vegetables on the street. Most sold winter storage vegetables like Chinese cabbage and white radishes. Yun-yi looked around but couldn't find potatoes. She remembered that she hadn't eaten them in the capital either. Could it be that they haven't been discovered or cultivated here yet? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She planned to go up the mountain after returning home, find a reason to bring some back, and ask the people in the other courtyard. If they really didn't have it, this was a good opportunity. She could buy more land on the hillside to grow potatoes in large quantities. Maybe she could sell them for a good price. It was strange that she hadn't seen potatoes before, but she knew people here grew sweet potatoes. However, they called it a different name. Here, they called it sweet potato. She would need to confirm this when she returned to the other courtyard. But her mind was already full of ideas. Since potatoes weren't available here, she decided to plant more next year. She could only farm them for about 3 years herself. After that, she wouldn't be able to keep them. If she could promote the crop, it would be great. At least, potatoes didn't need good farmland. Hilly and mountainous areas can both be used for planting, and the yield is relatively high. It can serve as a staple food to solve hunger and also be used as vegetables. If promoted widely, it would be a good thing for the country and the people. It's worth the effort she made to travel here. Thinking this way, she felt more determined and walked more quickly. Her main task of coming to Lingyan City was already completed, so she happily strolled through the market. She bought a lot of fine cotton and coarse cloth from the fabric shop. She also bought quite a bit of cotton, planning to have Madame Lin distribute it to the people in the yard after returning home. She wanted to prepare a few sets of winter clothes in advance, but the cotton was quite expensive. 1 jean of cotton cost 200 large coins. A while ago, Yun-yi had looked into the local prices in the account books, considering the expenses on the farm. Now that she had experienced it herself, she truly felt that cotton was a bit expensive. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. She asked Madame Lin nearby and learned that most rural families collected willow catkins, reed flowers, or even used straw as filling to get through the winter. Of course, wealthy families wouldn't use these. A cotton is a crop that loves sunlight and warmth. As long as the necessary water conditions for growth are met, the more abundant the sunlight and heat, the better it is for cotton to grow. Southern weather is often rainy. When cotton plants grow into peaches, they need more sunny days. Too much rain can rot the peaches. The south has higher temperatures, and in autumn, the small temperature difference isn't suitable for cotton growth. Additionally, cotton doesn't require very high soil and water conditions. Fertile land with too much moisture isn't suitable for planting cotton. Therefore, most cotton is grown in the north. However, northern regions can only grow cotton once a year. Most families have limited land, and their main concern is basic food and clothing. They can't afford to plant such a precious crop like cotton. If something goes wrong, the whole family might go hungry. Plus, current cotton planting technology is limited, and yields are low, which keeps the price high. Yunyu thought she must find time to research this in her space after she returns. Although she doesn't know much about cotton farming, she has watched agricultural science programs before. They mentioned that topping cotton plants can increase yield. She remembered that these programs said the timing should be early concave topping, late convex topping, and proper central topping at the right time. There is also the principle of when the time comes, don't wait for the branches. When the branches are ready, don't wait for the time. Pruning too early prevents full use of the growing season and can cause excessive shoots to grow. Pruning too late results in many ineffective branches later on, consuming a lot of nutrients and reducing the weight of the fruit in the later stage. The usual method of pruning is to remove the top leaf and bud from the main stem of the cotton boll. So, it's best to review some materials to see if yield can be improved. If not, try planting a small patch yourself first. It looks like the shopping is almost done. Yunyu plans to visit a traditional medicine shop to see if they sell silver needles. Grandma Lin said, "There's a place called Huichun Hall not far ahead. People on the village say it has a good reputation." Zhang Yuan hurriedly took his horse carriage to Huichun Hall. But as soon as he arrived at the door, he heard loud crying from inside, and many people were gathered outside watching the scene. Grandma Lin saw this and thought about changing the route. If that didn't work, she would find another place. But Yunyu, sitting in the carriage, could see clearly what was happening outside the door. Through the gap in the carriage curtain, Yunyu saw a bloodied person lying on the floor of Huichun Hall's main hall. She released her spiritual awareness and looked closer, thinking of using her special vision to see through. When she looked, she was shocked herself. If she hadn't stepped in, this person would surely have died today. The person's breath was so weak it was almost gone. But now, this person was badly injured, with a tree branch stabbed into his left chest. Anyone who saw it would be startled. The people who came with him were crying their eyes out. The doctor at Huichun Hall had no solution. He could only tell the person who brought the injured man to take him elsewhere for treatment. They truly had no way. The injured man looked like he wouldn't last long. The servant who came with him was so frightened that he started crying. If the master died, they wouldn't survive either. The guard beside the injured man was also frantic. He drew his sword and pressed it against the doctor's neck, shouting loudly, "Hurry up and save my master. If anything happens to him, you'll all pay the price." Yunyu told Zhang Yuan to stop the carriage by the side of the road. She got out and headed back to Huichun Hall. Grandma Lin and Yu Zhu followed closely behind, not knowing what Yunyu was planning. Yunyu pushed aside the crowd and quickly entered. Inside Huichun Hall, the atmosphere was tense. When she entered, everyone's eyes turned to her. Yunyu didn't speak. She squatted beside the injured person lying on the ground. The guard behind her immediately pointed his sword at her back and said coldly, "What do you want to do to our master?" Yunyu calmly said, "I don't want your master to die. Put away the sword in your hand." Then she began checking the injured person's pulse. The situation was very serious. If not treated soon, he might not survive another 2 hours. Yunyu said, "If you trust me, I can try." The nearby guard coldly and sternly said, "You're asking for death. Do you think you can joke about our master's life?" Yunyu sneered and replied, "I'm kind-hearted. When I hear these people crying so desperately, I want to help save him. But with your attitude now, forget I said anything. He might live for another 2 hours at most. You can wait and see. Also, I must say, he can't be jostled now, or he'll die faster. Look at his injuries." Yunyu turned away from the guards and asked the shopkeeper and doctor lying on the ground, "Excuse me, do you have silver needles for sale here?" The shopkeeper looked at the brave young girl in disbelief. Even now, she still spoke so freely. She's so bold. He stammered, yes, yes. We have 2 types in the shop. Yunyu asked, can you show me what they look like? The shopkeeper struggled to stand and wanted to fetch the needles. But seeing the 2 guards with angry eyes and swords, he dared not make any extra moves. Knowing the shopkeeper's worries, Yunyu said, go ahead and get the silver needles. The splinters in his body must be removed soon, or it will affect his recovery. We can't delay. The shopkeeper nervously went to the counter, took out 2 small boxes, and placed them in front of Yunyu. She opened them, examined both, chose one set, and returned the other to the shopkeeper. Then she looked at the 2 guards and asked, are you ready? I don't have much time. If you agree, I will treat his wounds. If not, I will leave now. Do as you wish. The 2 guards looked at each other. The maid kneeling on the ground cried and said, young lady, are you confident you can cure our master? Yunyu smiled and said, I can't say I am completely sure. You heard the doctor from the spring rejuvenation hall earlier. He said they couldn't do anything. If they can't, why not let me try? Do you want to watch him wait for death? Suddenly, the person who had fainted on the ground woke up somehow. In a weak voice, he said, let her try. No matter the result, don't hold her responsible. Yunyu looked at the person on the ground and smiled slightly, saying, you have good judgment. She looked at the shopkeeper and asked, shopkeeper, is there a place for treatment? The shopkeeper hurriedly replied, yes, yes. Please follow me. The servants kneeling on the ground quickly got up to help. A few carefully carried the injured person from the ground into the room designated by the shopkeeper. Yunyu initially wanted everyone to leave. However, the 2 guards refused to agree, so Yunyu stopped insisting. She asked the doctor from Huichun Hall to bring the needed tools as she instructed. The doctor stayed by her side, watching silently. Yunyu first folded a clean cotton cloth for the injured person to bite down on. Then she used scissors to cut away a large piece of clothing around the wound, exposing the severely injured chest. After carefully examining with a transparent tool, she confirmed that it was safe to pull out the object without barbs. She quickly removed the branch, causing blood to spray out. Yunyu moved swiftly, dipping silver needles into a wine bowl and then quickly inserting them around the wound. After a few needles, the bleeding stopped immediately. The doctor beside her looked excited, and the 2 guards behind were so thrilled they couldn't speak, their faces full of excitement. Yunyu cleaned out any foreign objects from the wound, then disinfected it with alcohol, actually a disguised mixture of space spring water, already mixed with spiritual spring water. Since the injury was serious, she took precautions. She sterilized the needles and silk threads in alcohol, then stitched the wound with a few stitches. Finally, she sprinkled some hemostatic powder, which she had taken from her space pouch, to prevent further bleeding or movement. She also applied anti-inflammatory powder from her portable bag to bandage the wound properly. After removing the silver needles, she said, the wound is treated. As long as you take good care of it afterward, there shouldn't be any serious problems. She disinfected and stored the silver needles before leaving the treatment room. As she stepped out, Granny Lin hurried over anxiously, saying, Miss, are you all right? You scared me to death. Looking around to make sure no one was paying attention, she whispered, Miss, when did you learn to do medicine? Yunyu didn't answer. She simply said, Granny Lin, it's late. Let's go home. We can talk there. At the main hall, she saw the shopkeeper and the chief doctor sitting there, waiting nervously. She directly said, Shopkeeper, I'm taking the silver needles. I need them. Consider it my reward for helping Huichun Hall today. The shopkeeper was slightly surprised but quickly responded, Yes, yes. Today we are very grateful to you, young lady. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to come. Yunyu nodded gently and said, Thank you very much. I will take my leave. As Yunyu, along with Granny Lin and Yu Zhu, stepped out of the spring rejuvenation hall, a guard hurried after them and said, Miss, please wait. You're about to leave now. What will our master do? Yunyu, feeling a bit annoyed, replied, I just saved your master's life. If you're not grateful, that's fine. But now you want to keep us here? We've done what we need to do.
He's not in any danger now.
As long as he doesn't have a fever or an infected wound within the next 12 hours, and he rests for a few more days, he'll be fine. We have other matters to attend to, so please understand. Without waiting for the guard's response, she turned and got into the carriage. The guard, after hearing Yun-yi, couldn't argue further. He could only watch as Yun-yi and her group rode away. Then he returned to Spring Rejuvenation Hall and said to the shopkeeper, "Since that young lady said our master is fine as long as he doesn't have a fever, we'll leave it to you. If anything happens to our master again, I want you all to share the consequences. Do you understand?" His sharp eyes fixed on the shopkeeper and the doctor inside the hall one by one. Meanwhile, Long Jingrui had been waiting outside his door since early morning. When he heard movement inside, he hurried to the door and asked anxiously, "Master, how are you feeling today?" "I came to check your pulse." Long Jingrui replied, "Come in." Dr. Huang quickly pushed open the door, followed by the brothers Mo Chun and Mo Yang, who usually served Long Jingrui, carrying toiletries and a tonic. After washing up, Long Jingrui sat on the Grand Master's chair inside the room, signaling Dr. Huang to take his pulse. Dr. Huang carefully placed the pulse pillow, then gently checked Long Jingrui's wrist once, and then the other wrist, repeating the process twice. He then looked at him with a mixture of happiness and confusion and said, "Master, did you encounter something unusual yesterday? Your pulse is much better than before, but I still can't figure out why. You didn't soak in the medicinal bath to recover yesterday, and you also mentioned that the poisoning symptoms shortened over time. Today, do you feel much lighter?" This puzzled him greatly, and he was still carefully considering all possible explanations. Long Jingrui was unsure how to explain his situation from yesterday. He couldn't say that a young girl had saved him last night, nor that he had taken advantage of her while his mind was confused from poison. Just thinking about what happened yesterday made his ears turn red for no reason. Dr. Huang, focused solely on his patient's condition, didn't notice his discomfort. Seeing Dr. Huang lost in thought, Long Jingrui didn't bother him. Instead, he took the small tonic cup handed by Mo Chun and drank it. This was specially prepared by Dr. Huang based on his health, and he had gotten used to it over time. After finishing the tonic, Dr. Huang put away the pulse pillow and waited nearby, hoping the master would share what strange encounter he had yesterday so they could plan the next steps. Long Jingrui organized his words and said, "Yesterday, I accidentally met someone. Her aura made me feel very comfortable, and she helped suppress the Yunyu poison that was attacking me. After she came to my side, I felt much better than before, almost like I was no longer dying. The poison attack also shortened significantly. Most importantly, after it ended, my body didn't feel as weak and painful as before. I only needed to sit and meditate for a while, like the time it takes for a stick of incense, then I could move. Although I still felt some discomfort, it was much better than the monthly attacks. You know I didn't take a medicinal bath yesterday. Last month I was attacked, so this month should be worse. I can't understand why this happened." Dr. Huang was excited and said, "Master, if this is true, where is that person now? Can I see her?" Next to him, brothers Mo Chun and Mo Yang also looked excited, thinking that maybe their master was finally saved. Even if they couldn't directly cure the poison, easing his symptoms during an attack would be good. They had been with their master for many years and knew what suffering he endured. They were anxious and wished they could take his place to suffer from Yunyu poison. If only their master's strong will, deep internal strength, and the secret skills taught by his good teacher could help him resist the Yunyu poison. Now, they didn't know what his current situation was. Dr. Huang did not hear the master's response. He was about to ask again, wanting to see that person carefully to understand why the poison of jade fire, which the master has endured monthly for many years, could be eased. Long Jingrui said nothing, only shook his head. He only knew it was that girl, but they only met twice yesterday, and he didn't know where she was from or where she was now. However, thinking of the girl's delicate appearance, a warm feeling flashed in his heart. He also remembered her fierce words last night, which made him want to laugh. She was the first person to openly scold him so directly, without hesitation. Dr. Huang couldn't get any useful information, so he didn't ask further. He simply said, "It's best if the master can find that extraordinary person. If there's a chance, I still want to meet her and see if I can find any clues. Over the past 2 years, although we found ways to detox, none of them are common remedies. They are rare and depend on fate. We haven't found a suitable one yet. Although we have ice crystals, we lack the real spirit crystals from the Spirit True Gate on Snow Spirit Mountain. Without those, it's like having nothing." Do you remember what the old head of the Medicine King Valley once said? He said that if we could get refined 1,000-year spirit crystals, they could temporarily suppress the poison during an attack. It wouldn't cure the poison, but it would ease it. I wonder if that girl has something that works like those spirit crystals. You mentioned she has a special aura that helps you during poison attacks. What do you think, Master? The poison on your body has been hard to treat these past few months. We've tried many medicines and adjusted them several times, but nothing worked. If it weren't for your deep internal strength to suppress it, I can't imagine how bad it would be. But this isn't a real solution. Since the person yesterday was able to ease your symptoms, we should do our best to find her." Long Jingrui knew that Dr. Huang's words were reasonable and that he was thinking for his sake. He said, "I will remember this. If I meet that person again, I will ask her carefully." After Dr. Huang left, Long Jingrui went to his study. He looked at the message sent yesterday, pondered for a long time, then summoned his hidden guards to arrange his plans. He had to let the people in the capital know. Anyone who dares to scheme against him, Long Jingrui, would not get a good result. Killing them would be too lenient. Keeping them alive to face him again would be more interesting. He has always believed in the saying, "Treat others as they treat you." Since they kept provoking him, he decided to let them enjoy the consequences. Instead of enjoying alone, he thought it would be better to share happiness with others. He chuckled softly. He thought about how, in a few days, the people in the capital would be surprised by the results of their actions. He wondered what their expressions would be then. It would surely be very interesting, so he decided to wait here for good news. After finishing his official work, he thought about the young girl from yesterday. He wondered if he might meet her again today, so he changed into his best clothes and left through the back door, heading to the back mountain. Unfortunately, after 2 hours of searching, he didn't see her shadow anywhere. It seemed meeting her yesterday was a lucky coincidence. Could she really be a special person meant for him? Otherwise, why would they meet at such a dangerous moment? As Yunyu just returned to her courtyard, she heard Qin who report, "Miss, Master Hai has arrived. He said he has something to see you about." "He's in the front yard now." Yunyu asked, "Is he alone?" Qin who replied, "Yes." Yunyu took off her cloak while speaking, then take him to the main hall in the front yard. "I'll come over right away." Qin who nodded and left to carry out the order. Yunyu washed up and changed her clothes before heading to the front yard. She disliked the current road conditions. It was just a dirt path, and the bumps were bad enough. Sometimes, for no reason, the fine dust on the surface was loose and not packed down. When the carriage passed, the dust flew up, and although she was inside the carriage, some dust still seeped through the curtains and dirted her clothes badly. When she arrived at the main hall in the front yard, Master Hai was already waiting. When he saw Yunyu come in, he immediately stood up and said politely, "Miss, the harvest on the estate has ended this year. The taxes have been paid, and the remaining grain has been stored. I will return to the government to report soon. Do you have anything for me to take care of before I go? Please prepare everything in the next few days. I will come again the day before I leave." Hearing this, Yunyu thought for a moment and said, "Master Hai will leave in a few days. It's good to have a plan in mind." Master Hai was silent for a moment, then looked up and replied, "We'll set out in 5 days. There are some small matters on the estate I need to settle before I can leave with peace of mind." Yunyu thought for a moment and nodded, "All right. Come a day earlier to pick up the things. I want to prepare some gifts for my grandfather and grandmother. Please take them back for me." Master Haizhuang finished speaking about official matters and then said, "Miss, in previous years I would return to the estate with Zhangzi. I don't know how you plan to handle it this year.
Please advise."
Yunyu thought for a moment and replied, "You can decide for yourself. I have no opinion. Is that family still obedient under your management? Master Haizhuang responded, thanks to Miss. They're doing okay, but I have to keep urging them constantly. Yuni found it amusing to think of that family being watched all the time, looking unwilling and frustrated. Well, they brought it on themselves, and there's no one else to blame. After finishing his work, Master Haizhuang thought about Yunyu's words and considered whether he should bring Zhangzi back to the Marquis of Huayang's estate this year. Since Miss is now in charge of the other courtyard, he is left to decide himself. He didn't really want to bring Zhangzi along. Every time they went back, he tried to take advantage, which he disliked. He also disliked such people and couldn't control himself, so he had to endure it. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Master Haizhuang took his leave and returned home. In recent days, Zhangzi's family was very anxious. This year was different from previous years. In the past, the estate had no master, and he was used to using the Marquis's name to pressure the tenants, who dared not speak out. But this year, the third young lady of the Marquis's estate is living in the courtyard. She seems gentle but is actually strong-willed, and he can't control her. Now, his family has been sent to the village to work, and they dare not use the Marquis's name to argue. Having been used to leisure for years, he had never suffered like this before. It almost cost him his life, but refusing to work was not an option. Zhan Sihai, a petty man trying to curry favor with a third young lady, keeps a close watch on their family every day. They can't even slack off. Work is divided among them, and they are not allowed to rest until the tasks are finished. At first, he wanted to resist, but after several attempts, Zhan Sihai showed no mercy, and he gave up. Now, the grain in the granary is stored, and only some miscellaneous chores remain. Soon it will be time to report to the Marquis of Huayang. He must go back with the others. After meeting with Master Haizhuang, Yunyi did not return directly to the back courtyard, but headed toward the east wing. She wanted to check on the recovery of those several people today, as they were very anxious. They kept wanting to increase the intensity of the recovery therapy, but Yunyi knew it couldn't be rushed. Recovery needs to be gradual, step by step. When she arrived at the east wing, she saw the door wide open. Several people were resting on the bed inside. She knocked lightly on the doorframe, cleared her throat, and entered. When they saw Yunyi come in, they struggled to sit up. Yunyi saw this and quickly said, "Everyone stop moving. I just came to check on you and see if you're overdoing your rehab. Don't pretend to be obedient while secretly doing less. I'm not joking with you. Rehab can't be rushed. If you push too hard, it will backfire. You will need more time to recover, and your future treatment plans will be delayed. Right now, the most important thing is to follow the rehab schedule I gave you while also taking good care of your health. Your bodies are very weak from before. Only when your injuries heal and your physical strength improves can I find ways to help repair your damaged energy centers and help you regain your martial skills." After checking on everyone, she said, "It's okay. Remember what I told you. If you keep going at this pace, in about a month you'll be able to walk and move freely again. I have a bad temper. If you damage your muscles and tendons again because you don't follow my advice, don't blame me for throwing you out. I dislike people who are arrogant and don't appreciate others' hard work." She then returned to the backyard, leaving a few people looking at each other inside the house. The girl was good at everything but lacked patience and never wasted effort. Yunyi returned to the backyard. Grandma Lin had already prepared the meal. Seeing Yunyi come in, she said, "My little miss, what time is it? If you don't come back soon, I'll have to tell them to reheat the food. You're not even hungry, having only drunk a small bowl of porridge this morning. That's not enough. You've been out all morning, and now it's past lunchtime. You should eat first before busying yourself." She nagged as she served Yunyi food. Yunyi looked at Grandma Lin, who was chattering away, but said nothing. She took the bowl handed to her and ate, feeling warm inside. It had been a long time since someone truly cared for her like this. After eating, Yunyi told Grandma Lin to inform the tenants on the farm that she was collecting flower petals, any kind of flowers, at 2 coins per jean, paid immediately. But they must be fresh. Yunyi knew that most of the work in the fields was done, and the tenants had become idle. She thought, since Lord Hai was returning to the capital, she should prepare some gifts for the relatives of Duke Wu's family. Yunyu was always someone who respected others and was respected in return. The Duke Wu family had treated the original owner well, and since Yunyu had arrived, she had also seen the love and care from everyone in the Duke's household. Since she has taken over the original owner's body, she must fulfill her duties properly. Also, she really likes the people in the Duke Wu's residence, and getting along with them feels comfortable. Unlike the people from the Marquis of Huayang's household, each person has their own secret thoughts. They often say one thing but mean another, pretending one way in front of others and doing something different behind their backs, which makes people feel tired. Yunyu thought it over. To build her own power, she needs enough money at the start. The money she has now isn't enough, especially since starting a business also requires investment. With a plan in mind, she thought it might be good to try out her ideas with a few of the Duke Wu's aunts-in-law to see how it works. There are plenty of supplies in the space, but if she uses too much of them, someone suspicious might notice. She also doesn't want to be someone who benefits without effort. She prefers to work hard step by step to achieve her dreams. That way, she can feel a sense of accomplishment. Most importantly, she wants to fulfill her mother's last wish, finding her missing younger brother. This requires strong financial support and a wide network of contacts. Without these, it would be very hard to find him in the vast crowd. Earning money is urgent. It seems she needs to focus on both business and building her influence at the same time. Doing both will make her path more stable and long-lasting, and the two can support each other. Yunyu plans to stay here for at least 2 or 3 years. Before returning to the capital, she wants to see some initial results. After she leaves, she won't be as free, so she needs to plan carefully. Madame Lin received the young lady's instructions and went to the village to find Madame Hai, the wife of the village head. After polite greetings, she said, "Miss Xiao Yun, it's getting cooler now, and there's not much work left in the fields. Most of the tenants are free. Our young lady needs a lot of flower petals. Could you pass the message? She's willing to pay 2 coins per jean, but I must say up front, only fresh flowers will do. Since the weather isn't too cold yet, the hibiscus, lotus, and other flowers on the mountain are still available. Oh, and our young lady also wants aloe vera, which costs 1 coin for 2 jean. This way, the villagers can earn some silver coins. Let's collect for 5 days. In a few days, when it gets colder, it will be harder to find flowers on the mountain. Also, make sure to pack different flowers separately, and we can discuss more if needed later." When Shuyun heard that Madame Lin said the flowers on the mountain, which no one wanted, could be sold for money, she immediately felt happy. This was a great deal, so she quickly replied, "Madame Lin, don't worry. I will make sure everything is done well. I will notify each household about this good opportunity. Everyone would be happy to do it, as if they were getting paid for free. They will definitely be glad to hear this. Thank you, miss, and thank you, Madame Lin, for coming all this way." Madame Lin smiled and said, "Oh, I was just passing on the message. Our young lady told everyone to be careful and not risk their safety just for a few coins. Safety comes first." When the people on the farm heard Shuyun's message, they all became excited. They forgot everything else and all rushed to the mountain, eager to gather the flowers. Everyone who could move hurriedly headed up the mountain. However, they also knew they shouldn't go deep into the mountains. The young lady from the other courtyard had specifically reminded them to stay safe. On the first day, they didn't need to go far into the mountain. The nearby flowers were enough for gathering. By late afternoon, they had collected about 300 jean of fresh flowers and 200 jean of aloe vera. That was quite a lot. Yunyu asked Yu Zhu and the others to work overtime to sort everything out. The flowers couldn't be left overnight, so the maids cleaned them immediately, removing excess water and bringing them to her room. The aloe vera was also washed and peeled, then stored in her room. She also arranged for tools to be delivered, mainly for disguise purposes. Once everything was ready, it was already night. After everyone left and Yunyu confirmed it was safe, she stored everything in her space. The villa had several distillers and mixers, and within 2 hours, everything was prepared. They made essential oils, toner, and moisturizer using water from the creek in her space. This time, she didn't mix in spiritual spring water because the creek water's spiritual energy was enough. After finishing these, Yunyu continued her cultivation without hesitation. Recently, she had been working hard. She wanted a carefree and relaxed life in the future, but to do that, she needed to have enough strength to protect herself. So, she was strict with herself. Most of this time was spent stabilizing her cultivation. She wasn't in a hurry to improve. She knew that whether it was martial arts or mental cultivation, she needed to solidify her current level before aiming for higher progress. Otherwise, an unstable foundation is not a good thing. Yunyu understands this very well. Currently, her mental strength cultivation remains at mid-level stage 1, the third level of the carefree no-trace technique, and the fourth level of the jade flute sky-reaching technique. However, today it looks like she will break through soon, but tonight is impossible. After practicing, she still goes to the hot spring to relax and remove her fatigue. The next morning, Yunyu wakes up early, finishes breakfast, and calls Zhang Yuan to give him 5 drawings. She asks him to find out if there are any special kiln sites nearby for making ceramics. Once found, she plans to order a batch of ceramic bottles. Yunyu is not idle either. She spends the morning drawing a complete set of distillation equipment plans. When Zhang Yuan returns to report that the ceramic matters are settled, Yunyu tells him to go eat lunch quickly. In the afternoon, he will accompany Grandma Lin to Lingyan City for errands. After Yunyu carefully checks and corrects the drawings, she calls in Grandma Lin and Yuzhu. She explains each piece of equipment's general function and important points clearly. She also asks them to go to the blacksmith shop she visited yesterday. She instructs the big-bearded blacksmith to forge the items with refined iron, emphasizing that the bottom should be thicker and the walls slightly thinner. Especially the lid, which should be as thin as possible. Currently, the refined iron is almost steel, but it contains more impurities and is produced in small quantities. It is more expensive than regular iron, so common people rarely use it. People here still cannot clearly distinguish between steel and iron, so they call it refined iron. Grandma Lin doesn't delay. She takes the drawings and silver notes, along with Yuzhu, to the front yard to call Zhang Yuan and then depart. In the afternoon, the maids continue collecting fresh flower petals and aloe vera. When they're not busy, they wash and drain the water, making it convenient for the young lady to use any time. Yunyu has nothing urgent in the afternoon, so she enters her space to cultivate. Last night, she felt her mental strength technique was subtly about to upgrade and break through. So, she takes this free time to see if she can break through, while waiting for Grandma Lin and the others to return. Yunyu enters the space and directly goes to the pavilion by the hot spring pool to meditate. Soon, she senses fluctuations in the spiritual energy within the space, which start to flow into her body. Once her muscles and meridians are saturated with spiritual energy, the fluctuations in the space still continue and gather toward her. Sweat beads form on her forehead, but she dares not relax or give up. Her whole body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Repeatedly, she endures the impact and cleansing of spiritual energy within her meridians, gritting her teeth to persevere. Her entire body feels like it is about to explode. Just when I was about to give up and couldn't hold on anymore, there was a sudden pop in my mind. My tendons seemed to widen, and my whole body felt more comfortable. The spiritual energy flowing in became more active and entered my body more vigorously. The widened tendons were like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing spiritual energy from the space. It took about half an hour for them to gradually settle down. Yunyu practiced her cultivation method, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate throughout her body. After completing 7 full cycles of energy, she finally took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and sat in meditation for a while to stabilize her state, then stopped her practice. Her mental strength had reached a higher level, allowing her to move anything within 100 meters at will. Her mental power's destructive ability greatly increased. During acupuncture, she could now drive spiritual energy to resolve deep-seated issues. However, Yunyu was still unsure of the exact extent of this ability. She needed more practice to find out. She felt happy inside, finally feeling that her efforts during this period hadn't been in vain. She believed she could now protect herself in the future. She had learned about the general situation on this continent. Besides the Spirit True Gate on Snow Spirit Mountain, which was a true cultivation sect, there were no other such sections. Over the past 100 years, the Spirit True Gate on Snow Spirit Mountain had become a legendary presence. Most people on this continent now valued inner strength and martial skills. This meant that unless she encountered a true cultivator from the Spirit True Gate, she probably wouldn't face much trouble. If someone foolish dared to provoke her, with her current strength, she could quietly deal with them. Yes, finally, she felt truly at ease in this world. Time passed quickly. On the day before Lord Haizhuang left, the porcelain bottle that Yunyu had asked Zhang Yuan to custom make was delivered. Yunyu packed everything carefully, sealed the mouth with wax, and used space water to ensure it wouldn't spoil. Earlier, she had asked a carpenter on the estate to make a set of exquisite wooden boxes, using the high quality which she provided. She could have made them herself in her space, but first, it was time-consuming and too troublesome. Second, even if she made them in her space, there was no good reason to take them out. So, she hired the carpenter to do it. The porcelain design was also provided by Yunyu, and the finished products were very delicate. Paired with the beautiful wooden boxes made by the carpenter and the precious wood Yunyu supplied, it was clear that this gift was carefully prepared. It looked high-end, elegant, and impressive. Yunyu carefully made sure Zhang Yuan and the kiln owner signed a contract, preventing them from using the design drawings for other purposes. Yunyu looked at the finished product and thought it looked good. She considered that if she wanted to develop in this field in the future, she could use it directly. Yunyu carefully packed the items from both households separately to avoid mixing them up. The Huayang Marquis residents received a set of skincare products, which were a gift for the old lady of the house. It included water, essential oil, and face cream, each with detailed instructions on how to use and the amount needed, enough for about 2 or 3 months. There were also 4 jars of wine, given to the Marquis himself. The wine was actually the best flower wine available in the market. Yunyu added a few bottles of ergoto from her space, diluted with a drop of spiritual spring water, and added some other ingredients. To prevent future trouble, she also threw in a 50-year-old ginseng root, which mainly has health benefits and can slightly repair the body's functions without being too obvious. Yunyu made a total of 25 jars of this special wine. The Duke of Wu's residence sent 4 sets of cosmetics, 1 for the grandmother and 3 aunts. They also received 16 jars of wine. Yunyu is straightforward. She believes that if something is good, it's good, and if it's not, it's not. She doesn't care about others' opinions. When Lord Haizhuang arrived, Yunyu handed him 2 letters directly. After giving him the items, she said, "Lord Haizhuang, after entering the city, please deliver the items to the Duke of Wu's residence. Since you will pass by the Marquis's house on your way back to Huayang Marquis's residence, it's easier this way. The extra jar of wine is for you. Thank you for helping me carry these. It's a small token of my gratitude. When you return, please send my regards to my grandfather and grandmother and tell them I am well. No need to worry." Hearing the third young lady's words, Lord Haizhuang felt a bit grateful. He was just a servant of the Marquis's house, assigned to manage this estate. The masters at the house never treated them as important. Over the years, they only returned to the house after paying taxes and sealing the granary in autumn, to report the year's accounts and give a rough overview of the year. But every time, they only stayed half a day before rushing back. No one had ever spoken to him like this before, which made him feel warm inside. He was determined to do his best to handle what the third young lady asked. This time, he was going to the capital with the old master Bai and his attendants from nearby Bai's estate. A few days ago, Bai's old master learned he would return to the capital soon and sent someone to say they would also set out for the city in the coming days. Just to keep company along the way, the young son of the Bai family's old master has found a job in the capital's Ministry of Works. A few days ago, he sent a message saying he had a son, and soon they will hold a full moon celebration in the city. The Bai family's old master plans to go to the capital to see his grandson. The next morning, Hai Zhuangtou and the Bai family's convoy set out together toward the capital. In the main hall of the Huayang Marquis's residence in the capital, in the Qingfeng courtyard, Lady Feng, the wife of the eldest son, sat angrily at the top, clenching her teeth and speaking bitterly. "Mama, has the young master left the house?" Standing nearby, Mama Zhang replied, "Yes, he left about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He's probably already at the Duke Wu's residence now." "Madam, given the situation, you should try to stay calm." Lady Feng closed her eyes, trying to calm her anger, but her teacup betrayed her inner feelings. She had saved up 16,000 taels of silver, which was all her private savings. Now all of it was gone without a trace. She dared not make a fuss. Everyone knew that when she married, her family was poor and had little proper dowry. Her family only gave her 300 taels of silver, which was most of their cash at the time. Now, she was like a mute suffering in silence. All her savings, over 10,000 taels, were her entire fortune. In the early years after her marriage, her mother-in-law managed the household, and she had little chance to handle money. It was only after Yuer was born that her mother-in-law gradually handed over financial control to her. She always thought Yuer brought her good luck and loved her dearly. But now, everything was gone. She blamed Yuer, wondering why she had stored all the silver notes together, only for them to be taken all at once. She had been cautious over the years, afraid to buy land or shops outside, worried that someone might find out and use it against her. She couldn't explain the source of her money, and anyone with a clear eye would see she couldn't afford to lose face. She hadn't even told the young master about her savings. She had planned that when her two daughters married, besides what the family provided, she would secretly buy them a few estates so they could leave happily and confidently, unlike her, who arrived at her new home with nothing. She was afraid to show her money publicly, but now it had only made her a target for thieves. It was truly a joke. If only she hadn't looked at the date 3 days ago, she still hadn't gathered enough silver to pay Yunyu's 12,000 taels. She thought she could make do with what she had, then claimed she borrowed the rest from elsewhere. The heir's family sent them money for this month's income, and once she fills in the rest, everything will be fine. She also hopes the heir will pay more attention to her, so he knows that she, as his wife, is truly loyal and shares his joys and sorrows. She suddenly realized her secret savings had been stolen long ago. She almost fainted on the spot. After calming down, she thought she must not let anyone find out, or it wouldn't just be her who suffers. The entire main family would be implicated. These past few days, she had been living in a daze, not knowing when the items were lost or if the theft was committed by someone from the second branch. Thinking about her eldest daughter, who would be married in less than 4 months, she had planned to prepare a good dowry from the Marquis's estate, and she wanted to add a little extra secretly, plus some from the second branch. This would make her daughter look impressive on her wedding day. But now, it seems she can only rely on the estate's resources. Ah, such is life. Suddenly, she remembered that today, the Marquis and the heir would go to the Duke of Wu's residence to deliver silver. She wondered what she was doing. Was she scheming against herself? She and the main family had become the joke of the estate. The heir had said to return the silver, and he no longer had extra money. From now on, the main family should learn to be frugal, and for the next 5 years, they would need to gather 80,000 taels each year for Yunyu. What could she say? She was the one who caused all this. Now, the heir was still willing to share the burden, and she should be grateful. She truly regrets her actions. Why did she try to scheme over the second branch's small assets? She had dragged herself and the entire main family into this awkward situation, yet the heir was responsible and didn't blame her. If only she didn't have to repay those future debts, perhaps their main family wouldn't live worse than common folk. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly raced. Could she try to find out the truth? She remembered the person who had asked her to send Yunyu away. Why did they do that? It seemed they didn't want Yunyu to have a good life. Yes, that was it. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Years ago, When the second branch's Zhang Yunprung went missing, it was that person who had secretly instructed her to pass on information. She didn't know what would happen, only that it was for her younger brother and her maiden family, so she had to do it. At the time, she thought it wasn't a big deal, so she agreed. But later, when the incident happened, she was terrified and dared not mention that she had leaked their plans. Even now, she occasionally has nightmares about it. I don't know who is behind all this or why they want to ruin the second household and cause their downfall. By the way, the last person said they had completed their task. Yunyu's girl must be having a hard time now. If I find someone to get rid of Yunyi, then I won't have to repay that remaining money. Even if something happens, they probably won't trace it back to me. If they do, I can just blame it on that person. Because of this money, Mrs. Foam has developed such a cruel plan. If Yunyi finds out, she would say, women can be the most vicious, haha. Mrs. Foam keeps thinking this plan is feasible. Yunyi is now hundreds of miles away in Qingliang Mountain. Even if something happens to her, no one will suspect her. Once she is gone, the 40,000 taels of silver won't need to be repaid. If Duke Wu's mansion dares to come and cause trouble, I won't be easy to deal with. If they lose people and the silver, they're just enjoying it themselves. When that time comes, humph, I don't believe the people of Duke Wu's mansion will be shameless. This matter can't be rushed. I need to think carefully and come up with a perfect plan. My hand, clenched in my sleeve, is sweaty, and my nails are digging into my flesh, but I feel nothing. Meanwhile, far away in Qingliang Mountain, Yunyi is wandering with Yuzhu, Yumei, and Zhang Yuan, having a lot of fun. Today, her main goal is to find a chance to secretly move a few potato seedlings and bring back some potatoes. In recent days, Yunyi has asked around the farm from the side and roughly confirmed that this continent doesn't have potatoes as a crop. So, she must find an opportunity to see the real thing to be sure. That way, she can be more confident. Now it's late autumn, early winter. Because of the recent flower-picking frenzy, the mountain surroundings no longer look as beautiful as before. The group found some fish in the mountain stream, grilled them, and ate. Zhang Yuan's cooking skills are quite good. After playing enough, Yunyi sent everyone away to gather the wild vegetables and fruits they found earlier. She then found a slightly hidden spot. Once she confirmed it was safe, she created a scene and secretly moved out about 20 or 30 potato seedlings. She only stopped after that. She washed her hands in the stream and sat waiting for everyone to return. Soon, everyone came back one after another. Yunyi pointed to the potatoes and said, "Take those back in the basket." They looked in the direction Yunyi pointed and saw a pile of large, sweet potato-like objects, but with different skin colors. Yuzhu asked, "Miss, what are those? Where did you find them?" Yunyi said, "I was just wandering around with nothing to do and found something interesting. When I went to Lingyun Temple in the capital to burn incense, I waited outside for my aunt and her friends. I saw these foreigners cooking and eating something, so I picked some up. There aren't many, so let's take them all back. Tonight, Aunt Jim will cook them for us to try." Yunyi felt confident now, sure that no one had seen potatoes before, at least not in Longting country. After packing up, everyone laughed and chatted as they walked down the mountain. No one noticed that, 100 meters away, a person on a big tree was watching that charming girl with deep, thoughtful eyes. Suddenly, a smooth, magnetic voice said, "Go, find out who those people are." The person behind received the order and left. The person on the tree stayed still for a long time. Over the past few days, Dr. Huang had been checking his pulse and adjusting his medicine. His symptoms, which had improved a few days ago, were now starting to come back. Dr. Huang had told him many times to find the person from that night. At first, he didn't believe it, but his recent health issues made him think differently. He remembered that day, even though he was tortured by the poison of jade fire and was a bit confused, the refreshing aura around that person was unmistakable. Just as Dr. Huang said, it was likely that the person had something he needed. Whether that person was an enemy or a friend, he would know once the news came back. He put aside his thoughts, returned to his cold, noble, and proud face, and flew into the deep mountains. Yunyi and her group returned to their courtyard. Grandma Lin hurried to greet them, saying, "Miss, you must be tired. I'll order them to prepare food. You all missed the mealtime while playing." Yunyi smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not too hungry. We caught a few small fish in the mountain stream and roasted them. It's quite special. Next time we go out, Grandma, you should come with us." Grandma Lin helped set the table and smiled. "I'm too old for that now. I don't have the strength. Let you Zhu, and you may go with Mississippi. My old arms and legs are better suited to staying at home and watching over the young miss." Yunyi teased. "Who says Grandma is old? She's still young. She should come explore Longting's beautiful mountains and rivers with me. Isn't that right, Grandma?" Grandma Lin also smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I want to grow up with the young miss, see her get married, and help take care of her future little master and miss." Yunyi listened to Grandma Lin and also smiled, but she didn't say anything further. She sat down to eat. As someone from the future, she found these conversations quite normal. If the original owner had heard this, she might have felt shy. After eating, Yunyi briefly instructed Yu Zhu and then headed to the east wing of the front courtyard. These days, she had been too busy to check on those few people and didn't know how they were recovering. When she arrived, Lu Qinbin and the others were sitting on the corridor, enjoying the sun. This was also something Yunyi had asked them to do. They had been through a lot and were somewhat lacking in calcium. Yunyi had previously told the kitchen to prepare bone soup for them, but sunbathing was even better. They listened well and, besides their rehabilitation exercises, would sit in the sun for half an hour each day when the weather was nice. When Yunyi approached, they all wanted to bow in greeting. She quickly said, "Don't move.
Sit properly.
Your bodies are still not fully healed, so there's no need for formalities." She asked about their recent condition, whether they felt any changes, and if the flexibility in their wrists and ankles was improving. Lu Qinbin replied, "Yes, I feel like I've recovered quite a bit. My wrists and ankles have more strength, and I feel more flexible when moving. The skin doesn't feel as tight as before." Yunyi checked them again and said, "You're recovering well. First, it shows your good physical condition, which helps you heal faster. Second, it means you've been strictly following my instructions these days. If you keep this up in about 10 days or so, you'll be fully recovered. But don't get careless. Starting tomorrow, increase your incense time during rehab, but no more than that." Hearing this, the men almost wanted to rejoice openly, but as grown men, they couldn't lose their manners in front of Yunyi. They clenched their fists tightly and silently thought, "Thank heaven." Once their mood settled, they exchanged glances. Lu Qinbin expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young lady. We will follow your instructions carefully and not slack off. We hope to recover soon and be able to help you." Yunyi didn't stay long. After giving a few more instructions, she returned to the back courtyard. She hadn't forgotten her potatoes. She planned to find Aunt Zheng and guide her a bit, so the dish wouldn't turn out bad. When Yunyi and Yu Zhu reached the kitchen, Aunt Zheng was examining the washed potatoes. She had never cooked this before and didn't know how to prepare it. Looking at it, it resembled sweet potatoes, so she wondered if it was used for porridge. But it didn't smell sweet at all. She cut a piece with a knife, tasted it, and found it bland. Yunyi saw Aunt Zheng and smiled, saying, "Aunt Zheng, this can be stir-fried and eaten, or cooked with meat, or steamed and dipped in sauce. But it's a bit little. Tonight, we'll use it to make 2 dishes. Potato stew with chicken pieces and stir-fried shredded potatoes." Yunyi explained the basic steps to Aunt Zheng and asked her to prepare everything so everyone could taste it together. Aunt Zheng happily agreed, feeling deeply grateful. She couldn't help but think that Yunyi, the young lady, was very kind to her and the other servants. In the past, working in a large household, they couldn't eat as well as they do now. She never expected that their misfortune would turn into good luck, bringing them to meet such a kind young lady. The courtyard wasn't very big, and Yunyi let them eat the same food as her, without needing a separate kitchen. Actually, Yunyi didn't spend much money, just a little for oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The rest was sent from the farm. Yunyi, after all, was from another time. Her only concern was good character, being honest, loyal, and practical. As long as these qualities were there, everything else was minor. She wouldn't deliberately change the existing social hierarchy or talk about equality, because that was foolish. But she also wouldn't do anything to belittle others unless they were truly disgusting to her, then she wouldn't blame herself. Yumei, who came with Yunyi, heard there would be delicious food tonight, something she had never tasted before, and became excited, eager to help Aunt Jung. Yunyi smiled and took Yuzhu with her, saying she had other things to do. She needed to improve the blueprint for the greenhouse, and tonight she planned to visit the Xiaorao Manor. Over the past few days, they should have prepared everything. Back in her room, Yunyi carefully thought about all the possible situations that might happen. She entered her space to find information from her previous life. She hadn't lived in the countryside before but had visited some farm stays and picked vegetables in greenhouses. So she roughly understood the situation. She found some materials to learn from, though she wasn't sure if she could apply what she learned. Once she finished perfecting the blueprint, she would be ready. Grandma Lin also came in and said, "Young miss, it's getting late. Be careful with your eyes. Dinner is already prepared in the kitchen. It's good to set the table now. The weather is cooler, so the food cools quickly." Yunyi started tidying up her drawings and said, "Let's set the table. I'm almost done here. I just need to clean up a bit, then I can eat." Grandma Lin replied, "All right, I'll call them to set the table." Yumei has been impatient for a long time. Outside the door, Yumei heard the maid's words, blushed with embarrassment, and ran away. Several people standing with her also started to laugh. The dinner that evening received high praise from everyone in the other courtyard. "I didn't expect the food to be so delicious, filled with the aroma of chicken, soft and fragrant. It was truly tasty and unforgettable. Unfortunately, there was only a small amount." After eating, Yunyi took a walk in the small garden behind the second courtyard to aid digestion. Yuzhu, Yumei, and others followed her. Yumei kept talking about how good potatoes were, but she was sad there wasn't enough. She wondered if she could ever taste them again. After complaining, she said, "Miss, this afternoon I heard women at the farm say that the Zhang family from Guixiong village, who caused trouble in front of our courtyard, took her younger cousin away a few days ago. They signed a contract to sell her into servitude and paid 5 taels of silver to her uncle to pay off gambling debts. The women at the farm said that the Zhang family is really unkind. When she left, they didn't even give her clean clothes, just sent her off in her worst outfit. People from Guixiong village say the Zhang family is not honest. They would sell their granddaughter just to support their gambling son. The mother of Zhang Sanha almost had a fight with her family over it. But the old couple from the Zhang family used filial piety to pressure her. Her husband also begged her, saying that her parents were old and she should be understanding and filial. In the end, nothing was settled. It is said that Zhang Sanha's mother fainted from worry. Later, the village doctor said she was pregnant, and she was so angry she lost her baby.
Yunyi listenet quietly.
She had watched many TV dramas and read quite a few ancient novels, so she understood how strong the pressure of filial piety could be in this world. Moreover, her son was foolishly filial, and no one could help them. Yunyi didn't think respecting parents was bad, but blind obedience, foolish filial piety, was like modern mama's boy men, which made people angry. Yunyi looked down on such men. Meanwhile, Long Jingrui's secret guard delivered Yunyi's information before dinner. The details were quite complete, covering her entire life from childhood. Long Jingrui looked at it with great interest. Why could they find out so quickly? It was to ensure the prince's safety. The estate where King Jingrui lived, below Qingliang Mountain, and the nearby estates and farms within 10 miles were all under secret guard surveillance. When Yunyi first arrived at the estate, the secret guard had already investigated her. Now they even had information from the capital. After reading it, Long Jingrui became very interested. A young lady who grew up in a large, secluded mansion. Where did she learn her martial arts? She also knows medical skills. She is quite an interesting girl, and it seems she is quite different from the noble young ladies in the capital. She gently taps her fingers on the table, her eyes full of curiosity. She finds her quite fascinating, very different from the typical noble daughters in the city. Thinking about her charming appearance, a smile appears on her lips. Her tapping on the table becomes more rhythmic. Right now, Dragon Jingrui is holding information about the entire marquis of Huayang's estate. The data is very complete, which shows how powerful the Ming Yen Pavilion is. Besides the pavilion master, there is also a respected elder and 4 messengers. All newcomers entering the Ming Yen Pavilion are sent to its main base on Jade Peak Mountain. There, they undergo intense and demanding training under Elder Guatiran. After passing the tests, they are assigned to different roles based on their skills. One of the 4 messengers, the handsome-faced messenger Tu Hongyu, manages the Hidden Guards and Intelligence Network. The Hidden Guards are mostly top fighters divided into 10 groups, each with about 100 people. Another messenger, Guan Jinhai, who is responsible for official circles, has people secretly placed and promoted in various government departments, as well as in different provinces and counties. Chui Linfeng, another of the 4, manages commercial activities. Running so many businesses requires a lot of money, so the Ming Yen Pavilion has many industries. They own restaurants, inns, silk shops, jewelry stores, clothing shops, pawn shops, antique shops, pharmacies, and tea houses. They also have famous auction houses in the capital and major provinces selling antiques, paintings, jade, jewelry, rare herbs, and treasures. They have almost everything, and there is nothing they cannot buy. In addition, they own farms, fields, and estates around the capital and in various provinces and counties. The Ming Yen Pavilion's assets make up about a quarter of the entire business of the Dragon Rising Kingdom. Its wealth and power are not easily challenged. The pavilion also has branches in neighboring countries and larger vassal states, making it a formidable force. These assets serve both to increase wealth and to gather intelligence. Finally, one of the 4 messengers, the Rakshasa messenger Zheng Huntao, is in charge of the Assassin Alliance. This group handles various missions assigned by employers and the pavilion itself. All members are top martial artists, highly skilled and trusted. Everyone knows that the Underworld Agency is an organization that takes on difficult missions and provides intelligence services, but few realize it is involved in other industries, nor do they know about its wealth and power. Only the Supreme Leader and 4 messengers inside the agency know about the relationship between Long Jingrui and the Underworld Agency. Even the people from the Prince Qing's residence are unaware. It's easy to see what kind of person Long Jingrui is in Longting Kingdom and across the continent. He is very influential. However, he prefers to stay low-key and is naturally cold and aloof due to a childhood illness. In the capital, he mostly interacts only with a few close friends and has little contact with other noble families. He is considered a supporter of the emperor, which is why the current emperor trusts him enough to give him control of 20,000 soldiers. This is also why the second prince teamed up with the useless younger brother of Prince Qing to try to eliminate him. There are 6 adult princes in the palace, with 3 more underage, but the emperor has not yet named an heir. The princesses and adult princes are secretly building their own alliances to secure their positions in court, hoping to have supporters when choosing the heir. The second prince tried many times to contact Long Jingrui, but was always turned away, which made him furious. He decided that if he couldn't get what he wanted, no other brother should either. He was determined that no one else could help his brothers, so he risked everything by secretly working with the useless Long Jingli and planned an assassination on the night of the full moon. Unfortunately, they overestimated themselves. Long Jingrui had already prepared defenses, and the assassins sent to him never returned. The second prince thought he was being cautious by sending only elite fighters, but all of them were defeated at Qingliang Mountain, suffering heavy losses. Long Jingrui was ruthless. He left no witnesses and cut all clues, leaving the second prince and Long Jingli anxious and panicked. Recently, both court and family affairs have been troublesome, pushing them to the edge of collapse. But he thought, this is just the beginning. The real fun starts now. If he hadn't been careless last month during the full moon, when he accidentally ate a rice ball soaked in wine that contained a toxin, his already unstable condition would have worsened. And with the recent assassination attempt during the full moon, he had taken precautions but was still surprised by how far his enemies went, sending over 200 skilled fighters. They truly underestimated him. Long Jingrui. I had originally planned to go deep into the mountains and return after the Irwuduo, jade fire poison on my body had subsided. By then, the assassination at the other residence should have also ended. I wanted to do everything properly, but I didn't bring anyone with me. I left all my subordinates at the other residence so they could finish their tasks and then meet me at my usual training spot. Unexpectedly, there was an ambush outside the mountains, clearly leaked by someone from the other residence. My subordinates couldn't have done it, so the most likely suspects are the people from the old residence, who are hiding very well. Perhaps the previous fight drained my internal energy, causing the jade fire poison to activate earlier than expected during the full moon night. I tried to suppress it with my internal energy during the fight, but after dealing with everyone, I was heavily injured and lost a lot of blood, which made me faint. Luckily, that girl saved me. However, that girl has a really bad temper. She started scolding me at the slightest provocation. She was the first person brave enough to openly curse me and even said I had paranoid delusions. I put away the documents and thought about the traitor from the other residence.
It really saddened me.
That person was an old maid who served my mother. Due to her age, 3 years ago, she told my mother she wanted to retire and return to her hometown. My mother, recognizing her hard work, not only allowed her to go but also gave her a large sum of money to enjoy her retirement. She was sold into the Rongwagong mansion as a maid when she was young. When she grew older and was of marriageable age, the master of the mansion betrothed her to a small steward. Life was pretty good at first, but one day, a mudslide struck while the family was out visiting relatives. Her husband died trying to save his wife and children. She and her 2 children were seriously injured, and soon after, her children also passed away. She was the only survivor, but her family was completely broken. After she married, she had 3 sons. Her husband once asked the master of the Rongwagong mansion to adopt a son for their family. If not for the fact that another adopted son was supporting her, she might have lost all hope of living. Later, she never remarried. When her mother got married, she followed as the stewardess of the estate as part of her dowry. One day, her mother went to the estate to escape the heat. Her mother personally saw her and decided to keep her close, managing the accounts until the adopted son came back to take her home for her old age. Soon after leaving with her son, she was driven out by him. All her money had been stolen by her son. With nowhere to go, she met Luo Jingrui, who was inspecting the completed construction of the villa. Seeing her pitiful state and knowing she had been close to her mother for many years, he decided to keep her at the villa. However, he didn't expect that one day, because of the adopted son, she would be threatened and forced to reveal her master's whereabouts. He has never been soft on those who betray their masters. The outcome was predictable. It seems Luo Jingrui is not suited to be a kind person. After calming his mind, he began handling official matters. When he saw the news from the capital, indicating they were not doing well there, he felt relieved. Anyone who dared to provoke him would only dream of a good ending. At the Qingliang mountain villa of the Marquis house, Yunyu looked at the time and decided it was late. She dismissed the maids to rest and carefully studied the blueprints again. There was nothing much to change, so she put them away. She locked the door securely and confirmed her safety before entering her space. She took out the local vegetable seeds she had collected over the past days and placed them in containers. Using different amounts of creek water mixed with a drop of space water, she conducted multiple experiments. After mastering the best mixing ratio and determining how much creek water to add to a drop of spiritual spring water, she ensured that the cultivated seedlings would not seem too extraordinary. Confident in her results, she packed up, changed her clothes, and left her space. Following her usual routine, she exited through the side door of the villa and quickly headed to Xiaorao Manor. In just over the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yunyu arrived at Xiaorao Manor. When she arrived, a few people were practicing martial arts in a remote courtyard. Seeing her, they all stopped their practice and knelt on one knee, saying, "Greetings, young mistress." Yunyu smiled and said, "Everyone get up. Why are you bowing so deeply today? Let me guess, have you made a breakthrough in your martial arts?" They all laughed happily. Xiao Yi said, "Young mistress, the martial arts you gave us are truly extraordinary. We haven't dared to slack off these past few days. Whenever we have free time, we come to practice. In just a few days, our skills are worlds apart from before. Before, our skills were just basic training, but now, they're incomparable to what we're learning now." Xiao Er also became interested and said, "Young mistress, we all have some martial arts foundation. Besides completing the tasks you assigned, we've spent most of our time practicing. The martial arts manuals you gave us are not ordinary. We've only reached the 3rd level, but with our current strength, we could probably hold our own against mid-level experts. If we master all our martial arts skills and practice them to the highest level, there are probably very few in this world who can compare to us. Thank you, my lord, for trusting us and sharing this top-level martial arts secret with us brothers." Then, after exchanging glances, they knelt down again, clasped their fists, and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness in restoring us. We swear to serve you faithfully in the future." Yunyu felt pleased. Compared to the effect of loyalty pills, Yunyu hoped that his subordinates would genuinely and sincerely be loyal to him. He then put aside his earlier joking attitude. He knew he had to be clear, so he turned the conversation and said, "What you said today, remember it well. If you ever have any bad intentions in the future, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Now, everyone get up." The group responded together, "Thank you, my lord. We will remember your kindness and swear to serve you faithfully." Yunyu thought everything was settled and asked, "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Xiao Yi replied, "Yes, my lord, everything is done." Yunyu poured himself a cup of hot tea and said, "Good. Now tell me the details." Xiao Yi said, "The oxen you asked for have been bought. There are 5 in total, 3 males and 2 females. They are all strong, healthy young bulls, just grown up. The farmers on the estate have already taken them out to test the land." He continued, "In the past few days, we also agreed with the farmers to try planting winter wheat on the estate this winter. We gathered them together to explain everything, so any questions could be answered on the spot. This way, they won't talk behind our backs and cause trouble for you, my lord. We also made it clear that they are responsible for their own land, and when they need to work, we will notify them in advance. Their wages will be paid immediately." He added, "We also told them that if the winter planting is successful, they will not only earn wages during the winter but also share in the spring harvest after paying taxes, rent, and seed costs. If it fails, the loss will be ours."
They're quite happy about this.
"Without you, my lord, they wouldn't have such good opportunities. That's why there haven't been any problems." Xiao Yi said, "In the past few days, I've had them plow the fields twice. We're just waiting for you, my lord." Yunyu asked, "Good. Have the seeds been brought back?" Xiao Yi quickly replied, "Yes, my lord. The seeds have been brought back to the estate and are enough for the 200 acres we plan to farm and the 50 acres we already have." He continued, "Also, I went to 3 paper shops to find the oil paper you asked for. I brought back samples, and now we're waiting for your decision." After careful consideration, Yunyu chose a material with good flexibility and strong durability. Once the decision was made, Yunyu said to Xiao Er, "Tomorrow morning, you need to go again and talk with the owner of the oil paper workshop. We need a large quantity, so the price must be lower. Also, ask if they can make it more transparent and thinner than before. Find out the maximum width and length they can produce. We must confirm this tomorrow." Then Yunyu asked, "How much stone material has been prepared?" Xiao Xin stood up and replied, "My lady, quite a lot has been prepared. Some have already been brought back, and most are still on the mountain. According to your instructions, they've been carved directly on the mountain, so they can be used immediately after being transported down. But I'm not sure if it's enough, because I don't know what kind of building you want to make. Still, I haven't told them to stop working. These days, they've been stockpiling more stone." Hearing this, Yunyu felt a bit relieved. She took out the blueprints and gathered everyone around, saying, "Look at this. These are the design plans for the greenhouse on the 50 acres of land. It's quite simple. Every 3 meters, there's a stone pillar standing vertically. Each greenhouse will be lower in the front and higher in the back, facing south to get good sunlight. The size of each greenhouse depends on the outcome of Xiao Er's negotiations with the oil paper workshop tomorrow. Let me explain the general idea. The distance between each greenhouse front and back is about 3.5 feet. Every 4 greenhouses, there will be a heat transfer stove placed at their intersection. The stove's fire points can be spaced slightly farther apart. They will be built as simple houses, so when they burn fire, sparks won't easily fly around. This is important because sparks could land on the oil paper and cause a fire. Plus, the person tending the stove will also have a small space for warmth and rest. Seeing that everyone looked confused, Yunyu asked, "Have you ever slept on a kong, a heated bed?" They all shook their heads and said, "No." Yunyu then asked them to bring pens and paper. She explained in detail how the heat transfer from the fire stove works. This method makes things easier, especially since there are hot springs underground here, making the ground temperature higher than elsewhere. She added, "If you soak the seeds in the prepared space water beforehand and use this heat transfer method, you can grow out-of-season fresh vegetables. I believe this winter, the farm can be self-sufficient." After hearing Yunyu's explanation, everyone suddenly understood and marveled at the idea. They knew many rural areas in the north sleep on kong beds, but they didn't fully understand how it worked. "I didn't expect the master to think of such a clever idea and to use it this way. It's truly innovative." The way everyone looked eager to try after hearing it made Yunyu smile. Yunyu continued, "Tomorrow, Xiao Er will go to order oil paper and cloth. He should go early and come back early because their construction depends on the width and length of the oil paper and cloth you report. Tomorrow, Xiao San will organize people to transport the already carved stones from the mountain back. Once Xiao Er reports the measurements, you'll know roughly how big the shed needs to be. This way, you'll have a good idea of how much stone material each large shed will require." Seeing that everyone understood, Yunyu asked again, "Bookkeeper, teacher, and embroidery lady, have you found them?" Xiao Si stood up and replied, "Master, yes, we found them all in the pawn shop." They all signed binding contracts. The bookkeeper is young and used to work in a wealthy household. Once, during an outside collection, he had an accident and injured his leg. Later, when that household moved to the capital, they thought it was not proper to take him along, so they sold him along with the maids and servants he couldn't bring. The teacher found 3 people. Since we have many people, Xiao Yi and I discussed it and decided to divide the girls into 1 class and the remaining boys into 2 classes by age, so it's easier for the teachers to instruct. As for the embroidery ladies, we found 8 in total, all from the pawn shop. 4 of them used to work in the embroidery room of wealthy households, and the other 4 are talented girls from the pawn shop. I asked the shopkeeper of the County Chengjin Xiu Pavilion to review their work. They are all skilled embroiderers, and they are already at the estate, waiting for your arrangements." Yunyu thought for a moment and said, "All right then. The children will attend classes, as you just described. The girls can also find some time to learn embroidery." Xiao Si replied, "Yes, master. Tomorrow, I will discuss with Xiao Yi to organize the classes and adjust the schedule for everyone." Yunyu then looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, tomorrow you go to Yangjiaji village. There is a kiln there." She took out several drawings and handed them to Xiao Wu. After Xiao Wu looked at the drawings, Yunyu continued, "Tell them to use my designs to fire a kiln of porcelain. The quantity needs to be large this time, so the price must be negotiated well. Also, they need to sign a contract. The drawings I provided are for our exclusive use. They are not allowed to produce or sell the items privately." Xiao Wu replied, "Understood. I will follow your orders." Sitting nearby, Xiao Lu saw that his brothers all had work to do, but his master still hadn't assigned him anything. Feeling anxious, he said, "Master, they all have tasks, but you haven't given me anything to do yet." Yunyu smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, there's plenty to do. Our village is just starting, and there's a lot to do. I won't let you be idle. Go bring in the basket outside the door." Xiao Lu quickly got up and went to the door. Sure enough, there was a basket outside. He lifted it, feeling it was quite heavy, so Yunyu asked him to take out what was inside. Xiao Lu hurriedly reached in and took out the items. Everyone looked curiously at what he pulled out, but they didn't understand what all the small bamboo tubes were for, so they all looked at Yunyi. Yunyi said, "These are the medicines I prepared. After I leave later, you should soak the wheat seeds you need for tomorrow in water first. Pour the medicine from this bamboo tube into every 2 buckets of water, then soak the seeds you'll need for tomorrow overnight. In the morning, take out the seeds, drain them well, and plant them directly. Be sure to follow the proportions I told you. Do you understand? The wheat seeds needed for tomorrow's work should be soaked in water for exactly 2 hours before use." Xiao Lu replied, "Yes, master. I understand. I'll take care of it soon." Yunyi thought for a moment and then added, "Don't pour the soaking water into the same place. Use a water scoop to scatter it around the vegetable fields. Don't be careless about saving effort." "Xiao Lu, you're responsible for this." Xiao Lu responded, "Yes, master. I will do it properly." Finally, Yunyi looked at Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, tomorrow you send a woman to tell the wives of the tenants on the farm that we're collecting straw mats. Each mat should be 4 feet wide and 1.5 zhang long. When we harvest, we'll pay based on the quality of the mats, 10 coins for the best ones, and less for the others. If a mat is too poor, we won't take it." Xiao Yi replied, "Yes, I'll have someone do that early tomorrow morning." After making all the arrangements and saying she'd come back when she had time, Yunyi stood up and left. The next morning, everyone on Xiaoyao village was up early. Following the master's instructions from yesterday, they began working. Xiao Yi helped Xiao Lu organize people to harvest the wheat seeds and let them dry. The tenants arrived early, lined up, registered, and signed agreements before taking the seeds. After distributing the seeds, they quickly started directing the children to carry water to the vegetable fields in front. Then, they used water scoops to sprinkle the water evenly over the ground. Then, he followed the same process as last night, soaking all the seeds and preparing them for use in the afternoon. Only after finishing this did he feel the work was done, so he called the children to wash their hands and eat. Xiao Er was quick and went straight to the shop chosen by the master. When he saw the owner, he straightforwardly discussed the project. The owner of the oil paper workshop saw that the quantity was indeed large, and the two talked for a long time. In the end, they agreed to make the largest size possible in their workshop, 5 meters wide and 8 meters long, based on calculations from Yunyi and her team last night. This meant each shed would be about 4 meters wide and 7 meters long, with extra material for edging. They finalized the size, and because the quantity was big, the price was reduced by 10%. The owner was experienced and confident, and Xiao Er told him that if this worked out, they would need this much every year. Both sides happily reached an agreement. Xiao Er paid a deposit, and the workshop owner started production immediately, promising to deliver the first batch to the village in 2 days. Xiao Sen also organized the people from nearby villages to start transporting stones down the mountain. Everything was going smoothly. After finishing his work, Xiao Er quickly returned to report the measurements to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi then went to a nearby village to find a bricklayer. Since most people in the village had no work on their farms, they were free and had nothing to do, so they could start working in the afternoon. Xiao Si took the children out to cooperate with the 3 teachers, dividing the classes and scheduling the lessons. He finally relaxed, instructing them to follow the planned timetable for classes. He also gave a speech, saying the master said that opportunities are for those who are prepared. Now that the master has given you such a good chance, if you want to stand out, don't miss it. The master also said that after the new year, she will personally assess you. From then on, your rankings will be based on your performance, divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Of course, your treatment will also vary accordingly. He looked at each person's face as he finished. He continued, the specific rules will be posted before the assessment. So, you must study everything the teachers teach you and practice the martial skills the masters pass on. There are no free lunches in the world. Do you understand? Everyone answered in unison, understood. Their voices were firm and clear. Seeing everyone so motivated, Xiao Si relaxed and asked if the teachers had anything else to say. Then he dismissed them, and they returned to their classrooms with their respective teachers. Soon after, Xiao Wu, who had gone out for errands, returned and paid a deposit to the Yangjiaji area. They agreed to deliver the finished flower pots in a few days and also signed a contract with the kiln owner. In the afternoon, following Yunyu's instructions, they began constructing the pillars on the farm. The front wall is 2 meters high, and the back wall is half a meter taller. Each pillar is built to roughly 40 feet in modern measurement. Many bricklayers and carpenters were hired, and in the afternoon, about a dozen slightly older boys from the farm were brought in as helpers. The other children were kept out of sight. Xiao Si also specifically told the master and children not to leave the yard for the next few days to avoid spreading any rumors and causing trouble. The renovation of the Xiaoao farm was going smoothly and very lively. With more people, the work went faster. The bricklayers were making good progress. In half a day, they had completed about 1/5 of the work. They were building pillars, sidewalls, and a heat transfer stove, which was easier because they worked closer to home and got paid the same day. Everyone felt happy working there. However, they were curious about what the owner was planning, since turning the good farmland into such a mess seemed strange. Rich people often like to try new things just for fun. Meanwhile, the tenants on the farm had also planted about 1/3 of the winter wheat in a day. The 5 oxen on the farm were also being used. Renting them cost 6 coins a day. Although everyone doubted whether the owner's plan to grow winter wheat would succeed, they still worked eagerly because they would get paid for their labor. If it worked, they might harvest some grain next spring, which was a small gain for them. Without much risk, they all wanted to try. The elderly, women, girls, and children at home were also busy. They were weaving straw mats carefully. Everyone was focused, and the owner had told them not to make rough or loose mats. This money was practically free, so no one would ignore the work. Now, the whole Xiaoao farm was busier than ever, but also quieter. Apart from the fields, almost no one was out on the dirt roads playing or visiting. Everyone was working hard to earn more money and live better lives. The entire farm was like one big team. In the capital, at the Marquis of Huayang's residence, the master of Haizhuang was waiting outside the Lord's study, holding the items Yunyu asked him to bring back. As soon as he arrived in the capital, he separated from the Bai family elder and first went to visit the Duke of Wu's residence, following the young lady's instructions. I visited the Duke and the young master, handed over Miss Third's handwritten letter and the items she sent back, and answered their questions. After receiving their praise, I left the Duke's residence and headed to the Marquis of Huayang's estate. The Marquis and the young master were in the study, meeting guests. They had been waiting for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before being brought in. Lord Haizhuang quickly knelt and bowed, saying, "I have seen the Marquis and the young master. Both of you are well." The Marquis raised his hand and said, "Get up. You've worked the way here. How was the harvest at the farm today? Does Miss Third still feel comfortable there?" Lord Haizhuang stood up and replied, "Thank you, Marquis." He then handed over Miss Third's handwritten letter with both hands and said, "This is a letter from Miss Third for the master and you. She also asked me to tell you and the old madam that she is doing well there, so please don't worry." Seeing that the Marquis was in a good mood, Lord Haizhuang added, "Miss Third also asked me to bring gifts for both the Marquis and the old madam. The items are outside the door. For you, Marquis, she brought wine, but she also asked me to remind you not to drink too much." Hearing this, the Marquis couldn't help but smile and said, "That girl is thoughtful. Bring it in quickly, so I can see what good wine it is. And she told me not to overindulge." Ha ha ha, laughing heartily. Lord Haizhuang looked outside and saw a servant bringing in the items he had just delivered. There were 4 jars of wine. The old Marquis, being a bit playful, couldn't wait to open one and take a look. The young master beside him looked clearly displeased. The girl didn't mention him at all. How unreasonable. She deserved to be left alone to suffer. Feeling upset, his words sounded harsh. The old Marquis was about to open a jar to taste, thinking it was a token of his granddaughter's filial piety. Suddenly, the young master said from behind, "There's no need for so much wine in the capital. Bringing it all the way here is pointless. It's just show." Though he said this, he was secretly thinking that it was all to please his father, hoping to make him remember her and agree to bring her back to the capital. Not a chance. Now, The troubles in the main house were all because of her. If she wanted to come back to the capital, then let her wait. Since the main house is having a hard time, none of them should be doing well. Let her stay there and suffer. If Yunyu had been present, she would have known what her great-uncle was thinking. She would have laughed out loud. Who said she wanted to go back? It's better if no one remembers her. She still hopes to settle down. Then let the wide sea be her playground, and the sky be her freedom to fly. Qingfeng Courtyard. The Lady of the Air learned that the manager at Qingliang Mountain Villa had returned. She called Zhang Mama over to whisper a few words. Then Zhang Mama accepted the order and went to wait in the front yard. Seeing the master of the estate come out of the marquis's study and stop the person, she asked about the third young lady's recent situation. She whispered a few words to suggest that he need not worry about the affairs in the other courtyard in the future. Dian Sihai heard this, introduced himself as the maidservant of the Lady of the Air, and listened quietly without showing any displeasure. After the maid finished speaking, he had no other instructions and simply said understood. Zhang Mama was pleased with his response and smiled. She then raised her voice and said, "Master Hai, please feel free. I need to go back and report to the Lady of the Air. She's been worried about our third young lady. Knowing she's doing well makes us feel better. From now on, Master Hai, please take good care of our third young lady. She's resting outside alone, and our Lady of the Air is truly worried." Master Hai clasped his fists and replied, "Certainly. Farewell." Zhang Mama watched him walk away, believing that everyone should know how to choose. That stubborn girl caused her lady to spend so much silver and even became a joke in the house. She must not have a good life. She turned around and went back to Qingfeng Courtyard. When she entered the main hall and saw the Lady of the Air, she hadn't spoken yet when she heard her say, "Did you see the manager? Did you find out anything?" Zhang Mama replied, "Madam, I found out. The manager said that after that girl went to the other courtyard, she was very quiet. She only occasionally leaves to stroll in Lingyan City. I've already hinted to the manager of the estate to not worry about the affairs in the other courtyard." He understood clearly. They're all smart people, and I believe he knows what to do in the future. Soon, she won't have a good time. The Lady of the Air waved her hand to dismiss Zhang Mama and sat there, beginning to plan how to deal with that stubborn girl. Since she was so far away, even if something happened, they wouldn't find her. As long as that stubborn girl was gone, the remaining silver wouldn't need to be repaid. Our main house could have good days ahead. Otherwise, where would the 8,000 taels of silver each year for the next 5 years come from? The heir's estate was never truly handed over to her, and she doesn't know exactly how much income it generates each year. In fact, she no longer has any valuable properties. The few farms she owns produce only about 2,000 taels annually. Moreover, she only has a small amount of silver on hand. Thinking about it makes her very upset. Her eyes narrow as her malicious thoughts grow stronger. She hopes the people in the second household won't blame her for being ruthless. She is only acting this way because Yunyu, that stubborn girl, forced her. If anyone is to blame, it should be Yunyu herself. Anyway, that person won't let her go, and even if she is spared, she won't have an easy life. She is just adding fuel to the fire. She makes up her mind and prepares to leave the house. She plans to find trustworthy people to handle this matter, and she must keep it a secret from anyone in the Marquis's residence. In the capital, at the palace of King Su, a beautiful woman sits elegantly at the head of the table, calmly sipping tea without lifting her head. She speaks softly and impatiently. "Is there still no news from that side?" A maid nearby replies, "No. We haven't found anyone yet. But the news we received is that the person has safely arrived at the other courtyard." Her voice becomes quieter as she speaks. The maid then thinks for a moment and says, "There must have been some mistake somewhere. Please give Aja more time. I believe he can find those people. It's impossible for those 3 alive people to just disappear. We should wait a bit longer. Good news will come back." The beautiful woman suddenly snaps. It's been over a month. Even if they are slow, they should have made a couple of trips by now. If you can't handle such a simple task, how can you accomplish anything important? You just said the message said the person was already at the other courtyard. What does that mean? I've told you to find reliable people. How can you guarantee that? But now, what is the situation? You can't even find the person. Tell me, what use are you? I even suspect you've been just pretending to work. The maid immediately kneels down, trembling with fear, and says, Madam, our loyalty to you is clear. We owe our lives to you. We swore to serve you forever. Please believe that this must be a mistake. You know Agio's ability. Finding those few people will take some time. When we saw them, they were all masked. If those people didn't meet at the designated spot, it would take Agio some time to find them. Please, your lordship, grant Agio a few more days. I believe we will hear news soon. The beautiful woman replied coldly, I will trust you once more. If there's still no news in a few days, then let him do it himself. I only want to see the result.
Leave now.
The maid stood up and responded, yes, then left worriedly. The next morning at the Marquis of Huayang's residence, in the Ronghue Hall where the old lady lives, there was lots of laughter. The scene seemed very peaceful. Several family members gathered to pay their respects, chatting happily. The young ladies of the main house said that this morning, the old lady looked especially beautiful, with skin that was more moist than before. The old lady was very happy to hear this, but still said, You bunch of flatterers, only good at saying nice things to make me happy. I'm already so old, and my skin is still moist? Zhang Yunhui from the main house said, Grandmother, I truly mean it. Today your skin looks very moist, like your face is well hydrated. If you don't believe me, ask everyone. Mrs. Zhang from the third house, sitting at the head, also echoed, Yes, yes. Mother, your skin really looks tender today. I almost can't keep up. Tell us your secret, so we can learn too. The cold winter really makes skin dry and uncomfortable, even with makeup. Mrs. Jiang from the fourth house added, Mother, if you have any good methods, don't hide them from us. During winter, the cold makes skin care difficult. The old lady looked at them, knowing they all wanted to know. She glanced at the maid beside her, who stepped forward with a smile and said, There are no secret tricks. It's just that Miss San from Qingshuang Mountain cares about the old lady. She sent someone from the estate to bring back gifts for the Marquis and the old lady, including 4 jars of good wine. The Marquis was so happy. He kept praising it. After tasting a little, he said it was excellent wine, and they stored it in the study, not letting anyone else touch it. The skincare set brought back by Miss San was used by the old lady this morning, following her instructions.
It really works well.
After using it, the old lady said her skin felt much better and no longer tight. The skincare products Miss San brought are indeed very good. Although she cannot show filial piety in front of everyone, she still keeps thinking about her Lord Ho and the old madam. She truly has a kind and filial heart. When everyone heard the maid's words, their expressions brightened. The first to speak was Mrs. Zhang from the third household, saying, Oh, so the third young lady is showing filial piety to her mother. That's very thoughtful. She wondered if the third young lady was still used to living in the other courtyard. She heard that in the south, due to the climate, most women have smooth, tender skin. Although Qingliang Mountain isn't truly in the south, it's not far from there. If the third young lady stays there for a while, her skin might become even more beautiful and glowing. When she returns, she will be a little beauty. The second young master of the Liu family will be lucky.
Haha.
After hearing this, the people from the main household felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't dare to show it. They all picked up their teacups to hide their feelings. Especially Zhang Yunyu, who hated Yunyi deeply. She had already been cast aside, yet she still came back to seek attention. It made her so angry. As for what the third aunt said, she thought Brother Bin would never like that useless girl Yunyi. Yunyi was trying so hard to flatter the grandmother, probably just to make sure she wouldn't be forgotten and that the family would come to pick her up sooner. She was so scheming. She thought, no way. If Yunyi knew her thoughts, she would definitely say, no wonder they are father and daughter, both the same. Who cares? After Mrs. Zhang finished speaking, she took a sip of tea and looked at the expressions of the people from the main household. She thought about the lady of the main house, who usually relied on her influence and often looked down on them. Normally, they didn't dare to offend her openly. Today, since they had a chance to talk, it was good to irritate them a little. Besides, she hadn't said anything wrong. Seeing the main household's displeasure, she felt happy inside. Mrs. Jiang, the wife of the fourth household, didn't have Mrs. Zhang's courage but also smiled and said, "The third young lady is thoughtful. Your mother cares for her a lot, and it's clear she's been loved. She's thinking of you even after traveling so far, haha." Actually, she wanted to suggest that the old madam ask Yunyu for some favors so she could benefit too. But since others didn't speak, she felt shy and also picked up her tea to drink. The old madam thought it was about time and changed the subject to some unimportant matters. Soon, everyone was dismissed and went back with their own thoughts. Qingfeng courtyard. As soon as they entered the main hall, Zhang Yunyu lost her temper and spoke without thinking. "Zhang Yunyu, that worthless girl, has been sent far away, and now she comes back to cause trouble. Mother, you must help me. Did you hear what third aunt just said? She's just happy to see us suffer and is deliberately mocking us." Feng Shi's face also looked unhappy, but she forced herself to speak calmly. "Be quiet. Where has your manners gone? What are you saying? Are you afraid others will laugh at us and think we've lost our dignity?" Although Zhang Yunyu was still upset, she knew she had spoken out of turn. She lowered her voice and said, "There's no one else here. Can I vent a little? Besides, I'm telling the truth. Mother, third aunt is getting more and more unreasonable. She dares to criticize us in front of Grandma and even speaks favorably about Yuni, the girl from the second house. I think she's just hoping our family will have a hard time. Yuni was sent far away, and now she comes back to seek attention. She's clever and scheming. Mother, you should think of a way to make her leave before she causes more trouble, maybe by canceling her marriage." After saying all this, Feng Shi didn't reply. Zhang Yunyu grew anxious and asked Mother, "Say something, please." Zhang Yunhui, who had been silent all along, stepped in and said, "Sister, why are you so anxious? Mother has her own plans." Feng Shi glanced at her two daughters. Her younger daughter was spoiled by her, with no sense of how to plan ahead. She only threw tantrums. Her elder daughter, on the other hand, was smarter and more patient. She was more composed. She looked at her younger daughter with a bit of annoyance and said, "Wei Ying, after the new year, you'll turn 14. You're almost a young lady now. I hope you will think more before you speak or act. Before your eldest sister gets married, learn from her. Don't always throw tantrums." Then she turned to her eldest daughter, Zhang Yunhui, and, feeling guilty, said, "Huier, after the new year, you will marry into the Shangshu household. I wanted you to have a grand wedding, but now it seems I might have to go back on my word. I promise, once our family recovers, I will make it up to you. I won't let others look down on you in your new home. Mother is sorry." Hearing this, Zhang Yunhui's eyes reddened. What could she say? Could she blame her mother? No, she couldn't. She understood her mother's worries. When their maternal family fell into decline, her father's side still honored their marriage. At that time, her maternal family simply couldn't provide more silver and money. They prepared a modest dowry according to normal standards, which made her the eldest daughter-in-law of the Marquis's residence feel ashamed and also caused her father to lose face. Although she married in, her mother was laughed at for a long time. Fortunately, her father was reasonable and didn't blame her mother for this. Still, it became a thorn in her mother's heart. It's all fate. She gently walked to her mother and said, "Mother, it's okay. The household will prepare a gift for our daughter, right? It may not be very rich, but it's still acceptable. Besides, the other daughters-in-law from the official family's wives don't have a family background that can compare to ours. Even if you, Mother, prepare more dowry for me, it would just be a bonus. I understand your kindness, Mother. I told you that once the main household recovers, you can help me then. It's the same. You really don't need to worry about this. It would only affect your mood, and that would be my fault." Zhang Yunhui spoke sincerely, but she had already made up her mind. Now, even if she was dissatisfied, what could she do? Complaining wouldn't help. It was better to ease her mother's heart, let her feel guilty, and maybe she would help her more in the future. Foam sure saw her eldest daughter's sincerity and felt much better. Still, she said, Mother was narrow-minded. You know, my wish is just to see you and your sister marry happily. Although I know wishing now is useless, I've worked hard for so many years, and it's all been ruined. I can't help but feel unwilling. It also delayed my son's big plans. Ah, forget it. Like you said, at least the household prepared a decent dowry. Rest assured, Mother will do her best to help you prepare everything. Yunyu smiled and said, Thank you, Mother. You are the best. Foam sure knew about the theft of silver and money from her daughter Yunyu, but she didn't know the exact amount because her own private funds had also been stolen. Yunyu had come to her about it. However, the main household had too many recent issues, and it was difficult to cause more trouble. Moreover, the theft in the backyard could harm their reputation if it got out. If someone with bad intentions exploited it, the consequences would be terrible. So, only the mother and daughter of the main household knew about this. Even the eldest son didn't know. Foam sure was afraid that if it got out, it might involve other matters and cause the heir to dislike her even more. So, she could only accept this silent loss. Yunyu was feeling upset because her mother and sister were ignoring her. Her mood was already bad, and she became more annoyed. She sat aside, feeling upset, and angrily pulled the leaves off a potted camellia flower on a nearby stand. When Mrs. Fong and Yunhui finished talking, she turned around and saw her young daughter had torn the leaves off her carefully grown camellia. Her mood worsened instantly. She shouted in frustration, Yunyu, what are you doing? How can you be so careless? She quickly walked over, looking at the few remaining leaves on the flower, and said with concern, Look at what you've done. You know how much effort I put into growing this camellia to look so beautiful. Mrs. Fong was very angry inside. She loved flowers, but was not good at caring for them. Usually, the flowers she touched would quickly lose their beauty. She had spent a lot of sincere effort on this plant, planning to give it as a gift for the upcoming birthday of the heir of the Jingning Marquis estate, who loved flowers. She thought this would help her build good relations. Now, her young daughter had ruined it. She glared harshly at her daughter Yunyu, who didn't seem to realize her mistake. She thought to herself that she had spoiled Yunyu too much over the years, and Yunyu lacked responsibility. She wondered who could take care of her if she wasn't around. After finishing Yunhui's wedding affairs, she decided it was time to properly discipline Yunyu. She couldn't keep letting her behave this way. Soon, she planned to find a strict governess from the palace to teach Yunyu proper manners. It was also a good chance for Yunyu to learn from Yunhui. Yunhui was getting married in less than 4 months, and this was an urgent matter. It was enough to make anyone worry. Looking at the battered camellia, she thought about how it was a top-quality plant, one of the best 18 scholars. It took her a lot of effort to grow it to its current beauty. She silently sighed, feeling a heavy weight in her chest. Once her emotions settled, she looked at her daughter Yunyu and said, This flower was meant to be sent to the Jingning Marquis estate next month for the heir's birthday. I spent half a year nurturing it to look this good. You should understand more about these things, so I don't have to worry about you. Honestly, I don't know what to say about you. Yunyu was stunned when she heard her mother's words. She stammered, Mother, I didn't know this flower was for the Marquis estate. I didn't pay much attention to it. I really didn't do it on purpose. What should I do now? It's already like this. What can I do? This time, Yunyu truly regretted it. How could she be so careless as to pull out Yezi's hair? This was a birthday gift for Brother Bin's mother. What should she do now? It was all because of that stubborn girl, Yunyu. If she hadn't been trying to please the grandmother, she wouldn't have been so upset and accidentally destroyed the carefully nurtured flowers meant for her mother. Madame Foam, the wife of the young master, had been feeling overwhelmed with worries lately. She didn't want to say much more and waved her hand, saying, I'm tired.
You all should go back and rest.
Yunyu knew her mother was angry and wanted to say more, but her older sister, Yunhui, reached out and shook her head, signaling her to stop. Yunhui said, "Mother, you should rest now. My sister and I will go back first." After bowing politely, she pulled Yunyu out of Qingfeng courtyard and took her to a quiet place. "Yunyu, you're not little anymore. Can you stop throwing tantrums all the time? Mother is already busy enough. Can you be more sensible and stop causing trouble for her? Haven't we already been the subject of jokes in the house? Did you hear how third aunt spoke badly about her today in front of grandmother? Can't you let mother have some peace of mind?" Hearing her sister's words, Yunyu was confused. She had never thought about these things before. Feeling a bit lost, she said, "Sister, I didn't mean to. I was just angry with Yunyu today. She's been thrown to Cold Breeze Mountain and still tries to get grandfather and grandmother to remember her. I was upset, so I didn't notice that the flower pot was the one mother took care of carefully every day." Her voice grew softer as she spoke. She knew she was wrong today, but she still felt wronged. Yunhui looked at her with some helplessness and said, You're not little anymore. You should start to act more mature. Haven't you noticed that father hasn't been coming to the main courtyard much lately? Are you trying to cause more trouble and make father dislike mother even more?" Yunyu was completely stunned. She looked at her sister in surprise. She was usually spoiled, but she was raised in a wealthy household and understood what her sister's words meant. After a long pause, she said, "I understand, sister. I won't cause trouble again. I'll be good and learn embroidery in the courtyard, so I won't bother mother anymore." Her heart was very confused. Yunhui saw that she truly understood her mistake and let her go. She then took her maid and headed back to her own courtyard. Time quickly passed. Yuni asked Zhang Yuan to go to Lingyan City and bring back the items he crafted at the blacksmith shop. Honestly, the saying that skilled people are among the common folk is true. The big-bearded blacksmith master's craftsmanship is probably unmatched in later generations. The items he made are very delicate, with everything handled perfectly. These were all handmade custom pieces. Yun-yi couldn't put down the various surgical tools, playing with them happily. When she finished, she called Yu Zhu to help carry the items to the small kitchen in the yard for high-temperature sterilization. After lighting 2 incense sticks, the work was done. She dried the tools and returned them to the house. Earlier, Yun-yi had found a simple rural medical emergency kit from her space, collected from her previous life, and put all the items inside. Perfect. Looking at the tools and thinking of her past life, she sighed. It's all in the past now. Her loved ones are gone, and she has no attachments. Now, she is Miss Zhang Yun-yi of the Huayang Marquise estate. Seeing the large copper hot pot made by the big-bearded master, Yun-yi's mood instantly improved. Hot pot is her favorite. She called Yu Mei and Yu Ju to find a large basin and brought a bucket of water. When the items arrived, Yun-yi dismissed the helpers and placed the hot pot into the big wooden basin. Luckily, it just fit. She poured water from her space into the basin and added a lot of spiritual spring liquid, then soaked the copper hot pot in it. Yun-yi wasn't sure if this would really work, but she thought it might serve as sterilization. She thought about how current smelting technology isn't mature, with too many impurities, and she wasn't sure if harmful substances were inside. Using it for hot pot later might be dangerous if high temperatures melt any toxins into the soup. So she decided to try if spiritual spring water could be effective as a form of disinfection. It was also a way to feel at ease. She wondered if she was being too cautious. After packing everything up, she left the room with Yu Zhu and Yu Mei, heading to the small courtyard where the distiller was kept. When she saw the items, she carefully checked each one. Though not as advanced as modern techniques, she was still satisfied. There weren't many flowers available this season to test with, so she had to wait until camellia and longevity flowers bloomed. Then she could find some to try. The big-bearded blacksmith's skill truly deserves praise. Yes, Yuni decided she would become a VIP customer there in the future. Leaving the courtyard, she initially planned to return to her small courtyard but remembered the people in the front yard. She turned and headed toward the east wing of the front yard. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something. Without looking back, she called out Yu Mei. When Yu Mei heard the young lady call her, she replied, "Young lady, I am here." Then she heard Yuni say, Go to the kitchen and tell Ansheng to wash all the vegetables and prepare everything. Later, I will finish my work and come to tell her what to do. By the way, ask her to prepare some tofu and kill a chicken. When stewing, add more water. I will need the chicken soup later. Yumei's favorite thing was eating. When she heard the young lady's instructions, she quickly responded, "Yes, young lady, I will go right now," with a big smile on her face. She was happy to hear there would be delicious food. The young lady treated them well and never mistreated the servants. On the estate, they ate the same meals as the young lady. This was something they had never even dreamed of before. After receiving her orders, Yumei hurried off. Yunyu took Yuzhu and continued walking forward. After passing the second gate and the flower corridor, she saw Zhang Yuan sweeping in the yard from afar. She then told Yuzhu behind her, "Yuzhu, go call Zhang Yuan. I have something for her to do." Yuzhu quickly headed toward Zhang Yuan. Yunyu strolled leisurely toward the east wing. Soon Yuzhu and Zhang Yuan caught up. Zhang Yuan bowed and said, "Greetings, young lady." Yunyu replied, "Zhang Yuan, go to Grandma Lin and get some silver. Then go to Lingyan City and buy more lamb, beef, and pork. If you find any fresh vegetables in the city that we don't have on the estate, bring some back." Zhang Yuan responded, "Yes, I will go right now." After Zhang Yuan left, Yunyu and Yuzhu continued toward the east wing. Yunyu didn't keep her plans a secret from Yuzhu this time. Once they settled here, Yunyu knew she would often need to go out, so she decided not to hide things anymore. She had thought this through. The maids around her, Yuzhu and Yulan, were both steady and attentive. In the future, she would let them help cover for her. Yunyu didn't want others in the courtyard to know what she was doing outside for now, including Grandma Lin. Grandma Lin was old and might not be able to handle some things. After all, the original owner was a noble lady. When they reached the wing, Yunyu told Yuzhu to wait outside. She knocked on the door and went in herself. The others inside were very excited to see Yunyu. In recent days, they had been able to walk normally. They quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Greetings, young lady." Yunyu nodded and said, "It looks like you are recovering well. Sit down and I will check on you again." Everyone sat down as instructed. Yunyu carefully checked each person and confirmed they had fully recovered. She then said, "Good, having a strong body really makes a difference. You've recovered so quickly." Lu Chenbin said, "It's still the lady's medical skills that are excellent. Of course, the medicine you gave us was good too. We understand that very well, which is why we recovered so fast." Yunyu didn't argue with him. What he said was true. The medicine wasn't something that could be made easily. They were lucky to have met her, or they might have been miserable for life. She thought for a moment and said, "Now you've mostly recovered. I mentioned before that I'll give you another chance to think things over." Everyone stood up at the same time. Lu Chenbin said, "No need to think anymore. A man of his word cannot be broken, and you've already kept your promise. From now on, you are our leader." Then, the four of them knelt on one knee and said, "Master, please accept our respect." Yunyu wasn't entirely sure inside. Saving people was easy for her. She had already decided that if they showed even a little reluctance, she wouldn't force them. They were different from Xiao and the others, obviously people with stories. From how they interacted recently, it was clear they had good manners. They might have powerful backgrounds, and she didn't want to cause trouble for herself. She didn't want to end up with enemies, which wouldn't be good. So, before helping them refine their spirits, Yunyu wanted to confirm once more. Since they were honest people, she decided not to refuse. "That's right." Yunyu said, "Everyone get up. I like to speak plainly. I don't know how deep your hatred runs, but since you keep your promises, I won't beat around the bush. If you accept me as your leader, I'll gladly take it. But from now on, let's treat each other as friends. During this time, I've seen that you all have the qualities of a noble family. To avoid any awkwardness later, let's be open now. What do you think?" They looked at each other, smiled, and said together, "We will follow the master's wishes." Yunyu said, "After dinner tonight, prepare some hot water in the front courtyard kitchen. I'll come later to help restore your damaged dantian." After giving her instructions, Yunyu left the door. The others stood there, feeling confused. Did they hear her right? Did the master really say she would come tonight to fix their dantian? Some people, for some reason, covered their faces with their hands at the same time. Everyone says men don't cry easily, but only when they are truly hurt.
Sigh.
Yunyu listened to the sniffles of the 4 people behind her. She could somewhat understand their feelings. They were hopeless at first, but now there was hope again.
Sigh.
Sometimes letting out a little cry is actually good. Yunyu took Yuzhu and went straight to the kitchen. She needed to tell Aunt Zheng how to handle the vegetables so they could enjoy a delicious hot pot tonight. When Aunt Zheng saw Yunyu come in, she quickly smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Mississippi. I've already washed some vegetables. Is there anything else you need?" Yunyu saw that Aunt Zheng had already washed quite a few vegetables. At this time of year, there aren't many fresh vegetables from the fields. Luckily, there are a few seasonal vegetables that are just right. Mainly, she wanted to cook meat, so it was fine. Yunyu looked at the table, which had washed vegetables like cabbage and some leafy greens similar to modern spinach called large-leaf vegetables. There was also a big piece of tofu and some dried mountain mushrooms bought from the tenant's family. In the corner of the table, there were a few winter bamboo shoots just picked from behind the mountain. Yunyu said, "Aunt Zheng, tear the cabbage into large chunks later and just leave the large-leaf vegetables as they are, washed. Cut the tofu into slightly bigger pieces, not too thin." Worried about making a mistake, Aunt Zheng quickly went over, picked up the tofu, and gestured, saying, "Miss, tell me how you want it cut. I'm afraid I might cut it wrong after you leave." Yunyu pointed to the vegetables. Aunt Zheng cut a few pieces, and Yunyu nodded in approval. Only then did Aunt Zheng relax. She then went to the cabbage and tore off a large piece, asking, "Is this big enough?" Yunyu looked and said, "Make it a bit bigger. Split each leaf into 2 or 3 pieces. Too small, and it won't be fun to eat." Aunt Zheng then prepared some thick slices of fresh bamboo shoots and soaked the dried mushrooms. She also found some sweet potatoes, peeled them, and sliced them thinner than the tofu, ready for cooking. She prepared a generous amount of everything because Yunyu wanted to teach them a new way to enjoy the meal. By the way, Aunt Zheng, when Zhang Yuan comes back later, ask him to help you slice the meat as thin as possible. I'll come back later to teach you how to make the broth. Yunyu returned to her courtyard, told Yu Zhu and the others to leave, saying she was a bit tired and needed to rest. She told them they didn't need to stay in the courtyard anymore. After closing the doors and windows securely and confirming safety, she entered the space. She needed to mix the spiritual spring water used for cleansing Lu Qinbin and others, then divide it into portions, just like before, preparing for small bamboo tubes. Next, she went to the small building to retrieve the Qi Hui pill and loyalty pill, planning to give them to everyone tonight. Since people's hearts can change easily, she didn't want to risk using herself, so she chose this simpler way. Since it was still early, she went to the herb garden to pick a few ginseng roots about 50 years old. She also took out several barrels of loose, white wine collected in her past life, each holding 5 liters. Yunyu had already prepared many porcelain jars for this purpose. She opened the wine barrels and poured the wine into the jars. Each 5-liter barrel could fill 2 jars. She prepared 6 jars in total. She had already cleaned the jars beforehand. Since she had just picked 6 ginseng roots, she used 6 jars, sealed them tightly, and placed them in the villa. The space inside was faster than outside. The wine could be used tonight. After finishing these tasks, Yunyu went to the pavilion on the mountaintop to continue her meditation and cultivation. She calmed her mind, closed her eyes, and felt the spiritual energy gathering in the air, entering her body through her pores. She began to gather and circulate the energy within her body. After completing a full cycle, her body was washed by the spiritual energy, nourishing her 7 tendons and 8 meridians. Soon, wisps of white mist started to seep out around her. The spiritual energy continued to circulate inside her body for several more cycles. Yunyu then cleared her mind and began her mental meditation. She sensed her consciousness gradually expanding from her center. Eventually, her head started to swell from the expansion, becoming unbearable, so she stopped. She slowly withdrew her awareness, circulated her spiritual energy for another cycle, and then finished her practice. When Yuni opened her eyes, she saw her clothes were soaked all over. Feeling uncomfortable, she quickly undressed and entered the hot spring to wash herself. After tidying up and leaving the space, it was almost late evening. She had spent quite some time inside the space today. Yuni opened the door and came out, only to see Yume waiting outside. Seeing Yuni come out, she said, "Miss, you're awake. Are you heading to the kitchen?" Yun-yi smiled immediately. Among the four maids, Yume was straightforward and quick-tongued. Her biggest hobby was eating, so she must have been waiting here for a while. Yun-yi didn't tease her further. She simply said, "Go call someone to bring the 2 copper pots to the kitchen. I'll go there first." When she arrived at the kitchen, Aunt Jung had already prepared everything, waiting for Yun-yi. She quickly stood up and said, "Miss, I've prepared everything as you instructed."
I don't know what to do with the rest.
Yuni asked Yume to bring over the 2 pots, then chose a good spot to place them. She divided the chicken soup into the pots. Yun-yi made a inyong hot pot with clear broth containing red dates, scallions, longan, slices, and shiitake mushrooms. The spicy pot also contained these ingredients. She then asked Aunt Jung to bring the dried chili peppers from a few days ago. She prepared scallions and garlic, then took out the hot pot base from her space. She sent Yume to fetch the charcoal she bought in Lingyan City some days ago. She also instructed Aunt Jung to light the fire first, then to arrange the washed vegetables on plates and set the table. Yun-yi then cooked pork fat in a pot, adding scallions, garlic, and dried chili peppers to stir-fry. After adding water and boiling, she added the hot pot base. The aroma spread far, making Yume, who was fetching the charcoal, run back quickly. Yun-yi had already finished cooking. She divided the spicy broth into 2 pots. She asked Zhang Yuan to bring 1 pot to the front yard and had Yume help carry the vegetables over. Yun-yi checked the thinness of the sliced meat Zhang Yuan cut. Indeed, it was very good. She first asked him to light the charcoal in the hot pot, then to come learn how to make dipping sauces. She mixed sesame paste with cold boiled water to form a paste, then added seasonings according to personal taste, including scallions and cilantro. After tasting, she added salt and other seasonings if desired. For now, these were enough. She believed the flavors would be quite good. Once everyone learned how to eat, they would praise how delicious it was and couldn't stop eating. Yuni felt the same. This was her first time eating hot pot in this world, and she enjoyed it very much. Madame Lin smiled and said, "Young Miss is so clever. She can make such delicious food." Yume also said, "Miss is amazing. The food is so tasty. Following Miss, I always get to eat good food." Everyone laughed after hearing her words. After dinner, they strolled around the second courtyard. Yun-yi then returned to her room to read more medical books. On the table was a human acupoint diagram she had collected in her previous life. She looked at it carefully 3 times, making sure she remembered everything, then put it away. It was better not to reveal these things from her past life to avoid trouble. After retrieving her villa from her space, she picked up the medical book again. Soon, Madame Lin came in and said, "Young Miss, Lord Haizhuang will return to the capital in a few days. He should be back soon. I wonder what the situation is at the residence now." Yun-yi looked up and said, "Grandma, you don't need to worry about the family affairs. We won't be going back anytime soon. Let me tell you, I don't want to return to the capital. I want to be free here." After a pause, she added, "And after the new year, I plan to go out and travel. I must fulfill my mother's last wish. I have to find my brother. I know what you're going to say, but I promised my mother I would do this." In her heart, Yuni thought that since she had taken over someone else's body, she must do her best to fulfill the shared wish of the mother and daughter. This would also be a way to honor them. Madame Lin's face changed drastically. She said, "Young Miss, I know you want to find the young master, but you're still a child. You don't know how dangerous the outside world is. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to the young lady and the Duke of Wu's family?" She then started to cry. Yun-yi didn't want to lie to her. She knew lying once would only lead to more lies, so she put down her medical book, stood in front of Madame Lin and seriously said, "Grandma, you don't need to worry. I can take care of myself." She pulled her to the stone table in the yard, then said, "Grandma, please don't scream when the time comes." Yunyu squatted and moved the stone table in the yard, then walked around it before placing it back in its original spot. Madame Lin's eyes widened in shock. After she regained her composure, she hurriedly checked Yunyu's hands, body, and even her mouth, saying, "How? How is this possible? Young miss, where did you get such strength? Are you all right? Are you okay?" She was so surprised she couldn't speak clearly. Yunyu held Madame Lin's hand and said, "Grandma, you've watched me grow up. I know you're worried about me having an accident, worried about disappointing my mother and the Duke's family. But you have to understand, no matter when, I still have to rely on myself. Only when I become stronger can I truly depend on myself. The Marquis of Huayang's family has given up hope on finding my brother. I never expected much from them. They only talk about it, but I think only my grandfather and grandmother truly want to find him. The Duke of Wu's family has been helping search for my brother over the past few years. I know that. But it's been 3 years, and we haven't found any news. We can't keep burdening my maternal relatives forever. I'm just afraid that if I find him too late, he will have suffered so much, maybe even been mistreated."
Sigh.
As for my father, I don't know what to say. I don't deny that he was kind to my brother and me for many years, but the problem is that he indeed lost my brother. In recent years, whether he was searching for my brother outside or trying to avoid us, we don't know. Since my mother passed away, he has ignored me. What does that mean? Could he not know how hard it was for me to be sick and stay in the house? Yet he still didn't take his responsibility as a father. So, it was he who abandoned me first. Yes, if the irresponsible father hadn't caused the original tragedy, perhaps the original owner wouldn't have died so suddenly. She couldn't forgive such a careless father. That's why Yunyu didn't expect him to find her missing brother. It was her duty to find him. Alive. She wanted to see him. Dead. She wanted to see his body. Madame Lin didn't expect the young lady to think so much. She felt worried and distressed. She was still a child but was forced to grow up and take on the responsibility of being the eldest sister. Choking back tears, she said, "Old servant understands. Knowing that the young lady has a plan makes me feel relieved. But you must prioritize your safety. Otherwise, I really can't bear the guilt if something happens to you." Yunyu secretly moved closer to Madame Lin and whispered, "Don't worry, madam. I will be careful. And I've learned martial arts too." Madame Lin was surprised to hear this. She looked at Yunyu in shock. Yunyu just smiled and nodded. Madame Lin's eyes turned red with emotion. She thought to herself that the young lady, pushed so hard, might not even be able to act like a proper lady anymore. She might start fighting and wielding weapons. Oh, my poor young lady. Seeing Madame Lin about to cry again, Yunyu quickly assured her, "Madam, I promise I will do my best and stay safe while searching for my brother. Please rest assured." After comforting Madame Lin, she called Yu Zhu to send her back to rest. Yunyu sat there, thinking about how to plan her next steps after finishing this task. She needed to find a clear direction quickly. She took a deep breath and wondered which way to go, whether she would encounter danger, be bullied, or worse. She didn't dare think about it anymore. Yunyu massaged her temples with her fingers to calm herself down. By the time it was the hour of the pig, around 9 to 11 p.m., she confirmed everyone in the second courtyard was asleep. She quietly gathered her breath, climbed over the wall, and headed toward the front yard. When she reached the east wing, a few people were already waiting there. Yunyu entered without any formalities and asked, "Are you ready?" Lu Qimbin replied, "Yes." Next to him, Lu Chuan said, "Water, I've also boiled some." Yunyu said, "The repair process will be very painful. You all should think carefully." The 4 of them replied together, "Master, don't worry. We've thought it through." Yunyu told them to choose a place to sit and meditate, then added, "No matter how painful it gets, you must not faint. Otherwise, all your efforts will be wasted. Remember this." Seeing that their expressions were the same, Yunyu handed out bamboo tubes she brought and said, It will take about half an hour to finish. Each person's time may vary, depending on their body condition. None of them spoke. They drank the potion directly. Yunyu joked, "You really trust me? Are you sure I'm giving you poison?" Lu Chenbin said, "You are the master. If you want us to live, we will live. If you want us to die, we won't delay." At first, they handled it easily, but after a few minutes, their faces started to look bad. Then came intense pain all over their bodies, making them feel like they couldn't bear it. But everyone clenched their teeth and persisted. Initially, their bodies were soaked from the pain. Then they felt as if they were being reborn, with their entire bodies reorganizing. Their only thought was to survive and seek revenge. Later, as the pain dulled to numbness, their bodies gradually relaxed. Finally, they felt a warm, internal energy-like force flowing through their muscles and meridians, making them feel extremely comfortable. They were so relaxed that they opened their eyes, which had been stung by the foul smell. Seeing the strange appearances of the others and their own, they realized the master had asked them to prepare several pots of hot water. The room was filled with a terrible smell. No wonder they didn't see the master when they opened their eyes, probably driven out by the smell. They immediately felt embarrassed and quickly got up to run outside. But once they started running, they froze in place, overwhelmed with surprise and unable to express it. The master was truly extraordinary. She not only helped them become normal again, but also prepared such a wonderful surprise. They silently vowed in their hearts to follow the master's lead from now on and serve her loyally, even to death. Yunyu had already been watching as they endured and saw black ash and impurities start to come out of their bodies. She didn't want to stay in the smoky place, so she ran away early. She waited until Lu Chenbin and the others finished bathing and tidied up before returning to the courtyard. They moved to a nearby room to talk because the original room hadn't been cleaned yet, and they didn't have the courage to go inside. After a few people entered the house, Lu Chenbin led the way and knelt down. They solemnly said, "Master above, please accept my respectful bow." Lu Chenbin then said, "From now on, we will follow the master's lead and swear loyalty to him." Yunyu said, "Get up and sit down to talk." The others stood up and found seats. Lu Chenbin then spoke, "My name is Lu Chenbin. I am the young master of Jintai village in Yunli Kingdom. The others here are my subordinates. We grew up together. Jintai village is owned by my maternal family. It was founded by my great-grandfather. My maternal grandparents had only one son and one daughter. Sadly, my uncle died at age 12. Only my mother remains, the only child. She was very spoiled by my grandparents. To prevent her from suffering any hardship, my family decided to find her husband. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about troubles after marriage. The decision was made quickly, and later my father was chosen among many candidates. The second year after our marriage, I was born. My grandfather named me Lu Chenbin, meaning born of the mother's love. 3 years later, my little sister was born. My grandfather named her Lu Chenla, wishing her happiness all her life. Those happy times were so wonderful. When I was 12, my grandfather had an accident. My grandmother was heartbroken after hearing the news and passed away a few days later. After dealing with my grandparents' funerals, my mother fell ill and couldn't manage affairs. My father took over the daily management of Jintai village. 2 years later, when I was 14, my father brought home a woman, saying she was a new wife, along with her 2 children, a boy just 2 years younger than me and a girl 2 years younger than my sister. When my mother found out, she almost caused a big fuss. But my father was determined and, despite pressure from all sides, protected the mother and her children. From then on, our days were filled with constant arguing. My mother couldn't bear the stress and, after a year, took her own life with a white silk ribbon. After dealing with my grandparents' funerals, I left home with my master after the 100 days of mourning. When I returned, I didn't even get to see my mother's last face. I learned most of what happened from my little sister. After burying my mother, I had a big fight with my father, and we became strangers. 100 days after my mother's death, the elders of Jintai village asked my father to return control of the estate to me. He promised verbally, but secretly opposed it in many ways, even resorting to violence. 6 months later, my father wanted to officially recognize and bring back my aunt, but my siblings and I disagreed. Because of this, our relationship once again became very tense, reaching a breaking point. However, the situation was not over. The family then targeted my sister, taking her to offer incense, and when she returned, she was missing. Within 5 months, we searched 100 miles around, but could not find her. During this time, my father and I fought fiercely, becoming enemies. My master learned about this and rushed over. He joined forces with my maternal grandfather's old friends and relatives, demanding that my father return Jin Taizhuang to me. In front of those relatives, he finally agreed. They promised to return Jin Taizhuang in 3 days. But unexpectedly, sometimes blood ties mean little when money is involved. Moreover, my father thought my sister and I were his shame because we carry our mother's surname, reminding him that he is just a son-in-law and a man who depends on others. 2 days later, he said we are all one family and there's no need to treat each other like enemies. He even had a meal with us, pretending to apologize as a father. That night, I noticed my master was also there. After 3 rounds of drinks, we both sensed something was wrong. The food wasn't poisoned, but it contained soft tendons powder. Since I've traveled with my master since I was young, I can usually detect common poisons by smell. But this powder was colorless and tasteless, and it wasn't in the wine but on the cup. Seeing that things had gone too far, they revealed their true colors. They used my master to threaten me, forcing me to sign a contract to give up my claim to Jin Taizhuang. I signed as they instructed, for my master's sake. But unexpectedly, after they got the contract, they betrayed me and killed my master, fearing retribution later. The powder would only dissolve after 3 days if no antidote was used. It was also from the son my father brought back that he came to my place and caused trouble. I learned from him that my sister's disappearance was planned long ago by his mother and sister. The incense trip was just an excuse. In reality, she was sold to a trafficker. My master was also killed by my father. Even worse, I found out that my brother and sister are actually my father's biological children, all with the surname. That night, my old friends noticed something was wrong. The next day, they secretly came to find me, but discovered I had been betrayed. Just as they tried to take me away, Ruian, who came to humiliate me again, saw what was happening and called my father. This led to everyone involved being killed, including their families. Only the 4 of us survived. After being beaten nearly to death, my father personally broke our hand and foot tendons. Then the woman he brought back sold us away. Selling sounds nice, but in reality, she paid people to take us far away and make us live worse than animals, as if to let us suffer endlessly. Watching their family enjoy my family's wealth, I couldn't help but laugh hysterically. It seemed like I was telling someone else's story, but just now, I was laughing and suddenly crying. Yunyu listened to Lu Qinbin's story and didn't know what to say to comfort him. After experiencing so much, he probably didn't need comfort anymore. So she simply said, "Condolences. What are your plans now?" Lu Qinbin replied, "My lord, this is my situation. I carry not only the hatred for my master, mother, and sister but also for their families, 42 lives in total. So, I plan to recover my martial skills first, then return to Yunli Kingdom to avenge them. After settling the affairs at Jintai Manor, I will come back to repay your kindness in saving me and helping me rebuild." Yuni thought for a moment and said, "Then, focus on restoring your martial skills quickly. After that, handle your own matters and just report to me. Actually, you don't need to rush back. Develop your own career first. If one day I need your help, I will notify you." She then took out a porcelain bottle and handed them a loyalty pill, saying, "This is a loyalty pill. As the name suggests, it is important for restoring and nourishing." Lu Qinbin took the bottle, opened it, and took out a pill to look at it before putting it in his mouth. The other 3 also hesitated briefly before each taking a pill and swallowing it. The pill melted in their mouths, releasing a fresh aroma. A warm flow traveled down their throats into their internal organs, then spread through their 7 muscles and 8 meridians, making them feel instantly refreshed. Yunyu then handed out a small bottle, saying, "This is a chi recovery pill. After taking it, meditate immediately to repair your dantian and greatly speed up your martial skill recovery." Well, it's getting late. I will go back to rest now. Continue your training. The four watched Yunyu's figure disappear from the front yard before returning to the room. Lu Chuan excitedly said, "Young master, the lady is our benefactor. Without her, we might still be struggling to survive in that place. Now, everything is ready. It won't be long before we can restore our martial skills and go back to avenge Miss Lu and her family." Lu Chinbin didn't say much. His sharp gaze revealed his inner unrest. He had waited for this day for a long time. All the hardships over the past year would stay firmly in his heart. He found a place to sit and immediately sent his energy back into his dantian, then closed his eyes and focused, practicing his techniques. Soon, he felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, and he was happy to realize he had truly recovered. The others saw the young master's expression and became very excited. They quickly found a spot, sent their energy into their dantian, and began to meditate. The next day, Yuni got up and finished packing. As she stepped out of her room, she saw Yuzhu carrying a food box into the yard. Seeing Yuni come out, she smiled and said, "Good morning, Mississippi. Did you sleep well last night?" Yuni casually replied, "Yes, I slept fine. Where is Mama?" Yuzhu answered, "Mama stayed up a bit late last night and wasn't feeling well this morning." After drinking a bowl of porridge, she was advised to go back to her room and rest a bit. As Yuni walked toward the table, she wondered if it was because of what was said last night that Mama didn't rest well. She said, "Then, when you have time later, go check on her again. If she still feels unwell, remember to tell me, and I'll go see her." After breakfast, Yuni still felt a little worried, so she personally went to see Lin Mama. She checked her pulse and confirmed she hadn't rested well, which eased her mind. Back in the yard, seeing it was still early, she told Yuzhu, "All right, you can go busy yourself. I want to stay alone for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me." Yuzhu replied yes. Yuzhu, who usually stayed close to Yuni, sometimes felt that the young lady was hiding things from them. But since she was just a servant and loyal to her, she never asked questions. Yunyi changed her clothes and jumped out of the window. She calculated that the construction at the farm should be nearly finished, and she needed to go see it. This was a big matter related to the farm's future income. She sped all the way to the farm, wearing men's clothes and a silver-gray half-mask over her face. When she arrived, she saw that the 50-acre greenhouse was almost finished. The winter wheat had already been planted, and everything on the farm was running smoothly. Xiaoyi saw her master approaching from afar and hurried to meet her, saying, "Greetings, master. If you don't come over now, I'll come find you." "Master, the 250 acres of winter wheat have all been planted. Today, the greenhouse construction is nearly complete, and we are just waiting for your instructions on the next steps." Yunyi visited several completed greenhouses. Although they are not as spacious and bright as those in later generations, they are quite good for now, functioning well enough. The greenhouse covering 50 acres is also quite large. After inspecting this, Yunyi pointed out a few shortcomings for later correction. She asked, "How much straw bedding has been collected?" "Tomorrow, all the greenhouses will be heated. Once everything is fixed, the heating will be turned on during the day and rolled up, then lowered before sunset to keep the temperature stable inside. A dedicated person will be responsible for this. If it gets too busy, you can go to the trading hall for help. Bring back a few experienced farmers to be in charge of these greenhouses and vegetable plots. I worry that the children might not be able to take good care of them. You should spend more time practicing martial arts during your free time. There are already many chores on the farm. Once the greenhouses are finished, don't let these tasks distract you anymore." Xiao Yi replied, "All right, I'll ask Xiao Er and Xiao Si to go together to Lingyan City's trading hall to select people." Yuni added, "Tomorrow, organize people to turn the soil in these greenhouses again. We'll start seedling cultivation today, and in 5 days, arrange for transplanting. Go find a few people to till the land in greenhouses 1 to 4 first." She continued, "I'll prepare now. Later, We'll start seedling cultivation in these 4 greenhouses. In the evening, assign someone to take watch and light the outdoor stove to keep the temperature steady. You go ahead and make arrangements. Yunyu arrived at the small, secluded courtyard, which will be called the office from now on. She took out the basket she had prepared earlier. Seeing that it was still early, she wandered over to the nearby schoolhouse. From outside the window, she saw the teacher giving a lesson, and the children listened very attentively. Yunyu felt pleased, as it showed they valued this rare opportunity, which was very good. When Xiaoyi arrived, she saw Yunyu standing sideways, her aura seemingly innate, giving her a special presence. Yunyu noticed Xiaoyi approaching and turned to say, "Let's go." "Everything is ready."
Xiaoyi replied, "Yes."
"First, let someone turn the soil in greenhouse 1 and 2. The master can go ahead." Yunyu added, "Take the basket I brought to the small courtyard and deliver it there." When she arrived, the soil in greenhouses 1 and 2 had just been prepared. The temporary workers had already moved to till the soil in greenhouses 3 and 4. Yunyu asked someone to bring all the seeds, separate them into groups, and soak each group in water. She added diluted spring water, brought in by a bamboo tube, to each pot. After soaking, Yunyu checked each one carefully and had someone write the corresponding vegetable names on the pots. Then she arranged the first greenhouse and explained to Xiaoyi. She said, "Soon, someone will start the fire outside, and the other 3 greenhouses' stove channels will be blocked so that the heat can be directed through the stove channels to greenhouse 1. This way, we can start seedling cultivation tomorrow afternoon." She knew that the diluted spiritual spring water could greatly improve germination rates and speed, so transplanting the seedlings after 5 days would be no problem. After leaving the greenhouse, Yunyu looked around and then told Xiaoyi, later, arrange for someone to buy some flower seeds. The more varieties, the better. There are only 3 months until the new year, so we can use 5 greenhouses to grow flowers. We can sell them in large quantities before the new year, which should fetch a good price. Let's try it out this first year. What do you think? Xiaoyi replied, "I don't know much about this. I'll follow the master's instructions and arrange for someone to handle it." Yunyu added, "Make sure they write the flower names outside each pot to avoid confusion. Also, try to collect some rare flower seeds. Wealthy families will definitely buy flowers for the new year, and they are willing to spend more on high-quality varieties. Additionally, ask Xiao Er and Xiao Si to find out if there are any plots of land on the nearby slopes or mountains for sale. If there are large areas, that would be best. If they can buy everything, I will need it for planting next spring." She then took out a few silver notes and handed them to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi took the money and said, "Understood." Seeing that he had completed all the tasks for today, Yunyu said, "That's all for now. Once the people from the herbal shop return, tell them to start seedling cultivation, as I instructed. Also, send someone to nearby villages to buy more beans, soybeans, and green beans are fine. The more, the better. They might enrich your meals and also bring in some income for the estate. Go and arrange everything quickly. I'll leave now, and I'll come back tomorrow if I have time." When Yunyu returned to her separate courtyard, it was just time for lunch. After eating, she visited Lin Mama. There was nothing urgent, so she felt relieved. She had planned to rest for a while since she was tired from a busy morning. Just as she closed the door and was about to lie down, she heard someone outside talking to Yuzhu, seemingly in the voice of Yulan. Soon Yuzhu said, "Miss, someone from Duke Wu's residence has arrived." Yunyu paused for a moment, then forgot about the matter. When she left, she had agreed that the Duke Wu's mansion would send a good nurse and talented teachers together. It seems they have already come to deliver the people. Yunyu tidied herself up again, then opened the door and said, "Let's go." When they reached the front yard, Zhang Yuan had already brought the people to the main hall for visitors. As Yunyu entered, she saw her eldest and second cousins sitting and drinking tea, accompanied by a maid from the Duke Wu's mansion. Yunyu smiled and said, "Greetings, 2 cousins. You must have traveled hard." Lin Zixuan and Lin Zikuan also stood up and said, "Cousin, are you comfortable here? Grandfather and grandmother miss you very much." Yunyu replied, "It's quite good. How are my grandfather and grandmother?" I miss them too. And my uncle, aunt, and of course my older and younger cousins. Both Lin Zixuan and Lin Zikuan smiled and said, "You're so clever. Everything is fine, but we all miss you very much. We were worried you might not get used to this place, so once everyone is gathered, we came to see you." At this moment, a maid from the Duke's mansion stepped forward and said, "Your servant has seen the young lady." Lord Duke and the madam asked 2 young masters to bring some talented teachers and a good nurse for the young lady. They hope she won't fall behind in her studies. The maid called over the teachers and the nurse, saying, "This is your future mistress, our mansion's young lady, the 3rd young lady of the Huayang Marquis estate." The teachers and the nurse bowed and said, "Greetings, young lady." Yunyu said, "There's no need for formalities, everyone. You've traveled a long way. I've prepared hot water for you to wash up. Let's eat first, then we can discuss the rest after the meal. Is that okay?" They all replied, "Thank you, young lady, for your kindness." Yunyu nodded and told Yulan to take them downstairs. Fortunately, the teachers arranged are all women. After Yulan took the teachers downstairs, Yunyu looked at her 2 cousins and said, "Cousins, you should also go wash up. After several days of traveling, a hot bath will help you relax. I'll go to the kitchen now to prepare some food for you. We can eat and chat later, okay?" Lin Zixuan said, "All right, thank you, young cousin." Yunyu called her 2 cousins and then called Zhang Yuan, saying, "Zhang Yuan, take the 2 young masters to the guest courtyard and help them wash and change." Zhang Yuan responded, "Yes, young lady. Please follow me, 2 young masters." Yunyu took Yuzhu to the kitchen, asked Ansheng to hurry up and prepare 2 tables of food, and also called a few young maids in the yard to help. With more people, the work went faster, and soon 2 tables of dishes were ready: cold mung bean sprouts, which had just been soaked a few days ago, and they were eating it for the first time, fried peanuts, pumpkin with egg yolk, cold leafy greens, pig's head meat, chicken with mushroom sauce, braised pork, fish with soy sauce, bamboo shoots with rabbit, stir-fried vegetables with black fungus, and rice as the staple. The dishes looked and smelled delicious, and when they were served, everyone had finished washing up and was ready to eat. One table was set in a side room of the kitchen for the gentleman and the old lady. Yunyu also asked Yuzhu to invite Grandma Lin over to join them for a meal and chat. Yunyu then took Yuzhu to the guest courtyard to join her 2 cousins for some food and conversation. They talked a lot during the meal. She learned that the Marquis of Huayang's main house had sent over 160,000 taels of silver as compensation, and they had brought it along, saying they were worried she might need it in the future. Yunyu thought this was good. At least she wouldn't have to worry about the principal if she wanted to start a business later. Seeing the expressions of the main house's mother and daughter when they handed over the silver notes made her feel satisfied. She accepted it without any pressure. She also mentioned that her aunt and 3rd aunt had met Zhang Yunyu and Lu Qingbin on their way to burn incense with some close friends. After careful consideration, the Duke of Wu's family decided to tell Yunyu about it, so she would know. Yunyu smiled and said, "Actually, I already knew before I left. But I'm still young, so I'll deal with it after I return to the capital. No need to worry about her. The family will definitely withdraw from the engagement. Since someone wants to embarrass me, I can't let others have an easy time either. Let's wait and see the show. I'll tell my grandmother and aunts that this marriage proposal can be considered cancelled." When Lin Zixuan and Lin Zikuan heard her say this, they relaxed. They had gathered several times at the Duke's house to discuss whether to tell Yunyu about it, worried she might overthink. Originally, they planned to have the ladies of the family come over, but just before leaving, the old lady changed her mind and decided to let the younger generation come, since the journey was too far. Yunyu said, "Cousin, if you can stay here for a few days, I'll take you out to visit around." Lin Zixuan replied, "We'll stay 1 more day tomorrow, then leave the day after. Our family is waiting for a letter, and we all have work to do, so we can't stay away too long." Yunyu said, "Then tomorrow we'll go to Lingyan City for a walk. It's a good chance to see if there are any special local products to bring back." We talked for a while longer. Yunyu learned from her 2 cousins that Zhang Yunyu had offended Princess Rongjin at a poetry gathering in the capital. It was said they almost fought right there at the event. Yun-yi had an idea. If, after she returned to the capital, these two still hated each other fiercely, she would add some spice to the situation. Hee. Neither of them was a good person. One loved to act pitiful and pretend to be innocent. The other was arrogant and domineering because of her family background. Neither was Yun-yi's type. Hee. She looked forward to the big show when she returned in a few years. The next day, Yun-yi woke up early. After breakfast, she went with her two cousins to Lingyan City. Lingyan City is not far from the southern part of Yunli Kingdom, so it's close to the sea. Seafood is everywhere on the streets here, and it's cheap. But because of storage issues, they can't go too far, as there's no preservation technology yet. But that didn't bother Yun-yi. Although it's cold now and they can keep seafood for a few days, long-distance transport is still a problem. Yun-yi picked out a lot of seafood that had just been shipped in today. There were small lobsters, shrimp, clams, sea intestines, catfish, squid, hairtail, grouper, yellow croaker, kelp, and many more. Lin Zixuan and Lin Zikuan saw Yun-yi couldn't stop buying and wanted to buy more. They were scared and quickly said, "Cousin, you can't buy any more. We can't even carry all this back." Yun-yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, cousins. I have a way. Let's pick a few more. It's rare for you to come here, so let's bring some back. It's also good as gifts for some good friends at the mansion." Lin Zixuan said, "All right, if you have a way, cousin, we'll take more. It's a good gift, and it's not easy to find good seafood in the capital." Yun-yi and her brothers spent half a day shopping on the street, filling 3 carts with seafood. Yun-yi also bought some saltpeter to help with preservation. Then they headed back to the courtyard. Back home, Yun-yi asked the carpenter to make many shallow wooden boxes. She had someone fill the boxes with water and place them in a large pond. Yun-yi sent people out, then added saltpeter to the water. Until the water in the boxes froze into ice, she instructed someone to pour out the ice and repack the seafood, placing ice around each piece. The 3 carts of seafood, after repackaging, became 4 carts. What surprised Lin Zixuan and Lin Zikuan was that their cousin had such a skill. They couldn't understand how her mind worked, as she could turn water into ice. Looking at Yun-yi, they saw a deep admiration in her eyes. The next day, Lin Zixuan and Lin Zikuan said goodbye to their cousin and headed to the capital with 4 trucks of seafood. Since it was very cold now, Yun-yi replaced the ice in the morning before they left. As they traveled north, the weather got colder, so there was no need to worry about the seafood spoiling on the way back. After seeing off the 2 cousins, Yun-yi and the talented masters and the proper lady from Duke Wu's household discussed and set the schedule for her studies. Yun-yi followed the schedule from later generations, which included 1 day off each week. The masters and the lady had no objections. When they left, the head of Duke Wu's household had already given instructions. Everything at Qingliang Mountain should be based on the young lady's wishes. They only needed to focus on teaching her well, and other matters should follow her decisions. There were 3 talented teachers, 1 for calligraphy and painting, 1 for music and chess, and 1 for medicine. The proper lady was responsible for etiquette and social skills. Duke Wu's household spared no expense, hiring experienced talents from the palace. It took a long time because they wanted to give Yun-yi the best education possible. Even if she was not in the capital, she would receive top-notch instruction so that she could easily integrate into high society when she returned. They didn't expect Marquis Huayang's household to worry about these details for their granddaughter. Once everything was arranged, Yun-yi told the teachers and the proper lady to rest for a few days before starting classes. She then returned to her courtyard, dismissed her maid, changed her clothes, and slipped out through the back door. She sped towards Xiaoyao village. When she arrived, she saw Xiao-yi directing farmers in the greenhouse to grow seedlings. The seeds soaked 2 days ago had all been planted and were just waiting to sprout. As long as the greenhouse temperature stayed stable, it wouldn't be long before the seedlings could be transplanted. Xiao-yi saw her lady approaching and quickly said, "Greetings, young lady. We should finish planting all the seedlings today." Yun-yi walked through each greenhouse and said, "Not bad. The germination rate is quite high. Given the current situation, transplanting in 4 or 5 days shouldn't be a problem." Xiao Yi asked, "Young lady, what do you mean by germination rate?" Yunyu thought for a moment and explained, "It means the percentage of seeds that sprout normally out of a certain number of seeds."
Ah.
In simple terms, the more seeds we soak and let sprout, the higher the germination rate becomes. Actually, Xiao Yi still didn't quite understand, but she understood the main point. The more seeds that sprout, the higher the germination rate. Yunyu asked Xiao Yi, "How many beans have you collected from the nearby village?" Xiao Yi replied, "Madam, we've collected quite a bit. Besides making tofu, the beans can't be used for much else. They're very cheap. Our warehouse has about 3,000 jin each of soybeans and green beans." Yunyu asked Xiao Yi to find a few older girls. Soon, Xiao Yi brought over 6 girls around 10 years old. Yunyu took them to a small yard beside the warehouse. Yunyu asked Xiao Yi to gather many basins, then have the girls pick out the damaged or bad beans. The remaining good beans should be washed and soaked in water, with instructions to soak them for at least 4 hours. After soaking, pour out the water, cover the beans with a layer of rice straw, and change the water with warm water every morning and evening. Cover the beans with clean, damp rice straw. Repeat this process for about 4 or 5 days until the beans sprout. The temperature must also be kept suitable. That's why this place was chosen. It has a warm pit in the room. After explaining everything, Yunyu handed this task over to the girls and left with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi followed and said, "Madam, we also collected some flower seeds. Xiao Er and the others are still gathering them these days." Yunyu replied, "Xiao Yi, later you should go to the flower shop and see if you can find a gardener. Then, just like soaking vegetable seeds, soak the flower seeds before planting. If the flower shop can find a gardener, you can leave the work to them. But before planting, make sure to soak the seeds using my method to ensure they sprout." Xiao Yi responded, "Yes, madam. I'll go right away." Yunyu said, "All right. The farm work is also almost arranged. I should head back now. Just follow my instructions." When Yunyu returned to her private courtyard, Granny Lin came over and said, "Young miss, you went out." Yunyu replied, "Yes, I went out to handle some matters." "Granny, do you have something to tell me?" Granny Lin said, "Yes, young miss. It's better if you take someone with you when you go out in the future. Be sure to stay safe. Also, Lord Haizhuang has returned from the capital." Yunyu asked, "Really? Has the Marquis of Huayang said anything?" Madame Lin looked a bit disappointed and said, "It's just that the Marquis and the old madam really like the small lady's gift, and they told her to take good care of herself. That's all." Yunyu sneered inwardly, thinking how cold-blooded that was. This is what the original owner called family affection. Compared to the Duke Wu's household, the difference is clear. Without comparison, there's no harm. Yunyu only felt sorry for the original owner, but that's actually good. It helps her not to feel so conflicted inside. She just needs to live the way she wants. Luckily, she came here, or the original owner would probably be very sad. Thinking this, Yunyu felt she needed to speed up her plans to build her business empire so she could find her brother sooner. So, Yunyu decided to go to Lingyan City tomorrow. As the hub of trade in the 3 kingdoms, she must develop her business there. She isn't short of money right now. After making her decision, she headed toward the east wing of the front yard. From afar, she saw Lu Qinbin and others practicing martial arts in the courtyard. It was clear their skills weren't low, or they wouldn't have fallen into such a state before, likely due to a sneaky attack by someone else. It wouldn't be long before these people left, as they carried heavy grudges. Seeing Yunyu approach, they all stopped practicing and said together, "Greetings, young mistress." Yunyu asked, "How is your martial arts recovery going?" Lu Qinbin replied on behalf of everyone, "Thanks to the pills you gave us, we've recovered about 30%. In a few days, we should be back to our peak, or even stronger." Yunyu said, "That's good. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to Lingyan City." Lu Qinbin answered, "Yes." Thinking about their martial arts practice earlier, Yunyu wondered how the ranking of martial arts strength was determined on this continent. She knew that now, strength was the only way to judge heroes here. Just like in the TV dramas she watched before, It depended on each family's skills and internal power. Yunyu thought that there must be many martial artists in this world. But how can she tell who is stronger? She can't just challenge everyone to fights every day. She hesitated and then asked, Lu Qimbin, I want to know how the strength of martial arts is judged here. How can I tell if my martial arts are better than others? I can't just fight everyone I see, right? Lu Qimbin smiled and said, This master doesn't know about this. Every 4 years, there is a grand event in the martial world. The 4 great nations take turns hosting it. The hosts are usually famous martial arts families from each country. So, this event is called a martial arts grand event, not a martial arts gathering. After each event, the next host is chosen. Since the 4 nations take turns, there is a set order, and it's simple to follow. When it's a country's turn, its martial arts families can sign up to help organize. On the last day, the 4 countries' major martial arts families vote to select the next host. The family with the most votes will host the next event. Overall, it's quite fair because the hosting family is judged based on several factors: their family's reputation, wealth, martial skills, and standing in the martial world. Because of this, martial families usually keep strict rules for their members. There are few spoiled children, and those who act out face strict family rules and discipline. The event includes martial arts competitions among different sects, families, and individual fighters. First, they compete to determine the top 4 in each category, A, B, C, and D. Then, these categories compete against each other to find the top 3. Finally, the overall ranking of each sect and family is calculated based on the average number of participants and their performance. The competitions are fair. Each of the 4 great nations has 2 martial families and 1 martial sect as judges, plus the organizing family, making 10 judges in total. Their scores, combined with performance scores during the fights, determine the final rankings. There is a rule that fighters cannot seriously injure their opponents. If a fighter falls off the arena, they lose. All fighters are given instructions when they enter the venue. Participants must sign their names after reading and understanding the rules before entering. If someone breaks the rules during the fight, they cannot participate in the next event and must wait a year before trying again. At the end of the event, medals are awarded to all fighters, families, and sects based on their rankings. Winning a medal is considered a great honor. The medals are updated every 4 years, based on the latest rankings. The rankings are divided into 4 levels: Martial Sovereign, Martial Saint, Martial Cultivator, and Martial Scholar. Within these 4 levels, there are 4 sublevels: A, B, C, and D. For example, Lu Chuan was previously a martial cultivator of C level, Zheng Xian and Zheng Yan, the brothers, are B level, and I was previously an A level martial cultivator. The next event will be in 2 years, hosted by the Zhang family, the second largest martial family in Yunli country. The specific details will be posted 2 months before the event at various government offices and main relay stations in Yunli Kingdom. Yunyu asked again, that also has its drawbacks. For example, not everyone can attend the grand event. Some people might be skilled in martial arts but lack the funds, so they can't get the badge. Lu Qimbin smiled and said, Yes, that's a good point. Such cases definitely exist, but they are not very common. The martial sects and martial arts families on the continent are not numerous. Most wandering martial artists who want to make a name for themselves usually join those sects or families. These sects and families have their own assessments. Only disciples who pass their internal tests can participate in the grand martial arts event held once every 4 years. Those without badges are generally called martial artists. As long as you're a martial artist, it's still easy to find work to support yourself. To earn badges, gain respect, and get better chances for promotion, they will definitely try to attend the martial arts event. After all, it's hard to learn martial arts without a master or family inheritance, unless the knowledge is passed down through generations. But how many people don't seek fame or wealth? The badge not only shows your status in the martial world, but also your reputation. Otherwise, who would hire you? Only those from noble families or royal clans, who train their own secret guards and forces, have masters. There are also freelance mercenary alliances formed by common people. Many of these are secretly backed by noble families, But everyone understands this. Without a badge, you can't take on high-paying missions. Yunyu understood now. The badge is like a certificate of education in later generations, but for martial artists instead of scholars, unless you're protected by a powerful family. If you want to succeed through martial arts, you must have a badge to be trusted. This is the survival rule for martial artists on the continent. Unless you're like Xiao Yi and his group, who encountered me after I traveled here. My original body was from a wealthy family, unfamiliar with martial world rules, and needed help. Xiao Yi and the others are wandering martial artists without a powerful family backing them, but they have the lowest level martial event badges, so they can accept missions from the Mercenary Alliance. Now Yunyi understood why they searched the souls of Xiao Yi and the others. Though they gained no useful information, they only knew someone hired them to kill her. Everything now makes sense, but this also made Yunyi curious. Who is behind her wanting to kill her? How much hatred is there to make someone attack a young girl raised in a peaceful home? She couldn't understand it, so she decided not to think about it anymore. With her current skills, no matter how many experts are sent, it would be useless. After waking up and listening to Lu Qinbin's story, she finally understood another side of this world, about martial arts practitioners and martial arts competitions. She learned that besides the noble families and royal aristocrats who train their own secret guards and forces, whether it's martial sects, martial arts families, or those aspiring to stand out as independent fighters, everyone aims to earn a badge through the so-called martial arts competition. Only then can they gain recognition and respect and secure a place in the martial world. Yes, she thought, in 2 years, she must go to Yunli Kingdom to see it for herself. She definitely wants to witness the martial arts competition and earn a badge of her own. The next day, Yunyi changed into men's clothes and took Lu Qinbin with her. The two went to Lingyan City and directly looked for a shop, planning to see if there were large plots of land, farms, or fields nearby that might be for sale. Most importantly, they wanted to see if there were shops for sale inside Lingyan City. This might be needed before the new year. When they arrived, they found the biggest shop and asked about the situation. The staff in the shop saw someone enter. Judging by their clothes, they knew they weren't ordinary people. The manager of the shop smiled kindly and invited them inside. While pouring tea, he asked, "Are you here to buy houses, land, shops, or hire servants?" "We have sources for all these." Yunyi asked, "Are there any farms or large fields for sale nearby?" The manager replied, Yes. "How big of a farm do you want?" "I'll check our records for fields and hills for sale. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Soon, the manager returned with a thick record book and said, "There are 3 farms available now, all outside Lingyan City. One has over 800 acres of good land and some forest. The other 2 have about 500 acres of good land, with some hills and forests, but not too much. All the farms have courtyards built on them. The 800-acre farm also has a small lake of nearly 100 acres nearby, on the farm itself." Yunyi asked, "Are these the only 3 farms for sale?" The manager hesitated and said, "Actually, there are 2 more villages outside the city, not far from that 800-acre village, separated by a small lake. However, those 2 villages have been on the market for over 2 months, and although some people have come to see them, no one has bought them. I'm worried that you might find it troublesome and make a wasted trip without any result, so I didn't mention it earlier." Yunyi became interested and asked, "What's the situation?"
Tell us about it.
The manager then explained, "Those 2 villages used to belong to a family named Zheng from Lingyan City, and I heard they were inherited from their ancestors. About half a year ago, the old master of the Zheng family passed away, and his 2 sons kept arguing about dividing the family property. The elderly lady in the family was helpless and agreed to split the land. Originally, it was a large village of about 1,600 acres, but the 2 brothers couldn't agree on who should get what. Each thought the other would be at a disadvantage, so the grandmother was angry and divided the village into 2 parts, one for each family. Each part was about 800 acres, half for each. The grandmother thought this would settle things, but the brothers still argued constantly. She was so upset that she fell ill. It turns out that the 2 brothers had always had disagreements. When they divided the land, they fought fiercely, almost like enemies. After the division, they kept sending people to damage each other's land. This caused the tenants and workers on the village to suffer. The crops, which were almost ready to harvest, were ruined. Seeing that the brothers couldn't get along, everyone wanted to take sides. The problem was who would go to check on the land. The other family would just cause trouble. After several attempts, no one was willing to go, and everyone thought it was too troublesome. Yunyu said, "Then just buy one of them." The manager replied, "Those two villages are neither big nor small. The big families in Lingyan City wouldn't bother with them, but small families might be interested. 800 acres of good land is worth about 9,600 taels of silver. Plus, there are some forests and hills on the land, making each village worth around 10,000 taels. So, both villages together would be about 20,000 taels. Big families aren't interested, and small families can't gather that much silver. Right now, the two villages are still hostile to each other. Visiting one village would just cause trouble for the other." Over 2 months ago, a merchant and his people went to look at them, but after a few trips, they gave up because it was too much trouble and no one wanted to go again. Yunyu was pleased, thinking that her good luck had returned and she had encountered a fortunate event. She chuckled to herself. Yunyu said, "Let's go visit those villages nearby. If they are suitable for us, we can decide then." The steward, upon hearing Yunyu, happily replied, "All right, let's head over there now." After giving a few instructions to the people nearby, he walked out with Yunyu. Yunyu asked, "What is your name?" The steward replied, "My surname is Yu. I am the steward of the trading house."
Just call me Steward Yu.
Yunyu said, "There are carriages outside. Come with us." Steward Yu agreed, Sure. I'll sit at the front of the carriage to guide us." They headed out of the city. The village was about 10 miles away, in the opposite direction of Qingliang Mountain. They reached the 800-acre village that Steward Yu mentioned. After meeting the village head and taking a walk around, they found the location quite good. However, since there are no hot springs underground here, the surface temperature in winter isn't as warm as near Qingliang Mountain. Growing vegetables in greenhouses would likely need heating from stoves. But planting winter wheat now should still be possible. They continued for a while and saw a small lake of about 100 acres. The scenery was quite beautiful. In the distance, there was a small hill, not very tall.
Yunyu suddenly remembered modern tourist spots.
This place is only about 10 miles from Lingyan City, reachable by carriage in about half an hour. If developed into a scenic area combining delicious food, entertainment, relaxation, and leisure, it could become a popular destination. They could build a stylish 3-story pavilion by the lake, with octagonal pavilions around it, planting various rare flowers and grasses. They could also add a few painted boats for visitors to enjoy. Scholars and poets could come here to compose poetry and enjoy the scenery. Young ladies from noble families and wealthy households could visit together, and a small inn could be built nearby for tourists. Night visits would be wonderful too. Those students love to enjoy fine wine under the moon, compose poetry, and take boat rides. There are already 3 academies in Lingyan City, with countless students. This idea seems promising. It might even become a famous tourist spot for Lingyan City. If only they could acquire the village across the lake, it would be perfect. One side a food and leisure paradise, the other a refined place for poets and scholars to enjoy beautiful scenery and compose poetry. The more Yunyu thought about it, the more she liked the idea. I took a quick look at the neighboring estate. Yunyu said, "Manager Yu, let's go see the other estate. If the price is right, and the 2 families over there don't cause trouble, maybe we can handle everything today together." Manager Yu was happy and replied, "Great. Let's go now. I'll tell the others that the land over there is top quality, even better than here." Yunyu and his group then moved to the neighboring estate. As soon as they arrived, they saw a lot of chaos at the gate. There were a few people lying on the ground, and many passers-by gathered around to watch. Yunyu got off the carriage and approached a kind-looking lady to ask what was happening. She told him that today, the estate's manager was bringing guests to see the land again. However, because the 2 families kept causing trouble, the visitors were confused. They stood around watching the brothers fight. Now, The estate's reputation was ruined, and fewer people came to see it. Today, a visitor finally arrived, but the two families argued over the price, lowering it repeatedly. People thought there was something wrong with the estate and got scared away. The brothers fought again, losing all respect that old Master Zheng had. It became a big joke, and visitors stopped coming. Both families were tired from fighting. Yunyu was puzzled and asked a kind lady nearby why they kept lowering the price. She looked around and whispered, "Old Master Zheng was a kind man when he was alive, but I don't know how he raised these two spoiled sons." After they split the family, they lost control. One of them started gambling and even gambled away most of the family fortune. Now, he owes a lot of money and is desperate to sell the estate to pay his debts. The other is not much better. He likes to spend money on fancy courtesans. I heard he recently spent a fortune at a fancy brothel and kept mistresses outside. It seems the Zheng family's remaining assets are almost gone. Originally, the two families didn't get along and wanted to sell the estate because they hated each other. But now, things are different. Both need money because their savings are gone. They both owe debts and have to sell the estate. Truly, they are wasteful sons. Old Master Zheng probably can't rest in peace, upset that his sons caused so much trouble. After hearing the full story, Yunyu felt pleased. His lucky streak was really impressive. During this time, the crowd watching in front of Zhuangzi had lost interest and gradually dispersed. The two Zheng brothers glared at each other angrily and were about to leave. At this moment, Yunyu asked the steward to stop them, saying, "Young Master Zheng, I brought some guests to see Zhuangzi. Is now a good time?" Hearing this, the Zheng brothers hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, come with us." They spoke in unison and, without bothering to brush off the dirt, cheerfully greeted Yunyu. Yunyu ignored them and walked straight into Zhuangzi. Since it was originally one estate, and after the family split, they didn't build a new gate, so they entered through the same one. Once inside, Yunyu took in the entire estate and headed toward the pond at the front. After inspecting it, she was even more pleased. With some improvements, this place could become a natural paradise. She felt happy inside, but didn't show it outwardly. She simply asked, "How much good land, and forest does this estate have?" The second young master Zheng quickly flattered him, saying, "This estate has 800 acres of good land, over 200 acres of land, and about 100 acres of forest. I'm not bragging. This piece of land belongs to my estate." He pointed to the water area they had just seen and added, "Although that water isn't part of my estate, it's connected to mine, so it's also quite scenic, right? Look at the price." The eldest young master Zheng got anxious and said, "Don't listen to him. That water area might look nice, but it's someone else's property. It's only for viewing, and that's all. Isn't that right? My land isn't worse than his, also 800 acres of good land, over 200 acres of land, and similar forest. But I also have more than 30 acres of fruit trees, which he doesn't have. Next year, when the flowers bloom and the branches are full, it will be beautiful. Sir, you should consider my estate first. I don't ask for much, just 11,000 taels." Yunyu chuckled, making the two brothers feel confused. Then Yunyu said, "Since neither of you is interested, we will take our leave now." The second young master Zheng panicked. He was waiting for money to help him out and couldn't let them go. He hurriedly said, "The price is negotiable. The price is negotiable. I'll take 11,000 taels. Although I have about 30 acres less of fruit trees, my forest is over 30 acres larger, so buying my estate isn't a bad deal at all. And just now you saw it too. That small lake isn't part of my estate, but it's nice to look at. You can fish there without anyone bothering you, which is quite relaxing." Yunyu spoke calmly. "Earlier, you guys showed me what the situation was. We've been watching outside for a while. I want to say this. I want this estate, but I can't pay as much as you asked. The estate costs 8,500 taels. If you can go to the government office now to transfer ownership, I will buy it. If not, let's just consider it a visit." The Zheng brothers were stunned. The price was exactly what they had offered earlier. Unfortunately, the potential buyer was scared off. They had hoped to get more money, but this person was unpredictable. Now they really needed money. The previous visitors had run away, and they couldn't let this opportunity slip. Young Master Zheng said, "All right, I'll sell it to you, but I want the money today." Yunyu replied, "That's fine. We'll go to Lingyan City soon to handle the transfer and settle the payment face-to-face." Seeing that his younger brother had already agreed, the older Zheng brother didn't dare to refuse. Who knew when they'd find someone willing to pay so much at once? He quickly said, "I can sell mine too, but my estate has several courtyards. You should pay me a bit more for those. They are all top-quality brick and tile houses. Honestly, if we didn't need the money now, we wouldn't sell the estates so cheaply. Without 11,200 silver coins, you won't find anything like this elsewhere." Yunyu said, "Let's go see the house you mentioned. If it's really as you described, I might add a bit more. But if it's not true, that would be embarrassing." The group headed toward the estate's side courtyard. Not far away, they saw a 3-entry brick and tile house, which looked quite nice. It seemed to be well-maintained regularly. Yunyu took a quick look around and said, "I'll add 500 taels. Is that enough?"
I don't have more silver on hand.
"If not, forget it." The eldest Zheng brother looked a bit discouraged and said, "All right, fine. But I need the silver today." Yunyu turned to Steward Yu and said, "Please take care of this matter." Steward Yu smiled and replied, Of course. Let's go now, back to Lingyan City, and handle the transfer at the government office." Inside, she felt very happy. Today, these 3 properties sold for more than what he earned in half a year. Soon, the group set out together for Lingyan City. Half an hour later, they arrived at the local government office to handle the paperwork, turning the land deeds into official certificates. Although they paid a few extra silver coins, official approval provided better security. In total, the Zheng family spent 17,600 taels on the 2 properties. The previous 800-acre estate cost 10,000 taels. Including transfer fees and payments to the pawnshop, the total was 28,200 taels. When the Zheng brothers left with the banknotes, Yunyu looked at the 3 properties and asked directly, "Where are the remaining 2 estates?" Hearing this, the clerk thought to himself, could this young master still want to buy more? He looked young, but was quite wealthy. He replied, "The other 2 are to the south, towards Qingshui Mountain. They used to be official residences in the capital, but recently they were raided because of some trouble, so we reported it this morning." Yunyu said, "They're not far from here. If it's convenient, let's go see them now. If they're suitable, we can buy both." The clerk was even happier and said, Yes, I'm available anytime." The group then headed toward Qingshui Mountain. Coincidentally, the 2 estates were right next to Shaorao village on either side. Now, the 3 properties formed a continuous area, making management easier. Yunyu didn't spend much time exploring and quickly made a decision. Both estates were slightly larger than Shaorao village, with over 500 acres of good farmland and many slopes, totaling around 300 acres, with no other notable features. This arrangement created a continuous land area with Shaoyao village, making it easier to manage. Now, Xiao Yi and his team would have to get busy again. After completing the land transfer with a clerk in Lingyan City, they left the government office around noon. Yunyu said, "Thank you, Clerk Yu. Let's have lunch together. I have some other matters to discuss with you this afternoon." Clerk Yu couldn't refuse. Today, he had earned quite a bit of silver from this wealthy, young master. He quickly replied, "If you need anything, just ask. I'll do my best to help." The 3 of them found a restaurant, ordered some signature dishes, and started chatting while eating. Yunyu asked Clerk Yu, "Does the pawnshop have any good shops for sale lately?" The steward said, "Yes, we do have some, but the more prosperous areas are really not available. As you know, our Lingyan City is in a special location, serving as a commercial hub. Shops in better areas usually do quite well. Unless there's a special reason, no one is willing to sell. We do have a few shops, but none are in the best locations. If you're interested after dinner, I can take you to see them." Yunyu thought for a moment and said, "All right, after dinner, let's go see them. If they are suitable, we'll decide." Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone ate and chatted without ordering any wine. After the meal, the 3 of them went to look at those shops again. None were in prime locations. Yunyu didn't mind because her products didn't need high foot traffic to do well. They chose a shop on a reasonably good street, clean and with easy parking. They directly went to the government office and completed the red contract. Yunyu then bid farewell to the steward and, together with Lu Qinbin, headed back to the Qingliang mountain villa.
They had been out all day.
Grandma Lin was probably worried. On the way, they bought a few pastries from the Tang family food pavilion. When they arrived at the estate, they saw Grandma Lin standing at the gate, looking into the distance. Yunyu felt warm inside. This was the first time since arriving in this world that someone genuinely cared for her, treating her like family. No matter her status, Yunyu was deeply touched. The carriage stopped steadily, and Yunyu jumped down, calling out, "Grandma, I'm back." Grandma Lin was a bit excited and said, take it slow. It's good that you're back. I thought it was getting late, so I came out to look." At the gate, Zhang Yuan added, "Miss, you don't know. Grandma Lin has come out several times since lunch. Now she's been out for half a day. I told her to stay inside because it's cold, but she wouldn't listen. She insists on waiting here, saying that as soon as your carriage turns into the estate, she can see it. If you don't come back soon, I think she'll be waiting anxiously." Grandma Lin felt a bit embarrassed after hearing Zhang Yuan's words and smiled, saying, "You rascal, go quickly and bring the carriage to the side yard." Zhang Yuan grinned and said, "I'll go right away." He then led the horse away. Yunyu nodded to Lu Qinbin behind her, then said to Grandma Lin, "Grandma, let's go. I brought some pastries from the Tang family food pavilion. Try them and see if you like them." Grandma Lin felt happy inside. The young lady had grown up and learned to care for others. Looking at the now mature young lady, she silently thought that she could finally rest assured. After passing through the second gate and walking into the courtyard, Yunyu opened the box of pastries she was holding. She picked up a piece and offered it to Grandma Lin, saying, "Grandma, try this. It's a new pastry. Do you like it?" Tears welled up in Grandma Lin's eyes. She took a small bite and smiled, saying, "It's delicious, really tasty. I'm glad the young lady still cares about this old servant." She thought to herself that if the young lady were still alive, she would be so happy to see her now. Yunyu softly said, "Grandma, I'm sorry to worry you." Grandma Lin quickly replied, "The young lady is destined for great things. I can't help you, but I just hope you take good care of yourself and stay safe." Her eyes turned red again. She thought, oh, the young lady has grown up, become more thoughtful, and learned to care for others. If only the ladies of the Marquis of Huayang's household paid more attention, the young lady wouldn't have been pushed into such a difficult situation. Even at such a young age, she has to think about so much and fulfill her mother's last wish to find her half-brother.
Sigh.
She also thought it was thanks to the young lady's intelligence and foresight. She hoped that the heavens would bless her, that her wishes would come true, and that she would find her young master soon. After Grandma Lin left, Yunyu said to Yuzhu in the room, "Yuzhu, I'm tired. Get someone to prepare some water. I want to take a bath." Actually, Yunyu was planning to go into her space. Since arriving at the other courtyard, Yunyu had been asking Yuzhu and the others to prepare water daily, just for show. She was very afraid of trouble, so she preferred to be cautious. Yuzhu received the order and went to prepare. Yunyu sat there, thinking about the layout of her estate. All the farmland near Qingliang Mountain was planted with winter wheat. This way, even if the Xiaoyao Manor increased its staff next year, they could still be self-sufficient. Besides the greenhouse vegetables, there was also a long-term flower and nut business. The things grown from the spiritual spring in her hands were far better than others, and she knew she couldn't waste such resources. The noble families changed their flowers and plants many times a year, so her estate naturally had an advantage and should secure a place. This year's greenhouse vegetables were just a trial phase, so large-scale planting wasn't suitable yet. The 45 acres of greenhouses at Xiaoyao Manor in Qingliang Mountain should be enough for testing. Transporting more would be a problem, so it was necessary to train more people. Spreading out was the way to go, but first, she needed to build her own strength and ensure she wouldn't be bullied. Then she needed to train a capable team of subordinates. In the future, She planned to establish her own farms and shops in various places, which all required manpower. Before returning to the Marquis of Huayang's residence, she aimed to complete as much preparatory work as possible. Yunyu brought in water and then left, which was Yunyu's habit. Since she took over this body, she handled all bathing herself. After Yunyu and the others left, Yunyu closed all the doors and windows to ensure safety. She then quickly entered her space. She loved her space. It was full of life and energy, and the spiritual aura made her feel refreshed. Today had been a long day, and she was quite tired. Most of her tasks were done. Yunyu picked a lot of fresh fruit from the mountainside and then returned to the hot spring pool. She processed the fruit, then took off her clothes and soaked in the hot spring, enjoying the warm water. She thought that business and power go hand in hand. They must develop together for better growth. Yunyu planned to visit the Xiaoyao Manor tonight to give her instructions and ensure the farmland on her estates wouldn't be left unused. Once in her hands, the land must be put to good use. She also realized she had few people handling her affairs. Tomorrow, she would need to go to Lingyan City again. The best plan was to visit the Ahang shop. Thinking of the shop, Yunyu remembered today's steward Yu. Today, after completing all the formalities, Yunyu used her mental power to alter Steward Yu's memory. She didn't want any trouble. If Steward Yu wasn't trustworthy or was manipulated by others, it could cause problems. Since she didn't want that, after finishing the transfer registration and obtaining the red deed, she used her mental power to erase the memory of the main clerk handling official matters in the government office. Even if Yunyu saw him again, he wouldn't recognize her. After leaving the government office, she repeated her trick, erasing and altering Steward Yu's memory again, which made her feel at ease as she headed to the Qingliang mountain villa. Yunyu knew she had to be cautious to avoid trouble. This approach saved her many problems. She preferred to stay low-key and quietly build her wealth without attracting attention. After soaking in her space's hot spring and practicing for a while, she completed her daily training. She tidied herself up and then collected what needed to be gathered and planted what needed planting. Currently, the flow of her space was 10 times faster than outside. After finishing her work, Yunyu washed herself again, then left the space. She poured out some of the water from her bath basin and threw in her discarded clothes. This was when Yunyu and the others were called in to tidy up, while she herself sat at the table, drawing and writing on paper. Soon, Lin Mama came in and said, "Young miss, dinner is ready. I've arranged it in the flower hall. Are you finished with your work? I specially brewed chicken soup for you today. Drink a few bowls later to nourish yourself." Yunyu smiled and replied, "That's great. I'm hungry now too. Let's go eat first. I'll drink more chicken soup later." Yunyu knew that Lin Mama cared for her sincerely. She was the nursemaid who raised the original lady of the house, having watched her grow up. She only had one child, who sadly died at 2 years old after an outing with her grandmother. Because Yunyu was injured during childbirth and couldn't have children again, her husband's family wanted her to marry a second wife. She chose to leave the family and stayed close to the original lady's mother, caring for her as if she were her own daughter. Later, when the original lady got married, Lin Mama followed her to the Marquis of Huayang's residence. It can be said that Yunyu was also raised by Lin Mama. In the past, she always prioritized the original lady's mother, but now that her mother was gone, she regarded Yunyu as her spiritual support, taking her as the main focus in everything. She was also a person with a hard life, Yunyu silently thought to herself. She vowed to take care of Lin Mama in her old age, to look after her well, so she wouldn't have to live alone and lonely. After dinner, Yunyu strolled in the small garden outside, thinking about her future plans. When it was about the right time, she returned to the courtyard, went inside, and told Yunyu and the others to finish tidying up and then leave. She then sat down and roughly drafted a plan to remember it. After changing into her new clothes, she climbed out of the window and went to Xiaorao Manor through the side door. After about an incense stick's time, she arrived at Xiaorao Manor and saw Xiao Yi and others practicing martial arts there. She found a spot and sat down. When they saw Yunyu come in, They all stopped their practice and stood up, saying in unison, "Greetings, young miss," with faces full of joy. Yunyu waved her hand and said, "Sit down, everyone. I have something to tell you." Xiao Yi and the others sat down and looked at Yunyu. Over the past few days, their martial skills had improved a lot, and their progress was truly rapid. Based on their previous experience at martial arts competitions, they estimated they could now be classified as top-tier martial artists or, at least, mid-level practitioners. They had improved by at least 2, even 3 levels. This made Xiao Yi and the others very excited and strengthened their resolve to follow their young mistress. Yunyu looked at their expressions and knew that they had improved their martial skills again in the past few days. She asked, "You seem to have made progress in your martial arts again recently?" Xiao Wu spoke first, saying, "Master, our martial skills have indeed improved quite a bit in these days. We've each gained at least 2 levels. Xiao Yi is even better than us, and he's almost at the 3rd level of martial cultivation." Yunyu was surprised to hear about their progress. In less than 20 days, they had made such a leap. It seems the martial arts secrets in the space are quite powerful. Yunyu said, "It's good that your martial skills have improved so quickly, but don't be overconfident. Not only do you need to improve your skills, but the children also need to quickly practice their basic skills. Time waits for no one. I need capable people now, so I hope you won't let me down. Train them quickly, so they can stand on their own." The group responded together, "Please rest assured, young lady." Xiao Yi stepped forward and said, "Young lady, we haven't relaxed our training of the children during this time. They were carefully selected when they joined, each one a good martial artist in the making. With our careful training, even the older children who helped in the fields haven't fallen behind in their basics, and they are willing to work hard. Now they've started to learn the basics, so please rest assured. We will train them as quickly as possible." Yunyu smiled and said, "Knowing that, I am at ease." She picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, then continued, "Today I came to talk to you about something. I bought a few more villas outside Lingyan City. The villas on both sides used to belong to officials from the capital, but they were confiscated after some trouble. I bought them all this time, which will make management easier for you." She added, "You might be busy for the next few days. Tomorrow, split up and start working. Xiao San and Xiao Si, organize the tenants to start plowing the fields. Xiao Er, buy wheat seeds to ensure all planting is done within 5 days. Also, Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu, pick a few older children to go with me to the north of Lingyan City. Outside the city, I bought 3 more villas and we need to plant winter wheat there too. If we delay, it will affect next year's harvest. So starting tomorrow, everyone will be busy again. Thank you all for your hard work." Xiao Yi asked, "Young lady, are you saying that today you bought 5 villas?" Yunyu said, "Yes. Today I happened to stop by the tooth shop in Lingyan City and made a purchase. As our team grows, I need to ensure everyone has enough food. Also, the 3 villages I bought in the northern part of the city are close to each other. I have some ideas to turn that area into a leisure and vacation spot. We'll plan the details after planting the winter wheat. So, this period will be you all." Xiao Yi and others replied together, "It's not hard, it's our duty. We will do our best to serve the master." Yunyu continued, "Tomorrow morning, I will meet you at the south gate of Lingyan City. We will go together to check the area. Over the next few days, some of you will need to go there until all the winter wheat is planted. We can discuss the rest later." Xiao Yi and others responded, "Yes, master." Yunyu added, "Xiao San and Xiao Si, you need to go tomorrow and talk to all the tenants of the 2 villages. Explain everything clearly, following the rules of our carefree village. Tomorrow evening, I will bring the prepared medicine. You should soak the seeds according to the planting schedule. Make sure to negotiate well with the tenants. If needed, pick a few tenants from our village to go with you for negotiations. This will make it easier for them to accept. Never delay the planting time. For the land that hasn't been leased out, organize people to plow and plant as soon as possible. Calculate how much silver each acre of land will earn, settle accounts on the same day, and ensure all planting is done within 5 days." Xiao San and Xiao Si stood up and replied in unison, "Rest assured, master." Yunyu said again, Xiao Yi, after we finish the handover tomorrow, come to the tooth shop on your way back. Find some experienced farmers quickly. This way, you can free up time for your own tasks and avoid delaying your important work. Xiao Yi responded, Understood, master. The gardener you asked me to find last time is already here at the village. All kinds of flowers have been soaked and planted according to your instructions. Tomorrow, we can also start transplanting vegetable seedlings. Your medicine really works well. The seedlings we raised are very healthy, each one excellent. Transplanting shouldn't be a problem. We've already arranged everything for later today. Even if we are not here tomorrow, it won't affect the progress. Yunyu said that's good. Still, someone needs to supervise. Xiao Lu will stay tomorrow. After Xiao Er finishes the seed work, he can come back and help supervise. Xiao Lu and Xiao Er both replied, Understood, master. Yunyu nodded and said, In the coming days, if we meet people with good character and skill, regardless of their field, we can consider hiring them. Hearing this, Xiao Yi and the others thought their master was truly extraordinary and responded, Yes, master. The next morning, Yunyu changed into men's clothes, greeted Lady Lin, and asked her to stay in her courtyard. Then she left through the back door of the villa and headed toward the south gate of Lingyan City. When she arrived, Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu also brought people and went to the villa in the north of Lingyan City. Seeing the villa, everyone was surprised. Their master was really generous. This villa was much larger than the one on Qingliang Mountain. There were 3 villas with a total of 2,400 acres of farmland and a nearly 100-acre small lake, which was quite big. Soon Xiao Yi and his team got into their work. Xiao Yi assigned 6 people to take care of Zheng's villa, and Xiao Wu took 4 to handle the front villa. Yunyu wandered alone, thinking about how to make the place more elegant and peaceful. Once improved, it would be a very profitable business. She kept walking farther away, out of the villa's area. Just as she was thinking about returning, she heard crying and calling for help from the distant riverbank. Instinctively, Yunyu headed toward the sound. When she got closer, she saw someone had fallen into the water. Approaching further, she heard a woman say, This is so tragic. Old Zheng's family is trying to force Yuan Shan to death. Another person said, Yes, it's true. If they weren't related by blood, it wouldn't be the same. They usually don't feed her well, and now it's so cold. Zheng Xiaobao just wanted to catch fish, so he pushed Yuan Shan into the water. Now, the Zheng children have all run away, and no one is helping Yuan Shan who fell in.
Sigh.
Another woman said, Old Zheng's family is really terrible. Yuan Shan was such a pretty girl when she first arrived. Look at her now after these years. Suddenly, there was chaos as people shouted, Help, they've pulled her out. Oh my God! Quick, check if she's okay. Everyone rushed over and began helping to pull her onto the shore. Yunyu arrived just as this was happening and saw everyone gathered around. She heard someone inside say, She's gone, no more breath. Next to her, a woman looked at the rescue worker, Chui's 5th son, and said, 5th son, it's very cold today. Hurry up and change your clothes so you don't catch a cold. Just as she finished speaking, cries and shouts came from nearby. My Shaner, what happened to you? Open your eyes and look at your mother. Who stabbed you to cause this? A woman nearby couldn't bear it anymore and said, Old Five's family, what are you talking about? It was your family's Zheng Xiaobao who wanted to eat fish and forced Yuan Shan to go catch fish. Now you're blaming others? At this moment, another woman said, Yes, from Zheng's family, it was your grandchildren who forced Yuan Shan to go into the river to catch fish. When she fell in, no one tried to save her. They all ran away. Someone else added, That's right. We saw it too. If Old Five from Chui's family hadn't gone in to rescue her despite the danger, we probably wouldn't even find her body. Hearing everyone say this, Zheng's family stopped crying and fussing, but then she quickly said, Our good girl was just taken by Chui's 5th son. She's lost her innocence. Chui's 5th son must take responsibility. Chui's 5th son, who had just come ashore and hadn't changed his clothes, stared wide-eyed at the woman in front of him. Before he could speak, Chui family members watching the scene from the crowd said, Our old five saved someone, but did it wrong. You old nag. Zheng's family ignored him and said, I don't care. Yuan Shan has been raised by our family for 7 years. We can't just let your old five take her away without responsibility. I don't need much, just 5 taels of silver. You can take her now. Chui's family members weren't happy and said, Zheng's old nag, are you crazy for money? Our old five was just passing by and helped someone. Now you're blaming us? People around also started talking, saying Zheng's wife was greedy and just wanted to extort money. Soon, Zheng's family and Chui's family began arguing loudly, almost coming to a fight. The scene became chaotic, attracting the attention of everyone watching. No one paid attention to Yuan Shan lying on the ground. Yunyu walked over, took her wrist, and checked her pulse. She found her very weak and, ignoring the others, began performing CPR, clearing her mouth of foreign objects and giving her artificial respiration. After about 5 rounds, Zheng Yuanshan, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. She started breathing and coughed lightly. Only old Chui and the officials who arrived later saw this happen. Seeing that she was awake, Yunyi asked, Are you feeling any discomfort? Zheng Yuanshan gently shook her head, but then frowned, looking uncomfortable. The officials who arrived saw that Zheng Yuanshan was now fine and finally turned their attention to the noisy families of Zheng Chui. A middle-aged man behind him received a signal and then walked over, shouting, Everyone stop! The official is here. The 2 families, who had been arguing, quieted down and gathered around. Zheng Lao's wife spoke first, saying, Official, you must help us. Our girl Yuanshan is a good, innocent young lady. The 5th son of the Chui family carried her away. They must give us an explanation. If they don't, we will go to their house every day to cause trouble. Chui's eldest sister-in-law responded strongly, saying, Is there no justice left? Poor Yuanshan was forced by Zheng family members to go to the river to catch fish for Zheng Xiaobao. She fell into the river, and instead of helping, Zheng's children ran away. Our 5th son was passing by and risked himself to save her. Not only do you refuse to thank him, but you also want us to take responsibility. That's unreasonable. If everyone in the village acts like this, no one will dare to help in emergencies. Not thanking is one thing, but accusing us is another. It's unjust. Zheng's wife said, helping people is right, but it's also true that our girl Yuanshan's innocence is gone. There's nothing wrong with us asking you to take responsibility. Besides, your Chui family's 5th son is already grown up. Why aren't you letting him get married? Isn't it your family bullying others, just letting your son earn money to support you? What kind of logic is that? This angered the Chui family. Chui's eldest sister-in-law was the first to speak out, saying, It's not your place to interfere in our family affairs. Since Zheng family wanted to adopt someone, why did you treat our girl badly? Beating her, starving her, and forcing her to go catch fish for your child in this cold weather. Are you trying to get her killed? And now you have the nerve to accuse us? You're truly heartless. Now, old Zheng's wife also refused to stay silent. She openly accused the Chui family in front of everyone, which was like insulting the Zheng family. When they found the young girl that year, many families in the village had a hand in it, not just the Zheng family. Several well-off families in the village wanted to adopt the pretty girl, but the Zheng family insisted on adopting her themselves, mainly because they liked the jewelry she wore, which was worth a lot of money. At first, they promised to treat her well. After some families discussed, they agreed to let the Zheng family adopt her. But within a few days, they made the girl start helping with chores, and later, they became even more ruthless, starving her, hitting her, and making her suffer. Now, at 15, she looks like a 13-year-old child. Everyone feels sorry for her, but this is a family matter of the Zhengs, so outsiders shouldn't interfere. However, now that Chui's family has made it public, the Zheng family feels humiliated. Old Zheng's wife, with a shameless face, said, Stop talking about useless things. No matter what, we've raised her these years. Since your Chui family's 5th uncle has ruined her reputation, you must take responsibility. She turned to Chui's 5th uncle and said, 5th Uncle Chui, I know you saved her today, but Mingyuan Shan was also held in your arms. With so many people watching, you can't deny it, right? Chui's fifth uncle blushed and replied, Auntie, in that situation, I had no other choice but to do what I did to save her. Old Zheng's wife added, Of course, Auntie knows that, but you also know that after losing her innocence, Mingyuan Shan won't find a good family. You must take responsibility for her. Chui's fifth uncle lowered his head without replying. Just then, Chui's eldest sister-in-law said, Zheng family, aren't you forcing our fifth uncle? Village chief, you've got to stand up for us. We saved someone, but now there's trouble. The village chief looked at Chui's fifth uncle and said, Fifth uncle, what do you mean? Don't worry, if you're innocent, I have my ways to help you. Chui's eldest sister-in-law saw her younger brother-in-law wanting to speak and quickly interrupted. Fifth uncle, think carefully. You know our family's situation. We're in the right today, so don't cause trouble for yourself. Chui's fifth uncle ignored his sister-in-law and directly said to the village chief, Uncle village chief, I am willing to take responsibility and marry Mingyuan Shan. As soon as Chui's fifth uncle finished speaking, Chui's eldest sister-in-law was furious. She shouted loudly, Fifth uncle, are you crazy? I told you, we're in the right today. You don't need to take responsibility. It's obvious that the Zheng family wants to extort you. Are you foolish? Don't you see how young that girl is?
How old are you?
Besides, you don't know our current situation. Jianwu is about to leave for the scientific expedition, and we need money everywhere. Where would we get money to marry you? Also, we don't want to have any ties with the Zheng family. Now, the villagers are talking again. Chui's wife is really something. She treats her younger brother like a servant. He's already 23, and she hasn't arranged a marriage for him. She's just been waiting because they have a scholar in the family, but that's been going on for a long time. Now, with all this happening, she still thinks her son should take the imperial exams, even if it means sacrificing her younger brother's marriage. Chui's wife is truly selfish.